From the tribe of the trolls to the empire of the elves, this video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 201. The Wolf King visits the Sharp Fangs and returns to battle partners. When the expeditionary army was carrying out preliminary construction in the northern plateau, the headquarters welcomed two special guests. These were two huge warcraft wolves with a body length of over 6 meters, a shoulder height of over 3.2 meters, and a chest width of 1.3 meters. From their size, it can be seen that they are the two wolf kings in the habitat of the western Black Forest. This time, they came for the visit mentioned by Fang before. After the Wolf Kings led the pack of wolves to come silently and were scared away by the cave wolf's condition, these two had been waiting in the forest near the coastline until enough time had passed before they really went there. Nestor, Ashura, and Fang came out to receive them together and led the Wolf King to visit the cave wolf who was unconscious in the prison. When they saw the embarrassed prisoner appearance of the cave wolf, the Wolf King and his wife had mixed feelings. In their hearts, they felt both relieved and sad when they saw their own kind being imprisoned. But after all, it was he who requested to visit, so he couldn't use this as an excuse. After all, this was in the other party's base camp. Both sides, as well as the forces they represented, were actually deeply wary of each other. As for the wolf pack, they knew that the trolls were a race with exaggerated potential as early as when they moved to the Black Forest to settle down. Therefore, in the past few hundred years, they had always implemented a policy of reducing the population of the original troll tribes. Whenever they found that a troll tribe had a rising trend, such as a population of more than 3,000, the wolf pack would launch an attack without hesitation and completely destroy that tribe. This policy continued until the cave wolf was accidentally injured. Originally, starting from the cave wolf's sleep, after lacking decisive power, the wolf pack planned to completely destroy all troll tribes to avoid accidents in the future. However, in the process of destroying the troll tribes west of the Black River, they found that their casualties were too heavy. At the same time, the mountain monsters also took advantage of the fact that the true Wolf King had not appeared for a long time, and from time to time they boldly went down the mountain to invade, distracting some of the wolf pack's energy. Moreover, not long after that, the situation of the true Wolf King was somehow exposed to the mountain monsters after learning that their old enemy, Golden himself, was seriously injured and asleep. The monsters in the mountains directly rioted and chose to kill into the wolf pack's territory on a large scale. This and other situations made the border area leaders, the current Wolf Kings, who were not as strong as they are now and had not even completely convinced the people, temporarily give up the encirclement and suppression of the eastern part of the Black River. For a long period of time afterwards, they focused on the two urgent matters of recovering the wolf pack internally and driving away the monsters externally, and temporarily had no time to look east. By the time they became stronger and drove the monsters back into the forest, the time was not far from the rise of the Ya tribe. After resting for a while and looking back to the east, they found that a monster called the Ya tribe had suddenly risen up quietly near the east bank of the Black River. Not only did it rise to an unstoppable level in a short period of time, it even counterattacked into the west of the Black River, using 4 bases and many small settlements built over the years as fulcrums, and took away nearly 1/3 of the Black Forest area on the west bank. That's not all. The sleeping cave wolves were also defeated and captured by the Ya tribe with unclear means, and were locked up miserably in a heavy prison. Now, a large area of land west of the Black River has fallen into the control of the trolls, and the elite of the wolf packs also suffered heavy losses in the previous wars, and some of the wolf packs even chose to surrender for some reason. Even if the Wolf Kings did not go there in person, they could not successfully take them back. Fortunately, most of the casualties and surrenders were not the direct vassals of the 12 Wolf Kings, and the trolls did not occupy their territory, which was not very important to the Wolf Kings. In addition, the Wolf Kings chose to lie dormant for the time being, because they were afraid of the unknown means used by the Fangs to defeat the cave wolves. They planned to take advantage of the fact that the trolls had not made any moves and annihilate the monsters on the mountains, so as to prevent the two sides from finding an opportunity to secretly unite. The Fangs were also full of fear of the wolf pack. First of all, Nestor and other advanced witch doctors could actually feel that they were probably not the opponents of the Wolf Kings in a one-on-one fight. Moreover, there were more than 1 or 2 Wolf Kings like this, and there were more than a dozen in their lair. Secondly, although the trolls were strong in terms of racial basic strength, facing the wolf pack's wolf seed tactics, casualties were something that had to be considered. In particular, Nestor had personally witnessed the war between the wolf pack and the monsters. The army was composed entirely of monster wolves. Although most of them were low-level wind wolves and giant wind wolves, there were too many of them. Once a full-scale war with them developed, the consequences would be disastrous. At this time, the high-end combat power of our side had no advantage in terms of quantity or quality, and could even be said to be at a relative disadvantage. Even if we did not consider the victory or defeat of the high-end combat power, the backbone forces would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses under the opponent's army of ants biting elephants to death. Therefore, the victory could only be a miserable victory. For the troll tribe, their not so excellent reproduction speed meant that there was almost no difference between a miserable victory and a great defeat. Finally, the troll tribe is now in a period of rapid development. Whether it is the basic quality of the people, combat power, or the war potential of the tribe, it is growing rapidly almost every day. It is undoubtedly a stupid choice to go to war with a large force at this time. After all, the wolf pack is not as weak and vulnerable as the horned-hoofed species. Therefore, comprehensively speaking, now is far from the time to turn against each other in this way. Under the situation that both sides are wary of each other, everyone is very rational and does not dwell too much on sensitive issues. For example, the feud, the naturalized wolves belonging to the Ya department, the disappearance of the traveler, and other issues that will cause a quarrel and are clearly or suspected to be the work of the other party, everyone tacitly chooses to avoid. But then again, after avoiding these issues, the two sides actually have nothing to talk about. The result is that the imprisonment method that the Wolf King wants to find out was firmly covered by Nestor, and not a single bit was revealed, and the Ya department wanted to know about the Wolf King's strength, the size of the wolf pack, the mountain monsters, and other information, and almost no gains. In the end, in a dry laugh of ha ha ha, both sides had a good time, and after making some useless promises that were like scratching an itch, the Wolf King and his wife left. Crossing the Black River Bridge to the other side, the male Wolf King glanced at the majestic bridge behind him, as well as the majestic city and the giant tree in the distance. He cursed cunning and hatred, and then, with the comfort of the female Wolf King, embarked on the road back to the territory. The couple had not been back for a while, hoping that the territory had not been ruined by the poachers in the mountains. On this side of the river, Nestor was actually also deeply troubled. These guys could not be defined as beasts, especially these Wolf Kings and Lord Wolves. Each of them was very cunning. If it were not for the limitation of physical conditions, Nestor had no doubt that the first civilization to appear in the Black Forest must belong to these wolves. The damn thing will be dealt with sooner or later. In desperation, he could only vent his anger behind his back for the time being. Okay, don't worry. Otherwise, I will change tonight. Hey, then I will collect some interest first and turn them all into dogs sooner or later. Dog? What is that? Ashura rolled her eyes at her husband and then asked in confusion. I wonder if I should change the race of the naturalized wolves. They will be dogs in the future and have nothing to do with their previous tribes. Is it fun to lie to yourself? Wolves are wolves. What's the point of changing their names? Ashura said disdainfully, and then was carried away by the angry Nestor. Collect the interest first. I want to fight the female Wolf King today. Haha, okay. Not long after, the Sharp Fang witch doctor who had been missing from the tribe for a long time finally returned. From the appearance, Sharp Fang has not changed much, except that his clothes are a little tattered. He only has a pair of leather shorts left on his body, as if he has returned to the uncivilized era more than 50 years ago. Greeting, hugging, expressing nostalgia after hurriedly packing himself, Sharp Fang finally began to tell the speaker about his experience of this trip and the information he brought back in Nestor's office. After leaving the Wolf King's territory, Fang went to the northwest mountains at Nestor's instruction. The black saber-tooth that had come to the tribe and had been lingering beside Azura was tricked back from the mountains by him. After that, Fang explored the mountains for half a year and met many powerful Lone Ranger monsters, either in conflict or through communication, and finally gained a lot. The combat power of the monsters in the mountains is somewhat uneven. The strong ones are quite strong, the weak ones are quite weak, but they are generally not as smart as the wolf pack. There are many contradictions between different races, and even between the same monster races. For monsters like the black saber-tooth that stand high on the food chain, a considerable number of them will unscrupulously treat other monsters as food. Generally speaking, they are a mess, so except for the time when the cave wolves had just fallen asleep, they briefly suppressed the wolf pack, and the rest of the time they were almost beaten by the wolf pack. The one I mainly came into contact with this time was the black saber-tooth. It was smart, but arrogant. It disdained to communicate with other monsters and even rarely interacted with its compatriots. It is one of the most notorious predator races in the mountains. Arrogant? When I saw Ziohei sticking to Azura, he was not arrogant at all. Nestor asked puzzledly, and then as if remembering something, he continued to add, but it seems that it is only willing to get close to Azura. The rest of the trolls, including me, have not been able to gain its trust, so it is only slightly nicer to the Raofang witch doctor. Stick to Azura. I didn't expect that. Although it and I were close at that time, we were not sticky to the extent. We could only cooperate in hunting. It seemed to use me more as a tool. It's strange. Let's not talk about this for now. Did you get anything else? Yes, I brought back 7 black saber-toothed cubs. As he said that, Sharp Fang opened a basket on one side. Nestor had actually heard the faint sound inside it a long time ago, but he didn't have time to ask. He didn't expect it to be a Warcraft cub. Are you going to make friends, or abduct their mother? Could it be Ziohei? How could it be? The wolf pack seems to have carried out a large-scale encirclement and suppression. Fang handed the basket to Nestor and explained, I found the remains of 12 black saber-toothed beasts in different areas. Judging from the traces, they were killed by at least 10 lord wolves who brought their subordinates to their territory. However, these guys seem to have a way to cover their nests under the noses of the wolf pack, which allowed the little guys to survive by chance. I found them in several nests. Nestor took the basket and looked down inside and saw 7 pure black, soft, and cute kittens making scare threats. Nestor picked them up one by one and observed them, and found that 3 of them were male and 4 were female, and they were generally very strong. 12 were killed. The level of this kind of monster is not low, right? There are many in the mountains. It's hard to say the level. After all, our samples are incomplete, and we can't make a clear classification, but the number is indeed not large. They need large hunting grounds to feed themselves in order to fill their stomachs. Moreover, they are extremely averse to the approach of other predators, and their distribution is relatively scattered. According to my estimation, there are only about 30 or so in the mountains facing the territory of a wolf king. These 12 are almost half of the number in the direction of a wolf king's territory. This situation is very dangerous. Indeed, so I have an idea. Tell me about it. Can we put them in our hunting grounds and raise them? Anyway, our demand for prey is already very low. Of course they can. Their innate spells are also excellent, but the question is, are they willing to come? This kind of creature that is used to living alone? Nestor asked thoughtfully. Sharp Fang had actually mentioned this matter in the letter brought by Ziohei, but he had not thought of a suitable means. Besides, we don't want a bunch of arrogant uncles who treat us as tools to shovel their shit, but those who can fight side by side with the warriors. Not to mention pets, but at least partners. It's not that complicated. If the adults can't become partners, can't we start with these little ones? Sharp Fang pointed at the little guy in the basket and said, I have always been aware of the situation in the tribe. Hasn't the byproduct of your elfization research achieved the manufacturing of Warcraft embryos in batches starting from fertilized eggs? As long as we can bring these guys back, why do we care whether they can become partners? Can't we just take eggs and sperm regularly and cultivate them from scratch? And these adult guys, at most we can serve them like masters for 100 years. When there is a sufficient population base, the black saber-toothed beast can completely become the characteristic output of the Fang Ministry. Well, it's indeed a suitable method, right? We can add some ingredients to the embryo culture stage in the later stage, and try to see if we can skip the domestication stage, so that a little guy can have a fighting partner who grows together from the embryonic stage. Good fellow, if we talk about cruel and ruthless people, it has to be you, the Sharp Fang Witch Doctor. Nestor's eyes lit up when he heard this evil idea, and he felt that it was really to his liking. Haha, looking at your greedy look now, I know that our speaker is similar in this regard. No, it has to be you. You're welcome. Everyone is the same. After laughing, Nestor continued to say to the Sharp Fang, if the black Smilodon can really become a companion partner for newborns, it would be the most suitable one. It is a good match in terms of body size and fighting style, and it has 3 or 4 types of spell abilities such as stealth, extreme speed, and sharp teeth, which can be a powerful supplement in battle. The only thing is that its lifespan seems to be a little short. Lifespan? Have you figured it out? Yes, we secretly took some cells from various parts of Ziohen's body and roughly estimated their metabolic rate. The maximum lifespan of the flesh is less than 180 years, and it is good to live for 150 years in the wild. However, this is only the situation before advancement. So short-lived. I regret it a little. If it really becomes a companion partner, then the little guys will have to bury their companions who grew up with them halfway through their lives. Not to mention once they have completed the elf transformation, who knows how long their compatriots can live in the future. That's not entirely true. Advanced magic beasts cultivated through giant trees can actually circumvent this problem to a certain extent. For example, the giant wind wolf has a longer lifespan than the wind wolf. If the black saber-toothed beast also has room for advancement, then its lifespan will surely be extended a little. But it's still not as long as ours, right? Indeed, and there is another extended issue that we have to consider, which is that the giant tree's production capacity is bound to be limited. Once the first stage of the elf embryo is successful, it must be used in the cultivation of our own tribe. We may not be able to allocate too much space for magic beast embryos, unless we think of a better solution. As for lifespan, to put it cruelly, it's called a partner, but in fact it's just a combat pet. As long as it can play a certain role in protecting the cubs and assisting in combat in the early stages, it's already good enough. As for death after that, let it die. Let the younger generations experience the separation of life and death, which is not a bad thing. TSK, the little guys will hate us. The fanged witch doctor stroked the little guy in Nestor's hand and sighed. Not really. At least they can experience the feeling of complete trust, right? Besides, who knows what will happen in the future? Maybe the giant tree's production capacity will suddenly increase. Maybe they can advance more than once, just like the captured Lord Wolf. Even further, if they can be promoted to the stage of Wolf King, their lifespan will not be shorter than that of the current trolls. Just think about it. Ordinary monsters can be cannon fodder at that time, replacing warriors to charge into battle in various battlefields that require a lot of combat power, such as sieges, to avoid the death of their compatriots, and higher level longer-lived higher level saber-toothed beasts, higher level wolves, or other monsters can be companions. As long as the giant tree TSK, I'm a Warcraft person. Are you trying to convince me? You should tell Coarse Teeth and the others about this, and ask them to put more resources into the research of Warcraft instead of worrying about this tree and that tree all day long. It's annoying. There were a lot of casualties in the war in the north this time. If what you just said is feasible, maybe it can be avoided in the future? So, we should study Warcraft more. You already know? Indeed, there was a problem with the recruitment of soldiers, and they went berserk on the battlefield. The far traveler troops also went alone. These 2 times caused us some unnecessary losses. Although we achieved good results, it was still not worth the loss. These troublesome guys must be punished, severely punished, especially Cui Wenli and Zuo Ernie, and that idiot Daba. We're already preparing. We've also adapted the travelers, changed the standing elites and the militia. We have some new ideas. Remember to take a look later. Okay. By the way, you just said that the production capacity of the giant tree has been improved. Do you have any ideas? I can't say I have any ideas, but I do have some guesses. Remember the volcanic group in the south? Judging from the energy reaction, the cave wolves suffered damage from fire, and the source may be there. So do you think we can capture a high level magical beast of the same level as that guy in the volcanic group, and then lock it up, to build a new mother tree? Well, I have this idea. What do you think? It feels feasible. Fire the Mountain is like our home ground, so we hope it will be easier to deal with, not as troublesome as the cave wolves. So, when do we plan to act? Don't worry, the seriously injured cave wolves are so difficult to deal with, and the ones in the volcano may not be that strong. Even if we have high fire resistance, we have to be cautious. That's right, let's understand it clearly before taking action. Yes, and on the other hand, the witch doctors have a lot of things on their hands now. As for the volcano group, we have to wait until the first stage of the elf embryo is completed before we can talk about it and see what the result is. Okay, then I will rest for 2 days and then go to the mountain again to trick back the big cats I met this time. The wolf pack's actions are a bit big. If we are ruthless and kill them directly, then we won't be able to find such excellent training materials in the future. You go in person? It's a bit of a waste. You can play a greater role if you stay in the tribe. No, if I don't go, who will go? You? Definitely not. You are our backbone. Course Tooth can't do it either. He can play a greater role in the elf research than I can. The other little guys can't protect themselves if they go, so I'll go. Let Ashura go. Judging from Ziohenna's reaction, she should be more suitable than you, and there is no research that requires her at hand for the time being. Well, that's fine, as long as you are willing to do it. What nonsense. We are all in the struggle for the tribe. No one is special. Since you can go, she should be able to go too. Haha, okay, you go talk to her first, and then I'll draw a map for her and give her a few tokens. Okay, then you go and rest first and pick up the magic research as soon as possible when you come back. Okay, I'll take the little guys with me first. I was actually thinking about studying the companion partner I just mentioned when I was on the road. TSK. After talking for so long, don't you want to go? Of course, who doesn't want to stay at the headquarters to do research? At night, Nestor and Ashura finished their work at the research institute and returned to the treehouse together. After a simple meal and washing up, they lay down on the bed and Nestor talked about what he discussed with Sharp Fang in the morning, including battle partners, abduction and so on. But before he could utter the request you go for a trip, Ashura took the initiative and said, let me go this time. Judging from Ziohenna's reaction, I might be more efficient in completing the task. Although Nestor was reluctant, everyone was working for the tribe. There was no reason to leave a more suitable option unused because of personal feelings. So, he nodded to agree and told the truth. I hadn't thought about this when I talked to Sharp Fang this morning. But he skipped you when he gave the example, and it seemed that he subconsciously didn't consider letting my wife take the risk. This is not a good sign, so I recommended you on the spot. Okay, so it was you who wanted me to go far away. The joke was accompanied by the battle. After it ended, it was already 2 lamps later. The couple, one tall and one short, lay on the bed hugging each other, looking at the twinkling lights in the night sky above their heads, and talked to each other. You've grown taller again. Well, I shrunk to about 2.7 meters before, and then I adapted for a while, and then my body started to grow again. I don't know how tall it will grow. That's good. After adapting to his current body shape, Nestor also felt that 2.7 meters was too short, and he was worried for a while before. However, since Ashura can grow back after adapting, then I guess it will be fine by then. Thinking of this, he was relieved. The expeditionary force will be back soon, right? Suddenly, his wife asked. Yes, the fleet will arrive in 3 days. Did you get a good harvest this time? I didn't pay much attention to it before. There is not much we can get now. Most of the knowledge is stored in the ancestral altar. I don't plan to let the horn-hoofed people come into contact with those things again, so it may take some time to study slowly. You are the only one who has many tricks. Not only does a good tribe not own the knowledge, but it is also forcibly split into 3 haha. Not only that, maybe it can be split into 17 or even more in the future. TSK, the horn-hoofed people chose to migrate here. It's really unlucky. But, don't so many clans have any knowledge? It's impossible that everything is in the altar, right? Their brains are not empty. They should at least remember some of it, right? Well, the basic characteristic outputs of each clan we have actually obtained winner-making, metallurgy, prospecting, and the general situation of the north, etc. It's just that deeper and more detailed knowledge is temporarily missing, such as their weapon enchantment technology, more detailed information about the north, and the combination of warriors and magical powers. Also, the most critical and important method of manufacturing the ancestral spirit can only be obtained after cracking the altar. Ancestral spirit. Have you found out the basic situation? How could I not find out? The leaders of the 17 clans know something about its origin. They say that the source of this technology, at least in the north, comes from the Rhine Chieftain Alliance in the west of the north. No time to divide the chapters. 7,000 plus will be passed on together. There is no second update today. Chapter 202, Meritorious Punishment. Time passed quickly. After Azura and Sharp Fangs took turns to leave and stay, the expeditionary force returned with spoils and the bodies of the dead. The tribe held a grand funeral for the victims in the square under the giant tree. On the monument in the center of the square, there was an inscription recording the list of victims of the Great Northern Campaign, which increased its overall height by 1 level. In addition, the number of the Steely Forest group also increased by 1, with an additional battle monument that detailedly introduced the beginning and end of the war. The reason why it is called detailed is that it only records the greatness of the tribe and the evil deeds of the Horned Hoofs, and defines this battle as a just punishment war launched by the tribe, because of the strong wine that hurt the people. As for the more detailed records that do not omit the tribe's own dark side, they are kept in the newly built archive room on the giant tree. Playing the role of greatness is a good thing, which can make the future development of the tribe smoother, and reduce some of the rejection of other foreign races. However, we must not let this fool us, especially the younger generations who will have the opportunity to stand in a high position and hold power in the future. No matter what the tribe becomes in the future, they must remember how they made their fortune. Therefore, this archive room, which will not be open to outsiders in the future, will record everything truthfully. In this battle, the greed of the executive government, the bloody brutality of the expeditionary army, the insidiousness and cunning of the witch doctors accompanying the army, the indifference of the Rune Council to the lives of outsiders, and so on. And in the development so far, the tribe has used some fair and above board or dark and cunning means to deal with the troll tribes inside the Black Forest and the wolf packs outside. Everything will be preserved in detail for future generations to understand. If this is a colorful world with many civilizations in the future, then once the things stored in the archives are lost, it will undoubtedly be a reputational damage to the tribe or any other alternative form of government in the future. But in the foreseeable future, this giant tree, which has been named the Mother Tree, will be one of the most core assets of the tribe, and it must have the most stringent security measures in the entire tribe. If in this case, there are still things like news leaks, then this reputation will be lost. Let's get back to the point and turn our attention back to the sacrifice of heroes. The tribe's sacrificial activities are almost not overly mystified. The concept of gods does not appear in the prayers. The overall ceremony is also carried out with solemnity, and the focus is on praying. The fearless spirit and bravery of the sacrificed people can become the spiritual guide of the people, and inject more hope and blessings into the development of the tribe. At the ceremony, the sound of the big drum made of monster skin and steel wood resounded through the sky. The dance troupe wearing wolfskin dresses performed a gladiatorial dance with evil spirit in the center of the square, bringing the memorial ceremony to an end. The same scene unfolded simultaneously in various settlements of different sizes outside the gaps in the east and west of the due north, and the northeast. The total number of the toothed trolls exceeded 33,000, and all participated in the memorial ceremony in different areas. After the heroic priests finished, it was time to reward and punish and summarize this battle. Due to the independent movement of the far traveler troops, Cui Wenli and Zuo Ernie, two senior officers, were stripped naked and hung up, and severely whipped with thorn vines for no less than 100 times in front of the public, especially under the observation of the far travelers. Even though they had a strong spirit like steel and wood and pain tolerance, they also let out uncontrollable screams under the stimulation of the special toxins attached to the thorn vines. By the end of the execution, the backs of the two commanders were already bloody and the marks left by the repeated whipping and healing seemed to be engraved in the hearts of the trolls of the far travelers, making them involuntarily reflect on their actions at the time. After that, it was the North City Officers Corps headed by Daba. Although they had made outstanding contributions in the Battle of North City, their merits and demerits could not offset each other, and they still had to bear the corresponding responsibility for the rampage of their conscripts and the resulting excess casualties. Among them, Daba was punished with 100 lashes for failure in command. He went up dejectedly and came down with his teeth bared, and his miserable situation was not much different from the previous two far travelers commanders. The rest of the middle and lower level officers were punished with 50 to 30 lashes according to their ranks for negligence. When they came down from the punishment platform one by one, they were also in so much pain that they could hardly walk. The poison on the whip was undoubtedly the masterpiece of the plant witch doctors, which was equivalent to a punishment holy product tailored for these trolls who had nothing to worry about except death. The injuries caused by the whip do not consume much vitality, and the energy supplemented by daily diet is enough to offset most of the consumption during recovery, but the nerve irritant toxins that penetrate into the bone marrow and amplify the pain bring the punished trolls unforgettable painful memories for life. It is still the same saying that merits and faults cannot be offset. After the faults are eliminated, it is naturally time to reward merits. Originally, Nestor planned to use Black Forest coins to reward those with outstanding military exploits, but when the time came, he had other ideas. The victims can be commemorated by sacrifice, but what about the living? In addition to money, can some visible glory be given? So, the medal system of the previous life entered his mind. In the previous life, every time the founding ceremony was held, the medals on the chests of those veterans always made him excited, and in this regard, can we refer to it accordingly? So, after having this idea, he urgently convened a military meeting, and had a preliminary discussion on the medal system. The military council would naturally not reject such a thing, and after discussion in the Rune Council, it set the rules. It was determined that with this campaign as a starting point, the tribe officially implemented the merit system and, based on Nestor's proposal, some improvements were made. Merit will not only be limited to military merit, but will also be further extended to scientific research, and military merit will be divided into two categories, Medal of Honor and Memorial Medal. Among them, Medal of Honor is inseparable from science and military, and can be divided into several levels according to the importance and source of honor. First of all, the source of honor is divided into 4 categories. Category 1. Major strategic decision-making success or failure related to the survival of the tribe, and major scientific research results that are the first of their time. Category 2. Important strategic decision-making success or failure, important scientific research results. Category 3. Key strategic success or failure, key scientific research results. Category 4. Usual strategic success or failure, usual scientific research results. Secondly, the degree of participation is divided into 5 levels. Level 1. Playing a decisive role. Level 2. Playing a major role. Level 3. Playing a key role. Level 4. Playing an important role. Level 5. Making outstanding contributions. The level of medals that the recipients can obtain are determined by combining the source of honor and the level of participation. For example, the first-class person who plays a decisive role in important strategic decisions related to the survival of the tribe, or person who plays a decisive role in major scientific research projects that are groundbreaking, will be awarded the first-class Blazing Sun Medal. The symbol of this medal is the first-generation fire-starting rune that has been transformed according to the sun pattern, symbolizing the survival and establishment of the tribe. Those who are category 1, level 2, such as play a major role in important strategic decisions concerning the survival of the ethnic group, or category 2, level 1, such as play a decisive role in important strategic decisions, will be awarded the second class Black Forest medal, the symbol of which is a simple drawing of the Black Forest map, symbolizing the stability of the ethnic group. After that, there will be the third class Mother Tree medal to be awarded to the first class third level, second class second level and third class first level, which will be marked by a simple drawing of a giant tree, symbolizing the development of the ethnic group. There will also be the fourth class Great River medal to be awarded to the first class fourth level, second class third level, third class second level and fourth class first level, which will be marked by simple drawings of the Black River and the White River, symbolizing the growth of the ethnic group. There will also be the 5th class Steelwood medal to be awarded to the 1st class 5th level, 2nd class 4th level, 3rd class 3rd level and 4th class 2nd level, which will be marked by a Steelwood leaf, symbolizing the progress of the ethnic group. There will be the 6th class Dragon Bonewood medal to be awarded to the 2nd class 5th level, 3rd class 4th level and 4th class 3rd level, which will be marked by a simple drawing of a Dragon Bonewood bridge, symbolizing the conquest of the ethnic group. The 7th class Crowned Wheat medal will be awarded to the 3rd class 5th level and 4th class 4th level, with the symbol of a crowned wheat ear, symbolizing the abundance of the tribe. The 8th class Dedication medal will be awarded to the 4th class 5th level, with the symbol of a spear and a feather pen crossing on a microscope, symbolizing the cornerstone of the tribe. In this battle, the Great Fang was calm and composed, and made a good balance between casualties and victory. Whether in the war process, or in the subsequent negotiations, he has a commendable performance. Since this battle was classified by the Parliament as a key strategy concerning the suzerainty and intellectual rights of the Great North's third class, and the Great Fang's command was defined as playing a key role third level, therefore, the comprehensive assessment is third class third level, and the Great Fang will be awarded the 5th class Steel and Wood medal to commend his contribution to the progress of the tribe. Although the other commanders were also discussed, whether to issue the 5th class honor related to command separately, they were eventually rejected by the Parliament due to various problems in their command process. In addition, 1. In the early stage of the siege, the vanguard group composed of 300 trolls took uncertain risks, and tested the army. 2. In the middle of the siege, the first landing group composed of 600 trolls attacked the city wall. While causing casualties, they successfully dragged a large number of horned hoof elites into the battle, which provided a prerequisite for the huge casualties of the enemy. When the city wall collapsed later. 3. The expeditionary cavalry corps led by Dabba used the underground caves made by the witch doctors to attack the city, killing and shocking a large number of enemy troops, which was an indispensable part of winning this battle. 4. The traveler troops used their own strength to limit the enemy's strength in the city, creating strong marching conditions for the large army. 5. The giant counterweight catapult is undoubtedly one of the most important factors in breaking the city. The contributions of all members of the 1st Mechanical Research Institute and the trolls who participated in the construction on the front line cannot be ignored. 6. Whether it is the construction of the forward base, the containment of the shaman power in the north of the city, the excavation of the cave, or the creation of post-war chaos, the 7 witch doctors representing the Rune Council have made outstanding contributions. Therefore, the most outstanding performers in the above groups in this battle will be rated as Class 3, Level 5 by the Council, and will receive the 7th class crown and wheat medal. The remaining trolls who participated in the above battles or related research projects will receive the 8th class medal. In addition, all participants in this battle will also receive the Great Northern Battle Medal and the Special Battle Medal they have participated in, but it is not counted as the Medal of Honor. In addition to honor, material rewards are also indispensable. In terms of money, the 5th class medal rewards enough Black Forest coins to eat for free for 2 years. The 6th class medal rewards 1 year, the 7th class medal rewards half a year, and the 8th class medal rewards 1 month. As for the way out, first of all, those officers who are already in service will be able to enter the higher officer school that is being planned for further study. The school lacks teaching materials and teachers. In short, it is poor and blank, and has almost nothing except classrooms. As the first batch of students, they are both teachers and students. They will summarize their experience in collective discussions and explore a set of materials that can be taught and learned, shouldering a very important mission. And those conscripts who are not in service will be provided with quotas to enter active service and become a member of the elite standing force of the tribe. In addition to such rewards related to the way out and wealth, the Rune Council made a more controversial decision. In the subsequent related plans, if the tree embryo progresses smoothly, it will replace the natural breeding and become the main way for the tribe to increase its population. In addition to the starting point of population sublimation, there are two other considerations that play an important reference role in it. On the one hand, it is to ensure the birth rate. During the period of pregnancy, when the pregnancy is not obvious, there is a high probability that the early fertilized eggs will be digested by the mother's self-protection, and the pregnancy test of the headquarters is quite troublesome. Therefore, in order to give the new life in the gestation more opportunities to be born, in vitro fertilization has become the best choice at this stage. On the other hand, it is also to liberate the female productivity. In the previous policy, once a pregnant woman is found, she must be taken to the headquarters for unified protection, which is not only to protect the mother, but also to protect the normal development of the fetus. During pregnancy, females will not be able to participate in battles or carry out high-intensity labor for several years after giving birth. In order to feed, females will only be able to carry out activities around their children for a long time, even if a collective feeding system is adopted. And once the elf is completed in the future, the corresponding pregnancy and growth period are also likely to increase at that time. The centralized policy of waiting for childbirth and the various inconveniences during pregnancy and after pregnancy will not only occupy a large number of valuable labor resources in the tribe, but also very likely to become an important hidden danger of the differentiation of social status between males and females in the future. And the targeted solution, at this stage, is also the most promising tree embryo. In the assumption, the elf cubs will spend the embryo period and lactation period in the tree eggs, and enter the preschool education stage directly after birth. Females only need to provide eggs regularly during this process, and they do not need to personally conceive or breastfeed. And what does this have to do with honoring? It is related to a law discovered in the study of Warcraft, that is, the strong give birth to the strong, and the weak give birth to the weak, and the strength of life is closely related to the strength of its reproductive cell provider. In addition, Nestor had previously said intentionally or unintentionally, and the witch doctors basically acquiesced to the genetic factor theory, which made the tribe, especially the witch doctors, look at the birth of new life with a bit of utilitarianism. Since, compared with ordinary trolls, the offspring of the strong have a greater probability of becoming strong, then why not just use their reproductive cells to cultivate a better next generation? This idea has become the mainstream thought among the witch doctors, but it makes Nestor feel deeply uncomfortable. Moreover, even if we don't consider his feelings, once such behavior is confirmed, it is very likely that the witch doctors will become reactionaries in the hearts of the people in the future. But, is there any reason for the witch doctor's thoughts? It seems that there is. Therefore, after many rounds of discussions, the Rune Council, or the advanced witch doctors at a higher level, made a compromised decision, that is, to change the current mainstream thought of giving priority to the offspring of the strong to giving priority to the offspring of the meritorious. From then on, the reproductive cells of the honored will be transferred to the sperm bank and egg bank, and become the priority contributors of genetic information in the tribe's subsequent tree embryo plan. In other words, all trolls who have made significant contributions to the tribe will have a greater chance of passing on their genetic information to future generations, regardless of whether they are male or female. In addition, in order to take care of the victims and pass their genetic information to future generations, it was decided to keep some of their somatic cells as samples before cremating the victims. In addition, for the trolls that were sacrificed earlier, the tombs of heroes were opened, and a part of the bones that were not burned by the flames were cut off for preservation. The somatic cells and bone cell samples of these dead will be sleeping in the cell dormancy bank, and their genetic information will be extracted for refertilization when the technology matures in the future. There may be various difficulties, especially for those martyrs who have been cremated. The process of extracting genetic information and refertilization may be hindered, but this should be a problem worth overcoming. And such a plan may be more recognized by the public in the future. In addition to those who were awarded in this battle, the Rune Council also proposed posthumous awards for previous meritorious service. The first to be nominated were naturally Nestor, Coarse Teeth, Sharp Teeth, the deceased Old Witch Doctor, and the Witch Doctors who later made outstanding contributions to the construction of the refrigerator tree, the improvement of crown wheat, the development of dragon bone wood, etc. Among them, Nestor was nominated for at least 3 first-class Great Sun medals and 4 second-class Black Forest medals for his research or war merits in Witch Doctor Road, Runes, Refrigerator Tree, Cave Wolf, etc. Sharp Teeth and Coarse Teeth, the 2 Witch Doctors, were also nominated for 1 Scorching Sun medal and multiple Black Forest medals for their major pioneering achievements in Plant Department and Warcraft Department and the many projects they participated in. Because they felt somewhat awkward and ashamed of awarding themselves medals, Nestor, Sharp Fang and Coarse Fang originally wanted to refuse, but there were more than 3 of them nominated, and if they refused for the sake of face, the other Witch Doctors would seem embarrassed to be awarded medals as well. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, Nestor decided to accept a first-class Blazing Sun medal, and Coarse Fang and Sharp Fang, in order to reflect the difference in merit between themselves, and Nestor chose to accept a second-class Black Forest medal, so that the rest of the Witch Doctors could also be awarded posthumously. Under such circumstances, the absent Ashura and the Witch Doctors with key scientific research results or key combat performance, such as Ship Fang, received the 3rd and 4th class medals respectively, and other Witch Doctors who participated in important projects and important battles, and contributed considerable results also received corresponding medals of various levels. Although it can be said that everyone is happy and the tribe fell into a period of carnival, the choice of Nestor and the other 3 Witch Doctors has caused a result that they could not predict, which is neither good nor bad. I have always adhered to such a concept. That is, when conducting historical research, we should not deliberately blur the greed and sins of our ancestors because of our origins. Historians should uphold a realistic heart to faithfully record and analyze everything that has happened. But now, many historians cannot do this. The most obvious example is our research on the Great Northern Campaign, an important part of early history. The Great Northern Campaign carried out in the early rune calendar is defined by today's historians as a just verdict, and the authorities' treatment of the northern indigenous races at that time is defined as a grant of peace. This is undoubtedly absurd. Whether it is the documents discovered later, or the development of history, they all prove the sinister intentions of the ancestors when making decisions. The cause of the war was not justice, but the authorities' greed for land, which is reflected in many documents, and the clan system and treaty-making template that were born from this became the first cry of the tragic fate of many civilized races in and outside the world. Countless races that should have been unified and had almost the same appearance were divided by language and culture imposed by the suzerain. Endless heavy debts and malicious distribution bills made groundless hatred and never-ending wars the eternal theme among various clans. But even so, even though blood and wronged souls resounded throughout the world, the historical community still wanted to cover it with a holy glow. Its disregard for documents and disregard for facts can be seen from this. The call of historical justice. Bertramst had cried to death. I didn't catch up before 0 o'clock. RRR. I'm so angry. It was clearly 59 points when I posted it. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 203 Harvest and Reorganization. Big Cats and Elves, 10,000 words. As the priests finished, and the honors were awarded, some of the information brought back from the Horned Hoof tribe immediately attracted the attention of most of the senior officials of the headquarters. In addition to the profound knowledge preserved in the ancestral altar in an unknown way, each clan actually also possessed a part of the inheritance. These inheritances involved prospecting, metallurgy, winner making, warrior training, textiles, leather, etc., most of which were the areas in which the clans were good at. Think about it, even if the altar mastered most of the knowledge, how could these clans know nothing about the areas they were good at? Therefore, after wiping out the sacrificial group by means of borrowing a knife to kill people, the expeditionary army, which had no more scruples, began to plunder related matters unscrupulously. They captured the key talents of the clan in related industries, and asked them to either recite the technology or hand over the hidden record books, so that they gradually mastered a large amount of related knowledge. And now, the headquarters has taken it in its hands. The content of it has played a role in the technological progress of the tribe. It can't be said to be immediate, but it can also be said to be a great benefit. In terms of materials, although the plant materials mastered by the Department of Tooth have various special advantages, their disadvantages in plasticity cannot be ignored. The vast majority of wood, regardless of its toughness, cannot be processed without reduction processing such as cutting, and in this process, due to different product requirements, a lot of scraps that cannot be used will inevitably be produced. Moreover, once the wood material is damaged due to wear, breakage, etc., it will basically become waste. In addition to being used as the raw material of wood, stone and concrete, there is no other room for use. The reason is that wood cannot be recycled. Waste scraps are wasted, and damaged products are waste. There is almost no way to recycle them. Metals are different in this regard. Whether it is processing residues or damaged products, whether it is difficult or easy, there is always a corresponding treatment method. Under high temperature smelting, most metals can be reprocessed. The difference between metal materials and wood materials in this regard determines that even if the latter is improved to a terrifying height by witch doctors, the former still has a wide range of uses. For example, agricultural tools, production tools such as axes and saws, and the shells of mechanical equipment, even some minor parts of machine tools, as long as it meets the following points, that is, 1. The demand is large and there is a need for damage. 2. The appearance is complex and inconvenient to process. 3. There are certain requirements for strength and toughness, but the requirements are not high, then such products have the possibility of using metal materials. Therefore, even if high-strength fields such as turning tools and boring tools are temporarily the fields of plant materials, but in terms of civilian and minor industrial products, metal materials still have great potential. The technology mastered by the horned hoof species has extremely high reference value in this regard. In the field of exploration, they take experience first and summarize the method of determining the type of ore veins based on terrain, soil and stone color. In the field of mining, from mining to coarse screening, the horned hoof species also have rich experience accumulation. In the field of processing, they have mastered the smelting methods of precious metals and several common minerals, and have a preliminary alloy processing plan. The tribe compiled this series of experiences, based on practical operations into a book, and set up a prospecting team, to find the veins first. After that, a special metal research institute was established to study the characteristics and development direction of several metal samples obtained from the Hornhoof tribe. In addition, in other technical aspects, the Hornhoof tribe also mastered wool spinning, leather processing and other technologies that are better than the teeth. In the field of planting, in addition to crown wheat, they also have several economic crops, such as spindle grass, sweet wheat, oil fruit tree and so on. Among them, the spindle grass can be used for textiles, and its fruit is white and silky. After soaking, dehydration, rubbing, weaving and other processing methods, its product is white and thin, and it is a kind of high-end style fabric that is very popular in the north. Sweet wheat has a considerable sweetness, and an orange-yellow sugar can be extracted from it. The yield is not high, but the value is extremely high. Oil fruit can be refined into vegetable oil, which is a substitute for animal oil, and is very popular in some high-ranking noble circles in the north. In terms of animal husbandry, in addition to the high-yield wool livestock that the tribe had secretly captured before, The Horned Hoof tribe also domesticated several types of small poultry. Although they are small in size, they can also become a dietary supplement for the trolls in terms of meat and eggs. In addition, in the field of brewing mentioned long ago, the expeditionary force also brought back almost complete production methods from high-end to low-end, as well as initial raw materials such as brewing koji. Unlike metal smelting, which requires a lot of effort to study before it can achieve success, the above mentioned are the kind of physical objects and technologies that can be digested by the tribe in a short period of time and immediately improve the living standards of the tribe. Therefore, the Rune Academy and the executive government immediately launched relevant research plans, in which the technology must be mastered, the plants must be localized, and the output must be increased. In short, the Horned Hoof tribe fell, and the teeth were full, and after this battle, the tribe really got a lot of unexpected benefits. After the various related harvests were sorted out and disposed of, the various policy adjustments that had been prepared before were also launched one after another. First, there is the planned active retirement system, as well as the implementation of the officer system and non-commissioned officer system. According to the regulations implemented by the tribe before, officers must be directly linked to the size of the troops they command. The captain actually leads a 625-member combat team, and the captains, squadron leaders, and squadron leaders under him also correspond to the size of their respective troops. In the new plan, in order to achieve the purpose of elite militia and mass reserve officers, the Military Association, under the leadership of Nestor, has established a rank system and plans to reorganize the elite standing army. The YA department currently has a total of 33,000 trolls, including nearly 30,000 sub-adult and middle-aged trolls. These 30,000 trolls basically form a basic production unit of 10 people. In the new plan, each production team will be divided into 3 batches. Each batch will be for a period of 9 years, and 1 troll will be drawn to serve in the standing army. In general, the grassroots soldiers of the headquarters standing army will be kept at a scale of 3,000 all year round, and about 1/3 of its members will be rotated every 3 years. In addition, grassroots soldiers will be divided into 5 classes of privates. 12,345, according to their seniority. In peacetime, the private class is upgraded every 3 years, and the highest class is Private 3 when retiring normally. In wartime, the private class will be upgraded according to the number of battles directly participated in, and the highest class can be Private 1. However, the private class is only related to the retirement treatment. Once they have made meritorious service in the battle and are awarded medals, no matter what class they were at the time, they can be transferred to non-commissioned officers immediately. Non-commissioned officers have a longer service period than privates. Even if the normal 9-year service period expires, they can choose to stay in the army and participate in officer training at the headquarters. Non-commissioned officers are both soldiers and students. If there is no war during their service, they can upgrade their non-commissioned officer grades through assessments every 3 years. The non-commissioned officer grade is directly linked to the service period. From the moment they become non-commissioned officers of the 5th class can serve in the army for 10 years. During these 10 years, non-commissioned officers of the 5th class have always received various military training, ranging from the application of technical arms to combat command. Once they pass the assessment, they can be promoted to 4th class non-commissioned officers, and their service years can be increased by another 10 years. The same applies to the promotion of non-commissioned officers of all levels thereafter. For example, the highest 1st class non-commissioned officers can serve in the army for up to 9 plus 50 years, if they have no intention of retiring. But when they become 2nd class non-commissioned officers and 1st class non-commissioned officers, their responsibilities in the army are not just as trainees, but they will also have more teaching tasks to train other juniors in the army. Non-commissioned officers are the backbone of the standing army. In addition to the assessment of individual combat effectiveness, their promotion assessment will also focus on command ability, intelligence analysis ability, command comprehension ability, command expression ability, etc., which are special ability assessments related to war command. Once a war breaks out, the designated standing army units will recruit and expand the conscripts. Among them, the 5th class non-commissioned officers will be promoted to temporary second lieutenants and command a wartime conscript squad, or become flag officers and other technical arms according to their strengths. The 4th class non-commissioned officers will be promoted to temporary lieutenants, and the 3rd class non-commissioned officers will be promoted to temporary captains, and they will be in charge of a wartime conscript squadron, or the chief of the corresponding technical arms. The 2nd class non-commissioned officers will be promoted to temporary majors, and the 1st class non-commissioned officers will be promoted to temporary lieutenant colonels, or they will be in charge of a wartime conscript battalion, or become the chief of the corresponding technical arms, or enter the command system, and become the staff of the army leader. As the non-commissioned officers accumulate merit in the war, their temporary military ranks will have the opportunity to be converted to formal military ranks, and they will truly become the most backbone of the tribe. In addition, the highest permanent in-service rank of the standing army will temporarily remain at the level of lieutenant colonel, and they will usually serve as the captains of various arms battalions. And because the establishment of the standing army is limited, the formal lieutenants and colonels at all levels will be further divided into 2 categories, active and reserve, and they will be converted alternately according to a certain number of years. Among them, the current active officers will stay in the army to lead the corresponding troops at all levels, while the current reserve officers will either be transferred to teaching positions or sent to other garrisons to be responsible for militia training. The highest ranking officers at the current stage at the level of captain-in-chief will all become reserve colonels in peacetime and return to active service as formal colonels in wartime. They may be idle and on standby in the headquarters, or become teaching training non-commissioned officers. Those who are interested can also become generals and ministers and serve in the executive government, provided that they must be in a non-active state. As for the higher level quasi-junior, middle, senior and senior 5th level generals, although Nestor also proposed the corresponding concept, since there is no need for it in the establishment for the time being, it will be shelved and left for future use. After the establishment of such organizational restructuring plan, the corresponding standing army recruitment and discharge regulations were naturally issued afterwards. The regulations are divided into 2 parts, recruitment and discharge. The former stipulates the service requirements of local production teams, the treatment of non-commissioned officers at all levels, and the treatment regulations, prohibitions, and requirements for active and reserve officers. The latter stipulates various conditions for discharge. For example, if non-commissioned officers of grades 5 to 3 fail to meet the assessment and promotion requirements, and their corresponding service years have reached the limit, they will be discharged from the army and return to the civilian population to become reserve forces. Although non-commissioned officers of grades 1 and 2 will also be discharged according to their years of service, most of them will be re-employed by military academies to become full-time teaching positions. Only those who have been transferred to regular officers after meritorious service and awarded medals will be transferred to the full discharge system for their return. If regular officers have not made any mistakes, they will at most circulate between active and reserve, and the latter is also half in the military system. In addition to the above mentioned major changes, the rectification plan for the Far Traveler Force has also been implemented. In this adjustment, most of the members of the Far Traveler Force were withdrawn from the military and reorganized into the Far Traveler Exploration Department in the executive government sequence. The department is dedicated to external exploration activities, and the former deputy commander of the force, Zuoerenites, was transferred to the reserve officer and served as the director of the department and was eligible to attend the directors meeting. And the former commander Cui Wenlites, with a small number of backbone forces of the original Far Traveler Force as a core, reorganized and expanded it into the Intelligence Suppression Corps under the instruction of the Military Council, specializing in frontline intelligence suppression and sabotage behind enemy lines. And considering that the force is still in its infancy, Cui Wenli became a rare active colonel in non-wartime, and will be directly responsible for reconstruction. These 2 sister departments that were differentiated from the Far Traveler Force have since taken 2 completely different development paths, one political and one military. At the beginning of their establishment, they each had different difficult problems to be solved. The former, facing this little known world, needed to do a lot of preparation, the selection of key exploration directions, the handling of secondary exploration directions, the planning of exploration methods, the choice of totems, etc. all needed to be explored almost from scratch. The latter was no less difficult. The Intelligence Suppression Corps was a regular army unit dedicated to war, and the special mission it carried required the unit to control the balance between obedience and initiative. The unit could neither walk alone again nor let the grassroots become array infantry that completely obeyed orders. In addition, a series of changes in tactics also needed to be explored again. After this, the Black Forest First Bank was founded. In this regard, Nestor gave some suggestions, based on his memories of his previous life, but since he himself had not done any related work, he only roughly knew the basic concepts such as issuing currency, savings, loans, raising and reducing interest rates, so after making a rough plan, he handed it over to some interested apprentices, to explore on their own. This is just a bank in its infancy, and it will not be deeply involved in the financial operation of the tribe for the time being. But aren't there 3 new clan alliances in the north? Aren't they the best experimental sites? Therefore, Nestor sent the bank there, letting it lay eggs in the shell of its northern branch and cross the river, by feeling the stones on the horned hoof alliances. After exploring the general business process of the bank, and figuring out the problems that will arise in its actual operation, he will open up complex businesses in the Black Forest. In addition, the initial training of the 13,000 new trolls of the naturalized tribe has been completed. After the executive government has found out the production status of building materials such as tracks, it plans to launch a large wave of construction of 2 tracks directly. That is, the central south line of the headquarters Holy Mountain Station at Styria Region Southeast Station, and the headquarters Northeastern Gap line connecting the Northeastern Gap Mountain area. The former allows the headquarters to better control the southeastern region of the Black Forest, while the latter, while holding the reins in the northeastern region, further supports the construction of the reclamation group in the northeastern mountain gap. The executive government plans to complete the construction of these 2 lines in 3 to 5 years, thereby consolidating the headquarters' control over the Black Forest. In addition to these policy changes in the headquarters, the 6 remaining troll tribes in the Black Forest, except for the Ya tribe, have recently embarked on a journey to develop the west bank of the Black River with the help of the executive government. Under the instigation of the executive government and the temptation of interests, they boldly sent out 500 trolls each, and together with the unreturned personnel who had supported the Ya tribe in advance, they began to build farms under the noses of the 4 major bases of the Ya tribe on the west bank. To this end, the headquarters provided a large number of high-yield crop seeds, taught advanced agricultural technology, provided advanced production tools, planned excellent tax bills, and provided convenient transportation conditions, which soon helped them settle down in that area. As a result, the wolves were busy suppressing bandits in the mountains, the 6 departments were busy with the construction of new territories, the horned-hoofed species were busy with post-war production recovery, and the tooth department was busy with various projects and the establishment of reclamation areas near and far. At this point, the Great Northern Campaign and a series of events derived from it finally came to an end, and the vast Black Forest and the Northern Plateau once again fell into a peaceful and busy development period. At this time, Nestor, who had finished dealing with many policy affairs, also joined a group of witch doctors stationed in the headquarters and once again focused on the research related to elfization. The first embryo was still in the development stage, but just the series of changes that occurred at this time made the witch doctors dazzled and overwhelmed. Since the eggshell of the tree embryo was adjusted to be transparent, this was the first time that the witch doctors were able to observe the complete development process of the troll larvae with their naked eyes. During the observation, the witch doctors found that the embryo showed obvious tail characteristics in the middle stage of the development of the fertilized egg, that is, the stage when it just began to take shape. After that, the gill-like structure showed traces under the neck, and in the observation of the internal organs using sound waves, it was found that in addition to the brain and heart, the auditory organ was the first organ to develop, and then, the adult troll's already degenerated accessory lung took the lead. It was not until the middle and late stages of the embryo that the visual organs and olfactory organs began to develop, and the accessory lung was also suppressed and completely replaced by the current respiratory system. In addition, the embryo also showed the outline of scales during the development process, but in the later stage, before it was completely formed, it underwent a structural transformation and turned into a thick rubber-like skin on the body surface. Of course, the embryo's epidermis is not yet thick. Even ordinary naturally bred trolls can only have sufficiently solid epidermis after they grow to the subadult stage. In addition, the development pattern of the limbs is also a bit strange. Not only is the length ratio of the joints and bones very different from that of the complete troll, but there is also a vague webbing structure between its 5 claws at the beginning, until the late embryonic stage, when the troll fetus is basically formed. The bones gradually change, and the webbing disappears, becoming the appearance that a terrestrial upright species should have. Combining the above characteristics, the witch doctors have reached a clearer conclusion, based on their previous inferences. That is, the ancestors of the trolls should be reptiles living in volcanoes. Before crawling out of the volcano, the sensory organ they rely on most should be hearing, and the air they breathe is likely not the effective component in the current air. Of course, these are all ambiguous archaeological results, and are not the main expectations of the witch doctors at this stage. This observation lasted for 7 years. After the first 3 years, the normal troll embryo should have been fully developed, and the mother was about to enter the delivery stage, but the tree embryo in front of them seemed to be stuck, and it took a long time to show a complete outline, still maintaining the appearance of a reptile. It was not until the 4th year that the appearance of a troll fetus began to show its outline inside, and began to change in the direction of an upright creature. In this process of change, the witch doctors observed what they expected: elfization. The wrinkles on its skin, the shape of the spine, the shape of the skull, and even the details of the eyes and ears gradually had outlines similar to those of the 3 witch doctors: Ashura, coarse fangs, and sharp fangs. When the muscles began to develop further, the witch doctors found that its overall structure was obviously more slender than that of a regular troll fetus, but under the detection of sound waves, it was found that its strength seemed to increase rather than decrease. Not only that, the fetus's skeletal structure was becoming denser, and the functions of organs such as the heart and lungs were more vigorous. As its skin color gradually turned purple, the fetus's demand for nutrition was gradually reduced. Finally, when the embryo developed to the point where it could be born smoothly according to the witch doctor's estimation, more than 2 years had passed again. The original gestation period of the troll was 3 years, and this embryo took a full 7 years from the fertilized egg stage to reach a level sufficient to support birth. It was a bit slow, but the witch doctors were not frustrated, because all the data obtained from the observation showed that this little guy was a creature at the critical point, and according to the results of the model calculation, once it developed for a few more years after birth, it would become a complete advanced creature. This means that the life essence of the little guy will be the same as that of the advanced witch doctor. The only difference is the accumulation of quantity over time. It is also worth mentioning that in the long years of evolution, the trolls gradually change the birth stage of their offspring in order to adapt to their own upright needs. If compared with other creatures, their newborns can actually be considered premature babies. This can be seen from the fragility of troll infants. Unlike the strength of mature individuals, the little trolls are not resistant to fire, hunger, and have little strength. The bone density is not as dense as water, and they look like hemiplegia. Although this one grows on a tree, its priority mode of development also shows that it has inherited this point, and the witch doctor's model calculation is actually carried out according to this model. Therefore, if we really want to talk about it, if we calculate it according to the more common birth after complete development in nature, and move its birth time back, then this new life is a real creature that has advanced once on the basis of the troll since birth. Nestor had already thought of the name of her and the future tribe, Elves, and they were the Sun Elves, that symbolize the sun and endless energy. At this time, Ashura had returned. Even if calculated according to Nestor's concept of time in his previous life, 7 years was a considerable span, not to mention in this world. During these 7 years, many changes have taken place in the tribe inside and outside. Since the words extend from Ashura, let's start with her achievements. After Ashura replaced Sharp Fang and entered the mountains, she first consolidated the trust between her and some black saber-toothed beasts, based on the maps and tokens left by the latter. During that time, it happened to be the time when the wolves were frantically hunting the monsters in the mountains. A large number of lone black saber-toothed beasts were killed by groups of lord wolves who sneaked into the mountains with their subordinates. Ashura used her affinity, that she didn't know where it came from, told the facts, and reasoned. In more than a year, she barely integrated more than 10 black saber-toothed beasts, and began to resist the attacks of the wolves. Although they don't have as sensitive noses as wolves, and can't capture the target's traces outside the field of vision, Ashura has an advanced witch doctor's super strong detection range, which is not much inferior to the wolf's nose. So under her leadership, the saber-toothed beasts who were unwilling to accept each other, and occasionally fought each other, began to fight guerrilla warfare in the mountains. Ashura used the wolf to transform into a leader, disrupted the enemy's encirclement rhythm, and put teams of wolves into the encirclement to strangle them. In this way, the guerrillas successfully rescued many saber-toothed beasts, and then started the anti-encirclement and suppression operation with a larger team. This good situation lasted for more than half a year until a pair of wolf kings found that something was wrong and entered the mountain in person. When the 2 wolf kings entered the mountain, the guerrillas immediately encountered a crisis, and after paying a very painful price, they barely escaped from the encirclement of the wolf pack. After learning from the painful experience, Ashura led the guerrillas to fight in the territories of other wolf kings. They took advantage of the time difference when the wolf kings in each region did not react, and abducted and forcibly kidnapped more than 60 black saber-toothed beasts. And the wolf kings could not stay in the mountains forever. The team that expanded again took advantage of the wolf king's return, and wandered among the mountains facing the wolf king's jurisdictions, repeating the previous abduction and rescue activities. When the increasing casualties attracted the attention of the wolf kings again, and half of the wolf kings showed a tendency to stay in the mountains, the black saber-toothed beasts led by Ashura had to detour to the northeast, withdraw from the mountains and forests, and embarked on the road to return to their headquarters. But even so, the black saber-toothed beasts that escaped the disaster in the 12 Wolf King regions have basically come to Ashura by now. After 3 years of fighting together, these arrogant black cats have come to recognize each other to some extent, and Ashura, with her affinity and brave fighting ability, plus many of the big cats were rescued from the wolves by her team, has a very high status in the team, almost equivalent to the leader. Therefore, the work of abducting these more than 100 black cats and some cubs back to the headquarters went very smoothly. And these black saber-toothed beasts, which are less than 150 in size, may be the only remaining population of them in the mountains of millions of square kilometers. Since Ashura led them back 3 years ago, these big cats have been arranged in the eastern Black Forest. Although the Fang department intends to keep them in captivity, these are creatures that yearn for solitude and freedom after all. Therefore, after making the 3 rules with Ashura, that no attack on trolls, no hunting of trolls big and small beasts, and at least come back to see her once a year, these big cats, whose reproductive cells have been left, dispersed into the Black Forest. In the following 3 years, they did abide by the agreement. Not only did no reports of big cats harming people and livestock appear in the various strongholds, but at different times of the year, some of them would return to the headquarters to look for Ashura. The request she made was certainly not out of missing, but because the tribe needed them to provide more reproductive cells. The process is more troublesome. Males are easy to deal with, and they can be forced to jerk off after hypnosis. Females have to undergo surgery to extract eggs after hypnosis. However, more convenient sperm relieving drugs and ovulation drugs are already being studied. Although they are all drugs prepared for trolls, they can be used on these black big cats after some modification. Maybe it will be much more convenient at that time. In addition to the story of Ashura and the black big cat, the 2 rail lines planned by the executive government have also been completed, and a new track leading to the northern plateau is being built in the north. However, during the construction of the first two roads, the executive government's re-education of naturalized people has basically been completed. Therefore, before the construction of this new road began, they replaced at least 3/4 of the laborers. Of course, with the previous experience of public outrage, this recruitment was carried out cautiously under the supervision of the Tribune. The recruited laborers basically retained their complete production team organization, so there were no other problems. In addition, the training of the standing army was gradually getting on track after the initial pain period. 2 rounds of new recruits from the production teams had been recruited, and those veterans who had been in the army for decades were gradually being sergeanted and retired, and gradually being carried out in accordance with the regulations. Although Nestor could come up with this regulation and that bill with just a few words, there were considerable difficulties to be solved in the implementation process. The pain mentioned earlier was the veteran retirement problem. That was the most headache for the executors among these difficulties. It has been decades since the establishment of the first squadron of off-duty soldiers, and the subsequent rounds of military expansion have also experienced a long span. This means that there are a group of trolls who have served for at least 50 years in the army, and several other groups have served for more than 40 or 30 years. The oldest group is the elite force that witnessed the entire history of the army's reorganization. After so many years of experience, they were either killed in battle or promoted. Those who survived to this day must be middle and lower level officers. For such veterans, the headquarters will not easily arrange for them to retire without their active request. And the subsequent groups have also experienced several major battles, and many of them can be awarded medals posthumously. For this part, of course, we will do what we should do. After entering the non-commissioned officer stage, we will be selected through learning and assessment. During this period, those who can be promoted will be promoted, and those who cannot be promoted will be retired. There will be a large buffer period for processing. But there is also a part that, due to bad luck or other reasons, has served for such a long time and has not been able to make any real contributions. The number of this part is actually not small, because in almost all wars, the YA department has an overwhelming advantage. According to the current merit reward model, naturally not so many merits are generated. Therefore, many trolls do not meet the conditions to become non-commissioned officers, and according to the system, they can only retire and return to the civilian population. Among these trolls, most have stayed in the army for 20 to 30 years, and some have stayed for more than 10 years to several years. How should they be arranged after retirement? Can they adapt to life outside the army? These are all things that need to be considered. Finally, after many discussions, a preliminary charter for them was set. Among them, those who have served for more than 9 years can stay in the headquarters, or go to other places after retirement. For the former, after issuing real estate and retirement security funds according to the highest standards, the executive government will take over their work arrangements, find suitable production teams to place them, and help them start a new life as soon as possible. After such a round of tossing, the tribe has created a group of rich people. On the one hand, they hope to make certain compensation, and on the other hand, they also want to try to revitalize the market. For the latter, in addition to the above arrangements, they can also enter the militia training system of each garrison, so as to retain a part of the feeling of the army, and when there is a need for war in the future, the headquarters also promises to recruit them first. As for those who are less than 9 years old, they will first follow the normal conscription process, and then reasonably divert them in batches after the latest stipulated time limit is reached. After arranging a batch and delaying a batch in this way, the standing army finally began to breathe in the trolls according to the ideas of Nestor and the military council. If the situation develops smoothly, there will be more and more elites and reserve officers. Of course, all these require time to accumulate, and they cannot be achieved overnight. Turning back to the witch doctors, it is naturally impossible for all witch doctors to stare at the only embryo in 7 years. Most witch doctors also have other work arrangements. With the completion of the absorption of the medium-sized tribes that surrendered before, the 17 witch doctors of the old system who were incorporated into the Rune Council at the same time also completed the road conversion during this period, which made the tribe suddenly have more witch doctor power. However, with so many witch doctors, in the face of the various tasks they performed in these 7 years, they are still somewhat stretched. Because treeborn embryos require more than just the combination of sperm and egg. The transformation of treeborn egg beds, the regularization of the corresponding nutrient transmission structure inside them, and the cultivation of semi-vegetative placentas all require the witch doctors to operate personally. Most of the witch doctors outside the embryo observation group have actually been carrying out related work in this regard over the past few years. To this day, until the first elf is half mature, with the joint efforts of many witch doctors, there are already a full 1,000 mature egg beds on the mother tree. This is the optimal number rounded off after comprehensive calculation, based on the energy supply capacity of the cave wolf and the nutrient supply capacity of the mother tree. Once this limit is exceeded, the energy supply of the above two parties, especially the former, is likely to fall into a state of deficit, resulting in reduced cultivation efficiency. There is also a solution, which is to continue to deepen the erosion of the cave wolf by the probe in the giant tree. In fact, the tribe has been making continuous efforts in this regard. Although the progress is a bit slow, it cannot be said that there is no progress. Therefore, in the future, the number of egg beds will inevitably increase slowly until the cave wolf really loses balance one day. Correspondingly, the supporting facilities such as the reproductive cell dormancy culture chamber and activation chamber inside the giant tree have also been basically prepared. The follow-up is the further optimization of the expansion of the corresponding chambers, the improvement of effects, and the automatic operation, etc. These need to be accumulated slowly, and look forward to the progress of related technologies. As for the basic conditions alone, it can now be said that everything is ready, and only Nestor will issue the order of success, start the next stage, and the mother tree can start to cultivate thousands of new elf embryos at the same time. However, this kind of thing must be more cautious. Anyway, there is no wolf chasing and biting behind, so Nestor decided to observe for a while for safety. Do you want to induce labor? Ashura next to her asked, looking at the fetus that had developed and was ready to be born. Don't worry, let her spend the larval period in the egg first. Are you going to let them spend the larval period before being born in the future? Ashura glanced at her husband strangely and then asked again. Of course, if they are born early, they will only poop, pee and sleep. Can't they still do it in the embryo? Why not just wait until they develop to a point where they have complete consciousness and can start learning before releasing them? Otherwise, they will have to be fed, and extra labor will be arranged to take care of these fragile little guys. Isn't that equivalent to giving up a big advantage? Okay. Coarse teeth. Dilute the cave wolf cell extract and add some nutrients. From now on, you can increase the supply appropriately. We need to find the most efficient way. Understood. After the order was issued, the observation team began to adjust the amount and speed of nutrient supply. After that, they will comprehensively consider consumption and growth rate, and constantly adjust the supply plan until the optimal value is found. Because he was expelled from the history department of Central University in his early years, Mr. Bertramsted has long been dissatisfied with the historical community. I quite understand Mr. Bertramsted's feelings, but at the same time, I think that this should not be a reason for you to speak nonsense and wantonly smear the ancestors. We can have such a concept, that is, justice may have a position. If we consider your birth and your arguments under this concept, I have to tell you with regret, sir, you are one of the elves who have the least position to criticize the system of the ancestors. Look, the 31st nursery in the central district, how privileged you were born. It receives the resources of the entire 427 districts, and trains you, the proud children of heaven, into the elites of the country. However, have you ever understood the cruelty of the plain war? Have you ever understood the difficulty of suppressing rebellion? The 6-9 district rebellion 234 years ago is still in front of us. It was the aboriginal preferential policy set by you elites at that time that allowed the so-called aboriginals in the 4-9 districts to retain their vitality after the war and participate in the rule of the district. Then, what did they do? They took the opportunity to cut off the central space gate of the district. As a result, 3,000, a full 3,000 garrisons died because of your kindness, and a large number of compatriots working in the district fell into a state of siege. The authorities and the military paid countless painful prices in the following decades to restart the space gate and rescue the people behind the enemy lines. So, I would like to ask our kind Mr. Bertramsted and your supporters, what is wrong with the differentiation policy of the ancestors, and where is the darkness? Is it wrong in the division and bleeding of the indigenous people? Then, if this policy is not continued, how should we deal with the indigenous people of each plane, who are hundreds of times more than the elves? How should we deal with the rebellion that occurred in the major regions as a whole? Making a choice between killing them all or completely giving up may be the only product that your kindness can bring. Therefore, even if the policies of the ancestors are wrong, their fault should be that they have supported elites like you who have no stance. In addition, I would like to remind you of one more common sense. The opponents of the ancestors in the Great Northern Campaign are not the indigenous people in your definition. If they can be, then according to your definition, the ancestors should also be part of the indigenous people of this region. And how can the war between indigenous peoples be called oppression from above? So, I would like to say the same thing to you, Mr. Historian with conscience. Please do not ignore facts and documents to cater to your own views. An open letter of breakup from Natasitz to Mr. Bertramsted. If we do not consider the famous breakup between Ms. Natasitz and Mr. Bertramsted in history, and simply focus on the Great Northern Campaign itself, we will find many more interesting issues. For example, the decision made by the great pioneer may have caused countless compatriots to suffer greatly in a long period of history. That is, he only accepted one scorching sun medal. Sir Pioneer may have had good intentions, but his decision invisibly raised the requirements for awarding the first-class medal of the Blazing Sun to a terrifying level. In the years that followed until the birth of the fixed space gate technology, the Elven Society did not even award a single Blazing Sun medal, making the second-class medal the highest honor in reality. Ancient history. Reserio 11,000 words. This is the first time I've written so much. I feel dizzy and my eyes are full of stars. Please give me some monthly tickets. Chapter 204. The Birth of the Elves. 10,000. There is a numerical connection between the amount of nutrition injected and the speed of the elf embryo's development. Generally speaking, the more the former, the faster the latter develops. In this case, can we achieve results faster by increasing the supply of the former without limit? Actually, not entirely. Excessive nutrition supply will cause uncoordinated development of organs. Some simple organs or tissues within organs will proliferate as fast as cancer cells and even become a burden. For the other part, those relatively complex organs or tissues that need to constantly adjust themselves during the growth process to achieve the final function after the nutrition supply exceeds a certain limit and reaches the limit of their own growth rate. No matter how much more you supply, their speed curve will no longer increase. It may even fall into a trough after passing a peak. Moreover, different organisms, at different embryonic stages, actually have very different curves for the nutrition and energy requirements of various tissues in the body. For example, the optimal nutrition supply curve of wolf embryos at various developmental stages is completely different from that of big cat embryos, and a single wolf embryo, at different stages of its own development, has very different peaks and valleys in its supply and demand. Therefore, every cross-biological category and cross-stage study will create a new batch of victims. Therefore, these conclusions are accumulated bit by bit at the cost of the bodies of animals that died or were euthanized after deformity in previous experiments. The entire project is equivalent to being built on piles of bones. At this time, the witch doctors are not facing monsters, but new compatriots of the tribe. The entire debugging process seems to be extremely cautious and conservative, for fear that a tragedy will be created because of the momentary radicalism of people such as themselves. In this endless exploration, the elf cub in the eggshell grew up little by little. After several years, her spiritual growth finally exceeded a preset threshold, and the sleeping spell imposed by the witch doctors lost its effect at this moment. So she opened her eyes. They were a pair of beautiful eyes, and the gorgeous purple under her long eyelashes seemed to be able to dazzle the witch doctors. This was not the work of magic, and the witch doctors' minds were also destined. They were not creatures that could not control themselves because of simple beauty. Therefore, this dizziness was the taste of success and the sweetness after victory. Although the spirit in the elf's eyes seemed a little ignorant because of ignorance, the curiosity about the unknown contained in it was the embodiment of thinking. They succeeded, and the witch doctor successfully cultivated a new evolutionary direction. An elf creature with a strong nature and rich wisdom was about to be born into this world for the first time through the method of breeding. After cheering, Nesta first calmed down and returned to reality from excitement. All previous observation data have proven that the new life is healthy and has reached a point where it can act autonomously to a certain extent, and its successful awakening from the sleeping spell also means that her mental development has reached the level envisioned by the witch doctors. In other words, the baby. No, now it should be called a toddler. This toddler can already walk, eat by himself, and start learning knowledge. Break the egg. Understood. Ashura stretched out her index finger and wanted to use her beautifully trimmed nails to directly cut the eggshell, but after thinking about it, she took it back and picked up a scalpel from the side and began to operate. With a little force from her, the scalpel's tip broke into the eggshell, and strands of slightly sticky liquid slowly flowed out along the blade. After cutting 1/3 of the eggshell, the lower half of the eggshell began to tear faster under the action of gravity, and the internal buffer began to flow out in large streams, and flowed to other places along the holes reserved at the bottom, and entered the disinfection stage. At this point, Ashura's blade turned and cut the umbilical cord connecting the elf to the giant tree, and the child fell directly into the small frame prepared in advance and cried out wow. A mouthful of sticky liquid gushed out of its mouth, completing the step that should have been done a few years ago. And Ashura, holding the frame in one hand, secretly hid the scalpel in her arms with the other hand. Generally speaking, troll babies have to go through a childhood of about 3 years after birth, during which they can do nothing but cry for milk. For trolls, this is a period of qualitative development. During these 3 years, the internal organs, brain and other organs in the body will gradually improve their functions so as to make advanced preparations for the future quantitative development. And this little guy in front of him, under the instruction of Nesta, has completed this step before he was born. But this is at the cost of time. The process of perfecting its own organs in the egg and going through the infant period took about 6 years. Compared to the time that ordinary troll infants spend at this stage, the elf spends about twice as much time. Have you figured out the optimal mode of nutrient supply? How many years can the development period be compressed at this stage? Taking the basket from Ashura, Nesta brought the elf closer to her eyes and observed it carefully, then asked casually, "We have figured it out. The next batch should be able to compress the development period of young children to within 5 years. It was Sharp Fang who took over the conversation. After returning from the mountains, he joined the research on tree embryos. Together with Nesta, Coarse Fang, and Ashura, 3 advanced witch doctors who participated earlier, left halfway, and later returned again. They formed the front line of research. At this time, he flipped through the peak fluctuation tables in his hand, and after making further calculations, he continued to add, "However, according to my preliminary estimate, it should be compressed to about 3 years in the end, but if you want to achieve it, you need more data to support it. I think the process can be improved in the next batch." Oh. Isn't it about the same as the development time of the troll child? No, if it is a troll child, then if it is cultivated in this way, it should be shorter than the natural development time. Nesta was a little confused at first, but he figured out the difference in an instant. Generally speaking, it can be compared to the difference in growth rate between free-range chickens and farm chickens. The data of the troll child comes from the free-range state, while the data calculated by the elf and the witch doctors in front of them is the data in the farmed state, and there is not much comparability between the two sides. While the witch doctors were communicating, the elf had stopped crying. She was now opening her purple eyes and curiously looking at everything around her. "Hey." Nesta stretched out a finger and greeted softly. The elf spent her entire infancy in the egg and had never communicated with the outside world. Therefore, she probably didn't know what fear meant. At this time, she followed her instinct and gently held the finger that Nesta stretched out, and then she giggled for some reason. Looking at her performance in an unfamiliar environment, Nesta felt the limitations of this kind of training method to some extent. When normal troll children grow up to her stage, because they have been in contact with the outside world since childhood, most of them have naturally acquired certain cognitive abilities. They can barely speak and know fear, and they will never be as blank as they are now. However, there is gain for loss. Compared with the labor force liberated during this period and the reduced risk of accidents, the loss of enlightenment coming later does not seem to be a big deal. Witch doctor. Come and talk with me, witch doctor. Nesta took her into his arms and looked at this face that was many times more pleasing to the eye than the little troll and tried to communicate clumsily. The elf obviously didn't understand what he was saying, but she had to sigh at the wonder of life. She followed some instincts that seemed to be ingrained in her genes and began to repeat the pronunciation of witch doctor that Nesta emphasized. Buai witch doctor. Puai witch doctor. Witch doctor wuai yeah, right. Witch doctor. Witch doctor ha ha ha. Good. Great. Good witch doctor great. The fully developed brain drove the perfect mouthpiece, allowing the little guy's parroting to quickly approach Nesta's pronunciation. While he was still immersed in the joy of communication with the elf, the other witch doctors did not have a very obvious intention to get close to him. After passing the happy stage of successful research, this elf has become a protected object in their eyes. But that's all. The trolls, including Ashura, who has completed the elf transformation, obviously did not have the same weird feelings for the child as Nesta. For the new life in the tribe, they only have the obligatory protection concept generated by the continuation of the tribe, and there is no love for the child common in human society. Therefore, their eyes are not on the little guy at this time, but they look at Nesta with some expectation, waiting for him to make another decision. Mr. Speaker, what do you think about the next stage? Seeing that he was still immersed in the incomprehensible joy, Fangs had to remind him. Nesta also found that he was out of place at this time. After a moment of loss, he made adjustments in time, transformed himself into a researcher's mentality, and began to further observe the child in his hands. Excellent physique and intelligence, so let's start a 1-month education to see if there are any abnormalities in daily life. Then 1 month later, if everything goes well, then 1 month later, we will start the next stage. Okay. In accordance with tradition, the witch doctors did not name the little guy and directly started the education plus observation stage. In the next month, several witch doctors took turns to teach the elf to learn language and take her to get familiar with the world. With day-to-day education, the elf can speak more and more words, knows more and more things, and can accurately express the urgent needs of wanting to eat and wanting to play in words. She is lively, active, and full of curiosity about the things around her. Her senses are intact and her emotions are stable. She is basically a healthy, normal little girl who can run and jump and can kill animals with one punch. At this point, it can be basically confirmed that there is no big problem with the tree embryo. Therefore, Nesta no longer delays and immediately issues an order to start the next stage of the experiment. The reproductive cells of the awardees, including witch doctors and sergeants, are activated from dormancy, and the genes from females and males begin to combine freely, based on the principle of randomness. On the giant tree that has long been emptied of the monster embryos, a full 1,000 fertilized eggs have successfully taken the bed and started the initial process of their development. The female elf that had been born, after a period of time, was placed in an ordinary school after she had basically mastered the language skills and began her learning career with other same stage trolls. Although her appearance, which was very different from other trolls, brought some troubles under the care of the lecturer and the fact that the troll children did not have the tradition of suppressing dissidents, it did not cause too much trouble in the end. Moreover, the appearance changes of 3 advanced witch doctors, such as Ashura, were vividly displayed there. As a result, the trolls had formed a concept similar to, this is what a strong person should look like, so when they looked at the elf, they were generally kind and envious. Time passed little by little, and the new embryo continued to develop without many accidents under the support of the data accumulated in the early stage. However, the witch doctor's tasks here did not decrease, but instead added an additional task to comprehensively record all changes in the embryonic development process. This was a directive given by Nestor himself. He needed to understand as much as possible, from the fertilized egg to the infant, and to the adolescent period, all the changes that occurred during this period. The purpose was to find a bridge between natural development and transformation and intervention by magic and other means, and to combine the two as much as possible. As for the reason, it was actually easy to understand. The Ya tribe had more than 30,000 trolls. In addition, there were 6 major tribes in the Black Forest that would inevitably be annexed in the future. Most of these trolls had at least more than 200 years of life to live, so population sublimation would naturally take them into consideration. Otherwise, just keep increasing the number of new elves, and then watch the senior trolls grow old and die little by little, and finally complete the replacement of the elves for the trolls. It is indeed possible. But even if we don't consider the series of social problems that will inevitably arise from this choice itself is too cruel in Nestor's view. Therefore, he wanted to find a simpler non-embryo period transformation plan as much as possible, rather than the previous witch doctor advancement path that was so difficult that it was dispensable. During this period, a witch doctor proposed the suggestion of completely interrupting natural reproduction, saying that all female eggs and some male sperm should be collected regularly for dormancy, to lay the foundation for subsequent increase in production. Such a suggestion even entered a formal discussion stage, and was carefully analyzed by the witch doctors. During the discussion, the witch doctors summarized the pros and cons of this plan. First, this method can indeed play a corresponding role in increasing reserve. Second, it can artificially cut off the speed of troll increase, thereby accelerating the process of elves replacing trolls. Third, the research and development of ovulation potion and preservation means has basically been completed, and its results have become mature. Although the sperm extraction means is somewhat unsightly, the trolls don't care. The combination of the two is enough to meet the current actual needs, so the implementation means of the plan itself is feasible and convenient. Thirdly, the female trolls themselves are not very willing to give birth. They actually hope that they can live freely all their lives like males, and will not be locked up in the headquarters and restricted because of pregnancy. Finally, this plan may alleviate the social contradictions that may occur in the future between the new generation of elves and the old generation of trolls, if the witch doctors cannot find a suitable bridge to make it easier for the latter to evolve towards the former. Then this contradiction seems to have no way to be completely avoided. The depth of the division and scars caused by it to society depends entirely on administrative means to alleviate and adjust. The plan discussed at this time may be another way of alleviation besides administrative means. Because of the advantages mentioned above, many witch doctors tend to recognize, but Nestor himself feels entangled and cautious about this issue. First, it is to ease the social contradictions. This plan seems feasible, but it is to castrate the population growth rate in the short and medium term in exchange for the expectation of stability in the future. That is, while controlling this head, increasing that head as much as possible. This is a difficult choice, at least in Nestor's opinion. In the expectation, the contribution of tree embryos to population growth can reach the level of 1,000 school-age elves born every 10 years from the third batch. If the degree of erosion of cave wolves increases again during this period, or if new mother tree batteries are captured, then this expectation can continue to rise a lot, especially the latter. Once achieved, it can immediately increase the birth rate of elves. And what is the natural gestation period of trolls? It takes an average of 6 to 7 years for a female to give birth to a troll, from gestation to birth, and then to the nursing period. Among the nearly 30,000 trolls in the tribe who are in the reproductive period, about 18,000 are females at this time. If only 1/3 of these females are pregnant, then at most 6,000 school-age trolls can be contributed in 7 years. Of course, the actual probability of pregnancy is much lower than this. The self-protection instinct of the female trolls can eat a large number of children before they are found to be pregnant. This is also the main reason for the slow growth of the tribe's population for a long time, and it is also one of the reasons why the tribe wants to promote tree-born cultivation. However, after saying so much, the problem still exists. That is, for the time being, even if the pregnancy probability and willingness of the trolls are already quite low, the population contribution of tree-born embryos still cannot catch up with the speed of natural breeding growth. Otherwise, the trolls should have been extinct long ago. Therefore, once natural breeding is completely stopped, the population growth rate of the tribe will be immediately reduced by more than 2/3. Of course, this is also the disadvantage that some witch doctors who hold opposing opinions have already thought of. Another group of witch doctors, although they also realize this, believe that this was one of the effects the plan was intended to achieve, because those who were reduced were the primitive trolls who were destined to be eliminated. Now that they were invincible on all sides, they believed that compared with the contradictory expectations in the future, this was actually a price that could be paid. In the discussion of the above point, the public has its own reasons, and the public has its own reasons. At the moment, when Nestor did not express his opinion, although neither side could convince the other, the voices of the supporters and the sacrificers generally had the upper hand. In addition to this, another concern is the backup plan. Although the performance of the tree embryos has been normal so far, and can even be called an excellent compliment. But in any case, this is a new thing, and there are possible uncertainties from its concept to its product. Therefore, putting all the chips on it at this stage seems to be a risky gamble for a tribe. Although the reproductive period of adult trolls is quite long, to some extent, the damage that this risk may cause is reduced. It can be said that, even if the failure of the plan is discovered 100 years later, the troll tribe itself can rely on its super long standby period to leave a certain room for resistance. But this risk does exist. Once the plan fails, the population loss during the period is real. In the consideration of the first concern, although Nestor could not make a decision of which is better or worse in his heart until the end, but this second concern became the last weight, overwhelming the scale in his heart. Therefore, within a relative time span, natural breeding will not, at least not be completely terminated at this time, but will become a relatively free choice. At least, if a female troll is pregnant, the headquarters will neither force her to give birth nor force her to abort. Although it is very reluctant, it is also a compromise under helplessness northern plateau, fortress settlement. The reclamation group composed of 500 trolls has taken deep roots here. There are various factories, a circle of livestock, and standard refrigerator trees, fruit trees, steelwood trees and other specialties of the Black Forest in the fortress. Because the construction of the city has become no longer difficult with the support of various factories and witchcraft, the construction here is extremely huge, so huge that it seems too exaggerated compared to the mere 500 residents. Because there is not much demand for construction at the moment, a large amount of land is left vacant in this city, and some of it is used by the idle trolls to grow vegetables and other crops that are not suitable for farm production. Since it was rebuilt from the original military camp, the city was located on the river when it was first built. At this time, 5 dragon bone wood bridges were built high above the water surface, which were responsible for the communication between the left and right parts of the fortress. However, since the residential areas are relatively concentrated on both sides of the river in the center of the city, in fact, only one of the bridges is really used. On the land adjacent to this bridge, on the left is a row of hydraulic factories arranged along the river. There are many such factories in the headquarters and in various large settlements, and they produce various parts and whole industrial products day and night. However, since there are not many labor resources to use them, the fate of most of the products, especially the parts, is to be piled up in the warehouse and gather dust, waiting for the day when they can be used. Only the finished products and a small number of parts are manufactured according to actual needs. They will be distributed to production teams that have needs, either as new tools or to repair old tools. Turning back to the fortress city for now, a medium-sized city dock has been built on the right side of the bridge, where transport ships from the south are moored. Leather products, textiles, and tools from the headquarters are distributed among the alliances on the plateau from here. A large number of products originally produced in the Horned Hoof tribe, but after being improved and increased by the Black Forest trolls, their finished products are sold back here, using lower prices to almost consume the production enthusiasm of the 3 alliances. Gradually, the Horned Hoof alliances no longer have fist products to earn profits except for food and livestock products, making the repayment of war reparations a business that may last for hundreds of years. One day, a special fast sailing ship arrived at the port, and 3 witch doctors and special guards assigned to them came down from it. After the witch doctor and the guard landed, they greeted the members of the reclamation team on both sides, and looked coldly at the horned hooves who occasionally came here to try their luck and find work, and then hurriedly walked towards the lonely high platform located in the northeast of the city. It was the ancestral altar that originally belonged to the horned hooves, but now it undoubtedly belongs to the Black Forest trolls. Not long after leaving the port and heading northeast along the streets of the residential area, the surrounding scenery gradually became deserted. This place was originally a prosperous area in the new town and city, but the ancient buildings had long been demolished by the trolls in these years. Today, there is no trace of the past here. The 3 witch doctors did not stay for long, and they hurried to their destination in a hurry, almost straight. When they arrived at the bottom of the altar, several apprentices happened to come down from it. When they saw the 3 witch doctors, they asked in surprise, "Mr. Isotis, witch doctor, where are you now?" Didn't the witch doctor on duty inform you? Today is the handover day. Well, witch doctor Esther and the other 2 witch doctors haven't come down from the top few altars for several days, so, well, I guess they forgot. Okay, you guys go and get busy first. We will go up and hand over by ourselves. After saying that, the female witch doctor named Isotis took her 2 companions and the other guards up the stairs. The apprentices who stayed in the original place looked at each other and continued to walk towards the inner city. I don't know what the tempers of the new witch doctors are like. What else can I do? I guess they are similar to witch doctor Esther. Boring. TSK. It's not easy to deal with. I don't know when we can become witch doctors. The last sigh seemed to resonate with the other 2 apprentices, and they all sighed about the difficulty of taking the last step. Meditation space. Every time I feel like I'm just a little bit short, but that little bit has delayed me for more than 10 years. Who said it wasn't? On the altar, the female among the 3 newcomers started to shout hello as soon as she approached the top. Come out. We are here to change shifts. At the top, in a simple research room built by witch doctors, a witch doctor who was urging a famous young horned-hoofed species to try to connect to the spirits of his ancestors, was also attracted by the greetings from below. He only muttered, "Change shifts? It's been 3 years. Time flies. Okay, let's stop here today. You go down and rest first." "Yes, sir." The young horned-hoofed species bowed deeply and then quietly withdrew. As soon as he walked out of the house, he ran into 3 tusked barbarians he had never seen before. The horned-hoofed man quickly suppressed some of the emotions that were revealed. Because he left the room, he quickly bent down, stepped aside, and respectfully called out, "Good day, great troll from the Black Forest." Isotis seemed to have noticed the slight emotions that the horned-hoofed man had previously revealed. At this time, she looked at him with some interest for a moment, and then when the horned-hoofed man felt panic, she nodded in a friendly manner and said softly, "Go do your work, don't worry about us." Then, she went into the house with the other 2 companions. Behind him, the horned-hoofed man's bent waist was slow to lift up, and drops of sweat seeped out from his forehead, soon soaking his mane, that had not yet grown in the room. The tired-looking Ain stood up to greet them, greeting the 3 compatriots who were basically familiar with each other. "What about the other 2? Perceiving in the other 2 directions. "After I stop here, they should be back soon. How is it? Any progress?" The speaker is looking forward to it. It's still the same. The selected horned-hoofed species can't be connected, and our perception and exploration are useless. After 3 years, the building structure has been figured out clearly. But this is the work that the last round of witch doctors have done. TSK. Then you have worked for 3 years in vain? Who said it wasn't? I don't know where the problem is. Why did you stop? At this time, 2 footsteps and a question came from outside the door. It seems that the other 2 witch doctors stationed here have returned. The door was pushed open, and 2 tall witch doctors came in. With the gathering of 6 witch doctors, the room looked much smaller. Everyone was familiar with each other, so there was not much courtesy mixed in. After a simple greeting, they began to discuss the situation here. How many qualified people have been picked out from the horn-hoofed people? A total of 3 have been picked out over a span of 7 years. The one who just went out is the most senior one among them, and was picked out before the expeditionary force left. The other 2 are still very young. Not a single one succeeded in communicating. Then why don't you find a few more? The horn-hoofed people's aptitude for magic is not good. Except for the one who just barely passed muster, the other 2 are not even qualified to be called apprentices according to our standards. However, they should have succeeded anyway. They are not required to become witch doctors. It's just a matter of slightly activating their mental power. At least the one you just met should be able to do it in theory. Are you sure? Hearing this, Isa asked thoughtfully. Of course, the meditation method taught is the original one from our headquarters. Considering his qualifications, he should not have no reaction after 6 or 7 years. Is it possible that our meditation method is not suitable for the horn-hoofed people? Maybe is it possible that he is hiding something? Isaitis remembered the look in the eyes she saw at the door before. It was undoubtedly a hatred. How could she expect him to cooperate with such a character? Isa shook her head and felt that there was little hope. Oh no, he is very respectful and very obedient. You are probably confused because of your research. Don't you have any idea what we have done? Respectful and obedient are the most abnormal, right? How could he understand these? He was just over 1 meter tall when he was caught. I have read the materials, but now I'm a little worried. Is there any way, if he is really hiding something, we can use some means to test? If he is really hiding something, then we can just use ruthless means to interrogate him. Anyway, they have learned the meditation method. The speaker will not allow them to live, so we can just let go. If it doesn't work, just kill them and replace them with another batch. Kill them, but in terms of time, there's no need to worry. If it's really him or them who have a problem, then it's a waste of time to wait. It's better to take a gamble. After discussing for a while, several witch doctors agreed with Aisha's suggestion and decided to test it out first. After that, the young horned-hoofed man who was allowed to leave and rest was called back again. When he entered the room, he had a faint uneasiness on his face, but it was soon suppressed by force. 6 respected witch doctors, why did you summon me? Hatib, tell me the truth. Did you hide the fact that you can communicate with the spirits of your ancestors? Hearing this, the horned-hoofed man was shocked and began to deny it. While he was distracted, Ishasta drew a dagger from his back and went straight to the target's neck. This sudden attack that directly endangered his own life made the horned-hoofed man subconsciously resist. A simple spell effect similar to hardening, with Aisha deliberately slowing down her hand speed, acted on his neck and successfully resisted the attack from the dagger. At this point, Isa and the other 6 witch doctors no longer held back and immediately subdued him with their physical strength. Invaders. Don't dream. I won't do what you want. Seeing that the truth had been exposed, the horned-hoofed creature no longer tried to hide it, and even started to curse. At this time, his hands and feet were firmly trapped by the vines, and he was forced to the ground. He had no chance to resist, so he could only show off his power with his mouth. But it was obvious that the witch doctors did not take his curse seriously. How does the expeditionary force do things? Can such a guy be picked out? He is really well hidden. It shouldn't be. He didn't have this kind of personality before. I read the materials when I changed shifts that year, and I haven't found anything after 3 years of contact. I heard that the most stubborn ones back then were the shamans. They were unwilling to hand over the inheritance even when threatened with genocide. The statement is a bit exaggerated, but that's roughly it. Do you have any ideas? I have some guesses. This guy was still a child 7 years ago, right? He is a little guy who hasn't had any contact with the tribe for 7 years. How can he be so scheming and determined? So, I wonder if this damn spirit of the ancestors can interfere with the shaman's mind, make them gradually become like this? Isa raised her chin towards the horned-hoofed people on the ground and said thoughtfully, "Point the records say that the spirits of the ancestors are a collection of wills. Shamans practice under the influence of this will all day long, so it seems that they may be affected. Then what should we do? If so, it will be extremely difficult to make him speak. Threaten to exterminate the clan again. Hey, did you hear me, little guy? If you don't cooperate, we will slaughter all your compatriots. The horned-hoofed man just sneered and said hatefully, my compatriots are only the Taulan tribe. As for those outside, they are just your slaves. I don't have any compatriots anymore. Slave. This is Taulan language. What does it mean? Hey, is this the time to pay attention to such things? Then what should we do? He refuses to cooperate, and it seems that there is no point in finding new ones. It's really strange that the spirits of the ancestors are willing to accept them, but the shamans who grew up under the influence of the spirits of the ancestors do not regard other horned-hoofed people as compatriots. This setting is very wrong. Is he lying to us? Use torture. Try it first. Besides, let's catch a few little horned hoofs and kill them in front of him to see if he really doesn't care or is just pretending to not care. Okay, let's notify the headquarters and see if the advanced witch doctor has more methods. I'll do it. By the way, does he have any relatives? Horned hoofs care about so-called blood ties, right? Can we use them? No, they have all been killed by the expeditionary army. TSK. Okay, by the way, let's test the other two little guys as well. I'll go. The tasks were assigned, and the torture of the new shaman and the other several items were carried out almost at the same time. There was no dungeon, and the punishment was performed outside the laboratory. The trolls did not have a very good punishment culture. At most, they would use whips with seasonings to whip him, but this whipping, that would make even a tough guy like Dabba cry in pain, did not make him speak. His life state was beaten to the point of being on the verge of death. Therefore, the witch doctors had to choose to stop, and they had to cast a spell to heal this guy who they thought was very hateful. After that, the results of the tests of the other horn-hoofed people also came out. According to the judgment of the witch doctor who came back, they should not have concealed anything. Not long after that, the apprentices kidnapped horn-hoofed children from the outside world and brought them to the only shaman to threaten them. It turned out that this method did not seem to be very useful. The shaman horn-hoofed people watched their compatriots, even young compatriots, beheaded and did not show the slightest shake. The witch doctors felt quite helpless about this. I remember that the top leaders of their clans can also communicate with the spirits of their ancestors to some extent, right? Through the means of dream learning or something like that. It can be possible, but the efficiency is very slow. And this does not conform to the rules set by the speaker. Isn't it said that their inheritance should be completely cut off? If the clan leaders are exposed to this knowledge, how can it be cut off? Simple, don't you just kill them all after getting the information? This is too rough and may affect our policy here. Report it back and let the speaker make the decision. Agreed. Headquarters, Giant Tree Research Institute. Thousands of embryos are growing smoothly, but the bridge that Nestor wants has not seen the light of day. However, the preliminary work that should be carried out must continue, and the collected materials will be used one day. Therefore, the witch doctors are still observing and recording each embryo in groups, so that the various data in the database are gradually becoming more and more abundant. While they were busy, an apprentice from the communication room hurried over and reported the situation faced by the witch doctors in the northern fortress. This thing is a bit evil. Tell them not to worry too much about policies and put getting knowledge as the highest priority. On the basis of ensuring this, try to minimize the impact. If it doesn't work, it's still the same sentence. Knowledge first. Understood. I will convey your meaning truthfully. Okay, you've worked hard. After the apprentice went down, Ashura walked to the side and asked, Ancestor spirit? Yes, take it and have a look. After handing over the materials he had just obtained, Nestor returned to the research room and began to focus his thoughts on finding the bridge. As for the issue of horn-hoofed breeds, to be honest, he didn't care too much about it. It would be best if he could get them smoothly. But if it doesn't go smoothly, she won't hesitate to use thundering means. However, Ashura thought of a best of both worlds solution at this time, which can not only take into account the face of the headquarters, but also give the three alliance leaders a way out as if nothing happened. So, after consulting Nesta's opinion and sending a letter to several witch doctors in the north to wait, she set off into the forest. Nesta's instructions were in place, and the 3 new witch doctors stationed, as well as the other 3 witch doctors who were supposed to return, immediately summoned representatives of the clans of the 3 alliances and held an informal clan alliance representative conference. At the meeting, the witch doctor said that the hunting festival held every 50 years in the Black Forest is about to come, and in order to show that the Black Forest and the alliances are as close as a family, and to create a richer and more harmonious social atmosphere, the Rune Council decided to grant the alliances the grace of celebrating together. This fictitious festival will be held in the form of hunting in the mountains. The top 5 of the 17 clans will receive huge rewards from the Rune Council. Even for the remaining 12 clans that failed to win, the council will give them considerable rewards out of consideration, considering that this is the first celebration held by the alliance. In addition, the Black Forest advocates bravery and advocates that the superiors should lead by example. If a clan is found to be cowardly in the festival, for example, if it refuses to send at least 3 clan leaders to participate, it will face the anger and punishment of the council. This inexplicable activity caused headaches for the clan leaders, but the knife handle was in the hands of the trolls, and they were also curious about what the so-called reward was, so they began to prepare half actively and half passively. During the preparation period, Ashura mobilized 60 adult black saber-toothed beasts and secretly arrived at the valley outside the mountain by boat. Chapter 205, Northern Intelligence, The Horn of Unification, 10,000. The fictitious hunting festival was about to be held, since there was no way to resist the knife handle. Just lie down and enjoy it. With this idea, the top leaders of the 17 clans of the 3 alliances forced themselves to focus on the so-called rewards, and then brought the clan members to the oath-taking meeting. At the meeting, the trolls who had been ordered by the witch doctors also temporarily put down their work and pretended to celebrate. However, there are very few traditional festivals in the Ya tribe, or even none at all, so, pretending, the 500 reclamation group trolls took it seriously. Gradually, the trolls really celebrated this moment as a festival, and heated up the overall atmosphere of the meeting. Bonfire meeting, feasting, and drinking, and having fun. There seemed to be no hatred between the trolls and the Horned Hoof clans at this moment. After a chaotic night, when the sun rose on the second day, the weak-hoofed Horned Hoof elites took up their weapons and entered the mountains and forests, starting the hunting competition between clans. In the mountains, the Black Sabertooths under Ashura's command had already been divided into groups. They were scattered in the deep forests at the bottom of the vast mountain range, preparing to accidentally and capture the strong and smart targets ordered by Ashura in the most unpretentious way possible. Since there were quite a few horned-hoofed species entering the mountains, the actions of the Black Sabertooths did not attract much attention. They disguised themselves as a group of migrating monsters passing through here, and took advantage of the time when the horned-hoofed species did not react, and quickly completed their goals, and captured a total of 12 horned-hoofed elites. Of course, they did not directly pounce on them to capture and take away, but pioneered to drive the monsters in the mountains to cause an impact, and then killed a group, and captured a group, trying to disguise this incident as an accident as much as possible. Compared with the hundreds of horned-hoofed species entering the mountains, the loss of more than 30 members is not a too exaggerated number. Moreover, because the Black Sabertooths deliberately drove away the monsters and ordinary animals during the period, they really captured a large number of prey. After going down the mountain, the senior leaders of the clans who stayed behind found that some clans had lost 3 to 4 members, while some clans were unscathed. It seemed that this was just a small accident. In fact, compared with the explorations they had made when they first arrived here, this loss was really nothing. Under such circumstances, even if a few of the horned-hoofed people with quick minds had some doubts, they gave up further thinking under the cover of the trolls' performance in the past few days, and under the glaring butcher knives around them, and they were willing to be obedient. Isn't it good to have a privileged position in the alliance now? Why fight for it? What's more, it was a unilateral death on this side. After a few more days, the rewards from the Ya department were distributed truthfully. For the top 5 clans, the Ya department gave each of them a refrigerator tree so that they could eat meat more conveniently from now on. As for the rest of the clans, they were given some jam, nut powder and the like. It was just a consolation prize. What else did they want? In short, after getting these new things, the limelight gradually died down, and no one mentioned the casualties during the festival. During this period of time, several small boats sailed directly into a remote port in the fortress city, and 12 large boxes were urgently sent to the ancestral altar in the name of supply replenishment. As for what was in the box, there was no need to mention it. Facts have proved that the clan elites do have the ability to connect with the ancestral spirits, but compared with the formal shamans, their efficiency is very low. However, this is not without benefits. At least their will not be affected too much by the ancestral spirits like the shamans, and they are still weak shrimps, and they have not gained any extraordinary golden spirit because of the connection with the ancestral spirits. Okay, everyone, now start to enter the dream learning state, and then repeat what you saw as soon as possible. Okay, can we still get out? Of course, the Black Forest only wants knowledge. However, in order to reassure you, I will tell you the truth. In the anxious eyes of the 12 horned hoof elites, which Dr. Isa continued, you can't go back to the original clan alliance, but the trolls are not a bloodthirsty race, and will not mistreat any friend who has helped us. So, after you complete the task, you will be arranged to live in the headquarters, directly live in the safest area in the world, enjoy a steady supply of materials, and we will also capture beautiful females of the clan for you. As long as you cooperate obediently, you can truly live a worry-free life from now on. But if you disobey the order, and don't explain the knowledge you have mastered, your compatriots outside will come to replace you one day. And by then, I don't think I need to emphasize your own fate anymore, right? The horned-hoofed people looked at each other, and actually felt a sense of relief. They originally thought they were finished, and thought they would die if they completed the task or not, but they didn't expect that the Yabu would leave them a way out. To be honest, if the witch doctor said something, like I will let you go back, after you finish writing, they would not believe it. Now that there is a way out, it is better to live a miserable life than to die. The accident that occurred in the Northern Plateau was quickly transmitted back to the headquarters through the communication channel, and the parliament was excited and happy about it. The war had obviously ended for such a long time, but the so-called altar was always like a carrot hanging in front of the donkey's eyes, which looked delicious, but could not be eaten. This feeling has lasted for nearly 10 years, and this time, I finally saw the dawn of getting it in my mouth. For this reason, the parliament decided to award medals to the two parties who played a key role in this matter, namely, Aisha, who sharply and decisively discovered the problem, and Ashura, who proposed an appropriate solution, while commending their achievements. This ability to find and solve problems was raised to a level that all the people would care about. In the days that followed, good news came from the Northern Plateau almost every once in a while. The knowledge that the horned-hoofed species had inherited for hundreds of years was gradually absorbed by the Black Forest trolls from then on. More detailed northern situation, the construction method and operation of the ancestral altar, the combination of magic and warriors, weapon enchantment, and other knowledge all played a role in laying the foundation for the development and growth of the troll regime. Maybe not now, maybe the transformation still needs time, but they are firmly grasped in their hands. Recently, the shaman's understanding of the world, magic, and the application method, that is very different from that of witch doctors, have become the star topic discussed among the witch doctors in the parliament. Chaos and order are the cornerstones of the world. Nature is order in chaos, and magic is chaos in order. The two are the cornerstones of each other, differentiating and establishing each other between dependence and confrontation, and the soul is the bridge between nature and magic, between order and chaos. It is chaos in order and order in chaos. The soul is mysterious and controllable, exists but is uncertain. It can communicate with nature by using mystery and existence, and can transform nature by using controllability and uncertainty. It is an indispensable factor for the existence of magic. This is probably the shaman's understanding of magic and nature. In short, their casting process is like a black box. Under the amplification effect of the ancestral spirit, their will is amplified to a point where it can affect nature, and then tell order the result they want to get. Then, Chaos begins to take effect, and various magics are generated in the black box and output as the effects the shamans want. The statement is a bit exaggerated, but the meaning is roughly like this. This method is both convenient and restrictive. It does not need to burn the brain excessively in the study of the spell itself. As long as there is a clear idea, it can be operated through the black box. However, judging from the selection and effect of the spells used by the shamans, this method should also have certain limits and biases. Perhaps, due to some internal logical limitations, fire and spells related to physical state seem to be more favored in this way of casting. In addition, due to the dependence on the amplification effect of the ancestral spirit, once the shamans leave its influence range, or are in some restricted conditions, where they cannot use it, their combat power will be greatly reduced due to their insufficient casting ability. But for the horned-hoofed people whose casting qualifications are generally not very good, this method, and even the existence of the ancestral spirit, is more beneficial than harmful. It at least allows some horned-hoofed people who should never be able to become spellcasters according to the standards of trolls to actually have the ability to cast spells, thereby enhancing the confidence of the tribe to deal with foreign enemies. Putting aside the pros and cons of the analysis, based on the horned hoof species, is the spirit of the ancestors useful to the trolls and even the elves in the future? Is it necessary to transplant it to the Black Forest in the same way? This is a question that Nestor and even the entire Rune Council are facing now. Some think it is necessary, while others think it is not feasible. The former mainly believes that allowing unqualified people to have the ability to cast spells is a crucial matter that can greatly enhance the power of the tribe. The latter, while recognizing some of the former's views, is concerned about the purity of will. They believe that the thinking steel stamp style will influence embodied by the spirit of the ancestors is a hidden and evil existence. Once it gets out of control for some reason, it is very likely to bring subversive risks to the tribe. At the same time, the construction method of the spirit of the ancestors is an imported product, which is true for both the trolls and the horned hoof species. First, according to the knowledge level shown by the horned hoof tribe and the shamans, the technology of the spirit of the ancestors is too advanced. Secondly, in the records of the shamans and even in the narration of the top leaders of the horned hoofed clan, it is clearly stated that this technology is foreign. It is a force called the Rhine Chieftain Alliance from the west of the Northland, and later went eastward and spread to the entire Northland. Finally, according to the documentary records extracted from the spirit of the ancestors and the evidence of the words recalled by the clan leaders, the witch doctors believe that the Rhine Chieftain Alliance should also be a warrior regime, and it does not have a long tradition of spellcasters. So the question is, where does the origin of the relevant technology and concepts of the spirit of the ancestors come from? Why don't those forces that have gradually mastered it block this technology that can obviously increase the foundation of their power? If they have tried to, or have already blocked it, then who is spreading it behind the scenes, and for what purpose? Although this idea is only based on speculation, it is indeed a situation that deserves to be considered. Therefore, after comprehensive consideration, the Rune Council finally made a disposal plan for the Forest of Ancestors. First, for the ancestral spirits of the horned-hoofed species, after obtaining all the knowledge in it, destroy the altar in the northern fortress, and try to make it return to nothingness. Second, for the application in the Black Forest, while studying it, temporarily put aside the main technology of the ancestral spirit, and find a way to analyze and use the sub-techniques such as dream learning and weapon enchantment. Third, explore the application of black box spellcasting in the field of mental power spellcasting, and through its differences with runes, further deepen the witch doctor's understanding of the world and magic. First substitute into mathematics to make assumptions, and also get the number 10. If witch doctors achieve it through 5 plus 5, then shamans may use 2 times 5. Or other methods to obtain it. By substituting different numbers, and performing repeated, and multiple calculations and analyzes, the witch doctors may be able to study the relationship between multiplication and addition. This may also be the case in the field of magic. Similar magic results should also have some connection between the system of mental power plus physical strength plus runes plus medium equals effect and x unknown y unknown z equals effect. Through the exploration of the different processes, Perhaps we can reflect each other and discover the existence of further magic theorem or even truth. This will be a long-term task. The first thing to overcome is how the witch doctors should apply the black box after abandoning the spirit of the ancestors. However, Nestor is not in a hurry, and the Rune Council is not in a hurry. The tribe is developing in an orderly manner at this time, and there is no threat of visible crisis. Therefore, they have plenty of time to grow and progress bit by bit in a less radical way. Most of the technologies of the Horned Hoof tribe are based on the spirits of ancestors and shamans. This has affected the efficiency of witch doctors in directly converting and applying them to a certain extent, especially when the parliament has shelved the use of the former forest control. However, there are still some knowledge such as geography and history that are not subject to this restriction. Therefore, the headquarters understanding of the North has greatly increased since then, and for the first time, it has truly turned its attention to the civilized world outside the Black Forest. In the records of the Horned Hoof tribe, most of the regimes in the North exist with tribes and clans as the most basic units. Among them, there are several relatively strong forces. One is the Rhine Chieftain Alliance, that has been mentioned many times before. This alliance is a slave system, with equal emphasis on farming and fixed point animal husbandry. It is composed of dozens of large clans scattered in the western grasslands, and there are many small clans in the large clans. While its society is based on the matriarchy, it is also led by the son-in-law from outside and his brothers, and the males and females are different in the race. When a strong male brother alliance leads a clan, all the females in the clan will take turns to serve the alliance members until they are driven away by stronger males. The strong and aggressive flowing male warriors and the agile and wealthy iron female warriors are the basic labels given to this regime by the outside world since ancient times. However, with the development of the times, the males seem to have gradually become no longer mobile in these years. They began to gradually pursue a stable position in the clans that can be inherited by their offspring, shaking their social operation model since ancient times. Second, the Kingdom of the Wilderness Clan Alliance. This slave alliance is located at the junction of the Rain Line and the Rain Line in the north. It is a country jointly composed of many Tusk Erectus clans, and the supreme ruler is called the Queen of Tusks. The kingdom itself, and even the clans within it, all adopt the inheritance method of mother dies and daughters inherit, and the social status of males is only higher than that of foreign slaves. Third, the Kingdom of Mammoth co-rule. This kingdom occupies an area of land in the north that is not the largest, but can be called the most fertile. It implements a male-female separation system, and the female Mammoth King and the male Mammoth King implement co-rule by the two kings. The former leads all male mammoths in the kingdom, and the latter rules all female mammoths. It is worth mentioning that the Mammoth Kings are important protectors of many vulnerable ethnic groups in the north. For example, the Horned Hoofed races were originally slave races in the Rhine Alliance, the Wasteland Kingdom, and other powerful clan states. The reason why some of the Horned Hoofed races, such as the 17 Taulan clans, were able to escape from their slave status was an indirect result of the victory of the Mammoth Kingdom in the war with the Rhine Alliance. Although the original intention of the two sides to fight was not to liberate slaves, the Mammoth Kingdom later found that this seemed to be an effective way to effectively weaken those regimes that only use slaves to farm. So for a long time, they were committed to liberating many slave races in the Rhine Alliance and the Wasteland Kingdom. Therefore, although most of the weak races in the north, such as the Horned Hoofed, still work in various slave states, there are also independent tribes like the Taulan tribe that have escaped from slavery. They all claim to be taking shelter from the Mammoth Kings, and the Mammoth Kings will give them some substantial care to achieve their own goals, so that they will not be enslaved by strong races such as the Rhine race and the Wasteland Fang race. Such northern intelligence opened the eyes of the Black Forest trolls. For the first time, they saw that there were so many races and systems that were not similar to their own in this world. The same was true for Nestor, but his excitement was accompanied by some worries. When he first learned about the existence of the Horned Hoofed, he was a little worried that this was a pluralistic world, and now he finally got more detailed information, proving the plurality of civilizations in this world. But this is too diverse. In the previous life, when everyone was human, their brains were full of ideas. The so-called Earth country was just a fantasy. What about this world? Many races have become a reality here. Everyone is really different in species, not to mention language and culture. In this case, can the various countries and species still coexist harmoniously? Wouldn't it develop into a goo-raising model? At present, Nestor thinks that the reason why the tribes in the north have not fought each other's brains out is simply because the land is vast and the population is sparse. There is no real contradiction between them at this time. Although the powerful tribes have contacted each other and fought wars, the disputes are not fundamental survival issues. In the face of too abundant natural resources, all disputes have been temporarily shelved. Everyone is busy increasing the population and developing the resources they have already occupied, which has consumed most of their energy. Perhaps, the enslavement of the weak by the strong is a preview of the future breeding mode. So, what role should the Black Forest trolls appear in this world? After discussion, the Rune Council gave a preliminary answer temporarily dormant. The reason for making such a choice is that the Black Forest is vast enough. Before they fail to effectively utilize the rich land and resources given by nature, they do not need to go north and intervene in unnecessary disputes. In addition, the so-called sparse population in the north is also in relation to the vast land. Before the Chirin tribe went south, it once had a total population of more than 100,000, and it was just one of the independent tribes of the Horned-Hoofed race. The Horned-Hoofed race itself was just a weak race in the north, with most of its compatriots becoming slaves. What about those stronger than them? For example, the Wasteland Tusk race, the Rhine race, and the seemingly decent Mammoth race. How many populations do they have? What kind of power do they have? At least in the records of the Chirin tribe, even if their independent tribes joined forces, they could not resist the offensive of the Rhine race and the Tusk race, which shows how powerful they are. Furthermore, there are not only these powerful tribes in the north, in the cracks between the various countries, there are also the so-called weak races such as the Seti tribe, which is called the Old Enemy by the Horned-Hoofed tribe, and the Upright Unicorn tribe with violent personalities. Each of them has hundreds of thousands or even millions of compatriots. They are not forces that the Ya tribe trolls, whose population is less than 40,000, can easily ignore at this time. Therefore, the conclusion of temporarily hibernating and developing existing resources has been recognized by most witch doctors. Even the other ordinary trolls who have always been eager for war have chosen to retreat when facing the complex situation in the north. Therefore, after dealing with many problems derived from the Taulan tribe, most of the Black Forest trolls' sides have been retracted to the inside and began to arrange their own development. First of all, the filling and reinforcement of the northern fortress must be carried out urgently, and the reclamation area outside the northeastern gap must also be fortified. They will be the bridgehead of the Black Forest to the outside, whether in attack or defense. Secondly, the militia training and officer training must not stop for a moment. Secondly, make full use of the advantage of their own lifespan and make learning and self-improvement an important task for every troll. The education level of the older warriors cannot continue to stay at the stage of literacy. Knowledge such as mathematics and physics may not directly improve combat effectiveness, but it is enough to fundamentally change the spirit and development speed of a race. Therefore, each garrison should open a school, so that many young trolls of the new generation can teach the old generation trolls more knowledge. And gladiatorial combat, banquets, and mating are almost enough. Finally, speed up the cultivation of elves and speed up the absorption of the remaining 6 tribes. Under this series of policies, the Ya department soon began to operate more efficiently. The executive government began to carry out the division mission that had been planned for a long time, dedicated to provoking the dissatisfaction of the 6 trolls in the reclamation area with their respective headquarters. This dissatisfaction was actually brewing from the beginning under the silent promotion of the executive government. The 6 reclamation areas are located under the nose of the Ya department base. The living gap between the 2 sides has been expanding at a speed that cannot be seen by the naked eye in these years. Over at the Ya tribe base, a few trolls can cultivate a large area of land by operating a few engineering machines, whether it is a sowing period, the harvest period, or the care period in between. The Ya tribe trolls can always complete the production tasks easily and then use plenty of time to do other more interesting things. They wear decent clothes, eat increasingly rich food, fight, study, or mate. Anyway, they live a life like in heaven. And what about the trolls belonging to the 6 major tribes? Farming day and night is far less interesting than hunting, and with the relatively primitive tools in hand, it can't improve labor efficiency. Time is occupied by a large amount of acres of land, and most of the harvested food has to be transported to their headquarters for storage. Although the workers themselves can also eat enough, but wasn't that something they had done more than 10 years ago? Isn't it as it should be? Moreover, compared to the past, meat now accounts for a lower proportion of food. The wealth and leisure of the neighbors formed a sharp contrast with their own busyness. The faces of the high-ranking officials of their own tribe became more and more ugly in this comparison. Because they could eat well, they now had time to think more, and there was a wealthy neighbor nagging in their ears all day long. So, dissatisfaction began to grow. The resistance was abnormally direct and violent. They resisted taxes with force and beat the inspectors sent by the headquarters. Because the 6 reclamation areas on the west bank of the Black River were deliberately arranged very close, this conflict quickly turned from local to overall. Almost all the 6 dispatched trolls, instigated by some interested people, joined the resistance. In the early stage, they demanded that the headquarters set up a tribune in accordance with the model of the Ya Department, that the West Coast Reclamation Area have the right to self-management, and that tax cuts be reduced. In the middle and late stages, some trolls even shouted the slogan of merging into the Ya Department. Under this situation, the executive government summoned the witch doctors and chiefs of the 6 tribes. At the Ya Department headquarters, a joint meeting of the 7 tribes was held under the supervision of the Rune Council. At the meeting, the heads of the executive government denounced the greed of the top leaders of the 6 tribes, believing that they had forced their compatriots into a situation of rebellion, casting a shadow on the hard-won peace situation in the Black Forest. Using this as an excuse, the Ya Department rejected the borrowing road request of the 6 tribes, completely blocked their use of rail transportation, and urged and even ordered the 6 tribes to engage in peaceful dialogue with the western tribes. With these big hats pressed down one by one, supplemented by the threat of armed punishment, the top leaders of the 6 tribes had almost no room for refusal, and had to send representatives to negotiate under the supervision of the Ya Department executive government. However, the top leaders of the resistance forces in the West are actually all from the Ya Department, and the students' policy has finally come to fruition. Their response was extremely tough, and they gradually integrated the internal voices, under the persuasion of those students and the exaggeration of the workers who had participated in the rail engineering training. The Ya Department became the Black Forest lighthouse in the eyes of the people. In contrast, the 6 major departments have become infamous in the hearts of the people in the West, and are synonymous with reactionaries and greedy people. Seeing that the split is about to become inevitable, the 6 witch doctors who are more thoughtful chose to directly ask for a meeting with Nestor at this time Giant Tree Research Institute, small conference room. Nestor summoned the 6 witch doctors here. This is the first time that the 6 witch doctors have set foot here. The building that they could only watch from a distance has brought them great shock today. Before coming here, Nestor led them to visit the embryo cultivation room and introduced the prospect of population sublimation in detail. They were taken to inspect the economic crops looted from the Horned Hoof tribe one by one. Their efficacy and the transformation made by the Fang department on the original basis were explained, and they were also presented with the gorgeous clothes, golden vegetable oil, and sweet sugar crystals produced by the Fang department. In addition, the high-level wolves and high-level saber-toothed beasts that were bred through tree embryos during the previous gaps were also displayed one by one in front of the witch doctors of the 6 tribes. And finally, a little girl who was already as tall as Nestor's thigh was also brought to the witch doctors of the 6 tribes in the meeting room. The little girl had already left, and various gifts were piled up in the corners. The witch doctors swallowed their saliva. As smart as they were, they had already understood the intentions of the Fang department and the Rune Council. They came here just to find some room for the easygoing policy of Nestor in the past. However, judging from the attitude of the speaker at this moment and his display of achievements without any reservation, this last glimmer of hope seems to have the tendency to close the door forever. The witch doctors wanted to keep their mouths shut and turn around and leave. They would rather continue to negotiate with the rebels in the west, even if they split up. As long as they can keep the 6 major tribes, they will not be ashamed of their ancestors. However, there don't seem to be many choices, Mr. Speaker. What do you want to do? Isn't it better to be like before? The 6 tribes respect you, and the Ya tribe. We are willing to stand with you, and the Ya tribe on anything. All we want is to preserve this tribe that has existed since ancient times. Under this situation, the witch doctors of the 6 tribes finally asked and spoke their true feelings. They actually understood that the demands behind the planning of the executive government and the coercion of the Ya tribe were nothing more than the merger of tribes. But before, you obviously didn't force us so much. You could have forcibly unified us a long time ago, but you always left room for maneuver. But why? Why are you so tough now? The executive government of your tribe has even started to play tricks. I don't understand, sir. You are from the same big tribe, and you should understand that we are fundamentally different from the many tribes that have been incorporated into your tribe. But why are you unwilling to leave us a way to coexist? Nestor quietly listened to the slightly excited speech of the witch doctor from the Atta tribe. He knew the other party's demands very well, just to maintain the independence of his tribe, but this was not what Nestor could agree to. The pace that he had slowed down before because of cherishing talent seemed to have brought some unexpected counter effects, giving them hope to maintain their autonomy. But this hope is actually illusory, because Nestor has never thought about really maintaining the current situation. One day he will take away this hope with his own hands. Giving hope and then depriving it seems to be one of the cruelest things in the world, perhaps far more serious than the psychological damage caused by cutting the Gordian knot. Therefore, after a moment of silence, Nestor finally made up his mind that he would not delay this matter any longer and would not give them the hope that actually did not exist. Everyone, the world has changed, and the Black Forest should also usher in a new era. The witch doctors looked at each other. They were indeed deeply touched by what they had seen and heard before, but escaping and turning a blind eye have always been the privileges of intelligent creatures. Therefore, the witch doctors consciously or unconsciously revealed their confusion. Mr. Speaker of the Ya tribe, what do you want to express? Take a look at these first, and then we'll talk about other things. Nestor threw over a stack of materials with detailed records of the information about the North, known to the Ya tribe. The witch doctors picked them up and flipped through them page by page for a while. Then a voice came from the opposite side of Nestor. Is this all true? Of course, this is the intelligence obtained by the Ya tribe through the war. The situation in the North is much more serious than we expected. Now that the words have been spoken, I will speak my mind truthfully here. My fellow compatriots, it is obvious that the trolls are not the only intelligent race or civilized force in the world. In the North, and even in other unknown directions, the competition we will face in the future will inevitably be cruel. This is why I need unification. Do you understand? What I want is to completely unify the Black Forest. One parliament, one regime, one race, a common country for all trolls, rather than the coexistence of 7 or 6 major tribes. Everyone, the tribal system is no longer suitable for this era. The trolls should have had a unified voice long ago. The witch doctors knew that once the man in front of them really made up his mind, what awaited the 6 tribes would be nothing but smoke, and no possibility of reversal. But they were not willing to give up. Nestor's previous softness and the few words in the materials in his hand became the last life-saving straw they tried to grasp at this time. Sir, I understand what you want, and I'm also impressed by your ambition to lead all the trolls and move forward together, but the witch doctor pointed to the materials in his hand, turned it to the column introducing the various forces, and said with hope in his eyes, we agree with your unification concept, but can we discuss a way of unification? Discuss? What do you mean? Nestor asked, looking into his eyes. Alliance system. In the power map of the North you provided, there are so many clan alliances, tribal alliances, and chieftain alliances. What about us? Isn't the 7 Troll Alliance feasible? Once the 7 Troll Alliance is established, we will definitely move according to your will and the direction of the Fang tribe. As soon as a witch doctor finished speaking, another witch doctor was afraid that Nestor was still dissatisfied, so he immediately promised, "And this male king and female queen, is it the meaning of the supreme ruler? The 7 Troll Alliance, at least the 6 of us, are willing to nominate you as king and become the common leader of all our trolls, as long as you are willing to keep our tribal name and heritage. The 6 tribes are willing to dance to your will. Also, Her Excellency Ashura can also be the female queen." One condition after another, one promise after another, was proposed by these witch doctors who tried their best to preserve the independence of their own tribes, even partial independence. Some of these conditions even really made Nestor, a guy who has not yet gotten rid of vulgar tastes, feel tempted. Become a king? Rule a pluralistic kingdom or even an empire? What a resounding name, what a sincere condition. The long list of titles of this king, that king when introducing himself, can really satisfy his vanity. He can even use the contradictions between the many independent governments under his command, to play checks and balances, and consolidate his power. However, Nestor finally extinguished the slightest desire that arose in his heart. If he wanted, he could have been king and emperor long ago. Why wait until now? Shaking his head, Nestor made a firm and tough statement. Plural governments and multiple clans are the basis of chaos. The trolls must have only one race and one government. All different opinions must appear under one premise. That is, we are a real whole in terms of culture and political system. So everyone, please allow me to refuse. Nestor waved his hand to interrupt the witch doctor's continued defense and continue to express his position without any doubt. The clan must disappear. The Ya tribe, the Schia tribe, all these titles and independent wills must be swept into the garbage dump of history. Everyone, my previous slow progress towards unification may have caused a misunderstanding among you, making you misunderstand my determination. I would like to take this opportunity to make my words clearer. The previous slowness was only out of my appreciation for the talents of all of you present. With the military strength of the Ya tribe, I can forcibly unify you. The power of the Rune Council and the army of the Ya tribe are beyond your resistance. And the reason why I didn't do this is simply because of your existence. It's not because I'm afraid, but because I want to completely possess you, from body to soul. But now, I have changed my mind. It seems that it is not impossible to have only your bodies, or even only your ashes. As long as we control the people of your tribes, new witch doctors will always be born. Do you really have to do this? Even if all of our 6 witch doctors threaten to commit suicide? Yes, since the words have been spoken, there is no room for turning back. In order to prevent you from going back and taking the tribe hostage and other irrational behaviors, I'm sorry, everyone, you all stay for the time being. You can't do this. It's okay. Coarsefang, Sharpfang, Ashura, you come in. The door of the council hall was pushed open. Led by the 3 advanced people, more than a dozen witch doctors belonging to the Rune Council directly poured into the council hall. Mr. Speaker, we are ready. Sharpfang was already in the upright wolf state, and Coarsefang had also transformed into a half-tree form. The 2 looked at the 6 witch doctors in the hall with burning eyes, and focused on monitoring their hands. If these 6 witch doctors had the slightest intention of taking out the magic crystal, they would be struck by thunder. Everyone, do you want to try to resist? Letting go will only increase casualties. Nestor also stood up from his seat, and with his height, that could be called the top of the trolls, he looked down at the 6 people opposite and said, "A new era must begin. The unification of the Black Forest will usher in the final countdown from today. Monthly ticket. Chapter 206 The Eve of Unification. 10,000 words. Please order and vote." The 6 witch doctors did not try to resist. At this point, when Nestor made up his mind, they understood that the fate of themselves, and even the tribes behind them had been completely determined. Therefore, after the witch doctors of the Rune Council entered, they put down their hands, closed their eyes, and waited for the final verdict. Arrange a residence for the witch doctors on the top of the giant tree, and don't treat them harshly. Nestor nodded and whispered to the visitor. His order was not cruel, at least for these individuals. In his heart, he still hoped that these witch doctors would figure it out one day, and then become colleagues with everyone, and work together to build the common home of all trolls in the future. At Nestor's signal, several witch doctors of the council came forward. They carefully searched the 6 witch doctors and confiscated the magic crystals and weapons they carried with them before taking them away and sending them to the independent residences higher up the giant tree according to the speaker's instructions. Those residences were the huts that the witch doctors who surrendered in the last batch asked to build in order to avoid suspicion during the movement within the fangs. They were lonely and scattered in the upper layers of giant trees and deep in the tree canopies. They were very appropriate places for house arrest. After the witch doctors of the 6 tribes were taken away, the council members who came to join in the fun also dispersed. Only 4 advanced witch doctors, including Ashura and Fangs, were left in the small council hall. Realizing the changes in Nestor's policy towards the 6 tribes, the 3 witch doctors understood that there should be major changes in the Black Forest in the next period of time. How should the 6 tribes be dealt with? Fang's witch doctor asked immediately, while he was still free. Tell me the general situation. I've been in the lab recently and haven't paid much attention to the specific details. Okay, but I only heard the general report. Basically, the executive government used some tricks to create alienation between the 6 headquarters and the reclamation area. After that, they secretly instigated a rebellion in the reclamation area while restricting the various departments' military operations in the west on the east coast and completely blocked their right to use the rail lines. Then, it was accusations, criticisms, and calls for a peaceful solution. Now, there are several leaders on each side who are negotiating at our first base TSK. Really fast progress. Have you activated the secret line? Yes, the several leaders in the reclamation area are basically inclined to our side, or are simply international students whose identities have been replaced. Okay, in that case, let's do it according to their pace. There's no need to drag it on. By the way, how many witch doctors have come from the 6 departments? That's all. The ones who came to see us before are all for this trip, and the rest are staying in their respective headquarters. Get it? Send spellcasters directly to the 6 major departments, and make sure to subdue all the witch doctors. Although it is unlikely, we still have to guard against them holding people hostage to protect themselves. Got it? But what if? If there is a chance, just kill them. The rest are fine, but holding the people hostage is a bottom line that cannot be crossed. Once it happens, it will never be tolerated. Understood? Then I will go there myself. This is safer. Okay. It would be best if all 3 of you could go there in person. Ashura goes to the 3 divisions of the Holy Mountain. You, the coarse-toothed witch doctor, go to the southwest region, and the sharp-toothed witch doctor goes to the northeast region. I will stay in the laboratory at the headquarters. What do you think? Okay, I'll go to the southwest. No problem. Then I'll go to the northeast region. I'll listen to you. That's great. The 3 of you should try to conceal your own tracks and carry out secret arrests as much as possible. Don't create unnecessary misunderstandings and conflicts. As for the rest, let the executive government handle it on its own. Understood? After the tasks were assigned, the 3 advanced witch doctors set out for the target location in a few days. Among them, Ashura's destination was the closest, but the task was relatively the heaviest. At this time, each of the 3 divisions of the Holy Mountain had a witch doctor sitting in their headquarters. Although it was not difficult to solve, it was really troublesome to run around. Secondly, it was Coarseteeth who was heading to the northeast. Although his target was the second closest, the tribe was lucky to have 3 witch doctors in the same era, and there should be 2 witch doctors left at this time. The distance between them was too close to each other, which could easily expose the capture operation. Even Coarseteeth could not guarantee that he could complete this task in secret when he went alone. Therefore, he brought another witch doctor with him this time, intending to assist in the capture. Finally, it was Sharpteeth's destination and target. Looking at the entire Black Forest, its terrain is relatively narrow from north to south and long from east to west, and the Fang tribe happened to be located at the point that was almost the center between north and south and east and west. His targets on this trip were one far and one near. The far one was in the easternmost and southernmost corners of the Black Forest, so it might take some effort to get there. However, from the perspective of risk, none of the 3 witch doctors will face a difficult situation. Their targets are all primitive witch doctors. in addition to the troublesome means of mutual destruction. As long as they focus on suddenness and form a situation of killing with one blow, it will not pose much threat to the 3 advanced people with stronger bodies and more means. As for the road, there is actually no need to worry too much. Do you know about the high-speed single-section rail car that reduces weight, but does not reduce the power group? It would be an easy job for dozens of moose to pull only one carriage. Perhaps the maximum speed will not increase infinitely, but factors such as durability can be close to their extreme values in the natural state. In the mere Black Forest, it is not too difficult to run from the middle to the east. After completing their preparations, the witch doctors who were about to set off came to the station outside the headquarters. During this trip, Ashura took Ziohei and Sharp Fang and the assistant with Sharp Fang in the early stage, because their destination was on the extension of the same track line, and course Fang went alone, taking the headquarters northeast gap line to the destination. After a simple farewell, Ashura, who watched course Fang go ahead, and the other 2 also took the line they were going to take soon after, and quickly left the headquarters area in the gallop of the moose. Only a few hours after the lights passed, the train arrived at the Holy Mountain station first. Here, Ashura said goodbye to Sharp Fang and his assistant, and took Ziohei into the forest. The night gradually fell, and the trees in the forest, that had existed for who knows how many years, covered the entire starry sky above their heads with their dense leaves. This is a place where the starlight cannot reach, and everything around is wrapped in a thick curtain of darkness. In this environment, the purple and black combination of Ashura and Ziohei seemed to be completely integrated into the forest, moving silently in the silence of the night. The big cat carrying Ashura moved swiftly in the dense forest. At high speed, its feet almost formed a wind, but it did not make any sound. Although this proud big cat had a close relationship with the elf on her back at the moment, she would not allow it to ride a few years ago. However, with more and more big cats in the tribe and the forest, perhaps worried about the decline of her status in the eyes of the poop shovelers, she actually bowed her head and took the initiative to express that she could ride. In this way, although this big cat successfully retained her status, it also invisibly harmed many of her future compatriots. Oh, this thing can actually be ridden? It looks even quite easy to ride. Under her proofing and Ashura's demonstration, such thoughts naturally appeared in the minds of witch doctors and even other trolls. Compared to moose, unless it is a leader level moose, these big cats with sharp teeth and claws are definitely more in line with the troll's appetite. Let's put aside the digression for now and continue to follow Ashura and her new mount. There are not many opportunities for the 2 to fight together. Although Ashura occasionally rides her for a walk near the headquarters, this may be the first time to cooperate in battle. The 2 elves in the dark gradually approached the southernmost and closest to the large settlement among the 3 tribes. Ashura asked Ziohei to stop for a while. She groped in the dark and observed the destination from a distance through the fence. Unlike the Fang tribe, which was also brightly lit at night, the 6th tribe did not seem to have made much progress in this regard. Every night, the darkness that had lasted for who knows how many years would still descend on the tribe and urge the trolls to rest. Ziohei, are you ready? Hoo okay, let's start. We will act separately. 1 elf and 1 beast separated temporarily. The black saber-toothed beast did not take charge of the night sneaking, which it was better at, but made a noise near the tribe under the instruction of the shit shoveler, successfully attracting the attention of some troll guards. And Ashura took advantage of this time and used several different magic effects to cover up her voice, smell, and even body, and then entered from the side, where the warriors were distracted. The distribution and function of the buildings of the troll tribe are actually not much different from those of the troll tribe in the early years. Located in the center of the tribe, it must be the residence of the witch doctor and the little trolls. So her goal is very clear, and she goes straight to the center. The number of trolls in the 3 tribes of the Holy Mountain is far from comparable to that of the Fang tribe. Moreover, this tribe has also divided more than 800 living forces to the western reclamation area, and the chieftain who went to negotiate this time and the high-level warriors accompanying him are also quite a few. Therefore, it can be said that the population density of this tribe at this point in time has dropped to a historical low. This greatly facilitates Ashura's actions at this time. Although the trolls do not have the concepts of assassins and thieves, in reality, their various jobs have been first applied in Azura's hands. She walked or stopped, sometimes walking on the roof, sometimes lurking in front of the gaps in the house. At this time, in Azura, the profession of witch doctor initially showed its omnipotence to a certain extent. She understood that the biggest obstacle to this mission was not the magic of the primitive witch doctor or the obstacles on the road, but the overly sensitive hearing of the trolls. A fully developed and experienced troll warrior can be extremely sensitive to many subtle sounds in a limited space. The enemy's movements, footsteps, heartbeats and breathing are all within the range of their hearing, especially in this silent darkness. Therefore, even if there is a spell to restrict airflow, it cannot completely isolate the transmission of sound, so Azura is still walking cautiously at this moment. She tried her best to avoid the patrolling warrior's route in advance, using her more outrageous hearing perception than Thiz to avoid every node that might be discovered, and gradually approach the final goal. Fortunately, the scope of the tribe is not too large. Even if it is moving at this speed, Azura really touched the core of the tribe not long after. The place where witch doctors inherited and lived was right in front of us. Occasionally, we could hear some little trolls who didn't sleep on time, crying and making noises. Azura didn't start immediately. She suppressed her breathing to the lowest frequency and listened to the various sounds in the courtyard. Wow, I don't want to sleep. I want to play. I want to drink milk. Wow, go to sleep quickly. Otherwise, let the council chairman of the Tooth Ministry capture and eat you. That's the most vicious guy in the world. Do you hear me? The voice sounded a little old, but still full of energy, coming from a small house that was obviously built with tools provided by the Tooth Ministry. Woo. After that, the child's crying was obviously no longer loud, as if he had covered his mouth with his hands. Although Azura restrained herself and tried her best not to have any extra emotions, she couldn't help but get angry in her heart. Damn old guy. What kind of monster do you think my husband is? Swearing in her heart, I'll make you pay later, she temporarily suppressed the idea of rushing in and beating up the speaker and began to prepare for the next action. After planting the prepared seeds, vines emerged from her hands, slowly and firmly extending from the ground to the direction of one of the houses. That was obviously the residence of the witch doctor. Azura knew that the old man would always go back. At this time, Ziohe's roar was still coming from a distance, and it didn't sound like he was in any danger, so she was a little relieved. But Ziohe's continuous voice made the trolls in the tribe nervous. The warriors frequently changed their positions and patrol areas according to the direction of the sound. Now is a time of trouble, especially for the 6 major tribes. These trolls are already a little nervous because of this, and they gradually become impatient with Ziohe's continuous harassment. What's going on? After calming down the disobedient little troll, the old witch doctor walked out of the room and listened to the various noises outside. It seems to be a black panther, which has been harassing us since just now. Of course, there were warriors stationed outside the courtyard. The most majestic one among them responded from a distance. Since this kind of thing suddenly appeared a few years ago, the number has increased year by year. I don't know where it came from. Oh, it's a black saber-toothed beast. Don't they say they never attack trolls? What's going on tonight? Old witch doctor, if you don't know something, how can we warriors understand it? You are not easy to learn. You really should learn from the warriors of the tooth department. Everyone cheer up and keep watch this night. Don't wait for the chief to come back and beat you up. Haha, don't worry, I'll beat him up after, the old witch doctor complained and gave an instruction. He slowly walked towards his hut amid the laughter of the patrol team. Perhaps because of the previous mention of the tooth department, the old witch doctor's face flashed with deep worry when he turned around. After that, Ziohe's voice gradually died down, and this primitive tribe, which had been accustomed to resting at night for hundreds or even thousands of years, also slowly fell silent. Azura waited patiently for a while. When all the vines she controlled came under the witch doctor's hut, and when she confirmed that the troll warriors stationed outside the yard had not noticed, she began to take real action. First, she took out a spherical thin-necked soft bottle, unscrewed the cap, and then quickly inserted it into the hole reserved on the main branch of the vine. Then, she held the bottle and squeezed it hard, and the liquid inside was pressed into the vine branch. Keeping the bottle in this state, Ashura began to adjust the peristalsis of the internal structure of the vine, and transported the previously injected liquid inch by inch to deeper and farther underground. Underground, the main branch of the vine was divided into 9 branches. They began to dive from a certain depth, and stopped uniformly when they were only a few meters away from the surface of the house. One of the vines, after the rest of its companions fell into a state of stillness, began to quietly drill towards the ground alone. In order to cover up the sound, it moved up very slowly, but even an iron pestle can be sharpened into a needle, not to mention that the soil layer was not very thick. So after a period of time, the soil layer was gradually penetrated, and the bits of loose soil were pushed away, and it finally emerged silently on the ground, in the witch doctor's hut. After that, its other companions also began to move up in the same way, one after another, revealing their sharp corners on the surface. The tips of these vines are hard shells with spiral drill-like stripes. At this time, the drills began to have cracks from the tip, and they bloomed together like special flowers, revealing the fine holes in the core, which looked like a sprinkler. As the vines ascended, the liquid that Ashura had previously injected into the main branch was also manipulated almost simultaneously. The liquid was diverted at the branch of the vine, and then through the peristalsis inside each branch. It was quickly squeezed into the head of each branch. The vines below the flowers have a capillary structure inside, and the liquid that was pressed here was squeezed into it, forming a vaporized jet in the process of conversion between low pressure and high pressure, and quickly spread in the room in the form of mist. The sound of the 9 flowers blooming together, and the sound of the mist formed by the liquid being ejected appeared almost at the same time, and then attracted the attention of the old witch doctor in less than a blink of an eye. At the first moment, he thought it was some small animal that got in, but after a few moments of thinking, the old witch doctor realized that it might not be the case. If it was really a small animal, he should have heard it when it just stepped into the courtyard. It is impossible that he barely discovered it after it was touched into the room. The old witch doctor's thinking speed is really fast. From carelessness to real vigilance, this process may not take more than a moment. However, Ashura, who was well prepared, or the effect of her physical spell was faster than his thinking. The air in the house was full of liquid that would be enough to make the cave wolf unconscious if the amount accumulated. The tiny droplets of liquid soon spread throughout the house, and then invaded the old witch doctor's lungs, capillaries, and the entire body fluid circulation system from the respiratory tract. The old witch doctor felt dizzy and weak. Waves of sleepiness suddenly rushed into his brain like an explosion, and within just a few seconds, he fell into a deep sleep. Ashura heard the movement in the house, and the old witch doctor's breathing rhythm, heartbeat and other sounds were clearly captured by her. Although the experienced warriors outside the courtyard must have heard it, she undoubtedly heard it more clearly, and understood it more, and had the ability to analyze some of the changes. Therefore, the same sound could get Ashura far more conclusions than those ignorant people outside the house. And at this time, helped her confirm the situation in the house. The old witch doctor must have fallen into a coma, so the next stage can be started. Ashura went into the house. The magic effect covering her body basically concealed the subtle sounds of her heartbeat, breathing, etc., and could also isolate those small liquid droplets that were much larger than air molecules. So she was not afraid of the hypnotic vaporized liquid inside, and as long as she was careful to control her steps, she could hide it from the soldiers standing guard outside the yard. But the choice after that would be a bit troublesome. The old guy lying in front of her was more than 3 meters tall and weighed nearly 800 kilograms. The simplest solution at this time was of course to kill him and leave alone, but Ashura understood the preciousness of witch doctors, especially those guys who could break through the limitations with their talents under primitive conditions. For the future unified troll regime, they were definitely a rare and precious treasure. Therefore, killing directly was the worst choice. If there was any chance to take him away secretly, she would not make such a choice. Alas, she sighed silently. She still had to do what she had to do. It was not feasible to force her way out. Although she could get out, how could she keep her actions secret? Fortunately, she had made a plan before the action, so although it was troublesome, she was not without any means. The vines under the ground began to work again. The head that was originally exposed on the surface outside the house now became the end. Under Ashura's control, it collapsed the hole above itself and slowly sank into the ground. She seemed to be planning to dig a hole directly connected to the outside of the tribe and get out directly and then go back to eliminate the remaining traces on this side. However, just when she had the intention to act, she had a new idea. The reason why she didn't plan to sneak out by the same means as before was because she was not sure that she could leave silently with a large compatriot. Not to mention the sound factor, the stealth technique had no way to cover up the other burdens besides herself. Therefore, if she walked with such a large target, it was very likely that the half body of the old witch doctor would float out under the eyes of the warriors. Although the warriors of this tribe were uneducated, they were not really stupid or blind, and there was a great probability that they would be noticed. But now, the motionless old witch doctor in front of her seemed to be able to do something to him. The technique has been used by witch doctors as a research method for many years. Even in battle, they just habitually stacked the amplification state on themselves and almost forgot that it could be used on other targets. Since this old guy can't resist, isn't he a perfect target? After figuring this out, Ashura secretly said, "Habits kill trolls," and began to stack stealth spells on the old witch doctor. The stealth from the black saber-toothed beast and the polarization that existed in the early days, the two together have the effect of turning people alive even in the daytime. After that, she put the target aside for the time being and fiddled with a section of vines at hand. After adjusting it, she turned back and filled the old witch doctor with breathing spells. At the moment, when breathing spells took effect, Ashura was distracted and put part of her energy on the previously adjusted section of vines, with the dong dong sound coming from it. The heartbeat and breathing of the old witch doctor were also synchronously covered by the breathing spells. After completing all this, Ashura, knowing that time was not enough, quickly filled in some of the spells that were about to expire on her body, and then quietly got out of the house carrying the old witch doctor who was almost gone. Coming out again, she quickly and silently rushed to the outskirts of the tribe, following the path she had explored before to avoid patrolling soldiers, adjusting her direction at any time. At this time, the sentries in the nursery behind her were still unaware of all this. 10 minutes later, Ashura, who had replenished the effects of magic for herself and the old witch doctor along the way, finally left the tribe and reunited with Ziohei in the forest. "Ziohei, can you help me carry this old thing?" Ashura said, stroking Ziohei's neck. As the saying goes, one step back means one step back. Ziohei, who had already lost some of his moral integrity, was a little reluctant at this time, but he finally carried the old witch doctor who had all his magic crystals confiscated and whose hands and feet were tightly tied. "Good boy, now you take him back to the base as fast as you can. Let my compatriots over there take over, and then rush to our next target as soon as possible. I will wait for you there, understand? Meow. Meow. Be obedient, just help me meow." Under her comfort, Ziohei finally set off dejectedly, and Ashura herself hurried to the direction of the next target. In the witch doctor's hut, most of the traces of vines left by Ashura were cleaned up in advance, and the hypnotic gas in the air slowly sank and was gradually absorbed by the land, and the only vine left in the house, which had been simulating the witch doctor's heartbeat, also completely self-ignited after half a light hour and turned into a small pile of inexplicable powder, which was extremely inconspicuous on the dark ground. Witch doctor, are you okay?" At the moment, when the familiar heartbeat disappeared in his ears, the soldier standing guard outside the yard jumped directly into the yard, shouting and rushing to the witch doctor's hut. Boom. The door was smashed to pieces, but the warrior did not see the witch doctor. Instead, there was a group of inconspicuous ashes. The moment he smashed the door hole, it silently fluttered in the wind and disappeared. The old witch doctor is gone. The old witch doctor is gone. with the warriors' angry roar, the children's night cries, the fierce women's roars, the males running, all kinds of noisy sounds spread out from the small courtyard, making the tribe completely sleepless tonight. It took about 5 days. When the negotiation was still deadlocked under the control of the Ya department, 3+1 witch doctor who traveled far away returned to the headquarters with their respective goals. They captured a total of 7 witch doctors on this trip, together with the 6 who were controlled before. They were all the casters of the 6 major tribes during this period. These newly captured witch doctors have already woken up. The confusion in their eyes disappeared the moment they boarded the train. The names of Ashura and the other 3 were second only to Nestor in the Black Forest. How could they not know them? Therefore, when they saw who was the person who captured them, the witch doctors understood their situation and the fate of their tribe. Fortunately, the swear words in the new troll language have not yet developed, otherwise the witch doctors such as Fang Fang would definitely be scolded all the way. However, before these captives saw Nestor with their own eyes, they actually still held a glimmer of hope, imagining that this was another common walking alone phenomenon among the trolls. But soon, almost as soon as they arrived at the Yabu headquarters, Nestor personally met with them. Under the kind words, there were naked cruel demands: merge the tribes, eliminate the clans and tribes, completely unify, and the policies expressed by Nestor himself extinguished all their fantasies and hopes at that moment. Their tribe, which had been passed down for who knows how long, seemed to be inevitably, and would disappear forever in the Black Forest. Nestor understood that it was impossible for these witch doctors to figure it out in a short time, and he did not hold unrealistic fantasies and expect to convince them immediately. Therefore, after clearly explaining his ideas in a brief meeting, he ordered these witch doctors to be imprisoned on the mother tree as well, intending to let time gradually wear away everything. This kind of house arrest has a time limit. When the executive government completes the merger of the tribes, whether they still have the idea of saving the tribe or not, Nestor will release them and guarantee that they have the power to move freely, at least in the Yabu headquarters. In any case, under the rule of the Rune Council that Nestor built from scratch, dissent should not be an excuse for arbitrary killing, and the term decisive killing should not be used in such places. Therefore, as long as they do not do anything that actually seriously harms the tribe, there will always be a place for them to live a normal life in the Black Forest. Of course, if the witch doctors are willing to completely submit to the new regime, then this side will naturally be more welcome, and even include them in the ruling system, just like the witch doctors of the various tribes in the past. As the group of trolls who seem to be the most weak, but actually most resistant to Nestor's unified policy, the witch doctors of the extreme conservative tribes were secretly arrested and placed under house arrest on the top of the mother tree in a short period of time. The executive government began to accelerate the progress of a series of previous actions under the instruction of the Rune Council. Under the deliberate guidance of a group of guides, the people of the 6 tribes in the western reclamation area regarded the Ya tribe as the greatest paradise in the world, and maintained their confrontation with their own forces more firmly. In the local area, they attacked the managers stationed there. In this process, some trolls really believed that they were fighting for reasonable treatment. Among them were study abroad, and some natives who gradually became civilized due to long-term exchanges with the Ya tribe people. They believed that the life of the Ya tribe people was the real life, and the management method of the Ya tribe was the civilized management method. The other part, because of the long-term and boring land labor, had accumulated endless violent desires in their hearts. After the initial rational period ended, they simply regarded this confrontation as a way to vent and splash the energy and violent desire that could once be spent on hunting. Compared with the former, which was orderly and purposeful, the latter caused great chaos in local production. Their venting was not only released in the confrontation with the managers, but also reflected in the destruction of production tools, farmland, and even the reclamation residential areas. And soon they also clashed with the former. As a result, the reclamation areas of the 6 ministries became a mess, and at least several years of development were lost in this short period of time. Although this situation was not in the plan of the executive government, it did not prevent them from taking advantage of it. Therefore, after informing the negotiating parties of the incident in the rear, a large number of militia troops set out from various bases and directly entered the reclamation areas belonging to the 6 ministries. Regardless of rationality or not, all the trolls who participated in the mutual fight were controlled at the first time. After that, the executive government attributed the responsibility for the chaos and contradictions to the incompetence of the top leaders of the 6 ministries, believing that they were the ones who caused all the chaos in the troll tribe in the near future. Therefore, the wise shall be promoted, and the foolish shall be demoted. The management power shall be handed over to the appropriate, capable, well-planned and trusted officials became their words and propaganda slogans, to accuse the high-level officials of the 6 departments. A large amount of relevant news spread with the progress of the caravan sent by the YA department to the various departments. Every time the news arrived, it would form a heated discussion. Not only the chaos in the West became the topic of conversation among the trolls, but also the visible technological development and the prosperity of the people's livelihood under the leadership of the Rune Council and the executive government of the YA department became a common topic. Then, the executive government proposed the concept of mixed unity and officially put the unified Black Forest as an issue on the negotiation table and in the discussion among the people. However, due to the blockade of the traffic routes between the East and the West and the silent disappearance of the witch doctors of each tribe, the chiefs and higher-level warriors of the 6 departments who were still in the first base at this time also felt a deep sense of powerlessness. They didn't know what they had done wrong, why the own people on the other side had such a strong resistance to their own department, and why the YA department was so aggressive. After losing the guidance of the tribal wise men, these old-fashioned forces who had not studied in the YA department system really didn't know how to deal with this unprecedented situation. And for the senior directors of the executive government, this situation is also a challenge. Unification is just around the corner, and it can even be said to be within reach. The simplest way is undoubtedly to send troops to do it, but the requirements of the Rune Council are the general trend and the will of the people. This last step must be achieved by reasonable, good-looking, and unpremeditated means. Therefore, simple and direct violent means were rejected. So how should it be done? Several plans were proposed at the director meeting. For example, hold a general meeting of all tribes, temporarily summon those tribes that have been incorporated into the YA department, and achieve the goal of unification through a joint vote of all tribes. The Rune Council approved this plan, but proposed to change the form, focusing on changing the concept of all tribal meetings to all people's meetings. The reason is that the council does not want to let the tribes come back to life on this last night, and the unified basic unit must not be tribes. Under the request of the council, the executive government began to act. All the Black Forest trolls need to form 10 trolls teams according to the model of the Fang department, and then each team will send a representative to the Fang department to participate in the Black Forest all troll team meeting to be held in a month. 1 month is not a very long time, but for the 6 tribes of trolls who already have the culture of team hunting, it is enough for them to form a formal team in the way of the Fang department. The venue was set at the Heroic Spirit Memorial Square under the Mother Tree. Under the arrangement of the executive government, the representatives of the 6 tribes of trolls, whether far or near, took the rail train or fast sailing ships and other means of transportation, and arrived at the headquarters of the Fang department within the specified time. The tribal high-ranking warriors who were previously negotiating at the first base came here early in the morning, to wait under the unified arrangement of the Fang department. During this period, the Rune Council held a plenary meeting under the chairmanship of Nestor, and arranged for high-ranking warriors from the 6 departments to attend. The meeting was not actually about the merger of the departments, but some seemingly irrelevant proposals, such as the discussion of the situation in the north, the progress of the elf research, etc. However, this meeting created a kind of pressure and longing in the hearts of the 6 members of the bystanders. Witch doctors have been the representatives of the wise men in the troll tribe since ancient times, and the scene of dozens of troll witch doctors in the Fang department in the same room at this time greatly shocked the simple hearts of these warriors. If the Black Forest becomes a whole, then the witch doctors of the Fang department will be equivalent to the witch doctors of all of us, right? Those hateful directors of the executive government, will they dare to speak to me so loudly at that time? This idea vaguely appeared in the minds of the warriors. They didn't know much about the so-called tribal heritage, and they didn't have a strong obsession like the witch doctors of each tribe. Therefore, at this moment, emotions such as envy of wisdom and yearning for strength gradually overwhelmed their expectations of maintaining the status quo. In this gradually formed discussion among the people and the change of the atmosphere at the top, the time for the conference is getting closer and closer. The internet at home is too poor, and the posting of the chapters has been delayed for a while. Sorry. Chapter 207, Unification and Nation Building. Everything in the Ya tribe seemed incredible to the other 6 tribes of trolls, as if it were a paradise in a dream. The tall city walls, the neat and spacious houses and courtyards, and the dozens of tall witch trees, led by the giant trees in the new city area, made them feel puzzled and powerful at the same time. During the period of waiting for the meeting to start, the Ya tribe trolls did not let these compatriots who came from afar be ignored. A series of unique performances were performed every day in the sacrificial square of the new city area. Novel dances, interesting or profound stage plays, and the indispensable arena fights, combined with the rich food and drinks, gradually dug into the hearts and minds of the people of the 6 tribes from the foundation. In the arena fights, the rule is unlimited without causing casualties at first. Nestor was not very satisfied with this barbaric game, and he once wanted to invent some basketball, football and other projects to ban it. But after a period of trial, it was found that the public gladiatorial contest was indeed suppressed, but replaced by the more bloody underground gladiatorial contest. The trolls who came on stage often had their hands and feet broken, and although there were very few deaths, there were indeed cases. After suppressing some of them through severe punishment, the trolls caught wild beasts, monsters, and even horned-hoofed species, which were also civilized creatures, and launched a secret gambling-style gladiatorial contest. Those who came on stage would definitely die or be injured. Faced with such a situation, Nestor could only bring up the public gladiatorial contest again, and as a second choice, regularize and honor it, so as to reduce the harm caused by it when it was hidden in the dark. Now, this kind of ring gladiatorial contest with restrictions has a certain degree of regularity. It is held between teams, regions, and garrisons, and its winner can even become a star in the troll society, enjoying the cheers and admiration of the audience. The final round competition held at the headquarters was postponed to this time, and it attracted a lot of attention as soon as it started. The excitement of the gladiatorial contest and the majesty of the winners made many trolls from the 6 tribes look at them with envy. When this wave of popularity passed, stage performances became the most popular program, which shocked these ignorant country bumpkins. At this time, a documentary propaganda play was being performed on the stage. In the prologue, the warriors of the Fang tribe risked huge casualties and defeated the former troll tribe slaughterer, the wolf pack, through war in the west, thus opening up a large area of living space. After that, the Rune Council believed that all trolls in the world were one family, and as the big brother, the Fang tribe should take care of the other troll tribes equally, so it chose to share the new land with other tribes. In the foreword, the 6 groups of trolls were full of ambition when they set out to reclaim the wasteland. They were full of the idea of dedicating themselves to the tribe and all the trolls, so they left their hometown without hesitation and went to the new land to explore the future. Their ideas and actions deeply moved a certain unknown speaker, whose actor tried his best to perform on the stage. To reproduce the scene of the time, he sang a line in a passionate tone and high-pitched voice, and used the idea of all trolls in the world are one family to severely refute the small group of reactionary forces in the parliament and the executive government. In the end, he won the approval of most parliamentarians and directors, and successfully promoted the support action launched by the Ya tribe later. As a result, the 6 people who went to the west coast were taught knowledge, given tools, and provided with convenient means of transportation, and they no longer needed to rely solely on their passion to open up a new world. As this scene was about to end, the style of the stage suddenly changed. The hopeful gold and warm red slowly opened to both sides, and disappeared under the operation of the workers behind the scenes. Then, a thick grey appeared from the back, and several trolls with sinister eyes and primitive costumes appeared in the reserved space with this ominous grey as the background. Just as the dense audience below the stage was attracted by the changes on the stage and eager to understand the next plot, the hanging curtain at the front was closed, blocking the performers who had just appeared behind. Just when the audience was puzzled, a troll dressed unlike an actor came on stage and shouted to the audience, "Okay, everyone, due to time constraints, today's stage play ends here. Next, the gladiatorial dance choreographed by the 33rd Hunting Team, the 24th Elderly Gathering Team, and our youth representatives. The trolls are old but not weak. Get lost. I want to see the back. Yes. Damn the gladiatorial dance. We want to watch the stage play." With a sound of clattering, countless bottles and cans were thrown onto the stage and smashed in the direction of the host. But the troll in charge of the host was not panicked at all, calmly dodged these warm welcomes, and then left the stage with a laugh. Then, more than a dozen trolls in charge of the next performance took turns to go on stage. Regardless of age, they all cursed at this time, kicked all the debris on the stage back to the audience, and then began their new gladiatorial dance performance with a plot, which was lame but really thoughtful, amid waves of laughter and cursing. Backstage, the performers who had just flashed on the stage had left from the side and back, and came to the place where their colleagues in the play gathered. I don't know who came up with the idea to stop the performance at the most critical moment. I see the audience below are starting to make a fuss. It seems to be little Alinka. She said that she has developed some new concept. This seems to make the audience more expectant and deepen their impression. TSK. What a cunning guy who said he wasn't, haha. Let's go out and watch the show. I'm going to find 2 males to watch it together. I'll do it. Let me do it. The 6 departments are all weaklings. On a platform somewhere above the giant tree, Nestor and Ashura watched the performance in the square from a distance for a while. Okay, stop laughing. Who arranged this play? Ashura finally straightened her waist bent by laughter and answered with a lingering smile on her face. Who else could it be? That little guy Linka, haha. You are so funny. I'll say it again. That's not me. That's an exaggerated performance. Understand? To be honest, Nestor actually felt that the arrangement of this stage play was quite thoughtful. It exaggerated where it should be exaggerated and vilified where it should be vilified. It was a relatively appropriate political propaganda play. Although it was too deliberate, if it was put into this era, it was also deliberate and just right. If it was a little more obscure, the target group might not understand what this thing was expressing. Because the play was aimed at those illiterate people from the 6 departments. The only thing that made him unhappy was that his image was exaggerated in the play. A bunch of scenes that never happened and words that never were said were placed on him. Although this could effectively elevate his own status and deepen the audience's positive impression of him, the strong sense of unreality made Nestor feel a little ashamed. After all, deep down in his heart, he was still the thin-skinned student who had never left the ivory tower. The experience of more than 50 years did not turn him into a complete power animal. Below, the performance on the stage had begun again, and its unique content once again successfully attracted the attention of Nestor and Ashura. The dance shows the journey of a troll team from childhood to adulthood. When they were young, they studied hard in school. When they were middle-aged, they fought hard on the battlefield and worked hard in the fields. And in their old age, after paying tribute to their former comrades, the veterans took over the work within their capacity and continued to play their remaining heat for the development of the ethnic group and the progress of the times. This is undoubtedly the positive energy of the trolls, mixed with the gladiator performance that was forcibly inserted into it for some reason, showing a kind of incongruous passion, which made the audience who were still cursing before applaud with tears in their eyes and shouted good loudly. Nestor was touched. On the one hand, he wondered if he was to a thing to order the people from childhood to old age, but on the other hand, it was indeed the trolls who wanted to live like this, and they did not want to be idle in their old age. Just like before, whether it was the war against the wolf pack or the war against the Chiran tribe, there were really a lot of old warriors who could still move who came to him. All they wanted was to go to the battlefield and die in the war. Facing these elders who were nearly 300 years older than him, Nestor could only persuade them kindly, saying that the war would be left to the middle-aged trolls, so that they could enjoy the care of the tribe with peace of mind. Unfortunately, the old trolls did not seem to appreciate it. Among them, the old men from the Ya tribe cursed when they turned around and said that they regretted not starving Nestor to death when they were young, and actually bullied them when they grew up. This group of trolls is basically the most uneducated and unreasonable group in the tribe now. Most of them are illiterate because when they created characters, they were already old or about to be old, and they had no motivation and ability to learn new knowledge. However, their contributions to the tribe cannot be ignored. In the primitive era, it was the unremitting efforts and courageous struggles of these illiterate people that allowed the troll tribe to continue successfully to this day and finally have the opportunity to be glorious today. Therefore, although their various behaviors and lifestyles seem somewhat incompatible with the current tribe, Nestor and many witch doctors have never really ignored these old trolls from the tooth department or from other tribes. They can work or rest if they want, and all other reasonable requests except for going to the battlefield will never be blocked in any department. In the next half month, the carnival and various performances continued. The stage play has ended 4 times in a row amid the enthusiastic response of the audience. Not to mention the new audiences who have arrived in recent days. Even the old audiences who have watched the whole show several times will watch it again and again. The purpose of the play has almost been achieved. At least in the hearts of the representatives who came to the conference, the images represented by the various trolls in the play have been deeply rooted in their hearts. The representatives from the reclamation area, aside from the representatives from the 6 traditional areas, only deepened the lighthouse status of the Yabu in their hearts, and the representatives from the 6 traditional areas also learned the truth of the matter in those scenes. In addition, the trolls who were originally roughly united and did not have a deep status concept were invisibly implanted with the 2 class concepts of tribal seniors and people. The play gradually clarified another identity distinction in their hearts besides fellow tribe members, that is, the belonging of rulers and ruled. While this subliminal concept was deepening day by day, the time for the meeting was finally approaching, and the 1-month preparation period was about to come to an end. The final number of participants in the Black Forest All-Troll Team meeting exceeded 5,000, of which more than 3,600 participants were representatives of the teams under the Yabu. This shows that in the current Black Forest, the population of the Ya department has already occupied an absolute advantage, and the meeting held in this form is basically absolutely beneficial to the Ya department. If the executive government really intends to use it, the meeting was held in the square under the giant tree. In addition to the representatives of the various people's teams, the senior officials of the executive government, the chiefs of the 6 departments and other senior warriors will attend the meeting with the representatives. In addition, the Court of Justice will become the host, and the military representatives will only attend as observers. In the Parliament's planning for the future, the checks and balances and cooperation between the executive government, the tribunal, and the Court of Justice will become the main theme of the new country's politics in peacetime, and the Rune Parliament will try its best to avoid becoming the direct ruler in the hearts of the people, and instead shape the Parliament into a fair supervisor and final judge image, seeking to withdraw itself from the opposition and avoid overturning. Therefore, they did not directly descend on the square where the meeting was held, but only opened up a platform on the tall tree. Dozens of witch doctors sat in their respective seats. If there was no real need, they would not intervene in the meeting that was about to begin. In a more hidden location, the 13 witch doctors from the 6 tribes, who were still under house arrest, were also arranged to have the opportunity to listen in. The meeting officially began, and the first topic was unification, and the process was divided into 3 stages. First, it was the presentation stage. The directors of the executive government came to the stage and talked about their own prospects for unification in the future. After it was achieved, they listed in detail the positive changes that the executive government had brought to people's lives during its ruling of the year. They said that, although there were twists and turns in the process and various inappropriate behaviors had occurred, under the reasonable supervision of the Tribune, within the restrictions of the Law House, and under the guidance of the far-sighted vision of the Rune Council, the executive government is becoming more and more mature. Therefore, the executive government has the confidence, determination, and ability to expand its service objects to all trolls. They have made all preparations to contribute their own strength for a brighter and more orderly future. After the executive government, it was the chiefs of the 6 tribes who were surprised and asked to speak. Without any preparation, they presented a speech that was irrelevant. The difference between the before and after naturally ushered in boos from the representatives below the stage, especially those from the Western Reclamation area. After the petition stage, the motion was voted on. The vote was divided into two parts. The first part was for the representatives from the teams of the 6 divisions to vote on whether they are willing to join the unified troll regime. The second part was for the representatives of the teams of the Ya division to vote on whether they are willing to accept new compatriots to join. It is worth mentioning that in the first part, there was no division between the reclamation area representatives and the 6th division headquarters representatives, and they would vote on the motion together. Therefore, the representatives of the reclamation area who were already inclined, plus some representatives of the 6th division headquarters who were attracted by the Ya division in these days, and some representatives of the 6th division headquarters who recognized the Ya division for its help in food, weapons, tools, etc., together made this vote pass with a high proportion. As for the Ya division, there was no problem, except for a few troublemakers who had holes in their brains and thought it was fun to sing against everyone. Almost all votes passed the whether to accept subtopic. Therefore, the unification of the trolls became a popular choice that was not negated by later generations. No matter the meeting format or the voting arrangement, there were no obvious black spots. And this new troll country will be called the Republic of the Rune Council and all trolls, elves, people, or the Republic of Trolls, Elves, for short. The newly established country will completely abandon the concept of various tribes. The old names of various tribes, as well as the name of Yabu, which was once the main body, will be swept into the pile of old papers and become an ordinary page of history. In addition, the political and military system will temporarily follow the old rules of the Yabu. If necessary, targeted reforms will be made according to the actual needs of the operation. As for the strange name of Republic of the Rune Council and all trolls, elves, people, it was not imposed by the Rune Council. The term Rune Parliament was proposed by the executive government, the tribunal, and the Court of Justice to emphasize the guidance of witch doctor wisdom to the country, and the term Republic was added to emphasize the idea that the country is not ruled by a troll or a group of trolls, and its sovereignty belongs to all members. Once proposed, it immediately defeated many other candidate names, and became the official choice directly determined by the meeting. In addition to this choice of becoming the official name, the meeting also discussed the title of Black Forest Country, which once became popular before the former appeared. But the delegates of the meeting said that all the land under the sun will belong to the country of trolls. How can such an obvious geographical restriction be added to the name of the country? No, this is absolutely not possible. In short, the main part of the meeting ended in this cheerful atmosphere. The result can be said to be that some are happy and some are sad. The people are immersed in the prospect of a better life in the future. All the benefits that the Ya tribe once enjoyed exclusively will become the common future of all trolls from now on. They are naturally happy. And those chiefs and senior warriors who failed, or who have never made a decent effort at all, are now mixed with joy and sorrow, and have complicated emotions. However, after drinking a few bottles of strong liquor, and in the heated fight, they also figured it out, and felt that it is actually good to hand over things that they are not good at. At least the living standards will rise sharply in the future, right? The people can live better, right? After all, they are just warrior leaders in primitive tribes, not heads of a hereditary country, and there are not so many interests and entanglements that cannot be separated. As for what to do next, then find a way to join the army, which is their paradise. The only ones who are really distraught about this are probably the witch doctors. How can they be happy to see the things they care about the most handed over by one of the people they care about, and then completely become history? For this, Nestor can only hope for the greatness of time. However, before this, it is time to carry out the warnings and promises he made to himself. Let the witch doctors go. Tell them that, as long as they don't try to destroy unity, they can enjoy all the treatment that ordinary citizens should have. Is this really good? Why do I feel uneasy? Sharpfang, who was in the same room, felt uneasy, thinking that the obsession of the old witch doctors of the big tribe would be an unstable factor for the new regime. What else? Can we imprison them forever or just kill them? Well, that's fine. I'll listen to you. Seeing that he was still worried, Nestor continued to comfort him. Look at it in a positive way. We want to build a tolerant country. At least we should be tolerant of our compatriots. They are just a few dissidents. As long as the people really benefit, they won't be able to make any big waves. We still have to have some confidence in ourselves and the new country. Okay, then I'll go talk to them first. At least let these conservatives understand what you mean and let them learn to be grateful. If it were me, I would just kill them. Haha, go ahead, but don't go too far. Understood, don't worry. Sharp Fang turned and left, leaving Nestor alone sitting in the office in the giant tree. At this time, it had actually been less than half a month since the closing of the conference and the establishment of the new country. During this period, the executive government was busy with self-upgrade and registering the people. For the former, in order to cope with the new situation, each department will further rationalize its internal hierarchical structure, and the specific plan is to change the department to the ministry, and the department to the department, to prepare for future expansion. For the latter, it is necessary to arrange the naturalization of the people belonging to the old 6 departments as soon as possible. On the other hand, the tribunes are rushing to help the new people establish a solid grassroots connection, so that these incorporated people can adapt to the life in the ministry, no, in the new country more quickly. As for the law court, in addition to burying their heads in some trivial disputes every day, to sort out public order and good customs, individual cases and individual examples, and making advanced preparations for future formal legislation, they have also begun research on constitution making under the instruction of the Rune Parliament. However, neither of these 2 tasks can be completed overnight, so although they are also busy, they are still slow and leisurely as a whole, and do not seem to be in a hurry. Military affairs will not change much for the time being. Before the new people of the old 6 tribes have completely settled down, the army will not expand the establishment of regular soldiers because of the increase in grassroots teams. However, when everything stabilizes in the future, the teams of the old 6 tribes will naturally be included in the scope of conscription. At that time, the number of regular soldiers will inevitably increase by about 1,500. In addition, the sorting of the old 6 tribes' heritage has also begun. The terrain, common magical beast species, edible plants, etc. in their respective areas will be reorganized and become part of the common heritage of the country. However, these affairs have little to do with the witch doctors for the time being. Basically, each responsible department can complete the part of the task within their duties. Therefore, after being distracted by the unification related affairs for a short time, most of the witch doctors' lives have gradually returned to their lives, and they can devote more energy to their own or collective research. As the busiest group of trolls in the Republic at this stage, the ministers of the executive government have endless meetings to attend every day. Some of these meetings are internal affairs meetings of the departments, specifically to solve the part of the affairs that each department can bear independently. Others are overall affairs meetings attended by all ministers, specifically to discuss important and complex matters that require the joint efforts of all departments to complete. Today, Zuo Ernie, the Minister of the Far Traveler Exploration Department, also known as the External Exploration Department, has attended 3 internal meetings in a row, and at this moment, she is rushing towards the direction of the ministerial meeting room without stopping. The meeting that is about to begin is an ad hoc meeting convened by her, so she naturally cannot be late. When she opened the door of the conference room, she found that several troll ministers had arrived in advance. At this time, there were basically a lot of information on their tables, and it seemed that they were all irrelevant to the next meeting. Everyone, I want to resign. I want to return to the army. A troll suddenly looked up at this time, looking up at the ceiling and muttering weakly. This is a phenomenon that everyone has seen recently, especially in departments related to civil affairs and finance. Zuo Ernie clearly knows how busy they are with the establishment of the Republic and the incorporation of new citizens. After waiting for a while, several more trolls hurried over. Seeing that everyone was almost there, Zuo Ernie did not delay any longer and prepared to start this meeting immediately. She stood up and clapped her hands to attract the trolls who were still busy with their own affairs. After a light cough, she said, "I'm sorry, everyone, to call you all here during such a busy period. Don't be polite, just tell me, what is it? Money? Or staff? Okay, then I'll be frank. Let me give the materials to everyone for their review. As she spoke, Zuoerni took out the materials she brought and let them pass along the round table one by one. I'll talk while you look, and you can have a general idea in your mind. The information was in place, and when the trolls picked it up and began to look through it, Zuoerni began a general oral introduction. In short, after internal discussions within the Department of External Exploration, we decided to complete internal reforms first. Then you change it? It's nothing more than a matter of changing the brand. Is it necessary to bring it here? The troll, who was scratching his head helplessly, had the largest number of documents in the conference room piled in front of him, because he was in charge of civil affairs, and during the period when the Republic was newly established, the affairs of his subordinates were the busiest. Perhaps because he was almost sick of reading the documents, he was looking at the cover of the document distributed by Zuoerni with a look of disgust, as if he was having some psychological struggle. Zuoerni did not answer directly, but continued, "We hope to expand immediately and set up 4 exploration departments in the southeast, northwest and northeast of the department to carry out business in various directions respectively. In addition, with the development of exploration business, the information channels shared by the tribe and the Republic will definitely be in short supply, so our department hopes to set up a separate liaison department to receive intelligence sent back from all parties on a dedicated line. Therefore, there are a large number of staff gaps and funding gaps. For the former, I hope to launch special examinations as soon as possible to recruit qualified and interested people from the grassroots teams to become investigative employees and civilian employees of our department. For the latter, I hope the Ministry of Finance can allocate a budget." Oh. So both money and staff are needed. That's about what I mean. It's a bit troublesome. It doesn't matter whether there is money or not. Anyway, it has to be spent. But the budget was decided years ago, and there is a fixed direction for which funds should go where. I'm just managing it for everyone, and there is no way to suddenly transfer a sum of money. The Tribune is watching it. What should I do? This is not the past. How can we carry out work without money? There is no way. So it is not the past. The troll pointed up and then down, and continued, to put it bluntly, it's just a group of housekeepers. The rules set by the higher-ups are to follow the rules, and the lower-ups are always watching, so there's really no way to move it. Then, hold a temporary budget meeting. That's the only way, otherwise there really won't be any money. Then don't we have to wait? It's just a small matter. Is it necessary? Question mark? Zuoerni, it's useless for you to be anxious with me. The higher-ups think it's necessary, and the lower-ups are really serious, so what can we do? It's the damn rule. But if there's no money, we can't move at all. So what? What are you going to do? Because it's the request of the exploration department, you have to take the lead in applying for the temporary budget meeting. Okay, then I'll do it. But everyone, what should we do in the future? Each department always has the situation of temporarily increasing plans during the non-budget period. It's impossible to go to the Tribune every time, right? Her question made the ministers fall into thought, and they all considered this issue. To be honest, as the tribal system entered a later period, especially since the establishment of the Republic, various affairs have really arisen in leaps and bounds. Among them, there are actually many making trouble for no reason. At least, in their opinion, it is making trouble for no reason. For example, this budget problem. How could it be so troublesome in the past? In the early years, the use it as you want period without spending money should be gone forever. But even later, when the status of money was intentionally or unintentionally raised, there was actually a long period of time when each department could take it when needed at that time. There were not so many budgets, and there were troublesome things like fighting with the tribunes. But now, on the one hand, the Rune Council's requirement for the executive government is that procedure is more important than results, requiring them not to arbitrarily circumvent procedure for the sake of convenience. On the other hand, since the Great Evacuation movement was launched and won, the people seem to have suddenly attached importance to their rights and interests in various affairs of the executive government, and actively intervened in many regulatory links. Due to these two reasons, the executive government is like a beast locked in a cage in many things, with many restrictions on it. For example, this budget happens to be one of the most important regulatory projects of the Tribune, making the executive government even more hesitant about money. It really delays things. Otherwise, why don't we ask the Rune Parliament to cancel the Tribune's regulatory power in this regard? Impossible. The Parliament will not agree. Let's talk about it. Didn't the speaker say, before opening the window, we should propose to smash the wall? We don't ask the Parliament to agree, but we can make a second choice and propose some alternative, less serious options. For example, let me think about it. Yes, before the formal budget. In addition, we reserve a part of the fuzzy allocation right for various departments to use in urgent situations. What do you think? Fuzzy allocation outside the official budget? You are simply talking nonsense and impossible. What is the difference between this and no budget? Well, then request an additional fuzzy budget within the official budget. As long as there is an upper limit, it will be fine, right? This seems to be a good idea. Let's report it together with the proposal of this temporary budget meeting. Zuo Ernie, then I'll leave it to you. Okay. Zuo Ernie thought about it and felt that it didn't seem to be a big deal, so she nodded and agreed. Remember to break the wall first. Got it. Got it. After the meeting, Zuo Ernie took the materials that were basically not used and returned to the direction of her department again. She was not in a very good mood. Zuo Ernie, who entered the executive government relatively late, actually encountered such a situation for the first time. How should I put it? She couldn't work freely and didn't have the spirit of I'm dedicating myself to the Republic, because she felt that everyone in the executive yuan was on guard and didn't trust her, so she naturally lost that spirit. I should have stayed in the army. The captain of the executive yuan would definitely be able to do a better job than me. Chapter 208, The Collected Works of CUI Wen Lights, Special Commemorative Edition for the 500th anniversary of the death of His Excellency the General. Just as she was sighing, she heard a familiar voice coming from the front. What's wrong? What can I do better than you? Hearing this, she looked up and saw that it was CUI Wenli, whom she had just thought of. Zuo Ernie immediately pouted and ran over. Boom. 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 This was the sound made by a body of more than 800 kilograms stepping on the ground. Her heavy footsteps raised the dust on the ground by several centimeters. Then, this sturdy female troll rushed over like a little girl who had suffered some injustice and met her parents. Ah, Captain. CUI Wenli didn't even move a step before she was attacked by her. After hugging her, she asked with concern, "What's wrong with you? Who bullied you?" Independent Office of the Department of External Exploration. The furnishings in the office were extremely simple, since they did not participate in the planning and construction of the office building. What Zuo Ernie didn't know was that even the layout of this 3-story building was made so simple by the executive government to avoid being found by the Tribune. At this time, the two female trolls were sitting opposite each other in this space, which was not very large according to the trolls' bodies. CUI Wenli asked the previous topic again. What happened to you just now? I saw that you seemed unhappy. This question made Zuo Ernie's body tremble, and immediately the magnified grievances surged into his heart. Unfortunately, her voice did not support, and her personality did not allow Zuo Ernie to cry here. Therefore, at this time, Zuo Ernie just pursed his lips and told her previous experience. I just want to do things well. Why do I have to suffer such suspicion? Is the expansion of the department for myself? Isn't it for the Republic to grasp the situation of the outside world more clearly and quickly? Why is it so troublesome to ask for money? CUI Wenli understood what this longtime partner wanted to express at this time. It turned out that the work was not going well. Because I have always been in the army, I have not directly felt the working style of the executive government and the difficulties it faced. Therefore, at that time and later when Zuo Ernie Tess, my life partner, complained to me, I did not have much confidence to empathize. But later, I felt vaguely that I should be able to understand the feeling she described at that time, because I had once been in a similar situation. It's just that I was still very immature at that time, and I couldn't connect the two feelings together. When it comes to my own mental journey, I have to mention an inference that I have speculated, which I have never discussed with others before or after that. First of all, I have been working in the intelligence department since I joined the army, so I have developed a mind that I think is quite sharp. Secondly, I'm a general who has experienced the early development of the army, and I have personally experienced a series of changes in the army. Finally, although I have not experienced the earlier situation of the army myself, I have a general understanding from the mouths of Giant Tooth, Dabba, and those members of the earlier period. After summarizing all this information, I can draw the following conclusion. During that period and even in the Troll Republic thereafter, the department that was most restricted was not the executive government, which was constrained in every way, but the army, which looked the most majestic and was most admired by the trolls. The restrictions and controls of the Rune Council on the army were the most severe among many departments, and this restriction and control seemed to have existed since the beginning of the army. At the beginning, the officer level of the army was smaller than the overall establishment. When the squadron was at the scale of a squadron, there was only a squadron leader. When the battalion was at the later stage, there was a battalion leader, and it was not until the corps appeared a long time later that there was a battalion leader. It was not until the establishment scale gradually approached the legion and the corps gradually became more and more that senior officers at the level of the captain general were gradually established. And the speaker of the council was in such an army, slowly adapting from the grassroots level to the level, and finally put the first joint training of the army in his own hands. It is said that during that period, the speaker of the council even gave up the study of magic for a long time, lived in the barracks all day, and mixed with the soldiers all the time. Thus, the army, which was still in its early stages of establishment, was branded with its own mark, that of the Rune Council. Later, during the 3 wars, the speaker of the council suddenly became the dictator, and directly grasped the highest command of the army in both name and substance. After he stepped down as the dictator, he set up the military council within the council, and he himself became the military commander, and once again seamlessly brought the army under his and the military's direct jurisdiction. Since then, until I wrote this paragraph, the command of the army has never been lost. Even during the Northern Campaign period, when Lord Giant Fang became the commander, in fact, what he got was only the command of the area of some of the war soldiers and conscripts at that time, including the series of battles that took place afterwards. Similar to the example of Lord Giant Fang, the jurisdiction of most of the tribe's war soldiers and militia has always been in the hands of the military council and the speaker of the council. When it came to the military rank reform period, the army transferred the captain of the corps and the corps commander, who appeared later, to the reserve, and only the middle and lower level officers were kept in service. The reason why I was the only active colonel in peacetime, instead of being a reserve colonel like Dabba, was because of the special status of the army under my command. I knew that once the backbone of the intelligence suppression corps was trained, it would be time for me to retire from active service and return only when the war came again. Facts have proved that my guess at that time was not wrong. After completing the military training, I was indeed arranged to retire from active service and became a reserve colonel like Dabba. In addition, from officers to non-commissioned officers to conscripted soldiers and militia, their military pay, retirement pay, and militia subsidy pay were all placed in envelopes signed by Army W and directly transferred to the target's direct superior officers without paying. Moreover, active members of the army were not allowed to join the executive government or the tribune, and could not participate in the political activities of the tribe in any form. Even at the founding conference, military representatives could only sit in the audience, without any right to speak or vote. I felt wronged, and for a long time I did not quite understand why the military officer and the speaker did this. Many things. There are obviously simpler, more efficient, and more acceptable ways to deal with, but they have to set up layers of obstacles and checkpoints to restrict them. This is the process of the executive government and the handling of military affairs and status arrangements. This not only reduces efficiency, but also makes many officers fall into self-doubt, and once thought whether they had lost the trust of the military officer and the speaker. It was not until later, until I went through more life experiences and saw all kinds of things outside the Black Forest, that I vaguely understood the possible truth in it, like seeing flowers in the fog. In fact, not only the existence of the executive government, the tribune, and the law court, but even the existence of the rune parliament itself is one of the manifestations of this obstruction and restriction. However, the object of the parliamentary restrictions is not others, but the Speaker of the Parliament who set up these layers of rules, or in other words, the position under his seat. Maybe the military is not restricting the army, and the tribunal does not trust the government. What they restrict and distrust may be some uncertainty in the future. For example, a certain minister or lady in the future, or even a new speaker who may appear in the future. After realizing this, I thought so. Collected works of Cui Wenlight's special commemorative edition of the 500th anniversary of the death of His Excellency the General. I got up and wrote a paragraph because I couldn't sleep. Chapter 209 Education Affairs and the Gradually Mature External Exploration Department. Zuo is not a little girl, and her emotions will not grow indefinitely. Therefore, even though this conversation with Cui Wenli did not really enlighten her, Zuo also calmed herself down. After bidding farewell to the old captain, she began to draft the application for the convening of the temporary accounting meeting. But, what is Cui Wenli here for? What am I here for? Outside the office building, Cui Wenli was also thinking about this question. She patted her forehead in annoyance, and found that she had forgotten to do her business. I also want to refer to how the Foreign Exploration Department carries out its work. Forget it, let's talk about it next time. Although they are all disguised reconnaissance, the nature of the military and government departments is different after all. Maybe referring to them will lead to a wrong path. Whether it was self-consolation, or she really thought so, Cui Wenli did not turn back to disturb her old partner who had already started working, but walked straight to the camp outside the city. There, she and a group of newly promoted non-commissioned officers were studying the tactics of the new troops, the arrangement of the grassroots formations, and other matters day and night. Everything is difficult at the beginning, and the military has high requirements for the intelligence suppression team, so they are now exhausted every day. Not long after, the application for the temporary calculation meeting led by Zuo was submitted to the Rune Parliament and passed. Not long after that, the consultation between the Tribune and the executive government on this motion was held under the chairmanship of the parliamentary representatives. Abolish the Tribune's power to supervise the budget. This proposal, which was like smashing the wall, was naturally rejected first. For this reason, the ministers of the executive government who attended the meeting were scolded by several representatives of the Tribune, saying that they wanted to subvert the rights and interests that the people had fought for with great difficulty. The proposal of ambiguous control of funds outside the budget for smashing windows was also rejected. Education has been carried out unwaveringly for nearly 60 years, and the people of the Republic are not stupid at all, and it is impossible for them to be fooled by such a proposal that is obviously a trick. However, perhaps because the smashing walls and windows and then opening doors effect has been verified, or perhaps because they really think that what they said makes sense, the ambiguous budget proposal proposed by the executive government was understood by the Tribune, and then officially came into effect with the approval of the Rune Council. Since the passage of this proposal, in addition to the funds that can be clearly arranged in advance, the executive government will also have an additional ambiguous budget for the additional expenditure of the budget year. Although this money can be withdrawn without convening an interim budget meeting, its destination, use, and actual effect need to be kept in detail for the Tribune to monitor afterwards. Once something is found to be wrong, the Tribune will immediately impeach the officials involved and seek the intervention of the Rune Council. Let's not talk about the future. Zuo is quite satisfied at the moment. Although it is not cash and not directly issued to the department, it is pre-deposited in the first bank, which has already carried out simple deposit and withdrawal business, and the transfer needs to be reviewed by the ministerial conference. But it is better to go to the Tribune to fight against the trolls for things that can be solved within the executive government, right? However, it is okay when there is no money. With a large amount of extra funds available for allocation, the various departments in the executive government seem to have turned on a switch, and suddenly there are many plans that Zuo has never heard of. The Ministry of Railways said that branch railways should be established between various resident stations. The Ministry of Civil Affairs said that the basic living security fund for the people should be increased, and the Ministry of Education said that the literacy schools in various resident stations should be renovated. Even the bank representative who was only responsible for keeping the funds said that the money could double in the Northland and asked the Ministry of Finance to consider whether to use it to lend and earn interest. Then, of course, he was scolded. Zuo Ernie was dumbfounded. Didn't I apply for this money? Shouldn't it be used first for the expansion of the Department of External Exploration? That's what she thought. How did you apply for this? It's clearly written on the document that this is the extra-allocable budget shared by the executive government. This is the result of our joint efforts. Zuo Ernie, you don't plan to use it all, do you? You guys. Clang clang clang. Dingling clang clang. For some reason, the conference room suddenly became noisy, and the trolls who were working in the whole building pricked up their ears in confusion after the meeting. The ministers finally reached a consensus. First of all, the amount of money was not small, and it was absolutely impossible to use it on a single department. Secondly, the plans that everyone had previously set up with the idea of getting the money first were either completely rejected or sent back for careful refinement. Finally, this expenditure must be converted into a formal budget that can become a formal project that requires continuous investment in the next budget year, thereby increasing the size of the budget pool for the coming year. Therefore, after heated discussions, the ministers unanimously launched a long-term project that can benefit all parties, the Executive Government Talent Training Program. To explain this plan clearly, we must first understand the current arrangements for the Republic's education affairs. At this stage, education affairs are basically divided into two modules, central and local. In the central government, there was a school specifically for school-aged trolls many years ago, and with the continuous development over the past few decades, the school has become a one-stop training base for trolls from preschool education, primary education, secondary education, and higher education, covering a range from teenagers to sub-adults. After the establishment of the Republic, the base has an official name, namely the First Central School of the Republic. The administrative affairs of the school are under the jurisdiction of the Education Department of the Executive Government, and the Education Content Affairs are directly responsible to the Education Committee of the Rune Council. It can be said that every little troll has to stay in this school for about 20 years from the time of weaning until they enter sub-adulthood and officially graduate. Since the tribe was civilized, various subjects such as mathematics, Chinese, physics, biology, physical exercise, meditation education, etc. summarized by witch doctors and witch doctor apprentices will be easy to learn and accompany the little ones in the next 20 years. Nestor, who also serves as the chief of teaching, believes that the lifespan of trolls, and even elves in the future is long anyway. Instead of letting them develop the eternal bad habits like in novels, and spend their time doing nothing all day, because of their long lifespan, it is better to let them get used to learning from an early age. Even when they grow up, they must deeply understand the preciousness of time, and continue the short-lived time concept they have developed since childhood, and not waste time outside the normal range. In short, Nestor can't stand the bad situation of wasting hours or even days in a daze. Therefore, when planning the current education plan of the central government, he basically designed it according to the time habits of the short-lived species in his previous life. In addition to the regular classes, morning classes and evening self-study are arranged for them without missing a single one. No, maybe there is one aspect that he did not refer to his previous life, that is, physical education. The little trolls, including the future elves, will also pay attention to physical education, or battle classes during the school education stage, in addition to ensuring the necessary physical exercise every day, to cope with the needs of growth. There are also various individual or group combat skills, which must be arranged in accordance with the growth of the body at various stages. In addition, the cultivation of scientific thinking and experimental thinking is also indispensable. For this reason, the school will cooperate with various research laboratories set up by apprentices in terms of teachers, venues, etc. for a long time, so that the little guys will not only focus on fighting and reciting textbooks all day long, but also try to observe and practice from easy to difficult. In addition, if the lifespan of humans in the previous life is calculated as 100 years, then it would take at least 17 years from preschool to university graduation, right? Even if we ignore the doctoral stage of research is more important than learning, and only add the time of master's education, it would take about 19 or 20 years to receive education, which is equivalent to 1/5 of the entire lifespan of humans. What about the trolls? Even if for convenience, we only record the average lifespan according to the 300 years of the Black Forest time, then it is not too much to take out 60 years of full-time education from it. What about after that? The work that needs to be done every day, at least at this stage, is actually just that little, and there are 48 hours a day available. It is not too much to take out 6 or 7 hours of work to attend part-time training classes after production. So, compared with the average lifespan of trolls today, this is only about 20 years of schooling, which Nestor thinks is still too kind. As the Republic accumulates more knowledge in the future, the length of education will definitely increase. It is not true that we will have to spend 60 years on full-time education, but it is always right to increase it as much as possible under the premise of meeting the society's demand for labor, and use the rest for part-time training. Therefore, those republics in the late period of the tribe, after truly understanding the situation in the north, set up specialized training schools for young trolls in various garrisons, aiming to force idle trolls to enter them to carry out special studies in addition to literacy education, and will gradually take on the task of the future part-time training center in the Nestor plan. Such schools will be scattered in the central and various places, so that the spare time of trolls and elves will become more fulfilling and colorful. The training plan initiated by the executive government this time was established in this context. In the central government, they will cooperate with the first central school of the Republic to establish political science education for young trolls at the stage of higher education in the school. Interested trolls will be able to choose 1 or 2 courses to study from the major items such as finance, civil affairs, animal husbandry, and road administration. Then when they graduate from sub-adulthood, they will be recruited into the executive government as interns, and after reaching adulthood, they will be selected by the executive government as formal employees. Those who are not interested must at least choose 1 or 2 courses from various sub-items, such as special documents, finance, reports, practical affairs cases, etc. to learn and understand, so that at least the Republic will have trolls available when needed in the future. In the local area, we will cooperate with the specialized training schools in various locations, and entrust them to train employees who can adapt to various grassroots work in the executive government. However, because both the cooperation with the central school and the cooperation with the local school are new projects that will be launched in the near future, it will take a long time to see the specific results. At this stage, if the executive government, especially the Department of External Exploration, which is in urgent need of expansion, wants to obtain available forces, it still needs to be screened among the people. And because the new generation of trolls who have received a complete education are now almost in a state of 1 person per job, there are a large number of teaching, military, political, and even research positions that require them as the backbone to be carried out. Therefore, in this situation, where there are basically only old school trolls left in the civilian world, most of the population are of this type, the expansion of the Foreign Exploration Department can only be achieved by relying on them to carry out training almost from scratch in person, in addition to limited poaching. Fortunately, most of the old school trolls have gone through the compulsory literacy stage under Nestor's instructions, so the training task does not have to start from literacy, and it will not become a hell-level task. As for money, the executive government did not make it difficult for Zuoerni. In addition to the funds needed for the above plan, Zuoerni also obtained the signed documents of the joint ministerial meeting, and successfully withdrew the first sum of money from the first bank. With money, everything will be fine. We organized publicity, assigned cadres to interview at various garrisons, and then selected qualified people to be brought to the headquarters for training. Although it was time consuming and energy consuming, Zuoerni felt a sense of accomplishment in his heart as he watched the backbones of the subordinate departments gradually take shape in this series of subsequent progress. Soon, the frameworks of the 4 exploration departments, the Eastern Exploration Department, the Northern Exploration Department, the South, and the West, as well as the frameworks of semi-logistical and semi-technical work departments such as the Intelligence Analysis Department and the Internal Communications Department, were built one after another under the joint efforts of the old employees and the new recruits, and the newly recruited interns, such as investigators, communicators, intelligence analysts, etc., with different types of difficulty and different job requirements, were also trained under the personal guidance of the original members of the Far Traveler Corps. In addition, the functional design and matching of targeted totems should also be well planned during this period. Among them, the part that can be achieved with the existing totems can be negotiated with the apprentices who have mastered the technology, so as to complete the engraving of the employees. As for the functional requirements that cannot be achieved by the existing totems, they should be submitted to the Rune Council for discretion after a detailed application plan is listed. If the council believes that the functions she proposed can be achieved through innovation, then a witch doctor will be assigned to take on this task to meet the totem needs of the department. If the council believes that the plan she proposed is too outrageous and cannot be achieved with the existing magic knowledge reserves, then the plan will be rejected and the drow will be required to replan according to the actual situation. For example, the first plan proposed by the drow was rejected by the council because the plan was too whimsical. At that time, considering that the people to be faced during the exploration in the north were almost completely alien species with different appearances, different languages, and huge differences in body shape, in order to carry out the investigation work more smoothly and obtain detailed first-hand information, the drow proposed totem functional requirements such as eliminating language barriers, changing the appearance of scouts, and realizing ultra-long-distance communication for single soldiers. Among them, except for the second item, which she did not hold much hope for when she reported it, the first and third items were expected. The first item, eliminating language barriers, is not without examples. At least the cave wolf can do it. She thought at the time that perhaps the witch doctors could find a way to dissect its brain to obtain the original template of this type of spell, and then by turning it into a symbol culture and a totem, wouldn't there be a usable totem? But it was eventually rejected by the parliament. Before obtaining at least 3 replacements, the importance of the cave wolf to the tribe is self-evident. Abandon its brain to take the magic crystal? Not to mention whether it can be done. Even if it can, the parliament will not risk losing the cave wolf to take this step. As for the second item, realizing ultra-long distance communication for individual soldiers, Zuoerni actually notes that both the ultrasonic band and the infrasonic band actually have their own transmission limits. In other words, as long as the Republic is still using sound waves as a carrier to achieve communication, it is basically impossible to increase this distance to some outrageous level. But she still reported the request with the thought of just in case. Afterwards, she was called over and scolded, saying that she had received a complete education, so why did she make such a request that was known to be impossible and wasted everyone's precious time. As for the third item, changing the appearance of the scout, because in nature, at least within the known range, witch doctors have never come into contact with magical beasts with this ability. Therefore, in the absence of the original template of its spell-like stage, there is naturally no way to transform it into a spell, let alone further totemization. The druid transformation unique to advanced witch doctors may be the ability closest to this requirement at this stage, but due to the process of its transformation, it has not completed the transformation from biology to runology, and it can even be said that there is no progress, so its transformation principle has not been explored, and naturally it is impossible to achieve the corresponding totemization. Since all 3 of these were defeated, Zuoerni began to think about new plans. Of course, this work was not done by her alone. Many subordinates brought over from the far travelers also proposed various ideas based on their previous combat experience. One by one, the plans were proposed and listed as options. There were only 3 available totem positions, and they had to choose the best one to maximize the utilization rate. Minister, I have a general idea or concept. Tell me about it. Zuoerni's thoughts were interrupted by his subordinates, so he temporarily put down his pen and looked up to ask, look, the various departments in our current plan can actually be divided into 3 categories: analysis, communication, and field investigation. Needless to say, the analysis department probably only needs to stay at the back, or even the headquarters, as long as the brain is good, so we haven't thought about designing any special totems, right? That's right, go on. And for this communication category, I don't think it's necessary to be too radical and do something like ultra long distance or dedicated line. Oh. So what? That's right. For example, for the information support for the Northern Exploration Department, we can actually solve it by designing a segmented communication plan. For example, divide the segment into 3 parts: remote, relay, and main station. The remote part is the most dispersed and can only be managed by the frontline investigators in each direction. As for the relay part, we can adopt a scattered distribution with more in the front and less in the back. By developing the application range of existing sound wave technology to the extreme, we can try to deploy semi-permanent secret relay stations only at the most critical remote points that can take into account multiple directions at the same time. According to this layout method, as long as we calculate the distance between the relays in each direction and plan the staggered communication times in each direction, we should be able to reduce the number of external messengers we need to a low point. Basically, the closer to the inner circle, the lower the requirement for the number of relay points will be because of the secondary convergence along the line that is taken into consideration. Moreover, after entering the signal capture range of the northern fortress, we don't actually need to take on the task of communication ourselves. We can just use the existing channels of the communications department. After setting up our internal password rules, even if the big mouths in the communications department spread our original signals everywhere, there will be no leakage problem, as long as the witch doctors are not too idle to crack them. Of course, it would be even better if we could jointly set up confidentiality regulations with the communications department, or let the Rune Council issue confidentiality rules to prevent the original signal records from being leaked. And our own communications department will only be responsible for the parts from the remote end to the peripheral relay for the time being. Zuoerni fell into a moment of contemplation after listening to this. If there is no major progress in communication in the short term, then this seems to be the best solution. The communications department will prepare as you said. I will apply to the parliament for confidentiality rules. Do you have any other ideas? For example, for investigators? This subordinate seemed to be quite smart, and Zuoerni couldn't help but look forward to it. Well, there is no specific plan, but some simple ideas. Okay, tell me. Understood. The troll responded in the way of the army involuntarily, but just as his arm was raised to his chest, he realized that he had left the army. He smiled awkwardly, scratched his head awkwardly, and then continued with the encouraging eyes of the minister. I have read the information sent back by the horn-hoofed species. The situation in the north is indeed quite complicated. It would be best if the 2 totems you mentioned could be realized. But now that it cannot be realized, should we settle for the second best and design according to the actual needs of all directions? If we can't blend in, then we can seek a stronger stealth effect. If we don't speak the language, then we can temporarily shift our focus to observing the entity. For example, the 3 known strong tribes. From the intelligence we know that in addition to basic vision, they also have other keen senses. The Rhine species is famous for its night vision, the Mammoth species has excellent hearing, and the Tusk species has a keen sense of smell. In addition to these 3, there are others such as those that are sensitive to vibrations, can see heat sources, and so on. Therefore, in addition to the usual optical stealth, the prevention of these special senses should also be taken into account in our needs. And according to the different actual conditions in each direction, we can make a more detailed classification of investigators. For example, those who specialize in the Rhine direction should focus on arranging totems for night vision capabilities. Of course, in this case, unless the totems are replaced, after returning to the rule of the Republic, the direction of the investigator's responsibility will be fixed in the short term. But there are also advantages to being fixed. At least it allows investigators in various directions to have a richer understanding of their own investigation targets, and the intelligence they send back is more accurate. It is even possible for them to gradually learn the local language. Not long after, the Rune Council received the Drow's Totem Demand Plan again. After a general review, the council believed that this plan was much more mature, so it was quickly approved. Among the new totem requirements, there are some that the council does not have mature technical reserves, but because these abilities are basically common needs in nature, some monsters have indeed evolved targeted spell-like abilities. Therefore, in the Republic's Magic Crystal Reserve, most of the ready-made spell-like templates can be found. Some of these can be directly used after a second conversion. As for the other part, because there are still some deviations between the real objects and the actual needs, the witch doctors need to change some of the runes when they are carrying out the rune culture, so as to convert them into the magic that meets the needs first, and then do the totem conversion. But in general, the trouble is not too big. After several witch doctors took over, they solved the problem in a short time, and taught the corresponding engraving technology to some apprentices who learned quickly. After that, the apprentices who have learned it will be arranged to engrave the scouts first, so that they have more time to understand and practice the application of the corresponding totems. Under such a tone, the totems obtained by the scouts who need to face different directions in the future will naturally be different. Taking the Rhine Special Scout as an example, in addition to the indispensable communication totem and the Windwalker totem used for escape, a special totem that can optically stealth during the day and enhance the stealth effect at night has been specially transformed. For these scouts, the External Exploration Department does not require them to go deep into the settlements of various ethnic groups to conduct reconnaissance in the short term. At this stage, as long as they can protect themselves and transmit back the intelligence they have seen with their own eyes in the outskirts of the city and in the countryside, the department will be satisfied. Under this requirement, the training of investigators has gradually entered the middle and late stages, and the day when each department can set out to the north for field investigation is getting closer and closer. In addition, the apprentices responsible for totem carving, after completing the much needed carving work at this time, also began to teach the remaining apprentices. The Republic intends to use the model of advanced leading the backward to enable more apprentices to master the carving techniques of these new totems, and further model and teach them, in order to take them to schools, to carry out more systematic totem engraving education. The purpose of doing this is to find more professional talents capable of performing totem engraving operations during wartime, in order to cope with the possible needs of large-scale totem engraving, and frequent totem replacement. I guess I will try hard to write another 3,000 words, but the upload time should be midnight. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 210, The Intelligence Suppression Force is about to take shape. It is not only the Zuoni and its External Exploration Department that have made progress. In terms of the military, CUI Wenli's training of the Intelligence Suppression Unit has also reached a critical point. In terms of grassroots organization, since its predecessor, the Far Traveler Unit, has been tested in actual combat on the Horned-Hoofed battlefield, and based on the actual battlefield results, the new unit will abandon the traditional 5 Trolls organization and directly adopt a special plan different from the brother units for synthesis. Due to the particularity of its battlefield mission, the new Intelligence Suppression Corps will have far more non-commissioned officers and higher officer configurations than other units. At the most basic level, a messenger plus 2 cover hands together form the most basic mission execution unit, the reconnaissance team, 4 reconnaissance teams, 12, plus a communication team, 3, plus a combat team, 3, plus the captain and deputy captain, 2, Form a reconnaissance team, 20, which executes the orders of the superiors on the battlefield. 3 reconnaissance squadrons, 60, plus a communication team, 5, plus 2 escort teams, 10, plus a staff team, 3, plus the captain and deputy captain, 2, form a detachment, 80, and the detachment captain already has some impromptu decision-making power and can carry out some unplanned actions according to the actual situation. Going up, 2 reconnaissance detachments, 160, plus a escort squadron, 25, plus 2 communication teams, 10, plus 2 staff teams, 6, plus the captain and deputy captain, 2. A total of 203 troll warriors form a battalion. There will be 3 such battalions at the same time, and they will conduct training separately during non-war time. In wartime, several battalions will be sent to participate in frontline battles or airline sabotage operations depending on the situation. If necessary, they will be combined into a corps, and the senior commander who returns to active service will conduct unified wartime command. It is worth noting that a series of combat teams, escort teams, and escort squadrons in the organization are all special wartime units, composed of conscripts, and the non-wartime training period does not exist in the organization at all levels. In addition, the staff groups and the detachments and battalions are also special wartime organizations. They are temporarily recruited from the officer school before the war, and are semi-internship and semi-staff units. In addition, the reconnaissance teams, communication units at all levels, and the squadrons, detachments, and battalions at all levels, composed of them as the backbone, are the permanent structure of the intelligence suppression force, participating in all daily training tasks. As for the totem configuration, the reconnaissance team is still allocated according to the 2 task modules of communication and cover, and generally continues the totem combination plan of its predecessor, the far traveler force, but when necessary temporary totem changes will be made for special needs. As for the communication units, they sacrificed the opportunity to increase combat effectiveness, and continued to stack communication related totems. It was for this reason that CUI Wenley added combat type organizations dedicated to guarding to the teams at all levels when designing the troop organization. After several small-scale internal inspections, CUI Wenley, who believed that the organization plan was roughly mature, formed a report and submitted it to the military council for review. The chief of the army, Nestor, and other military members such as Azura also thought that there was no problem in the text after reading the report. Therefore, the military council officially issued a notice asking CUI Wenley to start the reorganization at the battalion level, and stated that the military would conduct an effect acceptance inspection of the newly formed battalion in 3 months, and the performance of the exercise would be the basis for judging success and implementation. During the exercise, the guard-type sergeants in the team will be temporarily provided by other brother units. The communication units at all levels will also be temporarily served by the subordinates of the communications department of the executive government. What CUI Wenley needs to do is to build a brigade framework with the reconnaissance team as the backbone, and let officers at all levels get familiar with the operation process of the new plan first. The reason for doing this is of course to save time. The reason for saving time in this regard is that what the military will accept is not the battlefield capability, but an estimate of the effect that the organization can achieve in the future. Therefore, the focus of the exercise will be on, first, if this organization is used for training, whether the internal communication between the upper and lower levels can be kept smooth, and whether the intelligence load capacity of each branch unit is up to standard. Secondly, whether the squadron and detachment level units can achieve effective connection in the area as expected, and thereby form cooperation in front of and behind the enemy. Finally, it is the corresponding self-protection and intelligence collection capabilities of the frontline reconnaissance team. In CUI Wenley's design, the unit may have to face relatively complex battlefield situations semi-independently from the squadron. The various squads under its command will use the directly superior squadron as a relay to carry out squad-level coordinated operations, whether it is destruction behind the enemy or suppression in front of the enemy. Can the squadron undertake this task? In terms of command or communication, can grassroots cooperation with it as a relay be formed? In addition, starting from the detachment level, there is already an expectation of its ability to take charge of matter independently. The complexity of the situation faced by the detachment will only be higher than that of the squadron, not to mention the battalion level. This will be an independent combat unit that can, at least in expectation, be able to take on the intelligence mission of a small battle alone. If these expectations are to be achieved, whether the existing staff at each level is sufficient, and whether the communication capabilities of each unit are sufficient will be important reference standards. These issues will be simulated through this exercise, so as to look at the old from the young and estimate the capabilities that may be achieved after it is fully mature. In addition, the importance of the trolls to the Republic goes without saying, and it is expected that there will be so many elites among them. Is the ratio of the risks they take to the possible results appropriate? It is also a question worth considering. Reconnaissance will naturally face risks, and with risks, there may be casualties. In this case, whether the expected sacrifice of the frontline reconnaissance team can be exchanged for higher benefits on the front battlefield, or in other aspects determines the necessity of reconnaissance. If it is obvious that the enemy can be crushed at a lower cost by relying on the Legion battle on the front, but a small number of elite scouts must be allowed to collect intelligence at the risk of being outnumbered. In the case of ants biting elephants to death, the cost may be higher than that of a frontal battle. But many times, the gains and risks are unpredictable, and you must send the team out first to get more specific information. The cost and the value of the gains will not always present a proportional result, and whether it is worth reconnaissance is naturally not always a matter that can be determined in advance. Therefore, the military will have a higher standard for the risk resistance of the frontline reconnaissance team, and whether the organization to be formed can grasp the balance will become a value that will be included in the reference. After receiving the notice from the military council, CUI Wenli was surprised, but also a little uneasy, and a hesitation that was so deep that she might not even notice it. The surprise was naturally because the superiors approved her plan, and the uneasy was because of the worry about the results of the exercise, and the so-called hesitation might be due to the confusion about her own future. Captain, what should we do? Should we temporarily borrow forces from other departments, as the superiors said? Well, let's do it this way. CUI Wenli responded and stood up, encouraging all the non-commissioned officers and officers who participated in the arrangement and preliminary attempts of this plan from beginning to end. There is only one last battle left. Everyone cheer up and get moving. The sooner we complete the preliminary matters, the more time we have to simulate the situation during the assessment. No one wants the plan to be rejected at this time, right? Yes. Understood. The morale of the sergeants was still high. After completing their responses, they went to do their respective tasks. When the far travelers troop was separated, some trolls wanted to stay in the army because they wanted to serve in the army. Although they knew that the new troop would need them to change their style, they still wanted to stay. On the other hand, seeing that the backbone of the external exploration department was sufficient, the military retained some of the most determined remaining in the army soldiers. Therefore, CUI Wenli still has a group of backbone soldiers. In addition, the military decided to let other departments cooperate to transfer the secondary forces needed for this exercise, and the reorganization scale was temporarily only 1 battalion. Therefore, she was able to barely gather enough spare forces to build the basic framework of a battalion. In the next few days, the seconded trolls of the executive government's communications department and the seconded soldiers of the brother troops also arrived one after another, and CUI Wenli finally began to formally prepare for the acceptance exercise 3 months later. While the 2 sister departments of the Fast Ridders, 1 political and 1 military, were working on their own efforts, Nestor and several witch doctors from the military association were also discussing the exercise plan. So, how should we arrange the exercise? There is no suitable target to see the actual effect, which feels a bit troublesome. When saying this, Fang subconsciously wanted to touch his fangs as he did in the past, but he touched nothing when he raised his hand. For this, he seemed a little disappointed and sighed. Alas, the big fangs are gone just like that. I miss such a beautiful and majestic pair of fangs. How come they are gone? It's good that they are gone. Anyway, they are useless, and they are still in the way of daily life. Aisha leaned against the big cat behind her, stroking its smooth fur, and responded nonchalantly. Hannah, of course you hope so. After all, you, an ugly girl, have a pair of small and thin fangs. Now no one has them anymore. You should be satisfied, right? I'm ugly? Nesta didn't seem to think so at the beginning. Who knows what kind of drug you put on the Speaker of the Parliament? There are so many strong and beautiful females waiting. Okay, don't waste time. Let's get back to the topic. Speaker of the Parliament, how should the exercise be arranged? The meticulously dressed rough-toothed witch doctor interrupted the aimless bickering of his two companions and brought the topic back to the arrangement of specific matters. This chapter was written so inefficiently. I found that I was not suitable for typing in the early morning. I have class in 3 hours. Chapter 211 Exercises and Observations. Preparations for the acceptance of the results of the intelligence suppression force are being carried out in a busy and steady manner in order to better obtain the required information. Nesta specially selected a part of witch doctors, more than 10 apprentices, and more than 1,000 soldiers for this exercise, and opened up an exercise base in the forest far away from the headquarters. This base will be a simulated stronghold including facilities such as the command center, barracks, and outer smoke towers. The reason for the existence of the stronghold in this exercise is set, and its internal members are given the identities in this exercise, thereby simulating a military base with a caster, a purpose of existence, specific tasks to be performed, a garrison force, and internal and external patrols. They will become the target of the intelligence suppression brigade in this exercise to test whether the operation of the organization is in line with expectations. 3 months passed in the blink of an eye, and the final assessment was in sight, and the newly formed troops led by CUI Wenli were waiting nervously. One day, probably around the March period, CUI Wenli waited and waited, but did not receive any notification about the exercise arrangement, but she did not neglect the formation training. On this day, when she was looking through the training reports of the past few days in the office in the military camp, she suddenly heard hurried footsteps outside. When she looked up, she happened to hear the familiar report. The source was a member of her dedicated communication team. Come in. CUI Wenli sorted out the materials at hand and issued such an order. Report to Your Excellency the Commander. We have received a communication from the command department under the military W. Please take a look. The communication officer handed over the 2 reports in his hand and handed them to CUI Wenli across the table. The report is divided into 2 parts. One is the original data record of the signal, and the other is the essence of the content after the former is translated through the code. CUI Wenli seemed to realize something. She felt that this should be the beginning of the exercise or a related notice. After realizing that the exercise may have begun, she deliberately began to strictly follow the rules. First, she roughly read the original data and focused on the meaningless signals at the beginning, interruption, and end of it. It was found that there was no problem, that it was the command department's identification signal code for that week. After checking this, she began to check the translated file in comparison with the original signal, and while confirming the content, she also checked whether there were any potential translation errors. Identification code. Attention. The following is the content of the exercise. The intelligence office under the military W received a report from the patrol militia team that 3 days ago, abnormal traces suspected to be left by hostile forces in the 7-8-4 area of the northeastern region of the Black Forest were found. Identification code. Hereby request the temporary 1st Intelligence Suppression Brigade to investigate. Please execute this order immediately. Military W no. XX order. Identification code. Military W Command Department no. XXX communication transmission. Identification code. After reading the content and confirming that it was correct, CUI Wenli immediately stood up and loudly ordered the flag officer on duty. Emergency combat readiness. Immediately. Understood. The flag officer responded and turned around and ran. Not long after, the heavy sound of war drums resounded throughout the camp. Under the war drums, all the soldiers who were taking turns to rest in the tents or performing training tasks heard the sound and began to prepare for the mission. The drum beats contain many signals, including combat readiness level, mission level, etc. The soldiers in charge of different duties must prepare for the corresponding level of missions under the leadership of their respective superiors according to the signals they have learned in advance. In addition to long-range and short-range weapons and shields, they must also prepare emergency energy supplements such as fat and sugar crystals. After they have completed these tasks, they must gather and rest at the designated location to ensure that they are in a state of being able to set off at any time and wait for the next order from the superiors. CUI Wenli also walked out of her tent at this time, and while walking, she instructed the flag officer group members around her, notify the military academy to send qualified staff interns according to the scale notified before. Tell them that I want to see all the personnel in place within 1 light hour. Notify the general logistics department. 1. The combat ready moose must be fully prepared at the 3rd substation in the northeast region. I need to see the mounts prepared for the troops when I get off the rail train. 2. The special rail train for the troops to the northeast region must be prepared immediately. 3. Most of the food and fodder allocated to the troops must also be transferred to the 3rd substation in the northeast region. Understood. I'll send the message right away. About 15 minutes later, almost all the regular soldiers had made preparations and were waiting in their respective dormitories. At almost the same time, the instructions related to War Ready Moose were also transmitted in a step-by-step manner and sent to the relevant units. Then a batch of 250 moose were transferred from the military breeding base closest to the destination and sent to the rail train to the receiving location, specified by CUI Wenli. At the receiving location, the corresponding work was also in progress. This included the food of the moose, the deer stables, the logistics supplies of the soldiers, and the preparations for the rail train to stop. Everything was being prepared in a race against time. At the headquarters train station, a rail train that was enough to carry all the soldiers under CUI Wenli was also busy mobilizing the moose for pulling the carts and installing the towing rope after feeding them. Half an hour later, 12 non-commissioned officers of various levels from the military academy, who had chosen intelligence-related courses, also quickly arrived at the camp. Although their professional qualities were still immature, they were also arranged into the staff group at the detachment and brigade levels. I don't expect these students to come up with any ideas. I just treat it as a practical class. After all, let alone actual combat, even the opportunity for formal exercises is actually very rare at this stage. Before Nestor proposed this concept for this acceptance, no one had thought that a simulated war could be conducted in this way. However, if the effect of this exercise is good, it will surely be promoted and become a common activity in the army in the future. After all the preparations that we can make have been completed, and the orders and materials have been confirmed with the command department and the general logistics department, CUI Wenli led the temporary brigade under her command and boarded the rail car that had been waiting for a while. They will get off at the 3rd substation in the northeast region, then transfer to the battlefield Moose and go to the intelligence discovery site to start reconnaissance operations. However, perhaps in order to simulate the actual situation, the intelligence provided by the military this time was too simple. CUI Wenli was almost completely in the dark about the situation there, so she was still worried. On the moving train, CUI Wenli summoned all the staff and officers and held a meeting in the separated train office, hoping that everyone would figure out what kind of situation they would encounter on this trip. Sir, I think there will definitely be a real confrontation group waiting for us, but it is hard to say what the composition and scale are. I think so too, but after all, there is no precedent for exercises, so we can only imagine it according to real combat. Actual combat? CUI Wenli pondered and began to think in terms of environment. It may be the jungle environment we are familiar with, or it may be a plateau meadow environment like the northern plateau, or a farmland environment outside the city. Sir, didn't you say it was the northeast region? I think the coordinates are obviously a forest area. Logging and simulated farmland are not strange. 3 months have passed. Now even if you say that the witch doctors have really built a new city there, I will not have any doubts. I understand. It is indeed possible. As for the confrontation group, it may be the local militia, or there may be wolves and a few black saber-toothed beasts, as well as witch doctor apprentices, and even a few witch doctors who are free. They may also participate. Well, it won't be that exaggerated. Whether it will happen or not, we have to think in the direction of complex and difficult. That is to say, we must be mentally prepared to face a garrison alone. The atmosphere in the partition was slightly silent, and all officers and non-commissioned officers felt a little nervous at this time. Oh, are you scared? Where is your bravery? Tell me, where did you run to? If the virtual exercise is so cowardly, what can the Republic expect from us? Seeing that the atmosphere was a little wrong, CUI Wenley shouted decisively, "Answer me. Are you scared?" "No, sir." "Don't be afraid." "We are not afraid." The response was a little sparse at first, but soon it resounded throughout the partition and even in the carriage outside. "Very good. Then from now on, all of you guys should think about the situations you may face and the feasible coping methods. After all, the troops are newly established, and we also pay more attention to the running and aspect during training. So although the situation this time is severe, it is also a good opportunity for training. When we really get to the battlefield, the enemy will not let us improve through learning. Understood? Understood." The train arrived at the destination after several hours. The soldiers who had rested along the way did not go to the nearby garrison to rest, but after receiving the supplies prepared here and the mooseherd used for travel, they rushed to the direction where the abnormality was found in the intelligence. After advancing for a distance, CUI Wenley found a relatively hidden place and established a temporary command center for the brigade, allowing the brigade's communication unit to carry out communication preparations under the protection of the direct combat unit, and the subordinate detachment organization continued to advance in different directions and deployed the corresponding level of frontline command center. As for the squadrons below the detachment, they also started their own search missions, and in the next few days, they found some traces such as wheel tracks, animal feces, footprints, etc., and then made further tracking. The reconnaissance teams were spread out one by one, using totems to cover their own tracks, and explored the entire area of more than 100,000 square kilometers. Previously, when the far traveler troops split up, Kunitz chose to stay in the army. Now she is the Sergeant Reconnaissance Chief of the Reconnaissance Squad numbered 1, Temporary 1st Battalion, -2, 2nd Detachment, -1, Subordinate 1st Squadron, -1, Subordinate 1st Reconnaissance Squad. At present, she is carrying out exercise tasks in her own area with two cover hands. This kind of reconnaissance has been going on for several days, but except for some traces found on the periphery at the beginning, they have not found any valuable intelligence for a long time. The reconnaissance team habitually remained silent. Since there was no trace of the enemy, the cover hands did not deploy optical cover totems at this time to save energy. However, considering the possible existence of wind wolves on the enemy side, the two cover hands kept the smell suppressed in turn. As they were marching, a small tuft of green hanging on the tree trunk in the corner of their sight attracted Kanna's attention. She raised her hand to indicate the direction, and then followed the two warriors, and leaned towards the ordinary tree. It was a tuft of hair, about 1.5 meters high, and it seemed to be scraped off by the thorns on the tree trunk. Picking it up with her fingers, she put it under her sight, and observed it carefully, and then put it to her nose to smell it. Kanna made a judgment that it should belong to a windwolf. Since almost all the windwolf packs in the east are now under the control of the headquarters, this guy may be cooperating with the trolls to perform some tasks. In the eyes of the trolls, windwolves are synonymous with weak combat power. All they can perform is patrol tasks using their sense of smell. It doesn't look like a large army has marched here, so is this a patrol route? What about the direction? She squatted down again and began to check the extension direction of the thorn and guessed the direction of the target windwolf. It came from the northeast, but it is a little hard to judge whether it is a circular patrol or a round-trip patrol. I need to report my findings to the higher-ups. Let's retreat for now. After making a basic judgment, Kanna instructed her two subordinates. Understood. Understood. After retreating about 1 kilometer from the origin, Kanna began to communicate with her superior squadron and reported her findings here. The superior sent back a message saying that 2 squadrons, a total of 7 reconnaissance teams, were rushing here, asking them to cooperate to grasp the possible patrol routes. Not long after, the 7 teams that came to support entered the range of Cunner's sound wave communication and formed an effective connection with each other at a distance of several kilometers. Cunner did not give a more detailed explanation. All the action plans had already been arranged at the squadron level. Therefore, the 8 teams, including themselves, began a boring incubation period at 8 points that were found through calculations and could take into account several patrol methods such as circular and round trip according to the instructions of the superiors. Since the enemy may also be a troll, if the other side also has a totem related to communication, even if the signal of this side cannot be identified under different codes, the obvious sound wave disturbance in the air will actually expose the position of the team. Therefore, the teams in the incubation period maintained a sound wave silent state at this time, and the squadron and detachment above also temporarily listed this area as a prohibited communication direction. Cunner and the other 2 were huddled together in a small area underground. They were almost motionless, with their ears pricked up, listening carefully to the movements above. They spent several hours in silence amid the sounds of birds singing, small animals running, etc. Just as the little bugs were about to crawl all over the bodies of the 3 warriors, several familiar voices came. It was pitch black around them, and the 3 trolls almost heard the sound coming from the ground at the same time. Footsteps. About 800 kilograms belong to the 9 militia patrols of our compatriots, quadrupeds. 2 wind wolves, that's it. From the direction, it is likely to be a round-trip patrol, and the detailed route needs to be confirmed. Unfortunately, the patrol on the ground hardly had any conversation during the march, which disappointed Cunner, who had originally wanted to hear some news from them. The footsteps were transmitted from the ground to the underground, passing only through a layer of soil as a medium, and then entered the ears of the 3 trolls. But when they went from underground to the ground, Cunner and the others' heartbeats and breathing were suppressed by the totem and the conversion of the soil medium to the air medium. Even with the sensitivity of the trolls' hearing, they could not detect it at all. The same is true for the smell. The complex composition of the soil has reduced the smell, and under the combined effect of the hidden depth and the totem suppression, the noses of the 2 wind wolves have become almost useless. Gradually, the sound above the head became farther away and finally disappeared. It was not until this time that Cunner and the other 2 drilled out from the ground and quickly destroyed the pit. In the other directions, the other teams either missed or encountered the previous patrol team. The teams began to evacuate, and after leaving the prohibited communication range, they submitted their respective intelligence to the superiors. The intelligence came all the way to the detachment and the brigade. The staff and officers roughly determined the patrol route, based on the time and place where each team encountered the patrol. Moreover, the patrol team that was discovered was not actually isolated. Similar gains were also reported in the other areas. Therefore, after integrating all aspects of intelligence, CUI Wenley finally summarized and integrated the information, and marked the approximate range of an enemy base. And then, it is natural to enter the second stage, grasp the enemy's specific intelligence, including the enemy's identity, location, number, organization, purpose, combat power, etc. Chad saw that most of the intelligence had been mastered, right? For example, the identity is a troll, and the purpose is an exercise assessment, and the common organization is nothing more than the understaffed 9-troll militia squad, the fully staffed 10-troll militia squad, and the Windwolf for cooperation. However, CUI Wenley had already made a guess, based on the previous transmission from the command department. Such an answer was definitely not something that could be brought up for the task. The opponent in this exercise definitely had a series of intelligence such as the identity and purpose that had been set, and all of this needed to be carefully investigated and mastered by her. With such awareness, and passing it on to the subordinates, this temporary brigade began to operate with this intelligence as the purpose. Groups of reconnaissance teams were sent to the previously mastered suspected areas. They concealed all their visual and olfactory information, step by step, bypassed the patrol team, and explored in the direction where the enemy base might exist. After that, as the direction became clear, patrol teams were discovered one after another, and hidden lookouts were marked one by one. In almost the most central position in the area, a stronghold that might have a large number of defenders was successfully discovered. In other words, the base was finally confirmed. Obviously, looking alone could not achieve the purpose of collecting intelligence, so after this step was achieved, the confrontation began immediately. Therefore, the troops set up ambushes on the patrol routes they had already mastered, hoping to form a large-scale attack against a small number of enemies in the area and capture a group of tongues without injury. Afterwards, 4 enemy patrols, totaling more than 30 troll militiamen and 8 wind wolves, ambushed them in several places. "Hey, surrender. Are you still ready to fight?" The ambushed combat troops persuaded them to surrender. "That won't work. It said above that we must have a good fight." "Haha, we just want to have a fight with you regular soldiers." The ambushed militiamen were rubbing their hands, excited for the upcoming battle. "Really? I thought it would be less troublesome. The meaning of ambush has been lost, right? So, haha, you guys just do it directly next time. The other militia teams will definitely fight with you." Want to persuade them to surrender? Impossible. With the militia team obviously not intending to surrender, the battle was inevitable. They fought happily, but those smart, but not smart enough wind wolves were a little dumbfounded at this time. Why are the bosses fighting? Which boss should I help? At this time, their minds may be full of such doubts, and they all showed a foolish expression, and they couldn't figure it out and take action until the two sides decided the winner. Both sides were using practice weapons, which would leave a clear colored mark on the body. In order to get victory, both sides specifically chopped and stabbed each other's forehead and heart, and after leaving the corresponding marks, they shouted to each other, "You lost. Lie down. I hit you first. You should lie down." Obviously, no one could convince the other with such a quibble, so both sides quickly threw away this inconvenient rule and started fighting with bare hands, deciding that the one who was pressed down would lose. The number of trolls forming the ambush circle was obviously larger, and some of them were combatants with combat totems to assist, so they won a great victory in the end. The newly formed brigade successfully accepted this batch of prisoners and turned them into data in the combat power column of the intelligence. Seeing all this in the dark, a certain unknown speaker helplessly covered his forehead, feeling that the loopholes in the winning and losing rules were a bit too big. The interrogation of the prisoners naturally yielded no results. After all, they were all their own people, and it was impossible to really force them to interrogate. But it was not completely fruitless. A certain proportion of the militiamen had been given intelligence in advance and were told to confess it when they were captured. So occasionally the following situations would occur. "Tell me, who are you? What are you doing here? How many members are there in total? What are we?" "Yes, the chosen group." "Haha, we are the chosen group." "What a crappy name. I don't know either." They said that if I was captured, I could tell them this information. "Okay, what about the rest? The purpose and so on. Now that you've been caught, just tell me. I'll treat you to a delicious meal when I go back." HMPH, I don't know. I don't know anything else. I just work for money. It's really annoying. There are several other intelligence units like this, some of which are repeated intelligence, and some are new intelligence. For example, this time, several prisoners confessed limited information such as power identity and simple information about certain cadres. After learning about this situation, CUI Wenley and other officers understood the intelligence acquisition method stipulated in the exercise and continued the prisoner capture operation. However, with the disappearance of the first batch of captured members, the base seemed to have begun to make corresponding changes, such as shrinking patrol ranges, merging teams, and so on. With the emergence of these coping methods, the situation faced by the temporary brigade gradually became severe. And due to the gradual entry of witch doctor apprentices, the enemy's disadvantage in totems has been eliminated little by little, and the ambush of this side is no longer a one-sided gain, and the brigade has begun to suffer casualties. Small and medium-scale ambushes and anti-ambush battles frequently broke out in the subsequent exercise process. In this case, the information coordination between the squads and squadrons, and the ability of the detachment and brigade to grasp the situation encountered by the subordinate formations are gradually revealed. In addition, the endless totems of the enemy are also testing the risk resistance of the frontline team to some extent. Considering that the soldiers of the reconnaissance team do not have many opportunities to efficiently change targeted totems during the missions on the front line and behind enemy lines. Therefore, the tactical application space of the existing set of commonly used totems needs to be repeatedly examined and explored in various situations. For example, the ability of the 3 troll grassroots teams to escape when being discovered, the ability to resist when they have to fight, the cover effect when facing high pressure, and the efficiency of intelligence collection and transmission. These indicators are important bases for whether they can survive on the battlefield and provide intelligence that matches the risk, and naturally one of the key observation items of this trial. And the ones who observe them are mainly several advanced witch doctors such as Nestor, supplemented by some ordinary witch doctors who have time. Among them, the advanced witch doctors, with their wider and longer term monitoring capabilities, allow the other witch doctors to more easily grasp the location of the new battlefield, and the ordinary witch doctors will use their more efficient and longer lasting skills such as stealth and acceleration to hide themselves, and arrive at the battlefield, and then observe the battle. As a result, many battles in multiple directions were carried out and ended under the supervision of the witch doctors, allowing them to obtain a lot of first-hand information. For these witch doctors who are almost every day doing research in the headquarters, although they were somewhat reluctant when they were called, after a period of time in the forest, they felt that it seemed good to relax occasionally and gradually enjoyed it as a kind of adjustment. Chapter 212 Camp and Intelligence. After repeated suppression and encirclement of the outer area, the reconnaissance troops, relying on their own more advanced tactical arrangements, gradually narrowed the reconnaissance circle and gradually restricted the enemy to the area around the stronghold, about several kilometers in radius. By this time, the enemy's forces had been relatively concentrated. Even if they had not conducted targeted training, they could rely on the patrol density to achieve support from all sides when one side was in trouble, and with the efforts of the apprentices, more sound wave detection totems were configured, and a considerable number of patrol teams now had the ability to receive feedback sound wave signals. In this way, in the compressed patrol area, many teams that seemed to carry radars formed a relatively tighter defense circle by frequently scanning various areas. This greatly increased the cost of the reconnaissance brigade's operations, and the gaps left for them to insert were becoming smaller and smaller. However, scanning cannot be carried out around the clock after all. After locating the patrol team's route and time, the brigade headquarters tried its best to update the safe route, and a number of reconnaissance teams were conducting reciprocating tests along the safe route. On the one hand, they were trying to get closer to the base. On the other hand, they were also trying to report the real-time changes in the situation to their superiors. The stronghold would naturally not remain indifferent to this. If the assessment team did not set a task for the stronghold, then their best response at this time would be to shrink all of them into the city, or further compress the patrol range to the area around the stronghold, thus forming a denser defense circle. But after all, they had a task to do, so they could not respond in the most conservative way, so they chose to continue to confront the reconnaissance troops. The two sides kept changing roles between hunter and prey, but the areas they controlled were deadlocked in a ring forest 4 to 7 kilometers outside the enemy base, and basically there was no way forward or backward. However, the sound wave totem used by the trolls was not a high precision modern radar after all, and it had certain limitations in terms of effectiveness, frequency of use, and exploration distance. For example, the physical strength of the engraved person determined the duration of its activation, and the knowledge and quality of the engraved person also determined the utilization rate of the collected signals. After all, you can't expect a semi-illiterate person who can only read to accurately identify every vague signal he hears and analyze the meaning of it. Most complex signals will be handed over to apprentices and other trolls who have mastered the corresponding knowledge for special analysis. Because of the same knowledge reserve reason, most of the militia patrol members who have not received the corresponding education are actually unable to use wave frequency codes to communicate at medium and long distances. Therefore, they can only do short-range voice communication within the maximum range of the totem's language amplification. In this way, the former affects the timeliness of the message, and the latter causes their communication with each other to be like a sieve without confidentiality, and the effective distance is not far enough. Because of these factors, this is destined to be a system that is bound to have loopholes and is prone to loopholes so that more elite and professional teams can find suitable opportunities in seemingly impossible situations. And in the repeated entanglement and temptation, Connor and several other teams finally took advantage of the opponent's flaws, successfully bypassed the enemy forces, and gradually approached the periphery of the stronghold. For the temporary 1st Battalion, this is also the first time that their subordinate reconnaissance team has included the near circle outside the stronghold into the reconnaissance range. In the case that the enemy also clearly possesses the same sound wave detection capability, the vicinity of the stronghold is undoubtedly a signal prohibited area, because once a certain regular signal is frequently sent from a specific area, the position of the reconnaissance team itself is equivalent to being actively exposed to the enemy's vision. Therefore, there are not many teams performing reconnaissance tasks in this area, and the few teams that do not dare to communicate with each other too much, so intelligence can only be obtained by everyone's own strength. On the Connor side, as one of the several teams deep behind the enemy, after carefully and time-consuming detours, they found that this small town with a wall height of more than 4 meters, in addition to the main gate mentioned by the captives before, there is also a secret door in the northern area that is often locked. During this process, she felt a little confused, and always felt that something was wrong. Since every aspect of the exercise was made to look real, there must be a reason why this base had to be placed here. Besides, what was the patrol patrolling? If it was a real battlefield, with a steady stream of casualties, would they really continue to maintain such a large patrol range? Or is there a reason in the setting that we can't get close? Is this reason related to the secret door? When thinking about these questions, she and her two-cover men were hiding in the shadows of the dense forest outside the city, looking at the alert forces on the north wall from afar. At this moment, there was a sudden obvious noise in the monitoring. Connor understood that this was a sign that the enemy's acoustic scanning was about to pass through the area where they were. At this moment, they had to immediately exit the scanning range or get into a sufficiently complex terrain shelter to confuse their own acoustic feedback during detection. Now, it was clear that there was not enough time for her team to retreat, so the 3 troll warriors entered the underground pit dug by the scanning interval, preparing to use the complex soil structure to evade. The interval is wrong, and the direction is wrong. Before entering the underground shelter, Connor was keenly aware of this, and therefore listened more carefully to the outside sounds with her naked ears. After a while, in more frequent scanning, a team of 20 trolls, 4 wind wolves, and 2 four-wheeled troll transport vehicles passed over their heads and moved towards the direction of the secret door. Taking advantage of the enemy's monitoring gap, Connor took a look from a distance from the reserved lookout and found that it was indeed a transport convoy. At this time, the secret door had been opened, and several teams of sergeants ran out of it. After checking the convoy, they chose to let it pass and closed the door tightly again. Afterwards, the Connor team conducted surveillance here for 2 days and nights and observed the movement of 2 convoys, one in and one out. There must be a reason for the discrepancy. What is this convoy transporting in the setting? Food supplies, or something else? Connor felt that this transport convoy entering the city from the north secret gate might be the reason why the base exists here, and the patrol area is kept at its current size. Then, it seems that this can be a breakthrough for our side to use. After thinking of this, she led the team to evacuate the area near the base first, and reported her ideas to the superiors, asking them to make judgments and decisions. This information was passed from the squadron to the detachment, and after weighing the pros and cons, they decided to make an attempt. In the intelligence submitted by Connor, the convoy entered with real goods, and left with empty vehicles, and went back and forth inside and outside the city gate at a not too high frequency. Although the number of in and out is not large, in terms of the brigade's reconnaissance strength, if they had passed through their own control area, or passed near the tug-of-warring of both sides, they would not be missed. But in fact, in the previous reconnaissance activities, the team had never found this group of trolls. Therefore, its destination must be in the enemy's controlled area, and it is very likely that it is the reason or one of the reasons for the stalemate in the patrol range, as Connor guessed. So now, where their destination is the first thing to be determined. It is always better to have a target than to fight a meaningless battle, so the brigade mobilized enough forces to start reconnaissance on the route of the convoy. Several teams either stood on the stakes to monitor or tracked remotely, and finally confirmed a hidden camp where its destination was located. After investigation, it was found that in addition to the convoy's entourage, there were about 100 hostiles in the camp. At least the surface area was like this. The news was quickly sent to CUI Wenli, and she fell into thought for a while. This is obviously a key area, and it is very likely to get a big harvest. So, should we concentrate our forces to launch a surprise attack? No. As a reconnaissance force, when performing non-battlefield intelligence suppression tasks, strong attacks should be avoided as much as possible, and sound waves are not so effective in detecting underground. Perhaps we should choose a smarter way. After making such a judgment in her heart, CUI Wenli set the corresponding tone and began to discuss targeted countermeasures with the officers and trainee staff of her own command. Not long after, her order was passed to each detachment, and then the forces under her command began to act. Nearly half of the combat escort forces of each squadron were concentrated, and with the cooperation of the reconnaissance team, they ambushed the convoy from the main base to the sub-camp halfway, and then captured and interrogated it at the fastest speed. During this interrogation, several new intelligence was mastered by the troops carrying out the mission. The members of the escort team accompanying the convoy have a close relationship and are important comrades in arms to each other. The convoy goes back and forth at a fixed time and point, and the area usually does not exceed 20 minutes. When entering the main base, the identity check is more stringent, but the resources in the cargo box will not be turned over for inspection. When entering the branch base, although the overall identity of the team will be checked, the identity of all members will not, and cannot be checked. The number of sergeants in the main base is unknown. There may be more than 10 apprentice level managers, and a few spellcasters. The branch base has 3 apprentice level managers, more than 100 guards, 10 wind wolves, and there is a mine under the camp, which contains many equally combat capable miners. Due to the rarity of resources, 2 managers will come out in person when transporting, and monitor each other to check and record the goods. 3000 plus. Chapter 213 Ending Development. It's right not to attack violently. Those who act as miners underground must be compatriots. When you add up the numbers, this is definitely not an easy bone to chew. The squadron leaders who received the news were so thankful to think at this time. In addition, they judged that this should be a key point specially set up for the exercise. Otherwise, if the base was set up without purpose and only focused on shrinking and defending, then there would be no way and no need to carry out the reconnaissance mission. With a difference of 20 minutes, the squadron leader realized that this was an opportunity, but time was also very tight, and they had no time to wait for orders from their superiors. Therefore, several squadron leaders made a prompt decision to immediately launch the next step. They detained a small half of the members of the convoy escort team and prepared to use this as a threat to make the remaining escort team cooperate with the actions of the reconnaissance team. It was an exercise. If there was intelligence, it meant there might be room for exploitation. This information was specifically given as close relationship between members. It would be foolish not to try it. Facts proved that this was indeed the case. After the party made this request, the captives agreed. So, through this method, the party let some members mix into the convoy, some get into the cargo box, and become the infiltration and decapitation team, some followed from behind, and became the reception team, and another part was left to guard the hostages, and become the hostage holding team. After a simple task allocation, the infiltration team and the reception team took their positions, and began to race against time towards the camp, and arrived at the camp above the resource point within the error range. The convoy rumbled closer, and the scouts mixed in the team saw the sentry trolls, and several wind wolves around them. He felt somewhat nervous, and began to wonder if he was well prepared. He and the other infiltrators had already changed into the clothes of prisoners, and the teammates in the cargo box had not only changed their clothes, but also turned on the totem to conceal their smell. In this way, the wolves should not smell anything strange, right? Thinking of this, the soldier felt more confident. However, He still lowered his head, using the height difference as a cover, and glared at the not-so-smart wind wolves secretly and fiercely, causing them to tighten their tails nervously in an instant. It was hard to say whether they were prepared to issue a warning before, but now, it seemed that they were not prepared to bark. In short, with the cooperation of the original team members, the convoy successfully entered the disposal base and prepared to start packing the prepared goods. This link involves precious resources and statistics, and there will be at least 2 managers on site to supervise each other. This is the intelligence that the squadron has already mastered, and their target this time is precisely these 2 high-level targets who are scheduled to appear. The cargo box was taken down from the bucket behind the car. During this process, the soldiers tried their best to show the expression and action of this is an empty box, and when they put it on the ground, they also deliberately handled it with care, so as not to let the weight of about 1 ton in each box, including the trolls and equipment, be exposed because of the noise when touching the ground. Fortunately, it seems that the resources moved out from the ground are heavy enough, and the ground has long been pressed flat and hard, so that the box does not leave too obvious marks, reducing the probability of being discovered. While the soldiers were working haggardly and watching the surrounding situation obscurely, the 2 apprentices they listed as high-level targets finally appeared and walked to a position not too far away from them. After a while, when they were in the best trade distance, several soldiers acting as eyes outside the box immediately issued the agreed signal. As they made a move, the soldiers ambushed in the cargo box suddenly turned over and came out, and cooperated with the former, to carry out a raid and capture. The distance between the 2 sides was already very close at this time, and they had an absolute numerical advantage in the local area. However, the apprentices were not as strong as the witch doctor who was proficient in magic and martial arts. They were immediately controlled by several soldiers on this side without any room for struggle. Some of the soldiers who had sneaked in were armed and on guard, while others took out the noose to tie up the hands and feet of the 2 apprentices. "Don't come over. We will kill him if you come over. Let go of the administrator. You can't get away. How we have to try it." Perhaps because of the fuckery in recent days, both sides were too immersed in the play at this time. Under the helpless gaze of the 2 captured apprentices, they really started a serious confrontation. One side slowly retreated with the hostages hostage, while the other side pressed forward step by step without giving up. When they retreated to the door, the team that was waiting for them finally started to move. The dedicated combat guards raided the sentry whose sight was attracted by the scene inside, and after the confused wolves also ran away with their tails between their legs, they opened up a smooth retreat for their companions who had sneaked in. Quick retreat. After that, the intruder exchanged positions with the contact, and took the captives, and activated the windrunner totem to leave quickly, while the contactors who were dedicated to fighting also slowly retreated in the tense confrontation, and tried to leave before more trolls arrived. Chasing, escaping with hostages, cutting off the rear, fighting until the witch doctor, who couldn't bear it anymore, showed up for the first time and intervened in person and successfully ended this battle in which both sides were angry and bloody. But considering the actual situation, that is, there are more and more trolls surrounding the camp, and the group of warriors left behind have almost no hope of escaping. Therefore, for the sake of fairness, the witch doctor still determined that the rear side was annihilated. However, the infiltration team and some of the support teams that were not assigned the task of covering the rear successfully escaped with the captives. At this time, the only remaining apprentice in the camp, who played the role of manager, shook his head helplessly and reported the situation here to the superior of the role in the main base as soon as possible. The camp was attacked. The purpose was exposed. Please give instructions. Reinforcement will be on the way. Accelerate mining, set up ambushes and defend. Prepare to evacuate and guard against the army. Understood. The remaining participants in the action, while mourning for the sacrificed comrades, sent the captives to their own control area and obtained a series of key intelligence during the interrogation. The purpose of this trip is to obtain some rare resources. The main base is built on a large mine with more than 300 miners working on it. The previous one is a smaller branch mine that is also reluctant to give up, with more than 100 miners working inside. The organization sent 3 spellcasters in total, 13 technical managers, 800 defenders in the main base, and 150 defenders in the branch base. These messages were sent to CUI Wenli as soon as possible so that she and her subordinates could decide on the next course of action. As the highest commander of the army, CUI Wenli was always keeping track of the number of casualties on her side and comparing it with the many intelligences she had already obtained. The situation was actually not optimistic. The casualties of her elite had actually reached a point that could not be ignored. Of course, she herself was also very clear that this was not because there was any big loophole in the organization rules, so the losses occurred. There were many reasons. On the one hand, the organization was just established, and everyone in the team was not used to this organization. On the other hand, it is also because the training of soldiers and other aspects has not reached the standard, which has led to many unnecessary mistakes. For example, the communication groups at all levels, which are crucial to the intelligence suppression troops, are not military trolls strictly speaking. This does not mean that they have lost the bravery that soldiers should have and degenerated into useless trolls who can only do office work. It is a problem of technical arms professional specialization. These communication units temporarily transferred from the communications department of the executive government have become accustomed to performing civilian, commercial and political communication tasks in a safe environment, and the battlefield environment, even if it is just a battlefield environment simulated during exercises, cannot be immediately adapted through the previous short training. If they are said to be fighting on the battlefield with spears and knives, they will definitely still maintain their enthusiasm, but facing the battlefield communication environment, that is far more intensive and complex than daily communication, they often have unexpected situations such as being overwhelmed, missing messages, and crashing of the brain. This will actually lead to the omission of intelligence at all levels of command centers, and interruptions in their ability to control the front line. However, this is something that even she can think of, and it can be improved through training. CUI Wenli believes that the witch doctors who are secretly conducting assessments will definitely not ignore it. Thus, they will make appropriate adjustments to the weight of the impact of this aspect on the assessment results. In fact, Nestor and other witch doctors did consider it the same way as she did, and did not intend to deny the overall effect of the organization. Not only Nestor, who had experience in his previous life, but also other witch doctors, also realized during the confrontation between the two sides that the advantages of delegating the communication group to the squadron level or even to a more basic unit can be created. Moreover, this kind of communication group also has the difference between professional and non-professional, and the gap that this difference can bring is definitely worth noting. They believe that this is indeed a very effective choice, especially the intelligence forces, which can be said to have great potential in this regard. But if you want to say that there is dissatisfaction, there is actually some, but it is not in the communication aspect, but in the combat, escort forces included in the organization. After visiting several battles, the witch doctors found that, although these formations were all named guards, it was obvious that they were more inclined to kill when performing their tasks, rather than the required protection of the communication group. Whenever they met the enemy, they always instinctively rushed forward with a roar, and several times some of the enemy successfully touched the communication unit, and fought with the members of the communication group who did not have combat-related totems. It can be said that their existence function is indeed ineffective to a large extent. Although this is also a loan of soldiers, in CUI Wenli's plan, even if it really comes to war, these members will still be temporary soldiers. By then, it is very likely that there will be such a situation where they cannot grasp the difference between guarding and fighting, and continue to abandon the protected objects and fight alone. CUI Wenli considered two reasons for the temporary transfer instead of the permanent establishment of this unit in the army. First, the intelligence suppression unit is a high-level formation, and the technical and semi-technical arms generally have higher treatment and levels than the combat arms, which is a reward for their learning. However, the escort troops in the formation are just ordinary combatants. In this case, if the two are mixed for a long time and there are unilateral protection requirements, CUI Wenli is worried that, while stimulating the desire to win, there may be comparisons and estrangements between comrades, thus affecting the overall morale of the troops. Therefore, she prefers to transfer the escort troops only in wartime. Second, the number of trolls in the Republic is limited, and the reasonable number of standing soldiers naturally has a corresponding limit. It seems to be a reasonable choice for such troops to reduce non-essential arms in non-wartime. Nestor actually agrees with these two reasons, but the situation during the exercise is real. How to weigh the trade-offs? Perhaps we can only start with the quality of officers. The spirit of the generals must first let the officers and non-commissioned officers responsible for the escort mission understand how to perform the guarding mission. While Nestor was thinking about this, the temporary brigade was making a relatively difficult decision. To be honest, the execution of the reconnaissance mission to this stage is actually almost done. Going forward, it is nothing more than siege and battle, which should be the task of other troops. But if the reconnaissance troops can do all this by themselves, who would be willing to give up the credit that is fed to their mouths? Therefore, although it is an exercise, there are still quite a few officers who think that they should try to infiltrate or even attack the enemy's strongholds. Maybe the big one can't be bitten off, but what about the small one? If we concentrate all our strength to attack, we should be able to bite it off, right? Isn't this a credit and a reflection of the combat effectiveness of the troops? Fortunately, CUI Wenli herself, as well as some relatively sober officers and non-commissioned officers, still maintained a steady heart at this time. In the end, the temporary brigade made the decision to report all the current intelligence and apply for combat force support. At this time, the exercise opponents also responded to the previous actions of the temporary brigade. After receiving the message sent by the camp, the leader of the opposing party separated a spellcaster and 300 fully armed soldiers from the main base to rush to the sub-base, preparing to strengthen the defense there and set up an ambush to wait for the possible attack. This part of the force, plus the original garrison of the camp and the laborers in the mine, is already quite strong. If CUI Wenli and others were blinded by the merits and really gathered their strength to attack, they might end up with a tragic defeat as the last gift before the intelligence suppression unit was officially established. If this is true, then the experience of this failure may become a permanent memory, always alerting this new unit in the days to come. However, when Nestor intercepted the message sent by the temporary brigade to the Army Command Department and deciphered it into text, he knew that this situation would not happen. Because, with the decision made by CUI Wenli, this exercise, which started from the preparation period and took 4 months, is about to enter the final period. Note, the following is an exercise. Identification code. We have received your intelligence. Identification code. The headquarters will dispatch combat troops to annihilate. Army W no. XX order. Identification code. Army W Command Department no. XX communication transmission. Identification code. At the brigade's temporary command center, CUI Wenli finally breathed a sigh of relief after confirming the authenticity of this communication information. Although the results of the assessment are still unknown, this exercise is about to end. From the beginning of reorganization, to the initial results, to the exercise preparation period, and finally to today, this is definitely the hardest and most tiring period in her life. The mental and physical efforts during this period cannot be explained in a few words. And in a few days, it seems that all this will come to an end. Retiring from active service seems to be a good result. This phrase that had been disturbing her heartstrings before no longer seemed so ugly. After all kinds of thoughts flashed through her mind, she patted her cheek, woke up slightly, and gave an order. Notify each detachment and squadron to set up surveillance and defense areas. The headquarters will soon send combat troops to encircle and suppress them, and before that, what we have to do is to prevent the enemy from cutting off its tail to survive, and let each surveillance group make sure to stand this last shift. Understood. After the messenger went out, several officers talked nervously. Hey, tell me, can we pass the acceptance this time? I think so, everyone did a good job, but the casualty data on paper is a bit ugly. Could it be because of this? Although the casualties are a bit large, they are all excusable and there is room for improvement. There should be no problem. This is the army. Maintain discipline and wait patiently for notification from the top. CUI Wenli scolding was the end of the discussion. Several trolls shrank their necks and buried their heads in the desks, working without knowing whether it was true or not. Just as CUI Wenli had prepared, the opposing side really made a move to evacuate in this final stage. Fortunately, the various reconnaissance teams below did not relax their vigilance. Whether the opponent chose to evacuate as a whole or to retreat in groups, their movements were always under their surveillance. The temporary brigade did not choose to attack blindly. Each team followed day and night, taking grasping the movement as the top priority at this stage, and did not let the enemy escape from their control until the attacking force came to support. When the symbolic attacking force also arrived, after a complete task handover, the exercise was finally over. As a result, Nestor did not buy any suspense, and notified the conclusion that had been made before on the spot. The intelligence suppression force passed the acceptance of the military W, and the organization was officially finalized. For each individual involved in this matter, this may mean a different ending. However, the end now is not completely an end, but also the beginning of a new journey after all the participants have returned. It is time to summarize the results before and after the compilation of this plan. Whether it is a reward or a punishment, the Republic will try its best to give each individual the evaluation they deserve. After some consultations, the military and the parliament first believed that the formation of the intelligence force and the establishment of its tactics and organization will have a positive impact on the future war situation that cannot be ignored. Therefore, this achievement will be evaluated as a key strategic achievement in the Republic's military, Category 3, and the Chief Officer CUI Wenli is considered to have played an extremely critical role in the process before and after the establishment of this organization, Level 3. For this reason, the Republic will award her the 5th class Steel and Wood Medal to commend her for her sacrifice and outstanding contribution to the progress of the race and the prosperity of the country. In addition to CUI Wenli, who was the chief officer, there were also some officers and non-commissioned officers who also made important contributions in the army building stage, and they also received meritorious commendations, material rewards, and treatment improvements corresponding to their efforts. In addition, in this exercise, the most outstanding grassroots officers, non-commissioned officers, and soldiers, such as SYNOPSIS, were also awarded the 8th class dedication medal because of their seriousness in the exercise and their contribution to the smooth progress of the acceptance operation. The extremely grand awarding ceremony was held at the headquarters, and the content of its commendation would also be sent to the outposts and sub-bases at the same time, so that all the people of the Republic could know the birth of the new glory at the first time. After the ceremony, the conference gradually turned into a grand ceremony, which brought an embellishment to the atmosphere of the Black Forest, which had little entertainment, and let the trolls have a good carnival for a while. After that, all the official members of the military, 4 people, met CUI Wenli in the general office. After a conversation, she retired from active service with her medal, and became a reserve colonel. When faced with the future of teaching, political and other non-active service positions, CUI Wenli chose to take a break for the time being. She said she wanted to go to various garrisons in the Black Forest, as well as the Hornhoofed settlement outside the northern fortress and the northeastern reclamation area to walk around and see the world outside the headquarters. In this regard, the military would naturally not stop her. The mark she left in the 1st Battalion was too deep. It might not be a bad thing to leave the headquarters temporarily at this time. CUI Wenli's departure did not cause any irreversible impact on the establishment of the 2nd and 3rd Battalions of the Intelligence Force. After separating a small number of backbones from the 1st Battalion, supplemented by a group of officers and non-commissioned officers transferred from other troops and military academies, and adding a part of the grassroots scout backbones, the remaining 2 battalions began an orderly and unhurried reorganization. At this time, there are already many students in the military academy. Some of them are private soldiers who entered through the award of medals. Others are new generation trolls who have chosen and passed relevant assessments during the higher education stage. Whether it is the former or the latter, in the day-to-day education and practice, there will always be suitable talents, and then they will be filled in and gradually wear away the mark of a certain individual in the army. For the militiamen who were specially selected for the acceptance operation, the previous experience was also an exercise for them. There are experiences to be gained, more subsidies to be obtained, and they can brag about it in the garrison after returning, saying that they fought a big battle with the regular army. so why not? Therefore, their dismissal did not cause any trouble. These militia backbones from various garrisons will apply this experience to local patrols after returning, and continue to fight wits and courage with the monsters on the mountain. The dozen apprentices were also dismissed and returned to their posts. For them, this operation was a proper experience of military life, which might be useful in the future. As for the 2 mines, they were not faked for the purpose of exercises. As mentioned before, the troll ancestors in the Black Forest often collected some soft metals that could be flattened and rolled with fingers as trophies. Although, since they were temporarily useless to the tribe, they were not taken seriously by Nestor. But before that, the metal-related knowledge gained in the Horned Hoof tribe brought this already long-lost memory back to the stage again. In that knowledge, it was clearly recorded that a class of substance is collectively referred to as precious metals in the Northland, and their properties seem to be somewhat similar to those of the metals in the tribal period. And this type of metal, just as its general name, has a very special equivalent treatment in the Northland, and can be exchanged for goods far exceeding their actual use value. The trolls, who were used to using coins for transactions, could understand this. On the one hand, they wanted to make early plans. On the other hand, they wanted to accumulate experience in metals. The newly established Metal Research Institute dug out the heritage materials of the former Ya tribe or other former tribes from the old papers, and began to look for information about suspected mineral veins. It happened that most of the witch doctors of the tribes that existed in the past were in the headquarters at this time, so the Metal Research Institute searched through the old papers and asked these witch doctors, and finally they really got the suspected relevant information. After sending people and making preliminary confirmation based on the experience of the horned-hoofed species, the institute roughly determined that there were at least a few locations that seemed to be real but were not. Then, according to factors such as terrain, trial mining was carried out in order of difficulty. Finally, they really got the first physical objects mined by the Republic in the 2 places where they had previously conducted exercises, and after obtaining the permission of the Parliament, they set up 2 long-term mining points not far apart in that place. After that, the corresponding mining work was carried out after mobilizing manpower, food and grass support, etc. However, the ore vein did not seem to be a rich mine, and the experience of the institute itself was not sufficient, or even very immature, so the mining work at this stage was quite inefficient. For this reason, the Parliament has already given instructions to the Horned Hoof tribe, asking those clans that had mining experience to send relevant members to participate as soon as possible. Of course, in the short term, there is no expectation that the Metal Research Institute can produce any decent results. It is just a step forward in the accumulation of experience for the mining of other ore veins in the future. Although it is not certain whether this experience can be communicated with each other, according to the performance and the records of the Horned Hoof tribe, at least the step of opening the mountain seems to be no different. In addition, the search for other ore veins is of course also underway, but due to the limited manpower of the Republic, progress in this regard has not been fast. In order to get more trolls to participate, the Research Institute printed the external features of various mineral veins into booklets and distributed them to the production teams in each station. They were asked to help find them while they were doing production activities or patrolling. Considering the vast area of the Black Forest, the institute was looking forward to finding more different types of mineral veins in various places to enrich their sample library. At this time, the apprentices in the institute were like the waiting stone, waiting for possible feedback from the various stations day and night. Nestor was actually looking forward to this. He estimated the area of the Black Forest. The total area of the east, west, south, and north was roughly equivalent to the size of a Russian Rakshasa country in his previous life. Perhaps, there are still many mineral resources, but unfortunately, there is no good response yet. Of course, the Research Institute has not been waiting in vain, and some research has been done. For example, using the existing samples and the samples sent from the 2 new mines, the investigation of the corresponding melting point, hardness, ductility, etc. has been carried out. The difficulty of this kind of research is not in the operation, but in the dataization of the conclusions obtained. such as how to take the melting point temperature, how to divide the hardness, ductility, etc. Therefore, the significance of these studies may not be limited to the goal of the project itself. In the process of its realization, the confirmation and application expansion of these values may be the most anticipated results at this stage. For example, if the temperature can be digitized, it will not only help to determine the judgment of the cold and hot of this area, but also drive a series of progress in botany, embryology, etc. This is undoubtedly something worth looking forward to and taking seriously. Therefore, witch doctors such as Nesta have given countless green lights to this seemingly insignificant and temporarily useless precious metal project, all the support it needs, such as money, manpower, magic, etc. As long as the apprentices at the research institute ask for it, there will definitely be witch doctors who will go to provide support, even if they are very busy. Chapter 214 Functional Structure of the Mother Tree in the New Urban Area. Please subscribe. The previous exercise was like a vacation after work for Nesta and the other witch doctors who participated in it. However, the amount of exercise they did during this vacation seemed a bit too much. During that time, the witch doctors had to keep moving almost continuously in an area of more than 100,000 square kilometers, and with the help of repeated magic detection, they could actually observe a series of actions taken by both sides of the exercise, and use this as a basis for judging whether the acceptance assessment passed or not. The process was indeed tiring, but for the witch doctors, it was also a good brain-changing activity after research. At this time, most of the witch doctors who participated in the acceptance had returned to their previous positions and started all kinds of work that had been temporarily put aside. After many subsequent matters were dealt with one after another, Nesta himself returned again and came to the research institute located in the trunk of the mother tree. The mother tree has now taken on many tasks that were no longer considered in the original scope. There are some former confinement rooms at the higher part of the tree canopy, but before there was no more confinement target. Some witch doctors who liked high places and quietness tried to meditate in these confinement rooms. When some witch doctors who tried it said that this seemed more efficient, even though they knew it might be an illusion, more witch doctors and even witch doctor apprentices applied to open more public meditation rooms at the top of the tree canopy. For this, the parliament itself will not set up obstacles, but only let them do it, after putting forward requirements such as not too many, and not destroying the overall environment above the tree canopy. Therefore, now at the top of the tree canopy, in an area higher than the original confinement room, there are dozens of small rooms made of vines, for some trolls to meditate in. If you look up from below, from a distance outside the headquarters, they are like small wind chimes, swaying in the wind at the top of the tree, becoming a unique landscape. Further down, at the junction of the trunk and the crown above, or through space with a height of more than 6 meters and a diameter of about 100 meters has been opened up. On the outer edge of the space is a circle of trunk growth layers that will continue to grow. It continues to grow at a not too fast speed, expanding the size of the entire giant tree day by day. Inside, there are some independent small spaces of varying sizes. Some witch doctors who do not need much space have moved their offices and laboratories here one after another, and started their own research. This not only facilitates communication between witch doctors, but also allows them to concentrate their efforts to protect the most important part of the research results. In the center of these independent laboratories, occupying an area with the largest area in the space, there is one of the most core research institutes in the Republic today, the Elf Embryo Research Institute. At the beginning, the first elf embryo born from natural breeding was successfully born here, and now, with the continuous efforts of the witch doctors, the number of elves being cultivated at the same time in the institute has reached 1,000. Considering the limited space here and the difficulty of solving the lighting problem, the 1,000 growing embryos have been transferred. Or, it may be more accurate to say that they were placed on the tree canopy at the beginning. These embryos, like tree fruits in the usual sense, absorb nutrients and contact sunlight between the branches on the tree canopy, and are growing vigorously with the expectations of many witch doctors. Below this layer of space, there are some important partitions such as the burial ground of heroes, important document storage room, magic crystal sample library, central library, etc. In addition, there are reproductive cell dormancy room, activation room, and corresponding functional pipeline that are deeper into the trunk and occupy a larger proportion of the area if you go down from here to the core of the entire trunk area. It is naturally the eternal dormancy place of Mr. or Ms. Cave Wolf, who has made great contributions to the Republic. This wolf has supported many research projects that are crucial to the trolls with his own strength, and can indeed be said to be the chief contributor of the Republic. If it wasn't a bit too frivolous, Nestor would have wanted to award it a first-class Fiery Sun medal. The functional structure distribution of the mother tree is roughly like this. Under the mother tree, there is a new urban area that is being expanded intermittently and at any time depending on the demand. For safety reasons, the Parliament originally wanted to put the first central school of the Republic into the tree, preparing to give the little trolls a more worry-free growth environment under the protection of the witch doctors. However, first of all, the school is already large in size, and the students, teachers, and various teaching facilities of all ages are not a volume that can be stuffed in if you want to. Secondly, the space in the trunk seems to be a bit too closed for the active little trolls, which is not conducive to their physical and mental health. Finally, they are also afraid that these active little guys will fall from the tree. They don't have the ability to survive, and they will only make the Republic lose a future possibility for nothing. In short, due to these and other reasons, the plan failed to materialize, but the school eventually moved out of the original old city and is now located in a new district built around the giant tree. The new school site is located on the fan-shaped surface to the north of the giant tree. It is located next to the mother tree, one south and one north of the Yingling Square, and covers a very large area. The nearly 90-degree fan-shaped surface to the north of the mother tree will be given priority by the school in the plan. It is expected that there will be various teaching facilities, as well as sports fields, fighting fields, research laboratories, dormitory buildings, canteens and other functional areas in the future. This will be a super education base that can accommodate at least thousands or even tens of thousands of school-age people at the same time. At that time, the first central school may further divide its own parishes at different stages and distribute them calmly in this area according to the plan of small inside and strong outside. And this education base is also one of the important planning structures of the new city. In the future, the main office area of the executive government, the main residence of the tribunal, the Supreme Court of the Law Court and other public service departments will also be moved into the new city as soon as possible, but they do not need to occupy a large fan alone like the education base. They will only occupy the most central first and second ring areas in the same fan or different fans. And its periphery will be a series of planned residential houses, commercial areas and other living areas for the people. This chapter is to make up for today's 10,000 updates, so there are only 2,000 plus. In addition, there are too many things in school today, so I came back too late. The official update may be postponed to the second half of the night. Book friends, get up tomorrow morning to read it. Woo woo, please read it. The recent chapters, especially the previous exercises, are too boring. Chapter 215 Embryo Progress and Urban Construction. As for the planning of the new city and the disposal of the old district, the witch doctors had long since let it go and handed it over to the various departments of the executive government to arrange on their own and did not intervene too much in the planning process. Therefore, when Nestor first got the planning project book and saw the contents, he showed a considerable degree of surprise. Not only was the city planning well organized, but also some other things reflected in the plan book made him feel ashamed and relieved. Undoubtedly, the executive government has done a good job in planning. They even proposed the idea of sewerage and urban rail transit in the plan. In terms of population size alone, the latter does not seem to be very necessary nowadays. The population of the Republic is so large. Even if you move all the trolls in the garrison back to him, it will only be a scale of 50,000. Therefore, the new city is destined not to develop to the point where you need to take rail transit to go out in the short term, but as a concept and a reserved space. Its design and thinking are indeed forward-looking. The latter, that is, the arrangement of sewerage, further proves the efforts made by the various departments of the executive government in planning. Before this, the headquarters and even the various garrisons were relatively primitive in terms of water use and sewage disposal. The former still remained in the habit of taking water from the river and transporting it back to the settlement area. At most, after the sealing and vehicle technology was improved and applied, it was developed from shoulder carrying to transporting with water trucks. As for the latter, Nestor had instructed as early as the tribal stage that public toilets should be arranged in various places according to the scale of settlements. This did solve the problem of the comfort of the living environment to a large extent, but that was all. The cleaning of public toilets has long been carried out in a manual mode. After the task was formed, it was handed over to the various production teams that used a certain toilet in turn. Every time it was their turn, the members of the production team would complain about the world, and then run to clean up reluctantly with curses. It can be said that this is one of the most annoying jobs for trolls in each settlement. Some people even proposed that they could hire a group of horned hooves to take charge of this job, and this was even included in the discussion scope of the official meeting of the executive government. According to the current population of each troll settlement, whether it is water use or sewage discharge, this relatively primitive treatment method can be maintained for a long time without causing too many problems. But no matter how fast or slow, the positive growth of the troll population will be the main theme in the future, and the living area of many settlements including the headquarters will inevitably continue to expand. Once it really expands to a certain extent, the many disadvantages brought about by this treatment method will gradually appear. And when it comes back to replan the relevant aspects, the problems it faces may be much more difficult and complicated than now. Moreover, this method of relying on manpower to deal with it is, after all, a waste of labor resources. For the troll kingdom, which is always in short supply in this regard, every bit of labor resources that can be saved can be said to be extremely valuable. However, since most witch doctors are used to looking at and solving problems from the so-called foundation, and this kind of trouble is too far away from their respective lives. Therefore, up to now, no witch doctor has ever really focused on this field. Including Nestor, who obviously had experience in using sewers in his previous life. He was unable to raise this issue and come up with a solution before the executive government. But the executive government thought of these problems. They carefully summarized the difficulties faced by the old districts, various garrisons, and even the various settlements of the horned-hoofed species on the plateau in terms of water use and sewage discharge, and gave a treatment idea that seemed to be within their own capabilities. The executive government and the apprentices who participated in the design of the plan proposed a system that is based on large water wheels, stepped water wheel reservoirs, main water supply pipes, and main water supply circuits in the suburbs. In the city, it is based on the water wheel water storage tanks, branch water supply pipes, and branch water supply circuits in the subdivided ground sections, and when entering the house. It is based on water supply pipes, small water wheels, small water towers, screw-controlled valves, and water supply circuits out of the house. Such a complete set of water storage, water supply, and drainage systems. This design is mainly based on mechanical and physical rules. Only in terms of water-resistant and corrosion-resistant materials will the power of witch doctors be needed, and these are all materials that have sufficient output now, and there is no need for witch doctors to spend energy to produce them in the future. There may be various problems in the idea. For example, the purpose of the inner water wheel and the so-called step-type segmented inner water wheel reservoir is to transport the reservoir water layer by layer to the high point, to generate sufficient gravitational potential energy. Its operation mainly depends on the power transmission of the outer large water wheel. The outer large water wheel will deliver water, while providing power to the inner water wheel through the connecting rod under the drive of the water flow. This kind of power transmission, after the mechanical consumption of the twists and turns on the way, it is first of all questionable how much force it can retain. In addition, in the divided ground segmented inner water wheel water storage tank, the power source of the inner water wheel has been changed to troll labor. Similarly, the small water wheel, after entering the house also needs troll power to drive. overall, let alone whether the large reservoir outside the city can store water. Even if it is realized, it is a safety hazard for the urban area. Moreover, the whole set of projects is not only huge in volume, but also the water wheels in the water supply part are manual. In the end, how much labor will be spent to meet its actual operation needs? However, the immaturity of the plan cannot be used to deny the performance of the executive government in this work, at least as a department serving the people. It has indeed thought about what the people think, and has thought about its solution to a considerable extent. This is enough. While Nestor feels a little guilty about his own neglect, he is also deeply gratified for their growth. As for the plan itself, the water supply part is indeed desirable, but the water supply part, it's not as reliable as digging a well. Wait, digging a well? Question mark? Thinking of this, Nestor was a little bit surprised. Because all the troll tribes are basically built on the edge of the river, and the various groundwater resources in the Black Forest are also quite abundant. Therefore, no tribe has ever had the skill of well. And he himself was a thorough city dweller in his previous life. He never felt anxious about water when he came here, so he didn't think of this for so long. Now, after this subconscious complaint, I finally remembered this matter. However, wells are fine for short-term and medium-term use, but in the long run, it seems that it is best to build a water supply and drainage system with considerable room for expansion. After making this decision, he handed over the design drawings of groundwater, wells, and water pumps imitated from his previous life to the executive government, allowing them to use them according to their needs. On the other hand, Nestor summoned several plant-based witch doctors, and issued several special orders specifically to solve urban and even agricultural water and drainage problems. The part of pumping and transporting water is not difficult to achieve, as long as you are willing to spend time. The movement of water up and down by plants is an instinctive behavior, and in the existing plant-based magic, there are vine branches that can transport large amounts of liquid by internal movement. As long as the functional area of this vine is dense, and this part of the ability is transformed into its main behavior, and its other non-essential energy consumption items are castrated to a certain extent, the goal can be achieved. For example, fix its growth mode other than necessary self-metabolism to a passive state. Only when the witch doctor chooses to intervene again, will it grow according to demand, reduce its usual self-energy consumption, and use more energy on the water transport end. For another example, remove some unnecessary properties such as toughness, and only retain the toughness that can maintain its normal existence without worrying about the degree of bites by beasts, insects and ants, to speed up its laying speed. After that, arrange enough of these vine seeds along the route into the city, and in sections in the urban area, while retaining some branches and leaves on the ground for photosynthesis. Control its growth underground, and connect them one by one, so as to achieve the purpose of transporting water from the river into the city. After entering the city, the branches and leaves above it can also be used as green belts, to make the city more beautiful. Since most water-using trolls do not have the ability to cast spells, and it is impossible to waste a totem position specifically, to let them control the release and locking of the household pipes. Therefore, the terminal must not be composed entirely of magical plants. There must be a certain mechanical control unit to facilitate users to simply open and close the water flow, and control the size. The solution is to set up a high-point water storage reservoir at the terminal. When the reservoir is full, the vine's water transport function will temporarily stop due to pressure, and the water will continue to be transported to the unsaturated area at the front. This kind of water storage reservoir can be a small water tower built in each household. The water in the water tower directly enters the household through a pipe, and under the control of the valve, the gravitational potential energy is used to achieve direct water use by residents. This water can be used for drinking, cooking, and naturally flushing the toilet. After that, the corresponding sewer branches and trunks are designed. The final drainage end can be either the downstream of the river or a manure pit somewhere. In short, it depends on future needs to be adjusted. In terms of water use, it is not just the settlement point. Intensive farms can also use the above water delivery mode. However, due to the large amount of engineering, it is not realistic to transport water to the plant root system for drip irrigation, and it is even difficult to connect the water supply terminal directly to every acre of land. Therefore, in terms of farmland irrigation, the witch doctor in charge of the design proposed a two-step plan for the near and long term. In the near term, the initial water delivery will only reach the large units of the farm, and the irrigation route of the last section will be implemented by them using a sprinkler truck. In the long term, it is necessary to plant the cultivated seeds and let them grow according to the settings, and spend a few years to slowly grow into the appearance required by the farm. These seeds will be set to the timing mode, based on the urban water vines, so that they can only irrigate the fields at the time that meets the needs. In order not to compete with farmland for nutrients, it is natural to castrate its growth pattern after maturity to a certain extent, and it has some different properties from its sister models in the city. For example, the part growing in the farmland will not grab any nutrients from the land, and the nutrients they need to maintain their own water delivery activities will be obtained from the distant routes outside the farmland. It is worth mentioning that, whether it is the urban water supply system or the agricultural water supply system, although its main water intake area is the river, the design also provides the ability to extract groundwater as a supplement when necessary. After the design is finalized, the corresponding seeds are produced and laid. But this is not a very urgent project. In the short term, any settlement of trolls will not cause any urgent problems. Considering this, after communicating with the executive government, the parliament regarded this matter as a long-term leisure activity for each witch doctor, and further set the city's water supply and drainage system to a model similar to the farm's vision plan, where seeds are allowed to grow and develop on their own after being planted. Under this premise, each witch doctor needs to produce no less than a certain number of various seeds in his spare time on a monthly basis. And these seeds will be handed over to the relevant departments of the executive government in the future, allowing them to plan appropriate plans for planting. Without a witch doctor to promote the growth rate of these seeds will be quite slow, waiting for them to grow up and connect to each other until the final design function is formed and starts to operate. It may take at least 5 years for the headquarters city alone, and it is unknown when it will be extended to other garrisons, sub-bases, and even the vast farmland below. In short, just take your time. In a word, it is a great waste to spend too much energy of a witch doctor on such trivial matters. Therefore, the previous water supply and drainage affairs were just a short accident inserted in the middle for Nestor. Although he felt a little ashamed of his later realization, he did not intend to really go deep into the people to find similar problems and think about the corresponding solutions, or to actively look for inspiration hidden like wells. Occasionally, it's okay. I can give some advice and show them the finished products of the previous life for reference. But if I don't meet them, since the executive government has been differentiated and a group of apprentices specializing in the rules of real physics have been trained, it's better to let them think about and solve these things slowly. Thinking of this, Nestor returned to his post again, the Embryo Research Institute on the giant tree. This is the main battlefield for witch doctors. Since the birth of the first elf girl, the institute has been optimizing and improving a series of projects such as embryo growth process and monster breeding, and so far, some pretty good results have been achieved. Today, this batch of 1,000 elf embryos will only need 12 years, 7 years plus 5 years, to complete the journey from fertilized eggs to infancy, and then to a young elf, and then be born, and become the new future of the Republic. And in the next batch in the future, this time interval will be shortened to 10 years or even shorter. Unlike the first embryo, which needed to destroy most of the culture eggs when it was born, these newly established eggs were set up with Nestor's intervention to be similar to the culture chamber in later science fiction novels. After that, when the elves mature, they will no longer need to break out of their shells. Instead, there will be a door that can be opened from the outside. The apprentices in charge of care will take these slimy little guys out from this door. In this way, after the culture chamber replaces the original egg, it can maintain a relatively complete functional form after the production is completed, so as to breed the next batch of new elf boys faster. The scrapped culture fluid in it will follow the reserved pipes at the bottom of the chamber and enter the mother tree's overall circulation system again to be used for other purposes. Part of it will become the nutrients of the mother tree, allowing this giant tree, which is not very picky about food, to absorb some of the waste and promote its own growth. The other part will flow through the pipeline to the monster cultivation chamber. In addition to the 1,000 chambers for cultivating elves, more chambers for cultivating monsters have been continuously added in the days after that, the birth of the first elf. To date, there are about 100 of them. These monster cultivation chambers are actually reserved for the future. They can be upgraded and turned into special cultivation chambers for elves at any time. The reason why the transformation is not carried out now is that the culture medium that the cave wolf can provide is limited, so they have to use them to cultivate monsters. Without the corresponding supply of the cave wolf, the monsters cultivated in it can no longer advance according to their potential as before, and will only be born at their original biological level. As for the elf cultivation waste liquid, that may be used as a substitute for cultivating monsters in the future. This is just the beginning. The first batch of thousands of elves are still developing in the cabin, so where will the waste liquid come from to provide the monster embryos? But no matter what, the Republic's monster production line has taken shape, and it can barely be regarded as an industrial production model. Its cultivation speed and resource consumption are much more efficient than the original maternal birth. In the same time period, the headquarters can harvest hundreds of monster larvae at one time and more efficiently. The first beneficiaries of this technology will be the little trolls of the Republic's first central school. Those who perform best among them will have the opportunity to apply for a monster as a companion to grow up together. Due to technical maturity, combat support ability, body size adaptation and other reasons, Wind Wolf cubs and Black Sabertooth cubs will become the main force of cultivation, occupying the vast majority of Warcraft cultivation chambers at this stage. But there are also a small number of alternative and extremely excellent little trolls who can make special customization requirements. Some of them said they wanted a mountain giant bear, and some said they wanted other rare species. There was even a little troll who said that he wanted a hornhoof cub as his companion beast. Good guy. The first two don't matter, it's just because of insufficient samples, and a longer waiting period is required, but the latter was severely scolded by the teacher who was in tears and laughter. Let's put the digression aside for now. In this research institute, a larger number of apprentices temporarily stopped their projects and were transferred from the institutes they were originally in. Now, they are divided into groups to guard the elf cultivation chambers every day, using their naked eyes and exploration totems to record all the data of their growth process at all times, so that several witch doctors such as Nesta can find a way forward suitable for those who were not born in the cultivation chamber. The research directions of these advanced witch doctors actually have their own focuses. For example, Ashura is focusing on studying how to make the environment inside the cultivation chamber closer to, or on this basis, further surpass the original mother of the organism. This requires her to continuously debug and innovate the existing culture medium, energy supply, nutrient supply, and a series of supply channels closely related to it. The purpose is to optimize the number and quality of elves or monster cubs that can be cultivated in the cultivation chamber within the same time period and the same supply range. In other words, what she is looking for is a method to increase the yield and quality of embryos to the maximum extent without increasing the number of batteries such as cave wolves. On the other side, the sharp-fanged witch doctor was studying the cell samples that he had finally extracted from the cave wolf. The internal structure and operation mode of these cells are very different from all other creatures observed at this stage. Whether it is ordinary animals, monsters, or intelligent life such as trolls, they seem to have some essential differences with them. Sharp-fanged believes that, if the reasons can be figured out, and the methods of applying them, or partially applying them to the tribe itself can be deduced, the overall sublimation of the trolls should have a clearer direction. In addition, the coarse-fanged witch doctor also has his own research focus. At this time, he is exploring the combination of plant photosynthesis and animal somatic cells, and his research samples are naturally a series of changes that he has undergone after his advancement. The way that Corsefang obtains energy after his advancement, on the one hand, continues to use the electronic transition borrowed from Nestor as the main feature. On the other hand, due to his own meditation method, he also obtained some plant plus animal functional combination in himself when he advanced, which can be used as a supplementary energy source. 6001st, I Can't Sleep Anymore. Chapter 216, Exploring the Future for Warriors. Although the energy replenishment effect of photosynthesis is not as efficient as that of electron transition, it is definitely a considerable additional energy source for ordinary trolls. Therefore, Korsteith believes that by exploring this situation, the tribe can expand the way to obtain energy. On the one hand, this can lay the foundation for subsequent evolution. On the other hand, it should also be able to promote the application of totems. For example, let the trolls get more totem positions and have a longer totem use time, etc. Nestor himself is thinking about something more basic. How to transplant the elf transformation process of the troll embryos in the culture chamber to the trolls that have been born. This is an extremely complex study. The embryos undergo not a transformation of a certain item or aspect during their development, but a holistic metamorphosis process from the inside out, whether it is muscle structure, ganglion information transmission efficiency, or even brain structure. It seems that a series of major changes have occurred under the influence of abundant energy. This change is closer to the category of alien biology than magic. Nestor couldn't, or he couldn't, find a conversion formula that could be expressed by runes from this series of changes. Therefore, the simple conversion mode of magic beast, magic plant, quasi-spell totem in the past has temporarily lost its use in this research. And this is the most headache for witch doctors nowadays. Between nature and spell, there is an extremely high barrier in the structure of organisms, which strictly blocks the efforts of witch doctors to make them mutually compatible. Since the barrier in front of this road is too solid, Nestor has to change his thinking and prepare to start from the biology aspect. The first thing he thought of was the cultivation and transplantation of somatic cells. Nestor felt that with the vitality, regeneration ability and cell omnipotence shown by the troll body, could this method be used to achieve certain goals? At the very least, can we try to achieve energy replenishment through epidermal transplantation? He did it. When he thought of it, he found 10 strong warriors and peeled off a piece of epidermal tissue from each of them. After that, he put it into the reproductive cell activation room and soaked it in the diluted high energy liquid inside. Under his instruction, the witch doctors temporarily upgraded 10 monster culture chambers. After dealing with the unfortunate monster embryos inside, they put the epidermal cell samples that had been stored for a period of time into the chamber according to the mode of cultivating elf embryos. In the subsequent debugging and cultivation, Nestor found that these epidermal cells did produce expression mutations under the influence of the semi-vegetative placenta. The proliferating part outside the main body gradually had a trace of purple over time. In addition, as long as the proliferation rate is controlled within a limit, the regenerative omnipotence unique to the troll cells can be suppressed, and its proliferating products can be limited to the original function of the main body. For example, if the main body in the culture chamber is epidermal cells, it will not randomly proliferate some muscle cells, bone cells, etc., which may be useful in the future, but are useless for the current research. And in this mode, the various supplies consumed by the 10 chambers in the process of cultivating them are not even as good as 1/20th of the consumption of an elf embryo in the same period of time in its early development. This is indeed a gratifying result, but we can't be happy too early, because the subsequent transplantation attempts are where the real results come from. As time passed, the proliferated part in the culture chamber turned completely purple, which means that the purpose of cultivation has been achieved. Seeing this, Nestor once again summoned the 10 warriors who had contributed samples before, and prepared to start the next stage of the experiment, to perform replacement transplants on them. The wound that was torn off when the warriors donated their samples before had already healed without a trace, and there was no trace of the removal of several centimeters of epidermis. Therefore, in order to make the transplantation possible and to eliminate some possible accidents, Nestor instructed the witch doctor apprentices who were the performers of the operation to first create a new wound at the original location. Under his instructions, the surgeons cut a wound that was almost identical to the previous one at the original location, based on the sample data. After that, they sutured and implanted the hyperplastic epidermal tissue that had been cut into the same size on this wound. After that, it was a tense waiting period. All the participants stared at the soldiers on the operating table at this time, wanting to see how the body reacted to these new tissues. In fact, the risk of this experiment was not high, and it could even be said that there was no risk worth mentioning at all. The only result of its failure should be that this implanted tissue would be rejected by the body from the scope of self-healing, and then a replacement would be regenerated. It was for this reason that Nestor had no psychological burden and went straight into the stage of body experiment. After waiting for a short period of time, the experimental results came out. Overall, the effect was not ideal, and it was no problem to declare the experiment a failure. These newly implanted epidermal cells seemed to have been expelled from the cell family by the body. The existing tissues did not recognize them as their own extensions, and directly ignored the fact that they proliferated from the body. The 10 troll test subjects, without exception, all excluded them from the scope of self-healing. We are all family members after the failure, so why are we so anxious to hurt each other? Nestor, who was quite disappointed with this, sighed with a smile. What about the specific data? Tell me in detail. These 10 minor operations did not all happen under his nose. Therefore, even if Nestor got the feedback of failure at the first time, the more detailed process still needed to be explained in detail by the apprentices who personally operated, and the witch doctors who conducted in-depth explorations nearby to make it clearer. Subject number 1. The target epidermis was identified as an alien invader after an identification period of less than 1 second. The witch doctor observing surgery number 1 made the following report at this time. The implanted part was subsequently excluded from the body's self-healing execution range, and its replacement tissue regenerated from under the target, causing the implant to fall off. Number 2. Identification period 0.5 seconds. Number 3. Identification period 4 seconds. Rejection from the body. Number 10. Identification period 1.5 seconds. Rejection. Wait, what's wrong with number 3? Why does he feel out of place? Who is the experimental subject? Giant Fang, right? Yes, sir. Number 3 is Mr. Giant Fang, and he has been very determined to participate in the experiment before. Plus, you have not proposed any restrictions other than age, so it doesn't matter. Call Giant Fang. I want to ask in detail. Understood. I'll go right away. Your Excellency the Speaker of the Parliament. Within a few minutes, Giant Fang, who was already dressed, came in front of Nestor, raised his fist to his chest, and bowed slightly. On his face, a little unwillingness can be observed at this time, as if he is a little disappointed with the results of the experiment. But overall, Giant Fang's mood is still very stable, and this setback has not affected his enterprising spirit and fighting spirit too much. Giant Fang, tell me how you felt at that time. The condition of your body is the most special among all the participants. Although this special condition seems quite limited, it may also become a breakthrough in our research. Giant Fang obviously didn't know the differences in many results. He just knew that everyone had failed before, but when he heard Nestor say this, he showed excitement with his naked eyes. Really? I'll tell you right now. After confirming, Giant Fang quickly suppressed his excitement and frowned to think about his feelings at that time. Nestor and other witch doctors did not urge him. They just looked at the records in their hands and analyzed the similarities and differences while patiently waiting for his answer. After a long while, Giant Fang spoke with some hesitation. To be honest, Mr. Speaker of the Parliament, I can say that I have almost no physical feelings. It is no different from ordinary regeneration. It seems a bit difficult for you to describe the feelings. No abnormalities occurred? For example, you felt that your body was fighting or something. Well, that's really not the case. Okay, it doesn't matter. Other aspects are also fine. For example, what you were thinking about, what kind of mentality you had, etc. There was no anesthesia, and your consciousness was completely awake at the time, right? Tell me more about it? Yes. Let me think about it. I just want to become stronger, and then I think this is a way to make me stronger, so I especially hope to succeed. What about the rest? Is there anything else? No more. Nestor nodded slowly, after thinking for a moment, and said to him, well, it's very helpful. You can go down for now. We will notify you if there is any change. Understood. I'm glad to make a contribution. Well, thank you for your hard work. After Giant Fang retreated, Nestor once again ordered his left and right. What are the other experimental subjects doing? Are they in contact with each other and talking? Not yet. Since you requested to summon Lord Giant Fang, just in case, we let the test subjects wait first. Very good. Call them one by one, and don't let them meet each other first. Okay. Although the apprentice didn't know the specific reason, he hurriedly did it. Afterwards, the trolls who participated in the experiment came to Nestor's office one after another, and answered the witch doctor's questions one by one. The content of the questions was similar to Giant Fang, asking what did you feel at the time, and what were you thinking at the time, and their answers were basically the same as Giant Fang, all of which were I didn't feel anything special during the experiment and I want to become stronger and so on. After sending them away one after another, Nestor rubbed his brows, closed his eyes and thought for a long time before sighing. The desire to become stronger may be related to delayed rejection, but it seems not to be a decisive factor, but a prerequisite. Then what kind of factors will achieve delay, or even further integrate these implants into their own scope? Or can it be achieved? Achieve? I think it is possible. After all, they are all the products of the proliferation of their own cells. As long as we find the corresponding key, we should be able to get the results you want to see. It's just that this key seems a little vague now. Speaking of wanting to become stronger, I dare say this is the common wish of every warrior. Lord Giant Fang is not qualitatively different from others, but delayed rejection did appear in him, and there must be some factors that we have overlooked, which played a role in it. In the discussion between the two witch doctors who were talking on the phone, Nestor also made a judgment. He instructed, so, continue to expand the test surface, get more data first, and then discuss other things. If there are examples like Giant Fang, then focus on analyzing the similarities between them. Understood. What about the experimental subjects? Are they still limited to middle-aged people? Yes, they will continue to be limited to middle-aged people. After answering the witch doctor's question, Nestor added again, also, renovate the 10 upgraded cabins. It is completely unnecessary for a group of experimental targets to occupy an entire cabin. It is a waste of 10 partitions. Give me 10 partitions in each cabin. It must be completed as soon as possible. Okay, let's prepare now. The renovation of the experimental cabin, the recruitment of middle-aged trolls, and other related matters were carried out almost at the same time, and they were basically completed in less than a month. The epidermal cell samples of more than 1,000 trolls were collected in a short period of time, and then classified and stored in the dormant chamber. Among them, 100 samples that need to be put into use in the next stage were organized into one group, and they were first placed in the activation chamber to be soaked in high-energy dilution liquid. After the same time as the previous batch, they were transferred to the modified culture compartment and began the process of metamorphosis and proliferation. At the same time, the samples needed for the next batch were also transferred to the activation room according to the time and were divided into two groups. After Group 1 metamorphosed to the stage required by the witch doctors, the experimental subjects who contributed them were summoned, and the transplantation process began. Then, Group 2 arrived, Group 3 was ready, Group 3 arrived, and Group 4 was ready. The transplantation experiment was carried out in a joint rotation without wasting any time, and the witch doctors in charge of observation also obtained new results one after another in the following period of time. No 3 to 87. Identification period 3.5 seconds. No 4 to 99. Identification period 4.5 seconds. No 7 to 13. Identification period 3 seconds. No 8 to 43. Identification period 3 seconds. Among a large number of cases with an identification period of only about 1 second, some representatives who stood out from the crowd appeared one after another. I seem to be really sick. I feel dizzy and cold. I will finish writing 10,000 words today. I will sleep for a while tomorrow and then write more. I want to get into bed and have a good sleep. It would be best if I can feel better overnight. By the way, which reader gave me a bad mouth before? If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 217, The Warrior's Future. These figures made the witch doctors look at them with awe, and they immediately recorded the corresponding groups separately, and then planned to summarize their various characteristics. Under Nestor's call, the executive government provided the files of all the special people for the witch doctors to review, but after reading them, the witch doctors thought that the appearances in the existing files were not enough, and they wanted a more detailed report. So, one apprentice after another was sent out. Under the cover of a certain concealment effect, they kept a close eye on a fixed target all day long, and followed the instructions of the witch doctors tirelessly, to record every detail of their lives as detailed as possible. Not only that, members of the production team to which the target belonged, or comrades in the army, or other close people, were also called to the witch doctors to conduct a survey. Inagosta? He's definitely a good troll. Mr. Witch Doctor, listen to me. Once it was our team's turn to clean the toilet, and everyone must have been unhappy. We thought of finding an excuse to run away, but of course we didn't run away. Don't look at me like that. We actually ran for a while, but it was really just a short while. When we found that Inigo didn't catch up, we went back to find him, and saw this stubborn guy, a troll, jumping into the pit to shovel shit. I asked him why he had to do it, and guess what Inigo said? Forget it, I'll tell you directly. Inigo said, since it's my turn, I should finish it well. I run today, and he escapes tomorrow. Who should clean up in the end? He. Although I kicked his, but after listening to him, I stayed to work with Inigo. Really? Mr. Witch Doctor, you have to believe me. Your Excellency, are you asking about Commander Cui Wenli? Did she cause any trouble? Hoo. That's good. I said that the commander was so calm, how could she do anything bad? As for her living habits, I was her rotating communications soldier at the time, so of course I know it very well. As long as there is no mission, the commander will sleep the same length of time at a fixed time, and will get up to exercise after 6 hours of sleep every day. She will strictly match a fixed amount of eggs, milk, meat, grains, fruits, vegetables, and nuts. I have never seen a compatriot more motivated than Kana. As long as she has time, she will study at least 15 hours of study every day. I thought at the time, Black Forest, what a terrifying guy this is, but her efforts are quite effective. I heard that she has been specially selected to enter the military academy. What? You said she entered the military academy because of her performance in the exercise? Haha, Your Excellency the Witch Doctor, I'm not stupid. She is a scout. If she has a bad brain and insufficient knowledge, how can she perform well? Observation target Seraginster, who lost most of his teammates in the attack of a mountain giant bear, did not fall into long-term depression. He always fought for fair treatment for his comrades. Even when he encountered setbacks, he never really gave up. He just didn't find a suitable way to do it. Later, under the advice of Ms. Aurora, Seragin showed excellent action ability. According to the visit, Seragin did have a history of drinking, but he did not have alcoholism, and always kept it within the normal, troll, limit. With the understanding and exploration of many parties, the images of each character were gradually formed, helping the witch doctors to establish a three-dimensional understanding of them. After a comprehensive analysis, the witch doctors systematically summarized the characteristics of the target trolls, and the results are as follows. First of all, experience. Most of the warriors who showed abnormalities had extremely rich knowledge. Some of them had participated in many battles with the army, some had experienced the death of their comrades, some had seen the uniqueness of the horned-hoofed species, and some had fully witnessed the growth from the tribe to the republic. Secondly, they generally have higher self-discipline than other compatriots. They can be seriously involved in the affairs of the executive government, or they can strictly implement the discipline of the army, or they can implement the most healthy diet in a harsh way, or they can hone their hunting skills for 10 years. Secondly, these abnormal people are basically free from excessive indulgence and low-level interests. They are warlike but not blind, enjoy mating lightly, and never pursue the intoxication after drinking. Finally, it is the control of emotions, anger but not anxiety, not forgetting oneself when happy, and being able to stand up in sadness. Looking at these summarized special features, Nesta vaguely realized where the problem appeared. Almost all the soldiers who participated in the experiment will get such information in advance. If you succeed, you will become stronger. If the understanding that emerged from this led to their obsession of desire to become stronger, then the above mentioned characteristics and the things they combined should be the way to realize this obsession. That is, the key mentioned earlier. So, what exactly is this key? According to previous experiments and observations, we seem to be able to draw such a conclusion. It is with the intervention of the key that those special people can open a narrow gap in the door that the body's rejection instinct holds in order to become stronger, causing the body to delay rejection. The key word should be the description of fighting instinct, not anything else. Rejection reaction is a deep-rooted instinct in the body, which can be seen and perhaps touched, but if you want to shake it further, it is definitely not something that can be done through hard work like trying to improve academic performance. Therefore, from those unique numbers, Nesta saw some kind of supernormal characteristics and vaguely saw the future of the warriors, because, although the time was short, they did say no to the rejection instinct. The spiritual power unique to which doctors can also be regarded as an extraordinary characteristic, which is closely related to the activity of cells throughout the body, and the way which doctors exercise it is to conduct mechanical training and concept integration through meditation, and mobilize and extract more cell consciousness hidden under the surface consciousness on the basis of keeping the cells strong. This undoubtedly requires a certain talent. When the activity of consciousness reaches a certain level, a troll can be considered to have this talent, and they often have more active minds and even stronger bodies than other compatriots. Of course, with the practice of meditation now, the lower limit of this category has indeed been lowered a little, but even so, there are still the vast majority of witch doctor apprentices. Even if they spend a long time, they still can't jump over the threshold that has been lowered once. Those who are struggling under this threshold are those apprentices who seem to be very promising, and those who can't even see the threshold are those warriors in the usual sense. The former still has some slim but hopeful expectations, while the latter, after reaching the peak of their physical attributes, have no further hope except for some empirical improvements. Since everyone has been doing this from ancient times to the present, they have become accustomed to it, and there is no tendency for the whole society to be depressed. Perhaps, in the eyes of most ordinary trolls, witch doctors who have always been able to exercise efficiently are considered to be some kind of outliers. However, if the key judged by Nesta really has extraordinary characteristics, and some systematic training methods can be found, then, this situation may change, and the peak of the warriors will no longer be the unchanging growth limit. And if we can go a step further, let the warrior's extraordinary characteristics be trained to a certain extent. For example, let them use a different way from witch doctors to integrate their own body consciousness from another angle, so as to completely reject the body's rejection of specific implants. Does that mean that the Republic can obtain a kind of training that works together with the external homology implantation, using the extraordinary of the warrior as a sword and shield to split the limitations of biological instinct, a unique path of advancement for the tenacious and indomitable? The key to open this path, Nesta hopes to call it will. This is will, the will of the individual. He defined it this way. Training. The training of will is both simple and complex. Its characteristics vary from person to person, and it seems not suitable to be a clear expectation for the future. Then is there a clear training method that can make people feel the progress in it? This kind of exploration can be used as an important prerequisite for the path of popularization. It should be a combination of living habits and extraordinary practice. The two are interdependent and promote each other's growth. Living habits, etc., can be sorted out by the soldiers themselves. For example, the ascetic sect that strictly restricts the rules of life, and the natural sect that pursues tranquility and far-reaching. It's alright. Just like the rules and regulations, as long as it allows the soldiers to find a way to limit themselves and break through themselves, it can be considered a daily practice. However, if you really want to completely touch the supernormal will, it is an imaginable difficulty. So, the initial starting point should still be the practice and exploration of the extraordinary. While thinking about these, Nestor suddenly thought of emotions in his mind, and felt that the confrontation with his own emotions and desires seemed to be a way to hone his will. In the reports collected earlier, it seems that this point has also been mentioned. Those special people seem to usually have better emotional management ability. However, the life practice he thought of before should belong to this path. At this moment, an idea naturally came to Nestor's mind. What about using magic to amplify emotions? If we find a suitable threshold, can we exercise more efficiently? At this moment, anger, lust, gluttony, etc., all rushed into his mind. Wait, emotions, anger, instincts, is there a connection that I have overlooked? What is it? That's right. It's Warcraft. It's a body blessing type spell. He recalled some knowledge from his previous life. Although he didn't know if it was related to the warrior advancement, it was better than continuing to daydream aimlessly. He remembered that there was such a saying in his previous life: when humans are extremely angry, they can lift themselves up by their hair. Although this is a joke, anger, fear, desire and other emotions, in the scientific research of the previous life, seem to have been proven to stimulate the secretion of body hormones to cause some instantaneous or relatively long-term effects. In this world, due to the difference in the underlying structure of some worlds, this reaction is replaced by a spell-like effect on the monsters, the sudden speed and great force when facing danger, some special abilities when hunting, and the sharpness of claws and fangs are expressed in the monsters with various extraordinary characteristics. But at the same time, there are not only monsters in this natural world, but also many ordinary animals living here. So can these ordinary animals do the same thing? The answer is that they can do it without magic crystals. So how can they do it? Based on the knowledge of the previous life, Nestor can temporarily give an answer, a biochemical reaction similar to adrenaline. After that, after instructing his left and right to observe, the results they brought back also made Nestor confirm this answer again. Before, he had actually talked about the speculation on the evolution of monster-like spells. After adding a biochemical factor, Nestor felt that his speculation at the time should be correct. If we repeat the story again, after adding this new knowledge point, the conclusion should be this: in order to make a certain hormone stress response controllable, it is transformed into a spell-like ability. The existing observation results can also confirm this to some extent. At least a considerable number of body-enhancing spells should be derived from the original hormone stress instinct of the body. So, have the already formed spells completely transcended hormones in the body and become a kind of magic? And what about the rune spells and totems developed on this basis? This question was naturally ignored before. Magic, what does it have to do with hormones? Such thoughts seem to have become a subconscious tendency from the previous life. But now, Nestor has doubts about this and decided to seriously seek the truth. With the powerful brain support of the witch doctor, he arranged a series of body-enhancing spells in his mind, such as Giant Force Spell, Brute Force Spell, Wind Spell, etc. Since they are all variants of the magic abilities of Warcraft, Nestor also listed the corresponding original magic templates in his mind. Later, he carefully observed these groups of patterns. Many trivial details that were ignored when the magic rune spell was transformed before were included in the scope of greater effectiveness. Now, after he had already made some guesses in his mind and conducted a directional inspection, he really observed some abnormalities that he had not noticed before. Nestor found that in almost all body blessing spells, there is a similar base formation structure. They may be extremely small, or they may be scattered here and there and not form a system, but they are definitely not non-existent. So, are these previously ignored microstructures the remnants of the original form of the magic? Are they related to hormone reactions? With this idea in mind, Nestor once again summoned a group of Warcraft witch doctors and began to analyze them in the most detailed way. A large number of witch doctors tried to analyze the complete spells that were taken out. The rune group was carefully disassembled, and the specific functions of each part were verified in repeated self-experiments and experiments with other bodies, and new attempts were made again, based on their performance and feedback. This process is probably like disassembling a radio that you only half understand. When you suspect that a certain part may be responsible for one of the functions, you can disassemble it and restart it to try again. Well, if it is wrong, just put it back. This kind of thing is actually much more tolerant to runes and radios, because the rune group does not exist in reality, so there is no need to worry about whether you will be beaten if it is disassembled. However, there is also a possibility that the experimental animals will die miserably. In short, the witch doctors carry out this work with almost no burden. As long as their mental and physical strength are enough to support it, they can try endlessly. Of course, there are also witch doctors who have not figured out a problem for the time being. Didn't they still consider the future of the warriors before? Why did they suddenly change their minds? Even so, all the participants were very serious and did not stop the tasks they were told to do because of some doubts. So, as time passed, one after another, the rune microstructures that showed abnormality or specialness were delivered to the equally busy Nestor. Looking through them one by one and trying them in groups, Nestor suppressed his somewhat excited mood and began to summarize them seriously until finally, all the rune groups and microstructures, along with those details that he only knew before they can be used like this when combined, had a relatively detailed functional classification. Now, he can answer the question he asked himself before. Are these previously neglected microstructures the remnants of the original form of the quasi-spell? Are they related to hormone reactions? Answer: they are remnants of a more primitive period than the quasi-spell, and are also related to hormones. But not only that. With the help of other witch doctors, Nestor roughly summarized 5 types of plugins from these previously neglected details. 1. Control emotions and promote the secretion of specific hormones. 2. Stimulate and activate inactive high-energy muscle groups. 3. Change the rate and pathway of energy utilization. 4. Reduce emotional reactions. 5. Reduce physical side effects. The first type is as the name suggests, and there is no need to explain it for the time being. The functional products of the second and third types are exactly the more detailed changes in long-acting muscles, short-acting muscles, etc. that the witch doctors had observed when they were carrying out the totem transformation of magic. They cooperate with the first type of plugins to jointly activate the high-energy muscle groups that are generally not active under natural conditions, so that the effects of magic and totems can successfully act on the recipients. The fourth type alleviates the emotional response that should have been expressed. Emotions are the key to hormone production, and hormones are boosters for the further fermentation of emotions. Under such a model, those who experience spells or totem effects should have more exaggerated emotional expressions, but in fact, they do not show this trend. Therefore, after observing their actual situation, Nestor speculated that this part of the runes should be the source of the spells, the magical beasts, which have evolved specifically to control their emotions when they explode. Something like a forced calm state. Therefore, the effect of the spell can be focused on the blessing of the body, causing the witch doctors to ignore the emotional factors before. The fifth category is to slow down the after effects of the body after the explosion to a certain acceptable limit. Nestor remembered that, for example, excess of adrenaline seemed to cause body poisoning, and judging from the frequency of magic-like spells used by the monsters and the frequency of totems used by the warriors, and the long-acting hormone secretion stimulating effect in the first category, there must be some factors involved, which weaken the impact on the body of the recipient in this regard. Looking at these conclusions, a very clear explanation naturally emerged, which may further explain the source of magic-like spells, at least the source of body-blessing spells. In the earliest days, the monsters may have a completely uncontrollable endocrine stress system like ordinary beasts. When they are panicked, afraid, and excited, emotions and endocrine hormones will bring them various physical reactions. and they are probably all quite intelligent, and they may understand that such a short-term physical enhancement with serious side effects is not a controllable thing. It is slow to take effect when used for hunting, unstable when used for saving lives, and may even lead to death after a successful escape. Therefore, in order to make their actions faster and their strength more lasting, the monsters may gradually transform it in the reproduction of generations, or suddenly awaken in a certain generation. In short, they have a spell-like ability to actively control it, and it seems to reduce a series of physical and mental side effects. When he came to this conclusion, Nestor thought about his own advancement and the advancement of the other 3 witch doctors, including Ashura. What about us? Can our advancement be separated from the participation of hormones? After carefully recalling and thinking about every detail, Nestor thought that it was not possible. Taking himself as an example, the first thing that happened was the change of epidermal tissue during meditation. Secondly, the change of muscle type. All this seemed to have nothing to do with hormone endocrine, and it was achieved through meditation from beginning to end. But now thinking back, Nestor was surprised to find that the truth did not seem to be so. In the early stage, when the electron transition was completed, perhaps the correlation between them was not great, but in the future, in the variation of muscles, bones, etc., endocrine regulation is indispensable. As the saying goes, a good cook cannot cook without rice. In the process of meditation, the collective consciousness of cells is always automatically looking for executable solutions in order to complete the explanation of the main consciousness and those parts of the body tissues that secrete corresponding hormones, of course, also join in this searching process. Secreting hormones and changing the current motor ability of the body may be extremely unfamiliar links for the main consciousness, but for the body tissues outside the main consciousness, especially those responsible for this part of the work, it is a natural thing. Therefore, without going around in circles, the body found such a feasible method for him. This is also the specific process of the original, I think. In this process, without Nestor's own knowledge, in order to achieve the purpose of the main consciousness, the body stimulated the slow secretion of the corresponding hormones, after finding a solution, and this caused his muscle structure to undergo a gradual change. The long-acting muscles were gradually replaced, and the short-acting muscles were completely activated, which laid a solid foundation for a series of subsequent changes. At the same time, meditation also simultaneously isolated the emotional intervention during the practice, so that he did not find his emotional ups and downs from beginning to end. In fact, it is not necessarily Nestor who recalled that he had a strong desire and was prone to anger when he was advanced. In addition to the excessive energy, there may be the influence of the corresponding hormones that reverse the emotions. And is this conclusion still useless for the warriors? From here, can we vaguely see the way that the warriors can go? The high energy muscle groups are activated and further abolish the low energy muscle groups. This is the beginning of the extraordinary body. This point has been discovered when studying Warcraft-like spells. Previously, when we went back and re-examined the rune spells derived from the spells, we also clarified the working principle of this type of spell, and it has never really bypassed the addition of biochemical reactions. Therefore, it can be judged that in this series of changes, hormones are one of the first keys to unlock the advancement. Among them, hormones and emotions are both the inside and outside of each other. Even the Warcraft-like spells still retain the step of promoting endocrine adjustment by actively stimulating emotions, but they have made it more controllable and obscure. On the witch doctor's side, its role has been ignored due to the particularity of the meditation state. But for warriors, the role of emotions in advancement will be very important. Looking back, holding this concept, looking at the microstructures previously sorted out from the rune group, you can find a new way to use them. Among them, the first type of microstructure, controlling emotions and promoting the secretion of specific hormones, is the key to everything that happens. Through an integrated analysis of them, after filling in a part of the fixed rune group that serves as the skeleton of the spell, and after repeated exploration countless times, the witch doctor slowly figured out a set of special spells and corresponding theoretical results. The results of their spells can be roughly divided into the following types: battle desire to maintain fighting spirit, Q desire to increase the probability of reproduction, gluttony to accelerate body repair and energy replenishment, and more simple anger and fear. As for more, maybe there are, but Nestor doesn't plan to continue looking for it for the time being, because what he has found now is enough for him to try. Among the several categories that have been explored, the trolls' reactions to them are also different. Among them, the reactions to battle desire and anger are the most moderate, and there is no essential difference from the other experimental species. The reaction to fear is relatively slow, with a higher pressure threshold, and the resistance to sexual desire is the lowest. Compared with other species, the bodies of trolls are like a natural sexual desire effect. If they are superimposed with another layer, the effect will definitely be remarkable. Nestor felt a little bit amused and helpless about the conclusion about sexual desire, but it is not incomprehensible that before the pregnancy mechanism was explored, the fertility rate of the troll society was low all year round, and many fetuses were digested by the mother before they were born. Under such circumstances, those male trolls with stronger desires may be able to pass on their genes more efficiently due to the difference in the number of sowings. Under such a selection from generation to generation, the current situation of strong sexual desire in the tribe may have been caused. Back to the topic. After trying a variety of magic effects, Nestor selected the two categories of battle desire and anger as the method to open the warrior's extraordinary road. Since this kind of training can be divided into two aspects of will and body, the other desires and emotions have their own problems and are not suitable for use as conventional training methods. For example, Q desire has a huge impact in the early stage. It may not have achieved the training effect, but it has created a bunch of wastes indulging in physical pleasure. Therefore, it is only used as a candidate after a certain foundation of will training. For example, fear. The effect of low-level magic effects on trolls is too weak, while the effect of medium and high-level effects on mentality suddenly soars. The effect of using it as a whetstone of will is too fluctuating, so it is also a project to be tested later. After determining the category of the method, he simply classified the obtained spells according to the degree of influence on the recipient's mind. The results are as follows. Level 1. Desire, battle expectation, reproductive expectation, troll permanent effect, emotion, rage. Level 2. Desire, battle fanaticism, reproductive desire, emotion, rage, comprehensive, rage war, battle expectation plus rage. Level 3. Desire, battle loss, reproductive hunger, emotion, great rage, comprehensive, battle fury, battle fanaticism plus rage, rage fury, battle expectation plus rage. Level 4. Comprehensive, great battle fury, battle loss plus rage, great rage fury, battle fanaticism plus great rage. Level 5. Comprehensive, frenzy, battle loss plus great rage. When conducting animal experiments on these spells, the effect of stimulating the production of body hormones was observed. In the process of generating emotions, the experimental animals also had physical reactions similar to the effects of Warcraft spells, such as agility of movement, sudden increase in strength, etc. Compared with its natural stress response, this method of stirring emotions through spell stimulation can prolong its state residence time, but compared with the spell-like effect, its disadvantages that the sequelae reaction is sharply enhanced, and the emotional state becomes the main line, while the strengthening of the body becomes a byproduct, and the effect is not too obvious. In the experiment of the troll body, through observation of the witch doctors, it was found that level 1 effect, tried, rational, can barely control behavior, but there is still a possibility of explosion under stimulation. Level 2 effect, tried, rationality exists, but behavior is almost out of control. Level 3 effect, tried, loss of rationality, uncontrolled behavior, fighting instinct still exists. Level 4 effect, based on animal experiments, complete confusion, only know how to vent, but the fighting instinct is lost. Level 5 effect, based on animal experiments, complete endocrine disorder, severe cases of frenzy and death. From the results, it can be seen that most of the strong and young warriors can maintain initial sobriety during the first level spell effect, but when facing the second level effect, they will lose a considerable degree of self-control. The manifestation is that the self-consciousness is clear, but the emotional management is out of control, and the body begins to be driven by instinct. When it reaches the third level, the subject's self is completely lost and becomes a slave to emotions. As for the higher level 4th and even 5th level effects, the witch doctors did not try them on trolls, but they actually observed the phenomenon of frenzy and death in experimental animals and even monsters. But there are a few special ones like Giant Fang, which are slightly different from the average data. When facing the first level effect, they can usually deal with it easily. Even in the second level of the magic effect, the recipients can still maintain considerable self-control. When it comes to the third level, the magic begins to affect them significantly. Although they can still maintain a certain degree of consciousness, their bodies are also driven by instinct. This phenomenon not only shows the effect of will, but also allows the witch doctors to confirm the idea of training and believe that through this kind of training, their body should be able to gradually accept the implant. According to the difference between the special ones and ordinary trolls, the witch doctors made a tentative division of the warrior level based on the ability to resist emotions. In the preliminary setting, the warriors of the corresponding level should be able to easily withstand the effects of the previous level, maintain a certain pressure to withstand the effects of their own level, and barely withstand the effects of the next level in a short period of time. And in subsequent research, the witch doctors further reflected this difference in the battle end, giving the warriors of each level corresponding tactical means. But the specific results will be mentioned later. Based on the definition of these levels, these 5-level spells will be converted into corresponding totems, and then engraved for them according to the warrior's levels and instinctive control abilities. When exercising their will, in addition to the life practice mentioned above, the warriors will also rely on long-term resistance to emotional effects to hone their will. What needs to be overcome is not only anger, lust, fear and other emotions themselves, but also the corresponding physical instincts. In the future, they need to start from level 1, adapt to their influence on themselves layer by layer, and gradually overcome their out of control state in emotions. The purpose of the training is temporarily set to hone the will, to be as solid as a rock, and suppress the rejection reaction. As for the physical training, please come back to it later. In short, according to this classification method, only a few warriors such as Giant Fang can be counted as level 2 in the entire republic, and most of the others are level 1 or even trainee warriors. In addition, using emotional confrontation to train the will actually has side effects. Emotions and hormone endocrine are twins. They are not only the guardians of the body in danger, but also the killers of health. In the process of emotional stimulation, the brain and certain corresponding tissues in the body will continuously secrete certain hormone chemicals. Even with the strong physical fitness of the trolls, when the accumulation of these equally strong secretions from their own body exceeds a certain safety limit, they will also be greatly harmed, just like the few monsters that died tragically in the level 5 effect. Therefore, if there is no plan for this, then this set of training methods can only become an illusory fantasy. Fortunately, nature has given the answer to this, and the answer is in Warcraft, in quasi spells, and in magic. Among the 5 types of plugins summarized earlier, the 5th type, reducing physical side effects, can play a suppressive role in this regard. Its prototype should be the corresponding structure evolved by Warcraft when it turns biochemical reactions into quasi spells in order to reduce the weakening effect after exerting its own abilities, because various quasi spells come from many different Warcraft creatures, and the ways they use to reduce side effects are somewhat different. Therefore, after picking out these structures from different sources, the witch doctors compared them in many aspects and optimized them to the best of their ability at this stage, and after combining the advantages of all parties, they constructed a set of excellent new totems for the warriors. The totem is named Metabolic Totem. It has the effect of accelerating the metabolism of endocrine byproducts, and is a good product for reducing hormones equally. Because of its single function and high integration, it has the advantages of low energy consumption and small space in the architecture, so it supports multiple engravings and multiple co-effectiveness, and can cooperate with other totems. In addition to the metabolic totem, witch doctors have also obtained some excellent results at this stage, based on other stimulation and activation of inactive high energy muscle groups, and change of energy conversion rate and utilization path plugins. They are energy enhancement, which can change the energy operation mode in the body and speed up the conversion rate of energy in cells in a short time after activation. Activation, which has the effect of stimulating high energy muscle groups and preheating them. Without the cooperation of energy enhancement, a single activation will not completely activate the high energy muscle groups. Therefore, the troll body will not produce substantial changes similar to giant strength and wind walk. However, this stimulation and warm-up is an effective way of training. After it is totemized, it can slowly train high-energy muscle groups with the help of breathing rhythm and body movements that are reversed from the body's reaction. Although it takes a long time to take effect, according to the current observations, it can indeed change the embarrassing situation of nothing to train for today's warriors, and allow the middle-aged trolls to continue to strengthen their bodies through exercise. Among these three, except for the slightly greater consumption of the body after the energy enhancement is activated, the other two are low-power single-function totems, which can be used for multiple engravings, and activated at the same time. Chapter 218 Chapter 216 Totem Combat Skills and the Sacrifice of Giant Fangs. Generally speaking, these three new totems are equivalent to the original Windrunner and other previous generation totems in terms of power consumption and space, only when they are grouped in groups of 3, due to power consumption and other reasons. They can be engraved in multiple groups on the same body and support multiple groups to be opened at the same time. To a certain extent, this blurs the previous definition of totem position, so that the number of totems that a troll can accept has increased a lot, but this is temporarily limited to these three. After testing, a mature warrior can exercise for up to 40 minutes without eating, while opening 3 groups of metabolic totems, 3 groups of activation totems, and 1 group of emotional stimulation totems. In terms of efficacy, because the witch doctors have integrated and optimized it, it can also be considered quite impressive. In this training mode, although the warriors cannot achieve the advancement from 0 to 1 by meditation space like the witch doctors, but through exercise, they can activate and adapt their original high energy muscle groups, and while gradually strengthening themselves, wait for the 3 molds that can lead to qualitative changes in the future to be transplanted. Of course, just strengthening willpower, alleviating emotional side effects, and bringing about training effects may not be effective enough, and the significance of combat power grading will also appear to be relatively thin. Instead of defining it as a warrior level, it may be more appropriate to simply call it a willpower level or training level. But since such a name has been determined, the witch doctors naturally have their own corresponding considerations. Considering the needs of combat, the witch doctor specially designed combination skills for the above mentioned plugin type and emotional type spells when totemizing them on the battlefield. The corresponding number of metabolic totems, activation totems and energy enhancement totems will take effect at the same time, and they will form a combination with the emotional totems, thereby bringing the warriors a combat power increase corresponding to their level. Among the existing 5-level emotional abilities that have been converted into totems, the anger and fighting spirit are of the same origin, and have many repeated or similar skeleton structures and functional structures. For example, the 3 fighting spirit emotional spells of battle expectation, battle enthusiasm, and battle loss originally have many identical or similar rune parts because of their progressive relationship with each other. Another example is that the 3 emotional spells of anger, rage, and great anger also have the above situation. Another example is that, although there are not as many as within the same system, when comparing the above 2 emotional spell systems, there will be a considerable overlap and similarity. Therefore, when the witch doctors totemize them, they directly merge the overlapping parts, and optimize the similar parts before merging them. In this way, they, which should have occupied 3 totem positions respectively, are integrated together by you and me and you, and only need to occupy 2 totem positions in total. After a period of training, The engraved warriors can activate the parts they need to achieve the corresponding goals. Not only that, the advanced comprehensive emotional spells upgraded from these two types of 1-3 level emotional spells, such as Rage War, Secondary Comprehensive, Battle Expectation plus Rage, Battle Fury, Third Comprehensive, Battle Fanaticism plus Rage, Rage Fury, Third Comprehensive, Battle Expectation plus Rage, Great Battle Fury, Fourth Comprehensive, Battle Loss plus Rage, Great Rage Fury, Fourth Comprehensive, Battle Fanaticism plus Great Rage, Frenzy, Fifth Comprehensive, Battle Loss plus Great Rage. In the future, this method can also be used to carry out integrated layout when totemizing, and upgrade and transform the existing two totem positions again. Of course, such behavior will greatly increase the difficulty of totem carving, and it may not be possible to change it frequently, but there is still very little demand for this now. Except for a few warriors such as Giant Fang who need to upgrade Rage War, Battle Fury, and Rage Fury, the rest of the warriors can just engrave the existing basic version. As for the higher level 4 and 5 parts, they are temporarily closed to all members, because their effects are too dangerous. In other aspects, the aforementioned metabolic totems, energy totems, and activation totems will not only divide up the remaining totem slot and serve as fixed components of combo skills, but they will also be engraved on various parts of the warriors' bodies, so that multiple groups can be activated at the same time during training. For combat and training, taking the giant tooth as an example, on weekdays, he can activate the second or third level emotional totem alone as a whetstone for his willpower. He can also activate several groups of corresponding metabolic totems and activation totems as stimulation for his physical training. He can also activate the metabolic and activation totems while activating the emotional totems, so as to reduce the maintenance time and obtain a full range of training effects. On the battlefield, if you use a level 1 emotional totem, supplemented by metabolism, energy enhancement, and activation totems, you can form a long-term combat method using a level 2 emotional totem, supplemented by metabolism and other plug-in totems. You can become a fierce combat mode in a short period of time, and using the level 3 emotional totem that he can barely control, supplemented by the same combination, you can form an explosion mode similar to Angry Attack, with super explosive power in an instant. This type of joint totem skill, because it does not have the same directionality as the popular totem and giant totem, will have a comprehensive explosion in many aspects such as strength and agility, and because the various totem branches that make up this effect are all new versions that have been integrated and improved, the effect achieved is even better than when the previous generation totems are used together. Moreover, due to the influence of the integrated metabolism, the body feeling and recovery speed after the explosion will also be much better than traditional totems. In the design of the witch doctors, every first level warrior in the future should use emotions to exercise his will in daily life, use metabolism and activation with breathing and exercise to exercise his body, and rely on combination skills to explode in battle during war. Therefore, it is not just a manifestation of emotional confrontation ability. Each level of warrior has obtained the corresponding combat ability enhancement means and corresponding training methods developed by the witch doctors. In the estimation, the warriors at this stage will be divided into 7 levels, namely, apprentice warriors do not have the ability to turn emotions into combat power and need to hone themselves in daily life. First level warriors rely on first level emotions as a whetstone for will during training, and occasionally challenge second level emotions. At the same time, you can use first level emotions as a means of assisting combat, and use second level emotions as an explosive skill at critical moments. Second level warriors will try their best to open first level emotions in life, rely on second level emotions as a whetstone for will during formal training, and occasionally challenge third level emotions. In combat, the first level combination effect is used as a regular enhancement means, the second level is used as an enhancement during fierce battles, and the third level is used as a big move for instantaneous explosion. Third level warriors, going a step further, they can use fourth level emotions as the key to explosion. Level 4 warrior, able to maintain self-control and rationality for a long time when activating level 4 great battle fury, battle loss plus rage, and great rage fury, battle frenzy plus great rage, and can withstand the stimulation of level 5 emotions for a short time and turn it into a means of explosion. Level 5 warrior, able to maintain self-control and rationality for a long time when activating level 5 frenzy, battle loss plus great rage, an emotional state that is enough to make other creatures riot and die. Level 6, the critical point for warriors to advance. After a long period of training, their high energy muscle groups are ready to completely replace the long acting muscle groups, and their will should be as tough as steel and wood. The only thing they lack from advancement is the energy source. Among these 6 levels, most of the trainee warriors are young trolls and other immature people who cannot control their emotions well. Level 1 warrior is a stage where most of the sub-adult and middle-aged warriors are now. Level 2 warrior is the stage that has been achieved by experienced people like Giant Fang. There are examples of the above 3 levels. And among the 4 levels without examples, the level 3 warrior stage has been achieved by level 2 warriors such as Giant Fang, so it is very likely to be achieved in the expected future. As for the 4th and 5th levels in the future, to be honest, the witch doctors are not very sure whether they can achieve it, because the emotions of the 4th and 5th levels are too terrible, even the witch doctors themselves. If there is no force calm spell effect, they will definitely not be able to remain self-sufficient in that state. As for the current highest level 6, its status and effect are even more of a beautiful idea. In short, I hope the warriors will work hard. However, no matter what, whether it is will training, physical training, or battlefield bursting ability, although the witch doctors have made breakthroughs in these aspects one after another, and tailored a series of relatively successful methods for the warriors, however, the most critical piece of the puzzle for the warriors' advancement, the energy source, is still the biggest problem now. Warriors can't influence their own composition through meditation like witch doctors, and can't independently obtain energy acquisition channels other than food supplements like Nestor. Therefore, the embedding of implants has once again entered the eyes of witch doctors. Before that, all witch doctors, including Nestor, planned to wait until the 6th level warrior that was still in the conceptual stage appeared, and then transplant homologous hyperplastic epidermal cells on the basis of its ability to resist rejection instinct. In order to fill the last piece of the puzzle for physical advancement, let them use the body that has been prepared long ago, and use the implant as the key to open their own path to advancement. But the efficiency of doing so is really too slow, and it is not certain whether the 6th level will is the will stage that intelligent life can reach. Therefore, they decided to make a change. Under Nestor's decision, the witch doctors decided not to take complete implantation as the initial goal, but to seek an incomplete state. The recipient of the experiment was still the giant tooth, who was also one of the few warriors with the highest willpower in the tribe at this stage. The operation was performed by the witch doctor himself, and the surgeon did not completely peel off the skin of the patient's body as before. The witch doctor cut a slit on his body surface and sutured a piece of growth starting from the giant tooth's epidermis with the existing tissue fibers of his body. These sutures are capillaries, and their ends are still connected to the majority of the body, and all of them maintain activity, while the middle section of the capillary was cut open, and after using magic to temporarily suppress their regeneration ability, the implant was embedded on the surface of the giant tooth with the sutures made of capillaries. After releasing the inhibition of the regeneration ability of the capillaries, the middle sections that were originally cut were connected again, and the original blood supply ability was restored, so that the epidermis was firmly fixed on the surface of the giant tooth. At this time, the other cut tissues began to recover and heal themselves. The capillaries that were cut before still maintained their complete activity at this time. They had never left the body, and could not be excluded from the healing range of the body. Under such circumstances, the implanted epidermis that they drilled in and out was also wrapped by the new tissue. The witch doctors were a little happy, but Nestor shook his head and said, the implant was not added to the internal circulation. Its current state is just a piece of wrapped foreign object. Just as he judged, at the beginning, the implant did not show much abnormality, because it had a certain self-energy supply ability. However, the body tissues need not only energy, but also various nutrients brought by blood circulation, which are also one of the necessary conditions for the survival of the implant. Now, this implant has neither fallen into a dormant state, nor has a semi-vegetative placenta like in the incubator to provide nutrients. Therefore, after being reluctantly attached to the giant tooth for a few days like a dog skin plaster, it gradually withered and died. In the end, the implant became a piece of dead skin that fell off with a flick. You are right, this is indeed not going to work. How to solve this difficulty? All the witch doctors participating in the experiment were in deep thought. If the mountain doesn't come to me, I will go to the mountain. Since the body is unwilling to include the implant in the circulation, then we will try to let the implant actively plunder nutrients. What do you mean? Yes, we use the unique omnipotence of the troll cells to establish a small circulation system. The risk of the recipient. By the way, we can reserve the self-destruction state and use the energy characteristics of the implant itself to set up a self-destruction totem in addition to the existing totem position. Well, this is an insurance plan I didn't expect. Nestor nodded and included this suggestion in the plan. The intensive experiment started again. The cultivation of the receptor cells temporarily removed the restriction on omnipotence, allowing them to proliferate in all directions without being limited to the epidermis. However, this proliferation also faced a bottleneck. The omnipotence of the troll cells was not as easy to mobilize as the witch doctors such as Nestor expected. It does have omnipotence. Even a piece of epidermal cells can proliferate into muscle cells, bone cells, hematopoietic cells and other completely different functional groups under the conditions, but this requires massive energy and long-term support. From this phenomenon, the witch doctors looked at the regeneration ability of the trolls and found some details that they had not noticed before. When regenerating, the body always uses the tissue that is closest in function to repair the damaged part. For example, if the arm is completely broken, the bones retained at the upper end will give priority to regenerating the lost part of the bones, and the muscle fibers will also give priority to regenerating the muscle part, and the opposite situation will almost never occur. From the perspective of energy utilization and efficiency, this is actually the most energy saving and efficient means of regeneration, but in the current study, this has increased the complexity of the situation faced by the witch doctors. Unless excessive energy and nutritional supplements are provided, and a long time is spent waiting, it is almost impossible to grow complex other tissue structures from a mere piece of epidermal tissue. In order to change this situation, the giant tooth underwent another operation. After repeatedly designing the idea of the next operation, the witch doctors took out the partial structure of all tissues, except the brain from the giant tooth at the cost of minimal loss. Among them, there is a heart, that is 1/4 the size of a fingernail, a lung of the same size, and a small part of some other important organ tissues. The connection parts between these tissues have also been retained or created by the witch doctors in every possible way, even if it is just a muscle fiber or a micro blood vessel. Above these tissue clusters is a complete diamond-shaped epidermal tissue with tendons, muscles, and blood vessels, and a small section of ribs. This is a major operation. In order to successfully remove the target tissue, the witch doctors repeatedly suppressed the self-healing ability of the giant tooth in the process. Therefore, the blue blood has finally soaked the entire experimental bed, and the giant tooth itself has fallen into a state of near coma in a blue complexion, caused by excessive blood loss. He knew the goal of the operation and the consequences before lying on the experimental table, but the giant tooth said at that time, "It's just a few years of life. If it can make the future of the tribe brighter, this price is nothing." Recalling his previous words, watching the witch doctors cast spells on the peeled organs and other tissues in groups to preserve their activity, Nestor couldn't help but have some self-doubt. Am I too anxious? He thought so. But at this point, he could only suppress the guilt in his heart, gather all his thoughts again, and start to organize the next plan. According to the plan, these organs and body parts will be put into the elf cultivation chamber. Based on this, a set of energy self-sufficient ultra-small self-circulating system that only needs air will be built and then forced into the body of the giant tooth. According to their characteristics and the ability of the witch doctor, this is an attempt that can be done. At this time, the witch doctors have completed the pretreatment of the peeled tissue group and put it into the culture dish, ready to send it to the place where the next stage will be carried out. There are also several witch doctors who are casting spells on the body of the giant tooth to speed up his self-healing speed. In order to make up for the loss he suffered this time as much as possible, the witch doctors inserted some nutrient supply tubes into his body, transporting some nutrients and energy substances obtained from the mother tree, in order to reduce the cost of cell regeneration. However, this can only be a means of making up for the loss of a few years of life, and the possibility of replenishing it is very small, unless he can complete the advancement. As his eyes turned, Nestor noticed this scene. Then, as if a flash of lightning flashed through his mind, new inspiration was injected at this moment. Stop healing. Just heal the wounds that are bleeding. Don't speed up the healing of organs and muscle tissues other than the heart and lungs. But without the normal functioning of other organs, he will start to become weak. Listen to me. Clear out a complete monster cultivation chamber immediately and upgrade it. Move the giant tooth in as quickly as possible. Then let it enter a semi-dormant state with external supplies. Okay, we'll do it right away. The wind talker was activated, and the request was conveyed to the monster cultivation chamber. After receiving the order, the witch doctor above immediately transferred one from the monster cultivation chamber that his subordinates were observing, and after clearing out the unfortunate monster embryo that was almost formed, he upgraded it as quickly as possible. Under the control of this witch doctor, the pipelines in the lower part of the chamber were reorganized, and a part of the supply quota from the 1,000 elf embryos being cultivated was transferred to this chamber. After that, a pre-stored semi-vegetative placenta was transferred from the dormant chamber and adapted to the chamber after being activated. After completing all this, the giant tooth, which was already relying on various pipes to maintain its vitality, was immediately transferred to this upgraded cabin, and his umbilical canal, which was only a pit left, was opened, and the supply pipe dropped from the semi-vegetative embryo on the top of the cabin was forcibly inserted into it. Inject cold dormancy fluid into the body, let him adapt to the dormant state as soon as possible, and then fill the cabin. Understood. The tissue obtained from the giant tooth has been put into the culture cabin. Since this is a large group of tissues, if it is maintained by the culture cabin alone, the efficiency will be much lower. Therefore, several witch doctors are taking turns to cast spells on the tissues to retain their activity as much as possible. Magic is a magical natural manifestation. Under the care of the witch doctors, these tissues have successfully survived, and in order to obtain more nutrients, they began to trace back their own nutrition acquisition mode. Under the difference in osmotic pressure between the inside and outside, the culture fluid in the cabin was replaced into the cells in the tissues, and now that they have not yet produced a complete circulation effect, they provide necessary maintenance for the semi-residual tissues. Under this support, the intestine gradually became complete, and a long umbilical cord-like tissue was differentiated, and with the intervention of the witch doctors, it was accurately connected to the semi-vegetative placenta. Then, the excessive energy substances and nutritional supplements were injected into the intestine from the tubes according to the data obtained on the elf embryo, and the high-purity life gas provided by the mother tree was also connected to the lung piece that had recovered a little in the previous process. The semi-dormant myocardium group began to repair itself, and under the regulation of nutrition, it began to transition to a complete form. At the same time, the broken tissues such as the lung part and the viscera part also joined the ranks of hyperplasia one after another. With the passage of time, the changes came as expected. The diamond-shaped epidermal tissue gradually regained its activity, and under the influence of the semi-vegetative placenta, its surface began to turn purple. The visceral muscle group, the muscle tissue group connected to the little finger, as well as the vascular fibers, bone tissue, etc., were also changing in the predetermined direction. Of course, all their proliferation was suppressed by the witch doctors. They would only have the smallest limit size on the basis of achieving circulation. The end point of the self-healing of all organs and tissues would be a super small form that is much smaller than the young troll. In this heavy restriction, time slowly passed, and the appearance of the tissues in the culture chamber gradually moved towards the direction that Nestor needed. In the end, an organ group with a super small heart, lungs and other organs connected to a complete muscle bundle, a small section of self-healing bones, and a purple diamond-shaped epidermis with all the functions it should have, formed a closed internal circulation with the assistance of the culture chamber. Judging from its completeness, if it were not for the lack of ability and size restrictions, Nestor would have wanted to cut off the brain of the giant tooth and move it here, and then press it on after the elf cultivation of the small-scale tissue group was completed. The culture chamber, where the giant tooth was placed, was pushed out again. And the troll inside, who had been in a dormant state for more than a year, was sent to the laboratory, where the witch doctors were. The body of the giant Tusk was still a little broken, and its damaged organs had only stopped bleeding, and their regeneration ability was suppressed, and after entering the dormant state, they also lost most of their functionality. His life state at this time was almost mostly supported by external sources, and his internal organs only bore the most basic survival ability. Maintaining his dormant state, Nestor opened the door of the culture chamber again, and looked at the giant Tusk that was completely immersed in the dormant liquid. The dormant liquid is a special liquid modified from the freezer tree freezer. After adding the cell fluid taken from the cave wolf, it is usually used to preserve reproductive cells, and its ultra-low temperature properties can also effectively put organisms into a dormant state. Of course, most of the other organisms and reproductive cells will die of cell rupture after thawing and activation, but the troll can adapt to this dormant state with its own special properties. Activate him. Understood. With the actions of the witch doctors, the liquid level soaking the giant Tusk slowly sank, and all were emptied along the special material pipeline reserved in the bottom cabin, and then stored separately. Remove the remaining liquid, and replace the elf culture medium. Another order was issued, making the witch doctors and apprentices busy again. Later, after the witch doctors used magic to completely empty the remaining liquid in the cabin, and lowered its temperature to normal, new liquid began to slowly pour in from another pipe. When it slowly began to submerge the giant fang again, Nestor began to work. With the assistance of several witch doctors who were already prepared, he picked up the scalpel and once again gestured at the poor giant fang. He took out the prepared batch of new elf organs. The ultra-small heart the size of a fingernail was inserted between the degenerated accessory lungs, and the accessory lung tissue, which was no longer useful to the troll, was cross-sutured to fix it firmly in this position. The same was true for the small lungs, which were forced to open the breathing tube of the giant fang and cross-sutured with the native tissue that was kept as intact as possible to ensure that the regenerated cells would not block the small hole, allowing the small lungs to have at least breathing ability. After that, the remaining small organs were also sutured alternately in the empty space between the attached lungs, and a complete piece of epidermal tissue, together with the muscle bundles and small bones underneath, was fixed on the hole in the chest. When fixing, Nestor released the self-healing ability of this area of the giant tooth's chest in sections. Every time a muscle fiber grew, he would entangle it with the transplanted epidermis and sew it to fix it. After that, he tried to activate the life reaction of this self-circulation system and operated this parasitic group of tissues that was less than half of his palm and observed their conditions. Although the operation of the organs does not require the participation of the main consciousness, it should actually be controlled by the brain. Therefore, in the absence of such control, this part of the tissue, that operates entirely by the instinct of the cell group seems to be somewhat sluggish at this time, just barely maintaining its own half-dead state. But this is enough. Nestor made so many preparations, and what he actually wanted was just to let the part of the body surface be implanted in the epidermis and survive without joining the main trunk self-circulation. As for the other transplanted organs, of course, it had to be discarded after the giant fang incorporated that piece of epidermis into its own circulation. No matter how small they were just a burden to the experimental receptors at this time. After completing all this, Nestor forcibly woke up the unconscious giant fang and prepared to give some instructions. Opening his eyes in a daze, the giant fang looked at everything around him blankly in a huge sense of weakness. He noticed that his internal organs were still in an incomplete state. A gap that spread from the heart and directly connected to the chest had not regenerated. Half of his body was now immersed in a sticky liquid, and all the skin on the half of his body that was in contact with it on the back felt a series of not too strong tingling pains. At this time, a voice belonging to the Speaker of the Parliament came into his ears. Even though he was seriously injured, the giant Fang's sensitive hearing was still not invalid. He barely twisted his neck and saw Nestor, who was standing and looking at him through a door that could be opened and closed, with a sad face. Giant Fang, forgive me. Look at the current state of your body. All your organs are severely damaged. You have completely lost your ability to heal yourself because of my mistake. So, you are going to die soon. How could it be? Giant Fang couldn't figure it out. What he participated in this morning was clearly just a scientific research experiment operation with low risk. How could it suddenly become a terrible situation of life or death? He felt unwilling. He hadn't become strong yet, and he hadn't seen the troll tribe completely walk out of the Black Forest. He was going to die like this? Sir Pioneer, I'm unwilling. His voice was small and weak, but it revealed an extreme desire for life. At this time, the other witch doctors did not interrupt, but looked at the two people who were talking with a strange look, fearing that they would reveal some extraordinary information if they opened their mouths. As for Nestor, he nodded secretly, thinking that his temporary play might be useful. But it's not all hopeless. We have implanted a life-sustaining organ cultivated with your own cells. As long as you can successfully accept it this time, there is still hope to survive, and you can become stronger. But, I have failed once. Don't you want to survive? What if you fail once? You are the most determined warrior of the Republic. Do you want to succumb to fate? Are you willing to die because of an experimental error that was not caused by you? Nestor's continuous questioning rekindled the fighting spirit of Giant Fang. He was not the kind of person who would accept things passively. Otherwise, he would not have challenged the old chief and then fought to give up an arm and successfully cut off his head. I'm a troll who used to be a chief. I'm the strongest warrior. I will survive. Very good. We'll wait and see. The conversation ended. Nestor closed the door of the incubator with his backhand and whispered, "Start providing nutrient solution. Continue to suppress his regeneration ability, add a few more layers of weakness, and make him believe that he really doesn't have long to live." Understood. The witch doctors, who already understood what Nestor wanted to try, began to simulate the end of life. They let the organs of the giant tooth that had just awakened from hibernation and showed a weak state due to long-term exogenous operation continue to maintain the current body sensation. In addition, the witch doctors also superimposed many mental weakening effects for him, as well as the opposite powerful spells to stimulate fighting spirit, so that the giant tooth, in the state of thinking that this is the last fight, seeks reconciliation with the implant. At the same time, Nestor actually knew that, even if this attempt was successful on the giant tooth, it was a method that could not be popularized. But this is also a necessary attempt, which can make the witch doctors more clearly realize the possibility of warriors integrating with implants, and see whether factors such as the desire to survive and will can play the effect expected by the witch doctors in this process. While the giant Tusk was in hibernation and some witch doctors were organizing group training, the new training method had begun to be circulated among the top leaders of the Republic. After that, all kinds of information about warrior training and the promotion of will to advancement gradually became known to the people. Out of the desire to become stronger, most trolls quietly began to set various restrictions for themselves. Some set their own work and rest rules, some limited their mating frequency, and some set themselves strict learning tasks. In short, various attempts emerged like mushrooms after rain and became the mainstream topic for a long time afterwards. After that, a group of apprentices who had mastered the new totem carving method under the guidance of witch doctors were also put into society and began to carve the corresponding totem according to the instructions of the witch doctors. The first batch of recipients were undoubtedly the elite warriors with second level willpower. Out of trust in the witch doctors, they accepted the carving of the new totem group without hesitation. As a warlike group, these second level warriors who accepted the totem carving naturally tried the new combat methods first and happily discovered the power of this burst skill. After that, they successively tried new training forms such as emotional confrontation will training method and plug-in totem physical training method, and after experiencing several times of being lost in emotions, they gave quite positive feedback. Of course, whether it is will or body, this kind of training is a kind of time-consuming and water-grinding work, and its specific effectiveness depends on future development. After this group of warriors tried it, the rest of the trolls also began to slowly spread out in the order of military officers, military cadets, combatants, executive government. As time went on, when more and more apprentices mastered this engraving method, various civilian stations also began to have apprentices sent out to carve for various grassroots production teams. Since this systematic warrior training method was derived and popularized in stages, it has been warmly welcomed by the majority of trolls, and everyone is looking forward to the day when it will be their turn to have a totem engraved. However, some trolls seem to be worried. Among them, the existing technical jobs are the most worried, such as scouts and communication soldiers in the army, such as communicators in the executive government, explorers, and communication groups in the Four Directions Exploration Hall, etc. The special missions they undertake are extremely dependent on the existing totem groups on them, and there is almost no way to continue to perform their existing duties after changing the totems. There must be some losses, and the convenience of totems and their irreplaceability in special tasks have left witch doctors with no good solution for the time being. Some of the employees of the executive government and the sergeants in training were fine. After they got off work, or finished the training for the day, they could change the totems on their bodies to training totems, until they were replaced, before going to work the next day. But those staff members of the Department of External Exploration who would be on duty for a long time could only continue to work on their posts with functional totems. This situation had some impact on the Republic. First, the totem engraver became a formal profession, and its status was becoming increasingly important. In the various technical departments of the executive government and the army, long-term positions specially prepared for them were established, and a group of apprentices were attracted to take up the posts with high salaries and high treatment. Secondly, in order to bridge the emotions to a certain extent, the treatment of technical soldiers was improved to compensate for the inconvenience of their self-training. Finally, the executive government began to study the rotation system, and decided to try to give the trolls on duty in the Department of External Exploration and the Department of Communications a rotation period, so that they could make up for the regret that they could not exercise effectively when they were outside. Chapter 219. Report on the development of industrial and agricultural industries and new organs. While the outside world was in a frenzy because of the appearance of the new totem on the mother tree, the witch doctors had completed a series of work such as the dormancy, activation, and implantation of the giant tooth. Now, they are casting spells to observe the various changes in the giant tooth's physical state through the transparent wall of the culture chamber. As for the observed giant tooth, he actually didn't know what he could do at the moment, and the witch doctors didn't tell him what to do specifically. For this, the witch doctors, including Nestor, actually didn't have anything to tell. If there was fighting spirit and internal force in the novels of the previous life, Nestor could still give some ideas, based on his imagination, but facing the current situation, he really couldn't tell anything, except telling the giant tooth the dilemma he was facing, in order to stimulate his desire to survive, and the corresponding fighting spirit. Because will is too subjective. Without the ability to quantify it, the witch doctors can only say nonsense like come on. In this case, the unable to try giant tooth can only fight what he thinks may be useful. He constantly encouraged himself and ordered himself in his heart, wanting his body to accept the results of the witch doctor's implant transformation. In this world where spirit and will do have some extraordinary attributes, his efforts seem to have really worked. In the process of the body's slow self-healing, the relationship between the implant and the giant tooth did not completely stay at the point of suturing and fixing and sharing the trachea. The capillaries used to fix the implant gradually show tentative interactions with the implanted organs they fixed, as if they wanted to incorporate these homologous tissues into the circulation. After observing this phenomenon, the witch doctors encouraged the self-healing ability of some receptors, trying to create a false causal relationship of because you accepted the implant, you recovered a little. But the result did not appear immediately. The two instinctive reactions of pulling and repelling were in a state of confusion in the body of the giant tooth. In this tug-of-war, the state of the implant in the giant tooth changed little by little when implanting previously. Most small organs were placed in the space left after the degeneration of the attached lung, but when fixing them, Nestor also tried his best to connect them with the original organs. For example, the implant lungs have fiber kinks with the main lungs. The rest of the digestive system and immune system are also the same. The purpose is to see if this reserved connection can play a certain benign role in the future, if the main body can accept this part of the implant. But among them, the implant heart is an exception, because the movement of its original body is too intense. It may affect the operation of this implant, which is not very active, so Nestor took the second best option, and connected it with the attached lung. The troll lung is an extremely degenerate organ. Even if some problems occur due to it, it will not cause any irreversible damage to the experimental recipient, the giant tooth. At most, it can be cut off, and a new piece can be regenerated. To be honest, it is because the troll's physical fitness and vitality are too strong that they can withstand this degree of destruction. If another race were to make such an attempt, the experimental subject would be killed at the first opportunity. In short, under the interference of various factors, the growing muscle fibers and capillaries at the junction of the two sides initially and quite limitedly established nutrient exchange channels, allowing the two internal circulation systems of the giant and the macro to have a minimum interaction. However, in most areas, this limited connection has caused extremely serious consequences. When the new and old tissue groups began to interact tentatively, and the body fluids began to connect along each other's microscopic pathways, an acute and violent rejection reaction began to unfold violently in a small space. The blood began to coagulate, and the tissues at the interaction site began to necrotize. The rejection systems of both sides used the connection point as a battlefield, and launched a fierce fight, as if they had never originated from one body. In this confrontation, although the implants were higher level advanced tissues, but due to the gap in volume, internal circulation integrity, etc., they were defeated in the first time and soon began to necrotize in large areas. The remaining limited part, although it also started to regenerate synchronously with the support of the witch doctor and the supply of nutrients in the cabin after the deliberate tilt, but in the end, they still couldn't resist the fierce offensive of the rejection reaction of the giant tooth body itself. After a tug-of-war for more than 10 days, they finally fell into an uncontrollable decline. Even with the dual support mentioned above, this part of the organization still has the power to protect itself. But the premise is that the giant tooth must always stay in the culture chamber and must be cared for by at least 2 witch doctors throughout the process. Obviously, this is an impossible thing. But the witch doctors were not frustrated, because not all the news they found was bad. In the cluster, where rejection is the norm, they keenly discovered a pair of unusually mild new and old organs, which seemed to fit together normally and coexist. That is, the implanted heart and the attached lung. Strangely, the interaction between the two did not show the above mentioned violent rejection reactions, which naturally aroused the curiosity of the witch doctors. Therefore, the exploration of the reasons for the abnormal performance of the two began at this time. Through various means of observation, the witch doctors found that the problem mainly occurred in the attached lung. This pair of degenerated attached lungs, which maintained a semi-dormant state even in daily life, seemed to have no spare energy to show an overly intense rejection reaction to the implant due to its special existent characteristics and state. At this stage, it looks like it is sleepwalking, and it plays a role similar to a bridge in the interaction between the implanted heart and the body as a whole. After the implanted lung completely necrotized, the blood in the small heart was pumped into the attached lung, and then, like normal cardiopulmonary circulation, it took away some of the nutrients that were input from the main body through the limited active capillaries of the attached lung. These nutrients should be the life substances necessary for the trolls when they still lived in the volcanic environment. They include some volcanic gases, organic matter, and other trace element that are difficult to explain. Most of them are waste for the trolls today, and are nutrients that have been discarded after the active environment of life has changed, but for the attached lung, this is a necessity for it to maintain its own existence. Now, when most of the implanted organs are close to complete necrosis, the macro heart is facing its own life and death. It seems to have awakened some ancient functions, It has evolved or degenerated the ability to use this kind of waste, change the composition structure of the nutrients it needs, and maintained its vitality through this new cardiopulmonary circulation system. This part of the waste metabolized by the main body, after a layer of transformation by the attached lung, is brought back by the blood, pumped into the implant heart through this newly formed cardiopulmonary circulation pathway, and then sent to the rest of the implants that are close to necrosis. After the heart completed this transformation first, the other organs also abandoned the necrotic part and began to regenerate their original structures with the help of the witch doctor and the supply of sufficient nutrients. During the adaptation period thereafter, they gradually abandoned the binding site with the original body, those completely necrotic tissues, and instead shrank around the periphery of the implant heart. By this time, their size had become extremely small, and they had established a closer connection with the heart at the core, and as time passed, with the heart as the core, they formed a multifunctional flesh ball that was about the size of Nestor's previous life human fist. This flesh ball integrated the hematopoietic system, high energy muscle group, immune system, digestive system, and metabolic system, and with the original nutrient supply of the attached lungs, it supported the epidermal tissue at the top of the body surface that had shrunk into a small dot. The witch doctors observed this change process from beginning to end, which spanned several months. At this time, they did not have the frustration brought by the failure of the giant tooth elf transformation on their faces, but were very excited because of this unexpected surprise. Because according to the witch doctor's observations, while this flesh ball was indirectly interacting with the main body through the attached lungs, it was slowly adapting to the main body's immune rejection. Although the process is slow and difficult, this phenomenon is actually happening. If on this basis, the previously determined will training method is used, the will of the recipient itself should also be able to accelerate the occurrence of this phenomenon from the subjective level. The final result should be that the implant and the trunk become one and the same, and truly become an organ belonging to the troll. The series of elf-like tissues in the implant can then become the qualitative change one that the warriors lack on the road to advancement. While solving the energy problem through the epidermis, it will be used as a starting point for the elf-like transformation of the warriors and become the target of the entire body mutation. Compared with the giant tooth and the elf-like path full of subjective factors in the plan, this symbiosis phenomenon that was produced by accident is a product that can be replicated. In other words, this multifunctional integrated meatball new organ is a product that can be popularized to all troll warriors. And what it needs is nothing more than samples of various internal organs and tissues, as well as a specific cultivation environment. After sorting out and deducing the changes that might happen in the future, all the witch doctors who participated in the experiment suppressed their excitement and carefully reviewed all the experimental data to make advanced preparations for future mass cultivation. Nestor first personally removed the necrotic implant residues and the part of the main organ that was damaged in the rejection war. After that, he cut off a part of the full range of samples from the new organ and preserved it separately, and then cast a spell to accelerate its self-healing. Finally, Nestor completely released the restrictions on the self-healing ability of the giant tooth's body and accelerated his healing speed under the combined effect of in vitro nutrient injection and magic. After he was completely healed, Nestor ordered the nutrient solution in the cabin to be withdrawn, the umbilical cord bionic catheter to be withdrawn, and the giant tooth that had to fall into a coma again when the previous severe ejection reaction occurred was awakened. Mr. Speaker of the Parliament, I survived? Feeling his wet and sticky body, the giant tooth said with hope and worry, I'm kidding. How could we let our important compatriots fall into danger so easily? Nestor responded with a smile. Giant Fang's big eyes were full of doubts, and he seemed to be unable to react. After a while, he wailed and shouted, how could you do this? I'm ready to die. Ha ha ha, alright, put on your clothes and follow me. You have to understand your current situation. In the restroom next to the laboratory, Giant Fang, who had learned the whole story, was full of doubts, but he didn't dwell on it too much. At least the Speaker of the Parliament said that the experiment had made a major breakthrough because of his sacrifice, right? For Giant Fang, this was enough. Now, not only was there hope for his own progress, but even the future of the tribe seemed to be brighter because of this deception. After the warrior in front of him came to his senses, Nestor began his instructions. You should maintain your current state and exercise for a while. We need to decide whether this thing can be promoted and the necessary simplification plan for promotion based on your reaction and the specific operation mode of the meatball. At this stage, there are still many obviously redundant functions in the new organ. We have to find them out and then eliminate them in subsequent research. While slimming it down, it can also reduce nutrient consumption. Okay, then what should I do? First, promptly feed back any discomfort you have. After all, there is a new semi-naturalized organ in your body. Whether it is volume, weight, or functional attributes, we have to confirm its harmlessness. Okay, I will pay attention. Well, second, for the same reason, you have to come for regular checkups. Come once a day at this stage. No, at this stage you should temporarily live next to the laboratory. We will open up an examination room specifically for you and arrange a witch doctor to track your physical condition. There's no other way. This is also to minimize the probability of accidents. You have to be patient for a while. Okay, I will cooperate. Very good. If everything goes well during the observation period, you can go back to live. In short, specific adjustments will be made according to needs later. Understood. Third, use the new totem and exercise under our plan, both in terms of will and body. The data results here will become an important reference for other compatriots, so you must listen to the command and report diligently. Do you understand? Understood. Very good. You have worked hard too. Go and rest for a while, and wait for us to design a set of exercise templates for you. After leaving Nestor, Giant Fang was experiencing the strangeness of his internal organs all the way. He could clearly feel that there was a piece of meat in his chest that had not been there before. It didn't seem to be very big, at least for Giant Fang's body, that was more than 3 meters tall and weighed nearly 1 ton. Nestor's new organ, which was the size of a human fist in his previous life, was easily wrapped in his chest. Now, the qualitative change one that the witch doctors talked about is beating in the body of the giant tooth. Although its rhythm and strength are not as strong as the main heart, it is also a very obvious expression. Excitement and anticipation filled the giant tooth's heart at this moment. He was eager to exercise according to the witch doctor's plan, to become stronger, and then fight more bravely. His excitement was put aside for the time being. The witch doctors had withdrawn from the excitement brought by the success caused by the accident at this time, and had begun to work together again in groups, to prepare for a series of subsequent matters. 2 of the witch doctors formed a group, and they jointly assumed the responsibility of the attending doctor of the giant tooth during the subsequent observation period. The 2 of them needed to pay attention to the various changes in the main body and the new organ at any time, and plan the future exercise plan for the giant tooth, based on these details. Another group took over the sample taken from the new organ by Nestor, preparing to conduct an in-depth analysis of it, and find out its operating rules. There is another group that needs to explore the function of the attached lung, find out what the waste it provides for the new organ is, and find a way to reproduce it in the supply that the mother tree can provide. If this is figured out, and in vitro synthesis is achieved, then when mass organ cultivation is carried out in the future, it only needs to change the supply structure from the very beginning to trigger the reversion path of the target tissue, thereby simplifying its integration into the body and connecting to the attached lung. After arranging these matters, Nestor briefly withdrew from the experiment and prepared to take a look at the major events that have occurred in the Republic in the 3 years before and after the experiment. From the beginning, it took nearly a year to cultivate the proliferative tissue for the 10 warriors, to the failure of the first transplant, and then to the implementation of the 1000 troll cultivation and transplantation plan, and then the analysis of the rune microstructure, the study of the role of emotions and endocrine in magic, and the corresponding magic results and theoretical system were inserted, which took another 7 months, and from the magic and theoretical results, the emotional totem, functional plug-in totem, and combination skill totem were derived, and the interspersed in the middle, from the operation mode of the non-emotional structure part of the totem and magic in the body, to reversely deduce the corresponding training methods including breathing and muscle group movement. which took another 5 months, and then, the final experimental stage with the giant tooth as the receptor lasted for nearly a year, because of various accidents and sudden inspirations. So, from the beginning to the end, Nestor spent most of his attention in the laboratory for a total of about 3 years. During these 3 years, apart from the witch doctors, apprentices, and experimental subjects who participated in the experiment, he had very little contact with the outside world, even with Ashura, because both sides had their own affairs to be busy. They maintained an unprecedented low frequency of 1 appointment per week. In short, the sacrifice was not small. As for the affairs of the Republic, he paid little attention to them in the past 3 years. Until today, he had time to summon the ministers of the executive government for the first time in a long time, ready to listen to what happened during this period of time. At one time, when several ministers obeyed the call and rushed to the top of the mother tree, Nestor had just left his partner who he had not seen for a long time and missed very much, and entered the small conference room with the ministers. These important officials of the executive government were holding a stack of materials at this time, ready to hand him the relevant case files, when they told Nestor about the achievements and mistakes of their departments, so that Nestor could have a more detailed understanding. After seeing the thick stack of materials in their hands, Nestor somewhat regretted his decision. Since the executive government is running well, why should he interfere? Look, there are so many more materials to look at before he even has a break. But after all, the words have been thrown out, and he is too embarrassed to regret it, so he can only bite the bullet and bear it. So, this general report meeting lasted a whole day and night, a total of 48 hours in general. The operation of the Republic is not bad. First of all, the most important aspect is the population. The migration and naturalization of the 6 major trolls has been basically completed at this time. In addition, if they work together, the current population of the Republic can be more than 63,000. Among them, 10% are juvenile trolls aged 1 to 3, 14% are adolescent trolls aged 4 to 15, 9% are sub-adults aged 16 to 19, 60% are middle-aged, 5% are old, and 2% are dying. From the ratio of dying to newborns, combined with the long standby time of middle-aged people, the total population of trolls is undoubtedly maintaining positive growth. This conclusion can also be partially reflected in the number of newborns in recent years. In the past 3 years, the Republic has added an average of 210 juvenile trolls per year, and now, there are still 763 females in various stages of the 3-year pregnancy. Based on this basis, about 243 newborns will be born every year in the next 3 years. From this, we can infer that with the gradual improvement of the Republic's maternal and childbirth protection work, the number of newborns is increasing year by year, and the population of trolls will soon, or has already stopped, being maintained at a dangerous line for hundreds or thousands of years as before, if the fertility desire of the people, especially female warriors, is not declining at the same time. The population growth rate should be higher. Secondly, the situation of agriculture and animal husbandry, which is on par with the population problem. In animal husbandry, not 3 years of hard work, but long-term accumulation, the number of large meat livestock in the Republic has now exceeded 70,000, the number of medium-sized wool livestock has exceeded 30,000, and the number of small poultry is countless. Among them, 60% of large meat livestock are concentrated in the collective livestock production bases of various garrisons for breeding, and the other 40% are raised by various production teams at the grassroots level with animal husbandry as the main business. The breeding of medium-sized wool livestock is also divided into 2 modes, 50% of which are owned by collective breeding bases and the other 50% belong to production teams. As for the remaining small poultry, various production teams in the private sector are mainly engaged in sideline business and maintain small population breeding. The meat, milk, eggs, and fat produced by these 3, plus the prey provided by the Republic's wolf pack every year, have basically met the meat needs of all trolls. Among them, wool and livestock, in addition to regularly slaughtering a batch of castrated non-breeding livestock and infertile female livestock, are mainly used to provide raw materials for the wool textile industry. A few years ago, apprentices who studied physical mechanics based on the technology of the horned hoof breed, under the reward of the executive government, tried to improve the wool textile process, and among them, there were indeed several available improvement plans. After being dazzled by the choices, the executive government finally chose the better one. Therefore, the existing wool textile industry in the Republic has been upgraded twice in a short period of time, from primitive to horned hoof technology, and then to improved technology, and finally has a production efficiency and scale far beyond the horned hoof breed. Now, the wool textile industry is unimpeded throughout the Black Forest and the Northern Plateau, with wool textile factories owned by small collectives as the production end, various farms operated by state-owned resident collectives, and production teams as the raw material end, and production teams specializing in business as the sales end. Its annual output, while being able to meet the needs of the people, can also reverse the sales of horn-hoofed breeds, basically bringing vitality to the Republic's economic operation. In addition to meat livestock, wool livestock, and dairy livestock, the first two are concurrent. Working livestock are also extremely important. Among them, moose are the most important. Under the search and supply of wolves in the entire area, under large-scale scientific breeding, the Republic's moose holdings have exceeded 20,000, and most of them are uniformly bred by breeding centers and collective breeding centers in various garrisons. Among them, the best output will be provided to the army, the second will enter the rail transit line, and the third will be sold to the forest and the people in the plateau. In addition to the expansion of the moose population, the work of monster breeding has not been raised to the national strategic level, but it has not been completely abandoned. The number of artificially bred black saber-toothed cubs has now reached more than 100, and they have all been distributed to the central school and given to the outstanding young trolls as rewards. The number of artificially bred Lord Wolf cubs has also reached more than 100, and they have also been handed over to the order issuers of the central school. In addition, there are more than a dozen rare cubs such as mountain giant bears, which have also been distributed to the little trolls who placed orders. In terms of farming, not 3 years of work, long-term accumulation, the long-term reclamation action has temporarily come to an end. The Republic now has a total of 314,300 acres of various types of agricultural land. Among them, there are 225,500 acres of crown wheat arable land, accounting for 71.74% of the total arable land area, and the total output can reach 276,000 tons with 2 harvests a year. Compared with the current annual grain consumption of 190,000 tons, 130,000 tons consumed by trolls, and 60,000 tons consumed by livestock, the Republic has achieved the goal of being self-sufficient while maintaining a certain amount of reserves. Of the 225,500 mu of staple food arable land, 40% are large and medium-sized farms operated by state-owned and garrison camps, and the remaining 60% are small farms operated by production teams, and basically all of them have achieved mechanized operations. In addition, the 3 main cash crops, silk ball grass, sweet wheat, and oil fruit trees, occupy a total of 53,100 mu, accounting for 16.89%. In terms of management, the staple food crown wheat is purchased by the executive government, and part of its output will be stored in cellars, part will be used as welfare rations for school-age trolls and pregnant trolls, part will be supplied to the standing army, and part will be subsidized to the militia, and the rest will be put on the market in batches to supply those production teams that do not engage in farm management, and are mainly engaged in industry, animal husbandry, or textile industry. As for the other 3 cash crops, since they have not been mechanized in both planting and harvesting, and their output is not the lifeblood of the Republic, therefore, they are all handed over to the grassroots production teams for their own production and operation. Each production team either jointly builds a factory, directly sells the terminal finished products, or provides raw materials for other factories. The executive government has temporarily remained on the sidelines, and has not interfered excessively. In addition, the orchards managed and operated by the elderly production teams total 26.83 thousand mu, accounting for 8.53% of the agricultural land. Its output is basically supplied to the corresponding processing plants for secondary processing, and put on the market in the form of dried fruit powder and nut powder. The output is sufficient to meet the nutritional supplement needs of all the people of the Republic. In addition to the above mentioned cultivated land, about 9,000 mu of livestock grassland improved by which doctors have also been opened up. The special foraged grass produced will try to increase the supply year by year, to reduce the proportion of crown wheat in the rations of large and small livestock and increase the staple food reserve capacity of the Republic. In addition to population and agriculture and animal husbandry, the status of industrial development is also within the scope of this report. In the industrial sector, not 3 years of hard work, but long-term accumulation, water power has completely replaced troll power in large factories, improving the production efficiency of each factory from the two aspects of efficiency and labor. Its impact is not suitable for simple summary with good or bad. Food processing factories and wool spinning factories are easy to say. The output of both is linked to the scale of breeding and planting at the front end. Among them, the product scale of the former is not yet a quantity that cannot be digested in the face of the huge appetite of the troll people. The latter, in addition to the domestic market, also has the horn-hoofed alliances in the northern plateau to digest. But the hard industry is different. After several crazy increases in raw materials such as steel, wood, and rail trees, water power has freed up most of the labor restrictions, resulting in the current inventory of various parts and complete products has piled up like a mountain. What they are facing is that under the ban on the sale of horn-hoofed species, there are only more than 63,000 people in the internal market of the Republic, and a large number of products have nowhere to sell, resulting in the production teams of the main factories facing the crisis of unsellable products. However, under the government subsidy policy, the trolls, who are not really keen on making money, did not shout out slogans such as "I would rather destroy the products than lower the prices," but continued to produce happily. Anyway, no matter how much the products sold for, or whether they could be sold, they could eat well. To some extent, this disrupted the already small and weak market, but it also formed a reverse scissors gap, and the various cheap industrial products produced greatly accelerated the implementation of the Republic's various land reclamation policies. It is with the support of such a large number of engineering vehicles that can be used or thrown away that the two fortresses in the north and northeast have been basically completed and have been gradually filled with 1,500 strong trolls. Hundreds of thousands of acres of agricultural land in the territory have also been developed in a short period of time, and they can also complete the processes of sowing, watering, harvesting, threshing, etc. under the existing population, and the 4 lifeline rail lines that run through the east and west of the Black Forest and connect the gaps in the north and northeast have been built quickly and well on this land, covered by a large amount of forests, because of the sufficient supply of engineering vehicles. In addition to these traditional businesses, the banking apprentices who were sent to the north for self-cultivation also showed their achievements in this report meeting. It must be said that in these years, they have made great progress at the cost of increasing the number of horn-hoofed alliances by 2 again, and causing a rebellion among the lower classes. In addition to simple deposit and withdrawal services, they now also have the ability to lend, formulate a rough currency issuance plan, and operate government debt. Among the horn-hoofed alliances, they use the military advantage of their headquarters as a deterrent, but they recklessly experimented on a large scale for several times, and even once caused people to hate them. If their own power was not strong enough, they might have been dragged to a corner and assassinated by the horn-hoofed high-level officials. The evil they committed in the north will be put aside for later. At this meeting, the banking apprentices actually posed a difficult problem to Nestor. This emerging industry, which has just had a little business experience, has applied for a turn this time, hoping to obtain permission and carry out more business projects within the Republic. They are ready to use the power of finance as a glue to continue to promote the development of various industries. Nestor was actually a little hesitant about this, because in the various trivial fragments of knowledge in his previous life, there were basically few good words about finance, banks, and bankers. However, according to the current scale, even if there are disadvantages, it should not be terrible, right? Rather than timidly launching attempts, when it will be difficult to turn around in the future, why not take advantage of the opportunity to touch all the stones that need to be touched now? With this idea in mind, he agreed to the apprentice's request in principle during the meeting. However, this was just a private nod on his own behalf. If the banking industry really wants to expand its business, then more specific issues must be communicated in detail with the executive government and the Tribune, and depending on its scale, the Rune Council may need to intervene later. Agriculture, animal husbandry, industry, and transportation. These four are the lifeblood of the Republic today. The first three are intertwined with each other, making this troll population of only more than 60,000 people the least worried about their livelihood and the most comfortable race on this land. Among them, agriculture, animal husbandry, and industry are indispensable. Industry determines productivity, so that the reclamation of arable land is no longer timid due to insufficient population. The development of animal husbandry has enabled trolls who need to eat a lot of meat to no longer need to travel long distances across the mountains for a bite of meat. The sufficient food harvest has opened up space for the latter two to develop, especially the cultivation of relevant technical trolls. Everyone has to eat enough to have the energy to learn and improve themselves. The emergence of rail transportation has made the population control area far beyond the limit of walking, and the use of distant resources has become no longer difficult, and the trolls have more choices and insights. In addition, the realization of rail transportation is closely related to industry, agriculture and animal husbandry. In short, as long as there are no major problems with these four, the current political structure of the Black Forest and the Northern Plateau, as well as the influence coverage of the troll group, will not be shaken. The living standards of the population can continue to be maintained, and superiors like Nestor will naturally have more energy to conduct more far-reaching research. From the current situation, it cannot be said that there are no development problems for these four, but none of them are enough to affect the stability of the Foundation. As for the problem, the only one that may involve the Foundation is perhaps the fertility rate. From the report of the executive government, compared with the 10-year 1,000-birth elf breeding plan, the current optimized natural fertility route is undoubtedly much more efficient. However, there is one point that cannot be ignored, that is, the female warrior's enthusiasm for pregnancy and willingness to give birth have decreased. According to the report of the Department of Childbirth and Childbirth of the Ministry of Civil Affairs, as long as the male trolls understand that the overall population of the country is maintaining positive growth and the tribe is not in danger of overturning, they do not care whether the females they have mated with have the desire to give birth, or whether they will give birth to children. Anyway, there are so many matings, and there will always be one who will give birth. On the other hand, the vast majority of female trolls have expressed extremely dissatisfied attitudes towards the Republic's pregnancy policy. They do not want to spend 6 years getting pregnant and raising children together, nor do they want to be concentrated in the core area of the headquarters for protection. The reasons have been described many times before, so I will not repeat them here. In such dissatisfaction, the Tribune has repeatedly put pressure on the executive government, hoping that they will either change the existing policy or make substantial efforts in the field of tree embryos. The main idea is to let the executive government not wait for the Rune Council to feed them, and let them take positive actions. The purpose of the operation is to find the traces of high-level magic beasts. The Tribune believes that this is a task that the executive government can and should complete, in order to allow the busy witch doctors to skip the preliminary steps of investigation and go directly to the capture stage. When they are free, the executive government should prepare early. After several negotiations with the Tribune, the executive government's External Exploration Department and the Southern Exploration Department gave priority to some resources and completed the construction of the department in the first batch. At this time, based on previous intelligence and speculation, they have arranged exploration specialists to go to the southern volcanic area for investigation, preparing to find the possible existence of the fire-type high-level magic beast that once hurt the cave wolf. In addition, the Northern Exploration Department has also launched operations with the cooperation of the Internal Intelligence and Communications Department and the Executive Government's Communications Department. Explorers were sent to the northern civilized world. In addition to understanding the intelligence of the civilized world, another project of the department is naturally to find the traces of higher creatures. As for this higher being, whether it is a demon beast or an intelligent and civilized race, the trolls don't want to care about these things. Chapter 220 Application Development of Sound Waves and Volcano Exploration Team. Witch doctors discovered a long time ago that they could give sounds various functional attributes by controlling the amplitude and frequency of sound waves. At the same time, they also borrowed from Warcraft spells and had the ability to create and receive sound waves in different frequency bands through rune spells. After using it for a period of time, they further defined accurate values for sound waves of each frequency according to vibration frequency and other indicators, and figured out the detailed relationship between various values. Since then, witch doctors have truly opened the door to research, and their understanding and application of the field of sound waves have gradually reached a stage that is incomparable to the past. However, the various theorems and axioms obtained during this period are really too obscure, and usually only witch doctors and witch doctor apprentices have the opportunity to use them when conducting academic research. Therefore, in order to popularize and facilitate more users to have a general understanding of the relevant concepts, witch doctors have roughly and not strictly divided it into 20 frequency bands from -10 to +10 according to the recognizable range. Among them, the natural voice of the trolls is between -3 and +3 frequency bands, and because this interval is the hearing recognition area of most normal monsters and animals on the non-hearing side, it is defined as the normal band. However, the recognition range of the ordinary troll's naked ears exceeds the upper and lower extremes of its own voice, reaching the -4 to +4 frequency band. Therefore, the upper and lower frequency intervals of -4 and +4, which are outside the normal range, but within the hearing of the trolls, are separately defined as troll special bands, and each has its own application field. Among them, the former is usually used between the military, and is the main means for flag officers to convey the commander's orders when conducting short-distance direct audio transmission within 10 kilometers. The latter is used in the field of close-range direct audio communication. For trolls, the +/4 band is still within the range of the human ear's recognition limit, but for more creatures, this range is a silent state. Using this difference, the signal sender can use magic or totems to raise or lower the pitch and emit +/4 frequency band sounds that they could not obtain through their throats, and in this process, magic or totems can also restrict the transmission direction of sound waves to a certain extent. And the sound receiver, who is also a troll, can also use his own flesh ears to recognize, even if he is in a non-blessing state, to directly hear effective information from the sound waves within a certain range that are distorted by magic, and there is no need for translation in the middle. In this way, the trolls have achieved a certain sense of private communication. This may be closer to the means of transmitting sound into secret in Nestor's previous novels, and when dealing with cave wolves before, witch doctors have already used this method and achieved good results. However, since the bands above +3 will dissipate rapidly in the air, therefore, even if both the sender and the receiver have the blessing of magic and totem, the implementation of this solution has a very strict distance limit. And because the frequency bands of these two are beyond the upper and lower limits of the troll's sound range, they also need the assistance of magic or totem at the sending end to form. But at the receiving end, because it is in an area that can be directly captured and recognized by the naked ear, it usually does not require the corresponding magic or totem blessing to achieve the purpose of transmitting messages. The non-human ear recognition area outside +/4 is named super secondary wave, and it also has its own application or development direction. Among them, the former, due to its good directionality, high interface wave type conversion ability, strong penetration ability and other characteristics, has relatively concentrated applications in animal and plant medicine research, material exploration and other aspects. In addition, due to its high energy carrying and strong penetration, it has gradually tended to be more lethal in the future development direction. This is mainly because witch doctors have observed its strong penetrating power on solid and liquid substances, and when it carries a large amount of energy, it can also make the particles of the substance vibrate at high frequencies, thereby raising the temperature of the area. If the intensity continues to increase, the sound waves can also cause the bubbles to shrink and expand when they propagate between liquids with super small bubbles, and even cause violent explosions. Because most organisms are composed of cells, and cells themselves belong to the category of liquids with super small bubbles. Therefore, witch doctors who have observed this phenomenon believe that they can develop ultra high frequency sound wave magic with sufficient lethality based on this, so as to use this to attack. However, the research on this magic is still in the experimental stage. Due to the frequency limit of the generating end, witch doctors cannot really realize it for the time being, but in the more complex group casting mode, the breakthrough of the generating end to wave frequency above +7 is just around the corner. Perhaps by then, witch doctors can use group casting to emit high frequency ultrasonic waves with sufficient lethality. As for the audio application end, since ultrasound waves are very easy to attenuate in the atmosphere, it has no better performance for the time being, except for the close-range direct audio communication using the Troll's special band mentioned earlier. The latter infrasound is just the opposite. Its sound wave frequency is low, the wavelength is long, the diffraction is strong, the attenuation is small, and the propagation distance is long, so it has a wider application in the field of audio. More specifically, the application of infrasound is usually seen in the four audio intervals of medium distance, medium-long distance, and ultra-long distance. Since these four use the wave frequency below -4, the signals sent and received are no longer supported and are directly understood by the brain in the form of recognizable audio. Therefore, if you still want to use its characteristics to transmit information, whether it is the sending end or the receiving end, you need the assistance of corresponding magic or totem, and realize effective application through the translation of the agreed code. Among them, medium distance specifically refers to the transmission of sound within the 10-100 km section, which is mainly achieved by -5 level infrasound frequency band. The application of sonic magic by witch doctors was actually later than the time when they had totem technology, so it was quickly totemized after the magic was transformed, and the success of totemization smoothly allowed the users of this method to continue to extend downward from the witch doctor level, giving it a wider range of usage scenarios. In the early days, due to inadequate education and the needs of war, the users of this type of totem were limited to witch doctor apprentices, because only they had the ability to master the application method in a short time. But with the popularization of education and the continuous improvement of educational methods, more and more ordinary trolls have been able to learn professionally and have the ability to apply it. And they are the main force of technical trolls such as communicators and signal soldiers in the current government and army. These technical trolls are not witch doctors, nor are they witch doctor apprentices. For them, with the blessing of magic and totems, they can indeed extend the frequency reception range to extremely low areas, but in actual application, their signal recognition ability is limited to the -5 level secondary band, that is, the 10-100 km medium distance sound signal range. Therefore, this is also the limit of conventional individual communication between the army and the executive government. If you want to extend the effective transmission distance of sound signals to a farther distance, you must use a relay method. As for the lower bands, because the signals have been relatively seriously mixed with a natural background, the degree has exceeded the immediate recognition range of the brain of ordinary trolls, so there are relatively higher application restrictions. Among them, the information transmission in the area of 100 km to 500 km, that is, the medium and long distance sound signal range in the definition, needs to be achieved by using the infrasound signal of the -6 frequency band, and the signals in this range need to be screened and analyzed from the complex signal background by more and more rigorously trained technicians with the assistance of a series of complex calculation methods, and then further translated into text. Generally speaking, only witch doctor apprentices who have undergone special training, and some professional communication soldiers with excellent business capabilities can be fully competent for this job, and they naturally became the backbone of the executive government's communications department and the army command headquarters, and undertook the corresponding high-level information transmission tasks. As for the lower -7 subsound wireless long distance and -8 to -10 subsound wireless ultra long distance fields, they are no longer the level that ordinary brains can reach. They are special bands that can only be used by witch doctors and advanced witch doctors. In these two bands, The frequency of sound waves has dropped to an extremely low point, and it is mixed with extremely complex natural background sounds. Without a strong brain support, it is impossible to use paper and pen calculations at this stage to find and analyze a specific signal in this noise. Among them, the brain computing power of most witch doctors is limited to the recognition of signals in the range of long distance within 1,000 kilometers. Although the recognition range of these non-advanced witch doctors is still within the normal range of -4 to +4, they can expand 3 frequency band levels beyond the upper and lower limits of the flesh ear through the blessing of magic ability, so that their sound signal reception range reaches the range of -7 to +7, and there is enough brain power to analyze the part of the information they need. If we make an estimate of their ability according to the size of the Black Forest, then these witch doctors should be able to receive the infrasound signal from the number 3 branch base on the west bank of the Black River from the headquarters. As for the 4 advanced witch doctors, they are different in this respect. After the advancement, their sound wave recognition range of the naked ears has been improved by 1 natural level beyond the upper and lower limits of ordinary trolls, reaching the hearing recognition ability within the -5 to +5 frequency band. If it is supplemented by magic, it can achieve full band recognition of the existing limit range. This may not be very rigorous. In fact, when the witch doctors measure the upper and lower limits of the sound wave frequency band, they use the recognition limits of the 4 advanced witch doctors such as Nestor under the blessing of magic to determine the value, and the sound signal reception range of the 4 of them, therefore, is based on the non-advanced witch doctors, and it is unknown how much distance they have spanned. At least, the long span between the east and west of the Black Forest and the complex terrain of the northern mountains cannot really limit their ability to use ultra-low frequency secondary waves to receive signals. At this stage, it is only because it is impossible to make an accurate estimate that a vague definition of ultra-long distance of 1,000 kilometers is given. The reasons for this difference are mainly in 3 aspects. First, the difference in the level of the creatures in the flesh. Nestor and the other 4 had inherited the extremely sensitive hearing system of the trolls, and when they advanced, they were further sublimated on the original basis, thus creating the difference between them and the other trolls. The ability to hear the -8 to -10 subsonic band and the +8 to +10 ultrasonic band, and not be damaged afterwards, is a significant feature of this stage. This point was also confirmed by the elf girl. Her sound wave frequency band recognition range at this time also reached the level of advanced witch doctors, within the range of -5 to +5. With the blessing of magic, she was able to receive the +/8 frequency band normally without any abnormality. Only when the frequency band was raised or lowered to outside +/8 did she feel dizzy and other adverse reactions. However, this was only because she was still in the growth stage and had not fully developed her physical talents. If she continued to grow in this trend, she would sooner or later gain the corresponding abilities. Let's look at the non-advanced witch doctors. First, they did not have a substantial gap with ordinary trolls in terms of the range of their flesh ear recognition. Secondly, once they forced their way into the frequency band outside +/7, they would feel obvious discomfort in their bodies, and in severe cases, they would lose their hearing for a short time. From this, it can be judged that the corresponding structure in their bodies has not reached a certain level. This is the physical gap of biological level. Secondly, there is the gap in brain computing power. In the same range of -7 infrasound, the recognition and analysis speed of advanced witch doctors is much faster than that of ordinary witch doctors. In the same range of -6 infrasound, the recognition and analysis speed of witch doctors is also much faster than that of apprentices. These 2 comparisons have already shown a very obvious gap in computing power. Thirdly, there is a gap in knowledge reserves. Being able to hear does not mean equal recognition. The elf girl has shown a strong signal reception ability, but when the signal is not language but coding, she does not have the ability to understand it. When ordinary trolls and signal soldiers are given the same frequency band sound reception ability by totems, the former who have not conducted systematic learning naturally do not have the ability to obtain information from it like the latter. Finally, there is another point worth emphasizing that, although advanced witch doctors can rely on the ultra-low frequency infrasound reception ability, to hear infrasound signals thousands of kilometers away. This does not mean that Nestor and the other four can effectively communicate at the two ends of the east and west across the entire Black Forest. In fact, they did not have the ability to emit the infrasound of that frequency, and when they tried it before, they only heard natural background sound. The ability to identify that has been emphasized before actually refers to their ability to distinguish background natural sound. Therefore, when the Fanged Witch Doctor and Azura went to the Northwest Mountains one after another, they could only communicate with the headquarters intermittently through the permanent signal relay station deployed at a distance, and the sending and receiving process was extremely complicated. At this stage, the Witch Doctors can only generate -6 level medium and low frequency infrasound waves and +6 medium and high frequency ultrasonic waves at most through magic and other means. Therefore, the signal transmission capability they can achieve is not qualitatively different from the highest level of communication of the executive government's communications department. Even if there is, it is only reflected in efficiency. The communications department needs to spend time in units of light hours and dozens of technical trolls working together to calculate a set of information. The Witch Doctors may only need a dozen light minutes to obtain the specific content. For the same information, Nestor and the other four may only need a few minutes to analyze it. The so-called gap is actually only this. With the support of the above-mentioned infrasound communication technology, the External Exploration Department of the Executive Government, the North-South Exploration Department, has successively launched explorations in two directions in recent years. The south end is not bad. The south of the Black Forest is a vast desert area. As long as they bring sufficient supplies, the Exploration Department can basically set up signal relay stations there without any scruples, so as to establish contact with the front-end exploration team. But the situation at the north end is a bit complicated at this time. Several groups of reconnaissance employees have arrived at the volcanic group and are conducting a thorough investigation of the creatures inside. It is a pity that Nestor and other Witch Doctors have no inspiration to develop a combat power detector like Dragon Ball, making this search seem a bit inefficient. The members of the exploration team can only guard the crater one by one, waiting for the creatures in it to occasionally emerge, and then identify them with the naked eye. Damn. Is this guy the same one as before? It seems to be, but it seems not. TSK, I can't tell them apart. They look exactly the same. What should we do? I don't know, but we are looking for their leader. We should be able to judge by their size, right? The communication was going smoothly, but the exploration was in trouble. The creatures in the volcano did not seem to be within the range of the trolls' facial recognition capabilities. Their faces and bodies covered with lava had almost no significant differences. The only factor of size that could be used as a reference was just a guess, based on the cave wolf, which was not necessarily rigorous in fact. At least, Azura and the other three were now slightly smaller than ordinary trolls. Although the advanced Witch Doctors were still growing taller, Azura, who was the first to advance, was close to 3 meters tall again after so many years. It seemed that in a few years, she would be able to be equal to or even surpass her fellow trolls. But this at least shows that high-level creatures are not necessarily taller than their low-level compatriots. In addition, this group of volcanoes are almost all active volcanoes, and the thick smoke environment at the mountain pass affects the naked eye observation ability of the trolls. So, I don't know which troll was impatient and closed his eyes first, ready to distinguish by listening. This listening was amazing, and he really found some clues. I came back too late, and the plot was also seriously stuck. Let me think about the follow-up. So much for today. Alas. 10,000 updates will be interrupted. Chapter 221 Volcano. First, the thick smoke environment on the crater greatly affected the troll's naked eye observation ability. Second, the monsters in the magma rarely drilled out of the molten lake, which seriously slowed down the execution efficiency of this exploration activity. So at this point, although the entire team has been here for a while, the results obtained are really limited. On a mountain, passing the active volcano group, 2 trolls are working together to perform tasks. The task required by the superiors is to let them be responsible for recording the number and size of the lava monsters in this magma lake. The 2 of them took turns to rest and work, and they kept writing and drawing with paper and pen, but in the end there was nothing worth showing off. They couldn't even tell how many monsters they had recorded. Finally, a troll began to change his mind. He closed his eyes and tried to distinguish them purely by listening. Although I don't know if he really thinks this method will work or just wants to be lazy. But it doesn't matter because this troll really figured out something. The environment filled with volcanic smoke seemed to make his hearing more acute. Some strange feelings came intermittently from the pits in front of him and even from other craters hundreds of meters away. They were mixed between the wind and the sound of magma rolling and were received by his ears with a little rhythm, which brought him a vague sense of discomfort. But this feeling was relatively vague. He was not sure whether he was listening at all. Even if he leaned over and pressed his ears tightly against the rock wall of the mountain pass to listen carefully, he still received some unclear perceptions. However, he found a little familiarity, and this feeling of being unsatisfied seemed to be somewhat similar to his feeling when receiving infrasound signals. The explorer who had received popular science and knew the concept of identifiable frequency bands tried to open the corresponding totem on his body, wanting to try to see if there was any trace of the culprit that caused his discomfort from the infrasound signal. After a while, under the strange gaze of his companion, he took out paper from his arms and a new type of composite non-dip pen with dye, stored at the tail, and drew on the pen by instinct. "What are you doing? Is there a signal?" The companion seemed to look at the undulating broken lines under the pen strokes and felt that it was a bit like a record sheet of communication signals, so he asked with some doubt, "Hush, wait a minute." With this, the two trolls fell into silence. The only sound belonging to them at the scene was the rustling sound of the special steel and wood pen tip on the paper. After a while, the troll stopped writing with his eyes closed, opened his eyes, looked at the broken lines he had recorded in front of him, and fell into thought. On the paper, in addition to a few relatively clear lines, there are also many broken lines that only start or stop abruptly after drawing the first half, and these are basically the sound sources that he cannot distinguish. They are either entangled with each other or mixed with a natural background. In short, he cannot distinguish them with his hearing and analytical ability for the time being. But how to say it, he always felt that some characteristics in the lake and even in the surrounding background sound brought a very familiar sense of trajectory, just like the heartbeat of a living thing. However, since he couldn't do it himself, he would give it to the higher-ups to try. The message was transferred layer by layer in the continuous attempts, and finally sent to Zuo Ernie at the headquarters. She looked at the analysis application in her hand and the problems recorded on it, and had no choice but to ask the communications department for support. Not long after, the professional infrasound analysis team directly under the communications department rode east to the Southern Exploration Front. There, they first met the director of the Southern Exploration Department who was temporarily stationed there. After a brief exchange, the two sides approached the direction of the volcanic group together. After arriving, the support team started working immediately and analyzed the sound wave signals that the exploration team could not specifically analyze. If normal sounds sound like beautiful rhythms connected in a line, then the infrasound environment the team is facing at this time is like the snow screen on TV, where signals of countless frequency bands are mixed, interfering with each other, and forming an extremely complex background. According to the few sample data that the exploration team barely decomposed, the support team compared and searched in the snow screen, trying to distinguish all the same type of similar sound sources. In the following months of analysis, calculation and reacceptance, just for this volcanic crater in front of them, the two teams cooperated to calibrate no less than 100 approximate bands. At this time, everyone actually didn't know what these sounds were, and they couldn't even be sure if there was any connection between them. They just thought about finding them and then saying, "Do you think this is a heartbeat?" This nonsensical speculation was not taken seriously at first, because if it came true, it would mean that there would be at least hundreds of monsters in this crater under the bare feet. Haha, how is it possible? After all, neither side was stubborn. With nothing to do, the support team and the exploration team tried to move in this direction. As a result, everyone found that as they moved and compared, it seemed that the guess was getting more and more true. The depth of this volcanic lake was unknown, and there were no known creatures in it. Although they had thought that there might be many monsters in a volcano, the trolls had never thought that there could be so many. Moreover, this does not seem to be the whole problem. What is going on? This mountain top plus the base of the mountains below only look like about 3,000 meters. How come it sounds like a bottomless pit? I feel the same way. A large part of the subsonic signals seem to come from 500 kilometers away, judging by the attenuation, and the number of monsters inside is different every time. It's like they take turns to come up for vacation. If those signals really represent monsters, report it. This is beyond our ability. We can only let the witch doctors take action personally. Okay. Under the judgment of the communication department support team, the matter returned to the executive government again, and was sent to several witch doctors. After flipping through the report that formed a document chart, several witch doctors who got the news at the first time seemed to think that this was something worth paying attention to. Therefore, they did not go directly to the scene to help, but sent it to the parliament for discussion, so that this problem officially entered the eyes of all witch doctors. Mother Tree venue. Nestor also attended the meeting. He was lost in thought as he held the report submitted by the communication team. In a certain map, there was a simulation of the terrain of the area, on which the analysis team drew the hypothesis of the environment below the volcano, based on the feedback from the sound. The appearance of the world below the surface of this world seems to be roughly the same as the Earth in the previous life, at least. Under the exploration of the witch doctors, it has been basically determined that below the sedimentary layer of the Black Forest Plain is a double layer crust structure with a thickness of about 120 kilometers. And below the crust is a solid layer under the crust whose depth cannot be determined by the witch doctors. But the report submitted by the analysis team, after going to the volcanic group this time, has changed this view to some extent. In their observations, a very deep, all-liquid geological layer that exceeds the depth of the crust appeared under the crater. The witch doctors were not surprised by this, but thought it was related to pressure. But the following report made them doubtful. The team believed that the lava creatures observed before might not be the population living in the shallow crater or even the base below. Perhaps the full liquid geological layer located further down and extending to an unknown place should be their real nest. In addition, there are a large number of suspected life reactions that will suddenly appear in a fixed period of time and disappear again after a period of time, and so on. But at the same time, there is another part of suspected life that always exists in the crater and some surface detectable areas. Of course, in fact, the team has not yet determined whether these are life reactions, but based on their own cognition, they think there is this possibility. Therefore, the word suspected is always used in the report to accurately describe it. After all, the trolls have evolved into a visual species. No matter how sharp their hearing is, especially in such a deep and far situation, they can't give them the sense of security that vision can bring. After reading this stack of reports, Nestor became more interested in the volcano. Moreover, with the team's specific sample data as a reference, with his current ability, he didn't have to travel thousands of miles to the volcano group to conduct effective investigations. Now, he only needed to find a quiet room on the mother tree, and he could follow the sample to make a more detailed distinction of the infrasound response inside the volcano. At the same time, this report gave him another inspiration. The team speculated that the infrasound was a life response based on the rhythm of the infrasound. But what exactly is the life response in the infrasound? Is it the activity of the volcano monster, or the internal organs? If they have, what are the movements? Then, Nestor thought further. Can our bodies emit infrasound? Do other creatures in the north or other areas emit infrasound? This kind of emitting does not refer to actively applying infrasound like speaking or using magic. It means that low frequency infrasound is emitted unconsciously without one's knowledge due to the movement of internal organs or other reasons. With this idea, he temporarily put aside the exploration of the volcano monster and decided to study the situation in this regard first. If the facts prove that his conjecture is true, then the exploration of the 4 directions in the future may not be so laborious. At least, he and the other 3 advanced people, such as Ashura, can make relatively accurate instructions. based on the infrasound signals from afar, telling the other trolls which direction to move in, even if they are sitting in the headquarters, or going forward to the north or northeast fortress. Of course, this requires the exploration team to capture some living foreign bodies first, so that he can have the initial sample data. The goal is to generate infrasound waves on the trolls. To this end, Nestor first created a closed space with 6 walls surrounded by low-pressure multi-layer walls to reduce the background noise in the experimental environment to the lowest point. Then, record the sound environment in this space when there is only one troll. Then, open the wall, pull a troll in, and seal it again to isolate the disturbance of external sound sources. Compare the differences in the sound environment in the two scenes. After repeated experiments, he finally found the unique wave frequency. After replacing the rest of his compatriots, he also observed the special oscillation infrasound signal that was different, but still had great similarities. It is concluded that, although it is not known whether it comes from the internal organs, the trolls themselves do have the ability to emit infrasound, and the frequency band of this infrasound is roughly in the identification range represented by -8. In the past, the troll infrasound was mixed in the natural background sound and did not attract his attention, but from today, Nestor can do it and classify and identify this signal. After that, the first thing he did was to give a sample spectrum to Azura, Fangs, and Courseteeth, 3 advanced witch doctors who could also do this. After they tried and succeeded, the 4 advanced witch doctors worked together to start infrasound recognition memory of the most important group of trolls in the country. For example, their own, the executives of the executive government, the senior military, the elf girls, the talented teenagers in the central school, and the technical elites in the tribe. By memorizing their infrasound bands, the 4 witch doctors can locate these special trolls within a range of at least 2,000 to 3,000 kilometers. Although this kind of positioning will be delayed due to the speed of sound, it is much better than having nowhere to find it when the time comes. As for the right to privacy, let's not talk about the Republic's awareness of private rights. Even if society progresses in the future, the protection of special trolls will continue. If conditions permit, they will even switch to a method that can achieve real-time positioning. After that, they collected infrasound samples from the existing living animals in the headquarters, including moose, wind waves of all levels, black saber-toothed beasts, mountain giant bears, etc. None of them escaped the poisonous hands of the 4 advanced witch doctors. Of course, for these species, just remember the value of a race area. There is no need and no energy to remember any special individuals separately. After recording these many information samples, Nestor climbed to the top of the mother tree, found a wind chime meditation room here and went in. In the quiet room, he started from the normal frequency band and continued to expand his sound receiving ability 1 order of magnitude at a time. 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 500 kilometers, 1000 kilometers, unknown distance. From far away, all the ultra-low frequency signals were reduced to a certain degree of band, because those that did not meet the standard had already dissipated in the atmosphere during this long journey. However, the remaining part alone was already an extremely dense cluster of signals. As the distance approached, various infrasound signals became more and more complicated, and the signals of various bands were mixed together to become a hairball, which was almost impossible to distinguish. But Nestor did not try to distinguish anything at this time. He just quietly listened to these hairballs and fell into fantasy. He knew that some of these messages might come from the eruption of a distant volcano, or the groaning of the plates pushing against each other, or perhaps there was also the roar of a meteorite hitting the ground, or the rush of atmospheric turbulence in the sky. But I only know a limited number of them, which is a pity. In the future, I must see all these phenomena. With such a feeling in his heart, Nestor began to refuse to read the sound messages one by one, and successively stripped the waste signals that could not be used, because there were no samples from the spiritual world. Finally, only the signals from the compatriots, who had just been recorded, were left. There were about 500 trolls who were judged to be elites, and had great potential. Except for a bunch of witch doctors densely packed on the mother tree, the rest were distributed in various areas of the headquarters. Finding it interesting, Nesta began to try to give them shapes in meditation, and to cover these sound signals with a layer of skin from where they came from. Soon, Ashura, Fangs, Giant Fangs, Cui Wenli, and the Drow appeared in his meditation, and made various movements under Nesta's control. Of course, Ashura was the most agile among them, while the others were a bit stiff, and their frowns and smiles were all mechanical. After that, Nesta began to restore the environment they should be in now with his memory, and the mother tree, the executive government office building, the military camp, and even the street and other exterior scenes also appeared as background boards. Time passed by minute, and Nesta, who came back to his senses, found that he had forcibly reproduced the entire old and new city of the headquarters in the meditation space. This tried to focus his sight on a certain area. Like in the game in his previous life, he gradually lowered his vision from a high altitude and tried to high definition the area at the same time. As the resolution became higher and higher, he could gradually see the lines of the stone slabs in a courtyard nearby, the top of the mother tree in the distance, and the meditation room, where he was at the moment. Almost everything in the entire headquarters city, as long as he had seen or known it, now appeared in Nesta's mind in a very clear posture. At this time, Nesta finally realized the effort, and his mind fell into fatigue, and he urgently wanted to sleep. After having this feeling, he immediately dismissed the playground in the meditation space, and lay down in this room, finding a good lying position to sleep. There are a lot of things to do at school, and I came back late. I'm tired, and in a bad state. This chapter is very difficult to write. Chapter 222 Body Movements. After sleeping for 2 hours, Nesta gradually woke up in the wind chime meditation room. He got up and shook his head and found that the previous consumption seemed to have been restored. This made him feel a little relieved, and he recalled the new meditation application method he discovered yesterday again. 3D map? With voice monitoring, it seems that real-time dynamic monitoring can be carried out, but it can only be used in areas that he is familiar with. It seems a bit useless. After thinking for a while, he saw that he could not find a solution for this method at this stage, so he temporarily put this interesting, but temporarily useless thing aside, and decided to focus on the volcanic group that the executive government is seeking help for. He called Ashura, and then called Coarse Fang and Sharp Fang, and jointly launched voice monitoring in the direction of the volcanic group from the top of the tree in general. The Black Forest presents a regional structure with a long distance between east and west and a relatively narrow distance between north and south. The location of the headquarters is roughly in a middle area slightly to the east. Therefore, although the volcanic group is the southern end of the known area, it is actually only less than 1,000 kilometers away from the headquarters. At this distance, the 4 advanced witch doctors can complete the exploration without leaving their homes. At least the sound field environment in that area has no secrets in their monitoring. Of course, the premise is that they are willing to put down their affairs and have an identification mark that can be distinguished from the natural background. Today, both conditions are met. So with their joint efforts, countless infrasound data were recorded and analyzed at this time, and gradually a clue was sorted out from the tangled distant signals. Among them, most of the signals have not yet figured out their sources, but according to the samples reported by the frontline team, the suspected life reactions in the entire volcanic group have also been gradually summarized by them. In the perception of the 4 witch doctors, the magma channels extending downward from the dozen craters of the volcanic group present extremely complex passages under the base, and finally converge into a large underground magma cavity group of unknown depth and geometry hundreds of kilometers underground. In the observable range alone, there are at least nearly 10,000 suspected life reactions in this group, and the situation deeper is still unknown. The reactions that have been captured generally have similar waveforms, but there is no way to further analyze the specific strength based on the existing samples. It's a tough nut to crack. We have to find some clear samples to make a judgment on the deeper level. Nesta said so. Indeed. How about a trip? Otherwise, I can't rest assured. Coarse Teeth responded with his eyes open. I'm fine here. I just want to take a breath. Sharp Teeth seemed to be looking forward to another long journey. I can also go. It's just right to take Zioheli with me to relax. I haven't been with her for a long time. Ashura had no objection. Okay. take 15 witch doctors and 300 elite warriors, and let's go fishing. After Nestor made the final decision, the team was quickly formed. After that, the witch doctor spent 2 days preparing the fire-resistant magic materials, and then took 300 fully armed elite warriors, and went straight south. Because the land became more barren and the biological resources became scarcer as we went south, the Republic did not build a rail line to the southern wasteland. Even along the way, the few tribes that once existed were also dispersed and migrated to other directions after being merged. Now, the entire central and southern Black Forest area, 300 kilometers south of the headquarters, and up to the wasteland, is the territory of the naturalized wolf pack, except for a few signal relay stations built by the exploration department. There are few trolls here. While walking here, Nestor and Ashura, the two false wolf kings, went to this branch of the wolf pack for a long time to appease it, and caught up with the main force again a few days later, and continued to go south together. After that, they didn't waste too much time on the road. After a while of rushing, the group of trolls finally left the Black Forest, and entered the barren southern area. More than a dozen yellow-white columnar clouds appeared from the far end of the horizon, which was the most prominent feature of the volcanic group. When they saw these smoke columns, it meant that the goal was no longer far away. Sure enough, it didn't take long for the extremely strangely distributed volcanic group below to appear in their sight for the first time. A whole piece of abrupt platform with an altitude of more than 1,000 meters, with craters of varying heights above, stood stubbornly on the horizon like a boil, which was extremely annoying. When they reached the foot of the mountain, they temporarily released the moose herd with the head of the elk, and more than 300 trolls began to climb the bottom base on foot. Because the entire platform rose very abruptly, and there was no transitional terrain around that could be regarded as a link between the upper and lower parts, the base of the volcanic group appeared very steep, with an elevation angle of nearly 50 degrees. Of course, this angle was nothing to the trolls. Without even changing their breathing rhythm, they climbed to the top of the plateau, and came to the bottom of more than a dozen volcanic craters. After randomly picking a crater, the trolls began to climb the steeper terrain again, conquering the mountain at a 70-degree elevation. Hey, look back. When they climbed to 3/4, Nestor, who deliberately chose to climb from the south slope, reminded his partner beside him. Ah, good. As soon as Ashura turned around, she saw the blue color further south from the angle between the two volcanoes not far away. Obviously, it was the blue of the ocean. It was the first time for Ashura to see the sea. This elf, whose fighting style was extremely bloody, and would break the bones and hearts of her enemies at any time, rarely showed her emotional side to things other than her partner at this moment. Staring at the distant, calm sea that seemed to reflect the sky, Ashura was unable to speak for a long time. Want to go see it? Yes. I want to go. Okay, after the battle, we'll go see the sea. Yes. This short interlude passed quickly, and the two partners, who were usually very busy, turned around and climbed upwards again. No matter how high the mountain is, it will reach the top, not to mention that this mountain is far from being high for the trolls. Therefore, a team composed of warriors and witch doctors soon reached the top, and came to the edge of a crater that was constantly emitting thick smoke. The crater is about 100 meters in radius, and at the bottom of it, about tens of meters deep, there is a magma lake with a diameter of 70 meters that is constantly surging, and the outer circle of the lake is a 50-meter ring of solidified lava under the conical mountain pass, with large and small black lava rocks scattered throughout it, forming a significant contrast with the deep red magma in the center. The witch doctors first planted vines at the mountain pass, and grew them to the area that was hanging straight down to the bottom. Then, a warrior climbed down along the vines, and approached the lava lake little by little. The warrior had taken off his shoes. At this time, his bare feet were only a few centimeters above the churning lava, and he was still tentatively stretching his feet downwards. Gudang. A bubble suddenly appeared in the lava, accompanied by the rise of thick smoke, and a few drops of lava splashed on his dark blue feet, causing the warrior to subconsciously shrink back a little. After a while, feeling the warmth coming from the soles of his feet, the soldier's burden increased a little. He pressed the soles of his feet against the lake surface, and finally even immersed the entire soles of his feet in the magma, smacking his lips to feel it for a moment. He raised his head and extended his thumb upwards, indicating that the temperature of the magma was indeed within their tolerance range. Then, the soldier completely loosened the vines in his hands, and under the protection of another vine that had been lowered to a longer length around his waist, he sank half of his body into the magma. Then, he held a handful of magma in front of him with both hands, licked it with his tongue, and took a small sip and swallowed it. The magma flowed through the mouth into the esophagus, and then entered the digestive system. This time, the soldier felt a little burning of the inner mucosa, and the dryness, after being cut in two, but he also felt it was unbearable. So, he raised his thumb upward with one hand, and pressed down with the other hand, indicating that the vine should be lowered a little more. As the vine continued to descend, the magma gradually covered his chest, neck, and nasal cavity, but the warrior never felt uncomfortable, and even the most fragile eyes and hair did not suffer any damage in the process. In the end, he even experienced the pleasure of swimming. The magma gave him buoyancy that he could not enjoy in the outside world. The witch doctors had been paying attention to the reaction of the outpost warriors from beginning to end, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. At least, the next battle no longer needed to worry about the ability to adapt to the environment. Compared with water battles, the trolls were obviously more adapted to this magma environment. After confirming the environmental resistance, most of the fully armed warriors followed the vines that the witch doctors had spawned one after another and descended to the lava lake at the bottom. Then, they swam to the outer solidification zone and landed. Afterwards, more equipment, such as heavy throwing spears, were gradually lowered by the vines and delivered to the soldiers. Even several heavy crossbow carts were packed and sunk to the bottom, and then assembled by the soldiers in the outer circle. After completing most of the preparations, the witch doctors also entered the crater and started a series of other preparations. As for Nestor himself, after entering this area, especially deep into the crater, filled with thick smoke, he felt that there was an area in his chest that was stirring. He was extremely sensitive to his internal perception and could easily determine the source of its appearance. Chapter 223 The Monster at the Bottom of the Lake. As the volcanic gas inhaled into the body increased, the two dormant lungs under the main lungs seemed to have some tendency to revive. Those dormant cell groups that seemed to be non-existent even in deep meditation were now sending intermittent sleep-like signals to the main body. Nestor tried to enter meditation to see the changes in himself. Sure enough, both the main consciousness above the sea and the subconscious under the sea had a significant increase at this time, especially the former, because it was under his control. The feedback at this time was also unusually clear. Through meditation, Nestor clearly felt the existence of the lungs and achieved active influence on them for the first time. As meditation deepened, the recovery trend of the lungs was obviously accelerated. They gradually grew larger and thicker, and soon occupied the cavity under the main lungs. At this time, the breathing that he was used to on weekdays also gave him a completely different feeling. But obviously, now was not the right time to study. Nestor withdrew from meditation in time, and turned his attention to the other trolls to see their respective reactions. Among them, the warriors did not feel anything unusual on their faces. They were silently preparing for battle under the cover of the breath-resting totem. As for the rest, the ordinary witch doctor seemed to have a vague sense of it, but it was still a long way from understanding and organ awakening. The advanced witch doctors had already understood it, and Ashura was the most sensitive. She had even completed activation through the intervention of meditation like herself. Sharp Fang was second. He obviously understood what was happening, and also achieved a certain degree of interference through meditation. Coarse Fang was the slowest. Although he understood it later, his activation efficiency should be the lowest among the four of them. This has almost nothing to do with talent, but only depends on the bias of meditation. When the four witch doctors looked at each other and communicated their understanding of the current situation in silence, the other witch doctors quickly put aside the strange feeling they had felt before and put all their energy into preparing for the battle. Highly fire-resistant and tough vines were arranged in circles along the lake surface. 20 tall and strange trees were rapidly rising from the ground under the promotion of different witch doctors, and their appearance became more and more strange. Gradually, the trees grew winches, curved arms, and even arrow tips with barbs, thick and straight arrow shafts, and long vines connected to their tails. Perhaps the magma rock did not support the growth of plants, so the witch doctors felt a little bit strenuous in the promotion process. Fortunately, they brought a lot of supplies on this trip. In addition to traditional animal fat, there was also high concentration sugar water that was easier to drink to supplement, and with this support, they successfully completed the preliminary arrangements. After that, Korsfang turned into a half-tree body form and connected its roots to all the finished plant-based spells in this space, preparing to provide support to other witch doctors on the control end later. The sharp-fanged witch doctor divided the accompanying warcraft witch doctors into two groups, one dedicated to suppression and the other dedicated to amplification. The warriors had almost all of them engraved a breath suppression totem on this trip, and now they were divided into arrays and took turns to activate the totem effect, including all the comrades around them in the range of breath suppression. At this point, the preparations were finally completed, and the magic beast witch doctors began to jointly cast bionic infrasound into the lake. This was a special waveform simulated by Nestor and his team, based on the suspected life reaction, which was specially used for fishing on this trip. So, the wait and see operation was launched in silence. The wait lasted for several days. Even though the traces of lava monsters appeared in the other craters one after another, there was always no target in the lava lake where the witch doctors set up an ambush. Perhaps it was because our previous actions alerted the lava monsters, so we gave up this mountain pass for the time being. It's not impossible. At least in the witch doctor's perception, the lava lake is connected below, and the monsters that would appear here before may also run away to other places. But the witch doctors were a group with great patience, and the warriors they brought with them were all elites who had undergone various trainings, so they persisted, and finally saw the target they were waiting for. It was a creature that looked like a giant salamander, and a bit like a lizard, with short and thick legs and a scaly body. It was about 7 meters long from head to tail, and the body diameter was about 2 meters. Under the streamlined head was a short and thick neck that was not much different from the body. The long cylindrical body was connected to the front and back with forelimbs with jade, and there was a long flat tail behind it. As soon as it appeared, it screamed, and the tone that clearly contained infrasound made the surrounding troll warriors feel a little uncomfortable. But it was only slightly. How is it? Do you want to capture it? Wait a little longer. I heard that when 2 or 3 come up together, I will catch more samples at one time. But, in case one of them is missing, it won't show up again. When the witch doctors were communicating in silence, the monster didn't know what it was doing. Anyway, after churning in the shallow magma for a while, it went back to the bottom and disappeared. After a few days, 3 monsters of similar size, about 7 meters long, finally emerged and wrestled, or fought on the surface of the magma lake. The witch doctors naturally would not miss this opportunity, and they immediately took action. The vines densely covering the surrounding area began to exert their strength under the joint urging of the witch doctors. The net they formed, from the bottom of the magma lake, and from the top, tightly caught these silly looking monsters, and then pulled them back together, and brought them to where the witch doctors were. The capture process was extremely smooth, and even without the use of warriors, suppression, and amplification, only some plant-based witch doctors took action, and the 3 monsters surrendered without any resistance. After leaving the lava lake, they seemed to be in some pain. They screamed and tore, and bit the vines covering their bodies, but it didn't work. When they were pulled in front of them, the witch doctor's vision was no longer obscured by the thick smoke, and they saw these guys in detail for the first time. In addition to the previous signs that could be seen even in the smoke, more details were revealed at this time. The witch doctors found that this thing seemed to be blind. The place on the top of its head that was originally thought to be the eye socket did not seem to have any trace of eyeballs, but only 2 holes with membranes, and on both sides of the neck, there were structures that looked like gills. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 224 Traps and Attacks Against the Ancestors. In short, the 3 monsters that appeared in front of them gave the witch doctors a strong sense of familiarity, and they quickly recalled where this feeling came from. The troll fetus in the middle embryonic stage seemed to have shown similar signs, and the witch doctor's speculation about the early evolutionary path of their own population seemed to be like this. Could it be that we have captured 3 ancestors? Don't talk nonsense. At most they are primitive species with divergent evolutionary paths. I don't have such ancestors. This discovery, which can also be regarded as a wonderful sight, brought the witch doctors a strong desire to communicate, but before they could say anything more, a clear sense of shock came from under their feet, and the expressions of all the trolls returned to seriousness again. Dark red waves surged on the lava lake, and under the thick smoke, there were signs of an eruption. Nearly 10 seconds later, with an unpleasant roar, a magnified lava monster more than 20 meters long broke out of the lake, showing its teeth and claws in the sight of the trolls. It did not give too much time to think. When it showed its body, its tail swung violently in the lava behind it like a pendulum, driving its huge body to launch a high-speed impact on the shore. It rushed out of the lava lake in just a blink of an eye. The body length of more than 20 meters was driven by inertia and moved very fast on the ground, aiming directly at the 3 small monsters tied in the vine net. The first purpose seemed to be to rescue them, but the witch doctors also reacted quickly. Before it arrived, they controlled the vines to transfer the spoils in hand, making them leave the straight line where the monster was charging. I wanted to do something more, but after losing the target in front of me, the monster continued to move forward without slowing down, and finally stopped its momentum when it hit the outer volcanic wall. Although the collision did not cause any damage to it, the movements before and after made the witch doctors feel a little confused. Even if we put aside the stupid crash into the mountain wall before, the reaction of the light wheel afterwards seemed a bit peaceful, which was obviously far from the level of attention of the witch doctors. It was seen swinging its tail, hitting the air with a pa-pa sound, revealing its powerful strength. The full legs on both sides of the body were extremely strong, and the claws in front of the web membrane also had sharp claws. The dense scales and solid muscles all over the body, plus the large body size that is rare among terrestrial animals, all showed its monster attributes of both attack and defense. But what's the use of flapping the air with its tail? Killing the enemy with sonic boom? The twisting and bending of its limbs as it moved forward alternately, and the resistance to forward movement caused by its lower abdomen being unable to be lifted off the ground, all made it very clumsy. After losing its momentum to charge, this monster seemed to have a lot of strength, but it could not completely convert it into speed. Turning and moving almost made all its body parts a burden. It seemed to be well aware of this problem of its own, so, after charging only once, it took advantage of the fact that all the trolls were watching with the mentality of watching carefully, and plunged back into the magma. Afterwards, it only showed half of its body above the lake, and roared in the direction of Nestor and the others, but it seemed that it no longer planned to attack easily. And although it was not frequent, it would dive into the lake once in a while, at least to let its gills be completely immersed in the liquid magma. Almost all the trolls were keenly aware of the various defects in its body. Or, it was a highly specialized phenomenon due to its extreme adaptation to a certain environment. Obviously, when it was in the lake, its movements were as swift as the wind and as violent as thunder. But once it left the specific environment brought by the magma lake, only the initial impulse inherited the previous style, and the performance after that, strictly speaking, was not slow, but compared with its agility in the magma lake, it really looked like a stupid thing shaking its head and tail. In addition, this creature suspected to be the original species of trolls seemed to be completely unable to breathe efficiently in the atmosphere. At this time, Nestor turned his sight to his feet and looked at the 3 trophies that were half a size smaller and focused on their gills. Sure enough, their gills were opening and closing like fish caught on the shore. Therefore, Nestor signaled the witch doctors to pull the trophies around to see the reaction of the monster in the lake again. It was seen that it always turned its body in the direction where its compatriots were being pulled, although it let out a more unpleasant roar from its mouth and looked more anxious. But after the previous failure of the charge from the lake, it never easily launched a rescue operation again. This is a good thing. We can go down to the magma, but the monster can't come up. Almost all witch doctors thought so at this time. Most of the vines laid in advance were entangled with the spoils, but as the witch doctors gradually became familiar with the struggles of the 3 small larva monsters, they actually no longer needed to use so many vines to tie them up. Therefore, the vines began to loosen one by one and flew all over the sky again, entangled with the monster in the lake. The monster in the lake showed much more agility than the 3 little guys before. It moved left and right at high speed and could always get through the gaps in the vines. The scales on its body with magma flowing seemed to be extremely slippery, like a mirror with no place to exert force, and no vine could stay on it for too long. At the same time, its counterattack began to appear. The monster suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a large amount of molten slurry, which spread towards the trolls. More than 10 sharp black spears flew out of it, passing through the vines and shooting towards the direction of the witch doctors. The black spears were generally nearly 3 meters long, and the flying speed was extremely fast. It didn't take even a breath to arrive in front of the witch doctors. But the troll's body size of more than 3 meters showed a small advantage at this time. They dodged sideways sharply and avoid most of the black spears. Only Fang turned sideways and grabbed the black spear that was running towards him, as if he wanted to test its attack power. But with a bang, the black spear neatly shot the hand that Fang stretched out, then pierced through the broken flesh and blood that exploded all over the sky and continued to fly diagonally towards the volcanic wall. Boom. After a short and continuous roar, most of the spear body sank into the rock wall behind it, leaving only a mad tail of a few meters, which was vibrating outside the wall and constantly shaking off the powder produced by the rock explosion. The same was true for the other black spears that were not blocked. They all sank deeply into the mountain wall, and most of them even disappeared completely, leaving only black holes, vaguely proving that this place had been attacked. Without any contempt on his face, Fang looked at his hand, which was half broken, but had begun to regenerate, and concluded the force was great, the speed was fast, and there was a high frequency vibration that increased the destructiveness, turning the original penetrating wound into an explosive wound. Injuring the epidermis and muscles may not be a big problem, but the internal organs and tissues will definitely not be able to withstand it, and may even cause a single hit to shatter everything. Everyone, be careful. While Fang was describing his feelings, the molten slurry, that looked like a shielding material that was ejected along with the black spear, had already solidified at an abnormal speed and successfully fixed the large group of vines that were wrapped around it. The big monster swam swiftly in the magma and easily avoided the attacks of the other vines. How about it? Do you want to try to catch it? Fang asked Nestor. Too dangerous. It can move at high speed in the magma. Its muscle strength should be very strong. And did you see the solidification speed of the molten magma? Woo, indeed. The ability to solidify quickly even in the magma is a bit dangerous for us who live on land. If it is aimed at our heads or internal organs with the black spear just now, and restricted in its ability to move, even the troll's physique will die. Test the strength of the solidified body first. Understood. The battle was not very intense. The trolls had not even started to exert their strength. So under Nestor's instructions, several witch doctors who were controlling the vines began to test the strength of the solidified splash. The fixed vines continued to exert force inside them, causing cracks, and then burst with a bang, restoring the freedom of the vines inside. The strength is not very high. It seems to be just a means to assist in capture. The diameter of the magma lake is about 70 meters, which is not a small number. If the witch doctors want to capture this agile guy in front of them, it will really take some effort. Therefore, part of the vines began to dive under the lake surface, silently surrounding the monster, while part of them continued to entangle with it in the open, trying to attract its attention. But this monster, who lives in the magma on a daily basis, is extremely sensitive to the vines that swim, and can always dodge calmly, making the witch doctors' cover-up methods ineffective. On the other hand, the suppression group of the Warcraft witch doctors has already begun to cast spells, and the slowdown, weakening and other spells are slowly taking shape under their joint preparation. Just when all this was going on in an orderly manner and Nestor was about to issue a capture order, the monitoring spell that had been turned on again discovered 3 biological signals that suddenly appeared and began to float up at high speed from several kilometers away from the bottom of the magma lake. The speed of the signal up was very fast, almost reaching the level of 100 meters per second. Which means that it would not take them long to reach the lake surface. This interrupted Nestor's previous plan and made him decide to delay the attack, preparing to wait for the 3 big guys below to come up before catching them all in one fell swoop. Even if they were seriously injured, it would be better to capture them than to let them turn around and escape. Therefore, he secretly sent corresponding instructions to all parties, and many witch doctors and warriors with different divisions of labor began their own preparations. The remaining few plant witch doctors were still using a small number of vines to maintain their attack posture, and their intention was only to paralyze the upper and lower ends of the misjudgment of their own abilities. Only half of the warriors entered the crater, and the other half were preparing for the attack around the top hole. Before, and even now, they have been wrapped in the breath-retaining magic of a certain teammate, and because they have never taken action, they have a very low sense of existence and the perception of the volcanic monster without visual ability. At this time, as Nestor's order was issued, most of the warriors inside and outside the mountain pass silently stretched out their hands. In front of them were standard heavy throwing spears that had been lined up in advance. The specifications of each throwing spear were exactly the same. 2.5 meters long, 20 centimeters in diameter, and 5.53 grams per cubic centimeter. Under the blessing of the trolls and totem power, all of them would burst out with terrifying penetration and killing effects. The warriors gently pulled out one from among them, then stretched their bodies to the side, raised their arms and pulled back, holding the middle section of the throwing spear, tilting its sharp head slightly upward, and prepared to shoot obliquely. However, their faces were always facing the direction where the target would appear, and they squinted their eyes, warmed up their muscles, and waited for the opportunity to attack. Some soldiers did not prepare for this traditional attack method. They had been sitting in the combat readiness position of the crossbow carts before, and now they adjusted the direction of the heavy crossbow carts according to Nestor's instructions, preparing to use these big guys, which only had one firing opportunity in a short period of time, but whose effectiveness should not be underestimated, at the most appropriate time. The Warcraft Blessing group, which had not taken action for a long time, also began to move at this time. According to the attack mode shown by the monster before, they created and reinforced a large number of chest-high solid bunkers in a short period of time, and arranged them in a staggered manner in front of the sides of the trolls on all sides, in front of the strange giant tree, and in front of the crossbow carts. However, the walls facing the latter two were uniformly reserved with holes as thick as forearms, which seemed to be channels reserved for things like crossbow arrows. The witch doctor's spellcasting actions were within the monster's perception from beginning to end, so the monster's attacks on them were also extremely fierce. The witch doctors, who had no way to launch a counterattack, were chased like a group of exhausted windwolves for a while. At the same time, the vibration of the magma lake came again, and the movement caused by the giants below was sensed by the witch doctors for the first time in the form of non-sound signals. Thousands of meters below the magma lake were 3 giants with a body length of more than 40 meters, and they were swimming upwards at a very fast speed. Their powerful long tails kept swinging behind them, and their bodies swayed left and right with their rhythm. Their sturdy limbs sometimes cut upward diagonally and sometimes pressed down horizontally, helping to speed up their own travel speed. In addition, the density difference between the bottom magma and the upper magma was also used to the extreme by them, and together with their strong bodies that were extremely adapted to the molten liquid environment, they raised their own speed to the extreme. Even in the high density magma, they seemed to be charging through the waves, and their speed was unimaginable. Vine group, descend along the lake wall and prepare to block the escape route. Understood. With Nestor's order, the number of vines harassing the monsters on the lake suddenly decreased. Most of them began to prepare for the subsequent ban. Even if they couldn't do it, they had to at least interfere with the monster's escape speed. The monster on the lake seemed to have sensed the support from below, and its performance became obviously more arrogant. Nestor had almost no empathy for this extremely ugly species, so in order to increase his hatred value, he issued an order that would never be used against civilized races. Hang these 3 guys up for me. The 3 trophies were full of vitality, and it had not been too long since they were captured, so despite the difficulty in breathing, they were still struggling as much as they could. At this time, the covering vines wrapped around their tails and pulled them upside down to the crater. This seemed to have caused the monster on the lake to have some misunderstanding. Perhaps it thought that the enemy was going to evacuate with its compatriots, or for some other reason. Anyway, it was quite angry. Moreover, as the number of vines restraining it gradually decreased, the frequency of using the previous attack method was obviously much higher in a short period of time. So, one black spear after another was shot at the witch doctors who had always been in its perception, and the latter either dodged or hid in the cover, and also continued to prepare their own magic. Under the lake, the actions of the 3 big monsters deviated. One of them continued to move forward, and the 2 on the side launched an attack at this position. They opened their mouths and swallowed a large mouthful of magma, and the gills on both sides of the body shook violently and threw out some things that seemed to be regarded as waste. They seemed to be magma as well, and they blended into the whole environment again without any obstacles. After that, the monster opened its mouth again, and the heavy gas instantly exploded the magma in front of its mouth, creating a large hollow area. Then, more than 10 black pointed pyramids as thick as the troll's arms flashed by, breaking through the layers of magma, and flew to an unknown direction at high speed. When it was still a few hundred meters away from the lake, it caught up with the monster in front that kept going up. Above the lake, the 3 small monsters that were suspended were struggling desperately in midair, but they were still pulled away by the vines above at a limited speed towards the crater. And above them, there were troll warriors standing in groups of 5 or 5 along the crater and ready for battle. At that time, Nestor sensed the actions of the monsters below and noticed the sudden attack of 2 of them. This attack distance and action mode were beyond his expectation, and he had to give a loud warning at this time. Dodge the cave entrance. Protect the vital points. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Before the words were completely finished, something invisible to the naked eye broke through the lake's surface and shot towards the crater. Fortunately, the soldiers were well trained. The moment Nestor's reminder sounded, they subconsciously chose to obey. They curled up and used the mountain wall and shield as obstacles, and after this double protection, they further blocked the heart and brain with their arms and thighs. The attack from below arrived almost at the same time as their self-protection. 2 groups, a total of more than 30 black metal colored sharp pyramids with a length of more than 7 meters and a diameter of 30 centimeters, concentrated on blasting the crater rock wall in one direction, creating a terrifying gap more than 30 meters wide. A large amount of earth and stone debris, along with several teams of soldiers on that side, immediately fell towards the magma lake with a rumbling sound. At this time, the trolls in the mountain pass really saw what flew out of the magma lake, but before they could sigh or make adjustments for the aftermath or rescue, new situations followed. Just 2 breaths later, a huge monster with a body length far longer than the one on the lake's surface suddenly rushed out along the lake surface, pierced by the black sharp pyramids before, and bit the 3 small monsters in the air. Behind it, a tide of magma several meters high was raised, and it was squeezed in all directions at this time. Fortunately, the trolls were not afraid of burning. Otherwise, the warriors and witch doctors on the surrounding shores would not be in good condition. If it were another race, they might have been wiped out. At this time, many vines were no longer entangled with the previous monster. They quickly changed direction and began to rescue the warriors who had just fallen from the mountain pass and were still in the air. And Nestor decided not to wait for the other 2 below and directly issued an order for the general attack. The new big guy has successfully swallowed the 3 small monsters in the air, but it is still flying upwards due to inertia. In the next breath, the troll warriors who were not affected by the mountain collapse and had been ready for a while launched attacks from both the upper and lower directions. The explosion sound of the heavy spears in the air and the short and sharp whistling sound that followed instantly drowned out all the movements in the area of 100 meters and seemed to be the only sound effect allowed to be expressed in the world. Above the crater, watching the huge and ugly monster approaching, the warriors who had escaped the disaster before felt angry, even with the reminder of the chairman of the council. Two comrades were shot through the head at the first time, and there was no way they could survive. How could the trolls who care about the friendship of comrades be indifferent to this? Even if they provoked the enemy first, the same was true. It was under this motivation, under the constraints of military missions, and with the blessing of their own totems, that they completed 3 rounds of salvos in just a dozen seconds, creating hideous wounds on the monsters. Chapter 225 Special Edition Wail of the Banshee and Return of Harvest. Please order. In the eyes of this giant monster, the size of the trolls may not be much bigger than a puppy in the eyes of humans, but the 3-meter height condenses a weight of nearly 900 kilograms, and the high-strength muscles and high-density bones caused by all this undoubtedly give them explosive power far beyond their own size. With the warriors' full efforts, the heavy spears made a whistling sound that seemed to burn the air, and shot straight and explosively at the huge target in front of them. In the first round of attack, the monster's scales created some obstacles. Its excellent protective performance caused a group of spears with poor projection angles to change their paths by brushing against sparks and being armored, and then slashing diagonally for a long distance. But even so, nearly a quarter of the spears still broke through its defense and deeply penetrated its body. Then, before the monster even howled in pain, the second round of attack came in an instant. The troll warriors were undoubtedly the best spear throwers in the known world, and those brought by Nestor were carefully selected elites, and they were the best among the best. At present, they only made adjustments to the projections in a short time, based on their instincts and the feeling gains from the first round of attacks. This made the second round of heavy spears that came whistling in, and achieved an extremely outstanding armor-breaking effect on the monster, and caused heavy damage. The third round of heavy spear bombardment that followed shattered its scales and broke its muscles. With so many old and new injuries coming together, this large monster let out painful howls, and countless pieces of meat and armor exploded all over the sky. Streams of liquid that looked like magma flowed out from every wound on its body, and because of the difference in internal and external pressure, it shot out several meters away. The 3 rounds of bombardment launched by the trolls on the mountain pass were all exerted from top to bottom, thus blocking the monster's upward trajectory. The huge inertia it carried when it rushed out of the magma lake came to an abrupt stop at this time, more than 10 meters below the crater, and after a short period of suspension in the air, it fell unstoppably downward. Under the crater, the pincer attack from below almost arrived at the same time as the upper part. The witch doctor's spells and curses, the warrior's spears and bombardments, fell on it one after another while it bit the little monster. Even because spells such as softening scales took effect on its lower body, the attack achieved a seemingly good effect in the first round. However, this monster is not worthy of being a suspected troll primitive species, and at this time it also showed extremely strong vitality and a strong self-healing attribute that complemented it. The troll's attacks caused it to suffer heavy damage in a short period of time, but thanks to its 2 characteristics, the monster did not die immediately. Its wounds were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. The heavy spears that had been deeply embedded in its body were pushed out of its body bit by bit under the pressure of its rapidly healing muscles. The spears kept sliding down like 2-meter-long hailstones and sank into the magma lake bit by bit. It was about to fall back into the lake. At that time, it only needed to take the 3 small monsters in its mouth that had been rescued, and the medium-sized monster that was still on the lake, but looked a little sluggish and hide in the depths of the magma lake, so that the troll's visit would end in failure. However, the trolls would certainly not sit idly by and watch this happen. Not only did the previous spoils have to be recovered, but even this big monster and its 2 companions at the bottom of the lake were also within the hunting range of the witch doctor and the warriors. So, Corsteith changed his form at this time, raising his spellcasting strength and speed in half-tree mode. With the joint intervention of him and some plant witch doctors, the circle of strange trees that had been born before the extension of the magma lake had now become a giant tree crossbow with 20 bow arms over 25 meters long. It used composite wood as the crossbow body, special vines as the string, and its own hydraulic pressure to provide huge tension, and it shot out 20 extremely hard and high-speed crossbow. arrows in succession, and with the force of one strike, they deeply sank into the body of the big monster. The tail of each crossbow arrow was connected to a tough vine, and at the ends of both sides of the arrowhead, there were barbs pointing backwards, and the other end of the vine was tightly connected to the winch. The hydraulic system originally used to wind the string changed its force target under the control of the witch doctor, and the winch began to rotate, pulling the 20 vines from all directions at the same time, and slowly hoisting the big monster in the air. Under this forceful backward pull, the barbs on the crossbow arrows pierced deeply into the monster's muscles, and no matter how strong its self-healing ability was, it could not push it out of the body against mechanics. At this time, the crossbow tree was still growing wildly under the promotion of the witch doctors, and the power it could exert was getting stronger and stronger. In the end, these 20 tree crossbows, which were arranged into layers in the front and back, successfully lifted the big monster and hung it firmly dozens of meters away from the lake surface, replacing the 3 small monsters it had rescued before, and becoming the new bait. Although the monster was struggling frantically, its limbs that were good at assisting propulsion in magma, its strong and powerful short neck that did not form a clear transition zone between the head and the trunk, and its flat tail that evolved to move at high speed in the magma. All these specialized body structures with full strength, tenacity, and agility, could not help it get out of this predicament immediately. Therefore, this huge monster, which was over 40 meters long, 11 meters wide at its widest point, and nearly 6 meters high at its highest point, could only struggle in the air with the 3 little monsters it had saved. 2 seconds below, just as the soldiers above were happy that the target was fixed in front of them, Nestor's reminder appeared again, and this time it was much more accurate. Upon hearing this, all the soldiers at the mountain pass stopped attacking at the first time, and once again curled up like before to firmly protect the relatively fragile heart and brain. Boom. 2 seconds later, the same attack as before came again, directly smashing the rock wall of the mountain pass on the other side, and causing several soldier teams to fall to the magma lake below with a broken wall. But this time the warriors were prepared, and not only did they avoid instant casualties, but after confirming that the attack point was below them, the warriors on this side took precautions while adjusting the direction of their muscles. As the mountain below them shattered, they used each other's strength to successfully push 6 of them onto the suspended monster below. The 6 warriors finally landed on the lower body of the target, and after finding their own balance, they held their javelins tightly and began to stagger towards the monster's head. From the lower back where they landed to the head, it was only about 20 meters long, but with the guy struggling underneath them, the warriors walked very slowly and had to be careful not to fall down at any time. Almost at the same time, the big monster seemed to have foreseen that its struggle would not work in a short time, so it turned to attack the bottom indiscriminately. Although it was unknown what the 3 small monsters in its mouth were like now, black prisms were indeed generated in its mouth one after another, and then bombarded the area where its head was facing into a mess. Perhaps because it was separated from the magma, or perhaps there were other reasons. This wave of black prisms could not be compared with its 2 companions who were diving from below in terms of quantity, size, or power. However, its power was indeed above the danger line, and it bombarded many troll warriors in that direction with its own strength, causing them to flee in panic. These warriors either hid in bunkers, or simply moved their positions to other directions on both sides, which barely improved the situation of being firmly suppressed. Let's turn our attention back to the first batch of the 2 groups of warriors who fell from the mountain pass one after another. The majority of them survived. At this time, they had been picked up and rescued by the vines. The warriors on the shore either worked together to turn the winch to fix the monster, or threw heavy spears at it, relying on the continuous accumulation of injuries to reduce the pressure on their comrades in the direction they were facing. But this big guy was really amazing. The wounds on his body appeared and healed, and appeared again. Compared with the trolls who had been divided for who knows how many years, he was even more advanced in this aspect. Only the 20 barbed tree crossbow arrows still firmly bit the injuries they caused, and used them to force the monster to be fixed in midair, temporarily avoiding the trip from returning in vain. The dozen warriors who fell in the second batch fell directly on the surface of the magma lake. Originally, they wanted to swim back to the shore and continue to attack the big guy, but when they turned their heads, they saw the more than 20-meter long monster hiding in the corner and shivering. It carefully curled up almost its entire body in the magma, trying to get away. The soldiers were very puzzled why it didn't run away. If it was extremely brave and unwilling to abandon the guy above and run away alone, it didn't look like it. But then, several sharp-eyed soldiers saw a few vaguely brown-green sections on the dark red magma. Looking more carefully, they found that it was in the direction of the monster's tail, and the other end of these vines happened to drill into the bottom of the lake from there. It seemed that it was entangled with its tail, which put it in an awkward situation, where it couldn't escape, and didn't dare to fight. Fortunately, the witch doctors did not pay attention to it for the time being. Everyone's attention was focused on the monster above that had been controlled, and the two monsters under the magma lake that had been shooting all the time, giving it room to survive. Seeing this scene, more than a dozen warriors who fell on the lake looked at each other from a distance, and after a tacit laugh, they temporarily gave up the idea of landing and swam to the place where it was hiding. They used the density difference between the upper and lower layers of the magma to keep their bodies suspended, and held their only remaining weapons, using their hands and feet, to swim in the heavy lava liquid, groups approaching each other, and then surrounding it in a ring. The monster was very anxious after discovering it. Although it had no vision, just like it could dodge freely from the high-speed swinging vines before, it also sensitively sensed the approach of a large group of troll warriors at this time. The trolls, about 3 meters tall and weighing 8 or 900 kilograms, might be just small things in its perception, but the rescuer above told it from his own experience that a dozen of these guys seemed to be enough to tear its tendons and skin it. Therefore, the medium-sized monster was unwilling to get entangled. It always used the limited dodge space and its body, which was more suitable for moving in the magma, to avoid the approach of the warriors. However, it was still too big. Under the occasional targeting of the witch doctors, the vines restricted and forced it to change its escape trajectory, and several negative states made its escape process more difficult. And with weakness, dullness, exhaustion, and other spells being added to it, its speed, reaction, and strength were reduced by several chips, and the warriors finally succeeded in getting close to it. The weapons in the hands of the warriors were all made of steel and wood. With the protection of excellent fire resistance, they showed extraordinary lethality even in the magma. The monster was more than 20 meters long and about 4 meters wide. It was like a living target in front of the trolls. The heavy spears were changed from throwing to stabbing, drilling deep holes in its body, and body fluids kept gushing out. Except for the two kinds of spells that occasionally shot out of its mouth, the trolls really didn't care much about its other attacks. Fortunately, in the end, the warriors still remembered the purpose of this trip, so they changed the attack to harassment. They pulled the tail and hugged the head, carrying this monster that had been weakened to a certain extent, and swam to the shore while floating in the magma. Meanwhile, 6 warriors were still struggling to move forward. The guy below them, who had suffered countless injuries, was now full of energy and firepower. It kept twisting its body, and not only several warriors still on its back, but even the 20 vines that restrained it, made a creaking sound that made the listeners feel their teeth ache. Fortunately, due to the limited mobility of its neck, its attack range was limited to 70 degrees to the left and right and 45 degrees up and down, and there was nothing there at this time. The trolls that were originally there, except for a few unlucky ones whose heads and hearts were shot in the first round, were spared and moved to other directions. Under the control of these warriors, the non-magic giant crossbow was also playing a role. Although its loading efficiency was low, the crossbow arrows with tails and barbs were shot into the body of the monster one after another, and then the warriors would wrap the vines connected to the tail ends of the crossbows around the other giant tree winches outside the direction of the monster's head. As for the one at the head, under the cover of various magic covers, it only hoped that it could continue to exist and try to maintain the pulling force in that direction. At this time, cheers came from the head of the monster. 4 warriors finally arrived there and continued to move to the 2 holes found earlier. Now they were gesturing with the weapons in their hands, as if they wanted to stab it deeply. It must be alive. Don't mess around. The witch doctor's reminders and its resistance occurred almost at the same time. This guy with a huge force, but nowhere to use it, either out of wisdom or instinct, chose to raise his head as much as possible and prepare to attack in the direction of the crater. Due to the huge gap caused by the attacks from both sides, the remaining warriors on the crater were now standing much more densely than before. The monster was aiming at one of these spots. As it moved, a mass of semi-solidified liquid resembling magma flowed out from the parotid glands that opened and closed unsteadily, and its big mouth at the front had already bulged synchronously, obviously preparing for a fierce attack. The warriors on it also discovered the monster's movement. They were stopped from hitting the vital points by the witch doctors, and now they immediately activated their own totems, ready to use the brute force that was further enhanced by the blessing to forcibly interfere with its attack trajectory. All 4 warriors put their hands together and clenched them into fists. At the moment when it was about to open its mouth to attack, 4 consecutive hammers hit the monster's head heavily. These 4 consecutive hammers made the monster's big head tilt downward uncontrollably, changing the direction of the black spear at the critical moment. On this changed attack line, the air in front of the monster's mouth was exploded by an unknown gas, and then the black spear flashed like before, suddenly landing in the middle of the crater cone where no troll was standing. Boom boom. Boom boom. The loud noises in the mountain continued, and this attack made the monster visibly thinner, but at the same time it seemed to be more terrifying. From the outside of the mountain, countless broken magma rocks suddenly burst open on the mountain, as if they were blown up by high explosives. Then, dozens of black pyramids penetrated from them. Their speed seemed to be reduced by several percent due to the obstruction of the rock layer, but they still shot into the sky at a very fast speed. I wonder if they will kill a few unlucky people in the distance when they lose their momentum and fall. When the dust settled and the smoke dissipated, there was only a dark red magma lake looming from the abrupt hole in the mountain, and then billowing volcanic gas came out of the hole. Under this billow, it seemed that the volcano had a natural corridor out of thin air. If it had really hit the mountain, where the group of soldiers above were located just now inside the crater, when the shattered and lumpy lava fell one after another, a ray of sunlight shot down from the new hole several meters square, bringing a brief light to the dim crater, but only a moment later, columns of smoke filled with ash and gas poured in, blocking the sunlight and restoring the previous brightness in the mountain pass. After a few more breaths, the pile of collapsed rocks below also made strange noises, and then blue arms emerged from it, revealing the dusty heads below. The teams of trolls buried by the landslide spitted out saliva mixed with dust from their mouths, and cursed angrily. However, the monster's attack finally hit the empty space, which certainly buried many trolls, but actually did not cause too many casualties. At most, only a few warriors who did not have time to protect their heads were hit directly on the head by the boulders, causing a serious concussion, and even now they are still dizzy and unable to dig themselves out. At this moment, the 2 monsters hundreds of meters below seemed to have noticed the plight of their companions above, and after launching a new round of attacks, they stopped covering fire and began to rise rapidly. The movement they made was noticed by Nestor in time. While reminding the trolls to dodge, he quickly approached where Azura was. Quick! Prepare the banshees wail together. You assist, I'll attack. Azura certainly felt the movement from the bottom of the lake, but she walked in front of her husband and stood in the main attack position by herself, saying, "You try to save your energy to take care of the overall situation. Let me be the main attacker." Okay. Without any hesitation at this moment, Nestor immediately switched to his own spell preparation mode and played the role of assistance. Below, the remaining 2 monsters took only a few seconds to quickly approach the surface of the magma lake, and the speed at which the wave of attacks they launched before they set out reached the lake's surface was even faster. At this time, a total of more than 30 black spear-like objects that were exactly the same as before broke out of the lake and instantly smashed the lower halves of the bodies of the most unlucky warriors who were carrying the medium-sized monsters. Among the remaining warriors, some did not retreat, but advanced instead, after receiving Nestor's reminder, and pressed their bodies tightly against the medium-sized monsters to avoid the attacks from under the lake, while the other part, that was closer to the shore, quickly rolled and climbed onto the shore, also avoiding the attacks. The plant-based witch doctors did not care about anything else, and quickly moved some vines to entangle the bodies of the injured warriors whose upper bodies were still intact, and took them away from the magma lake. Less than a second later, a large amount of magma swelled out from the lake surface, and two oversized monsters, that were exactly the same as the one in the air, broke through all obstacles in front of them, almost filling every inch of space on the lake surface, and appeared here in an instant. The diameter of the magma lake was only 70 meters, but these two monsters were 40 meters long, more than 10 meters wide, and no less than 6 meters tall. With such a body size, even if they broke out of the lake at an almost straight up and down angle, they still caused a large area of molten magma to form a huge viscous wave, rushing in all directions. The medium-sized monster on the lake surface and the trolls clinging to it were swept up into the air, and then fell heavily. When the tide receded, the warriors on the surrounding shore were also pressed against the wall, and smashed on it under the heavy magma impact that hit their faces head on, and soon after, they were swept into the lake by the falling magma waves. The two monsters ignored all this, as if they were not affected at all. They rushed straight into the air with the residual power brought by the speed, opened their mouths and bit the vines that fixed their companion. At this time, Nesta, who had almost no substantial action except for 2 reminders, and Ashura, who had never really taken action from beginning to end, finally started to act. These two are firm oath bearers to each other. That special spiritual connection makes it easier for them to prepare joint spells, and its power can be greater. For this attack, Nesta will provide ammunition and Ashura will act as turret. The former hugged the latter's waist and abdomen from behind, kissed the spine behind the partner's vocal cords in his own semi-meditative state, and made the two bodies fit each other to the greatest extent. The spirits of both parties, who were very sensitive to each other, achieved the greatest degree of spiritual meditation and resonance except during intercourse, and then jointly started the operation of runes and the influence on the real medium. A slight sound wave was emitted from Nesta's mouth. After completing the influence of the medium that belonged to him, it was transmitted to Ashura's vocal cords along her neck. Here, a more violent magic reaction was generated, and Ashura tilted her neck slightly forward, opened her mouth and let out a silent roar. Although the roar was silent, all the substances in the atmosphere began to vibrate violently. Starting from the front of Ashura's face, which was slightly hideous under the roar, but still beautiful, the atmosphere was rapidly pushed away and transformed into a tangible airwave at the edge several meters away, and then bursts of explosions were emitted. After that, a sound wave containing huge energy, carrying an airwave visible to the naked eye, plowed a deep tunnel in the ground in front of it, which was thin in the front and thick in the back, and in an instant, it hit the two big monsters that had just emerged. Under the impact of this long-awaited experimental version of the Banshee's wail, in just less than a breath, the scales of the two monsters were shattered in mid-air, their bodies cracked, and they were heavily blasted towards the lava wall, entangled with each other, and smashed a deep sunken pit, and then there was no movement. This attack also swept across the lower abdomen of the other monster above, and then there were large handfuls of molten liquid that looked like magma and blood, falling from the almost completely disappeared scale layer on its abdomen, falling into the lava lake like raindrops, making a clattering sound. After just this one attack, the entire volcanic cave fell into silence, except for the sound of the falling magma, the clattering sound of the rock body breaking, and the trolls holding their breath. There was only the sea breeze above the mountain pass still whistling. Hoo, painful and heavy breathing came out of Ashura's mouth, and at this moment, her beautiful face revealed an unmistakable sense of weakness. Threads of dark purple blood climbed up the pair of purple, but slightly lighter lips, and dripped down the corners of her mouth into lines, wetting her upper leather combat suit, and then leaving dark marks on it. Ashura's consumption was not light. The previous Banshee's howl was actually an ultra-high frequency sound wave. This attack method, which was still in the experimental stage, was obviously not a well-developed magic. Its special property of hurting others before hurting oneself, although it did not cause any harm to Nesta, the auxiliary position, but made Ashura, the attacking position, feel a sharp pain extending from the chest to the brain, and at this time, she had basically lost the strength to fight again in a short period of time. Quit while you are ahead, take the spoils, and prepare to evacuate. Nesta hugged his partner, who had lost most of his strength, from behind and told the other trolls. Then, He hugged her and walked to her side. After wiping the blood from the corner of her mouth with the tip of his tongue, he looked into her eyes and asked, "Can you do it? Let me carry you up. It's okay for me. Hoo. You stay and keep watch. I can do it myself. Then I'll call Ziohedi down, and you evacuate for the time being. Okay." After Nestor whistled, the black cat that had been hiding somewhere jumped in from the mountain pass. After glancing at Nestor, the guy came straight to Azura and leaned down to signal her to climb up quickly. This evil beast Nestor cursed softly with words that no one could understand, and then handed his partner to her pet cat to take care of. After watching the big cat jump out of the crater in 2 or 3 jumps, Nestor, coarse teeth and sharp teeth began to use their hearing to monitor the depths below the magma lake. The other witch doctors and warriors also began to collect 7 trophies of different sizes. The 2 on the wall were taken out of the pit by the trolls, tied with vines, and moved outside the crater. The one that was originally in the air had completely lost its resistance at this time and was being pulled out by the warriors outside the crater. The medium-sized monster in the lake was also captured without any room for resistance in a short time and was tied and pulled towards the mountain pass. In addition, a group of warriors with serious internal injuries also received emergency treatment from the witch doctors, thus avoiding the increase of casualties. During this time, Nestor and other 3 advanced people also captured a large number of life reactions from below. However, although the witch doctors looked a little serious and alert, perhaps because all their companions were trapped and captured before, the monsters they sensed did not choose to dive directly, but lingered in the depths of the magma far below the bottom, as if they were in some kind of hesitation. This made the witch doctors feel a little relieved, because the harvest of this trip was already sufficient, and the battle would not produce any qualitative changes, so they did not want the self-sacrificing monsters to appear at this time. In these 2 places above and below the lake, which were not close in distance, but not too far in time, they were all busy for their own reasons. A momentum that had never been seen before, or should be said to be familiar, was spreading from deeper inside, and immediately brought a strong sense of threat to the witch doctors with the most sensitive senses. I can feel a fellow very similar to the cave wolf, and it seems to be waking up. It's very dangerous. I'm looking for the corresponding infrasound signal difference. I caught 2 weak, but continuous firm sound waves, which should be the bands, when they are asleep. At such a distance, the propagation of infrasound has a great delay. This signal should be sent before they wake up. I will pay attention to the post-awakening fluctuations that may arrive later and make a record. Speed up the evacuation so as not to face the high-level monsters like the cave wolf before you are ready. Moreover, it is very likely that they are 2 high-level species in good condition. Fang closed his eyes and used the infrasound perception blessed by magic to capture all the movements below and suggested to Nestor at the same time. Agree, take these spoils back and study them carefully first. It's best to grasp the advantages and disadvantages of this magma group and then take action after developing targeted countermeasures. The premise is that, if we can do it, just like we did with the cave wolf before, it's best to have a small win a big win. Coarse Teeth also made such a suggestion. Nestor naturally agreed with the 2 witch doctors' proposal, so after nodding to them, he urged the other warriors and non-advanced witch doctors accordingly. Fortunately, no accidents happened afterwards. In the perception of the 3 witch doctors, the 2 suspected high-level monsters were still far away in the depths of the ground, and it seemed that they had no intention of moving out for the time being, and the surrounding craters, which had previously frequently heard the roars of monsters, also fell into silence during this period of time, without any sound other than natural sounds. After collecting the spoils and the remains of several victims, the group of trolls successfully left the crater and officially embarked on the road back. The return journey was not smooth, at least in terms of transportation. The first problem faced by the trolls was how to successfully send these spoils down the 2 steep slopes with a total height of more than 3,000 meters, especially the first half. The section from the crater to the top of the base was the most troublesome. It was extremely steep, and they could not be left to roll freely. Therefore, the witch doctors had to plant vines for traction in sections and made a large enough skateboard to tie under them so that they could slide down one section at a time under the control of the traction rope along the way, and then they were successfully sent down the steepest section. From here to the edge of the volcanic base, the troll warriors pulled and dragged them forward. Afterwards, after a lot of effort, these bulky guys were finally transported down the mountain. At the bottom of the mountain, the moose leader, under the remote instructions of the witch doctors, had led his tribe back from the deep forest, and they would be the main force to drag the spoils back in the future. During the preparations, the 3 small monsters that were captured first were taken out of the big monster's mouth by the trolls. The latter's previous attack was obviously controlled, so it did not hurt them at all. In addition, although these monsters have been showing signs of difficulty breathing, this difficulty does not seem to be directly fatal. The gas components contained in the atmosphere, although they cannot be efficiently absorbed by them, seem to be able to maintain the most basic life activities. However, after they have survived in this environment for about 10 hours, the 7 monsters have successively fallen into a state like hibernation. This is a good thing for the trolls. The witch doctors originally planned to cut off their limbs and tails, and at the same time, suppress their self-healing ability, directly seal their wounds, and then transport them back to the headquarters. But now, it is obvious that there is no need to waste this effort. After completing various transportation preparations, the group of trolls finally set off. Along the way, the moose will play the role of sled dogs, and the warriors and ordinary witch doctors will need to cut wood and open up roads, and the advanced witch doctors will use their large-scale exploration capabilities to be responsible for guarding the team. In addition, several wolf packs of different sizes are also distributed in the surrounding area of tens of thousands of square meters, driving away everything that may affect the return journey. And because these big guys are exaggeratedly long, their body width is generally within the tolerable range. Therefore, the amount of work along the way is not large, and the team's return speed is not too slow. About a day later, after recuperating, Ashura returned and joined the ranks of Early Warning, taking on the same tasks as the other 3 advanced witch doctors. Did you go to the wolf pack to recuperate? How do you feel? Nesta, who was sitting on the back of the big monster, turned her head and looked at her partner who was sitting close to her and asked with concern. No, Zioheri didn't want to get close to the wolf pack, so she took me to a hidden natural cave to hide for a while. Zioheb good. Zioheri was crawling beside them at this time, and he bared his teeth at Nesta obscurely, but her actions were heard by Ashura, so she slapped her head lightly, which made her hum and shut her mouth. After that, Ashura continued, my body is fine. After that, it took only about half a light hour for me to regain basic mobility. The pain disappeared after 2 light hours, and my strength was fully restored after 6 light hours. No, I have to take a closer look at night. Ashura rolled her eyes at him, but did not refuse this invitation that was obviously intended. After that, she moved her body slightly, quietly hugged her partner's strong arm, and pressed their bodies closer to each other. What happened at night is self-evident, so I won't go into details. In short, after walking and stopping for a while, the team finally arrived at the base at the farthest end of the headquarters in the south. From here, the subsequent journey will have a road that has been built to use. Although it is not a rail transit, it is also sufficient to use, which immediately speeds up the return journey of the trolls. Before arriving at the tribe, there were no accidents worth mentioning along the way. The spoils were successfully brought back without any loss, and then quickly entered the stage of targeted research. And Esther was also looking forward to the results. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.